Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. In the previous episode, after the system awakened, my eyes mutated, revealing the evolution paths of all spirit beasts, our protagonist Suyuan embarked on a 3-month journey of training for self-improvement. During this period, Suyuan chose to go forward alone and did not reveal his whereabouts to anyone. This made the school leaders very worried. They even went out in person, fearing that Suyuan might encounter an accident. But just as the mock battle of Tianyang City's core students was about to begin, Suyuan appeared in front of everyone like a miracle. The mayor and school leaders were overjoyed to see Suyuan's return, and even invited him to the VIP room to watch the game. However, Suyuan's appearance this time allowed those who had conflicts with him during the training to discover him. After watching the game for a while, they began to plot and decided to report Suyuan's talent to higher-level forces. So, what kind of trouble will these people's conspiracy cause to Suyuan? In this tense and exciting competition, can Suyuan defeat all the opponents and win the championship? For more exciting plots and suspense, please come to part 2 of After the System Awakened, My Eyes Mutated, revealing the evolution paths of all spirit beasts. On the high platform, Wei Hao crossed his arms and said with a look of arrogance, "Li Ming, I didn't expect that your Li family actually got you a perfect quality thunder ape. Unfortunately, although the quality of your second beast is higher than that of my elephant armor beast, the level is too different." Afterwards, Wei Hao mocked again. "You are no match for me now. Admit defeat quickly if you are smart, or your two beasts will suffer physical pain. I will take the championship prize for this mock battle." Facing Wei Hao's ridicule, Li Ming snorted coldly, his face gloomy. He would never surrender without a fight. That would not only be an insult to himself, but also something he could not explain to his father. "Humph!" Li Ming snorted coldly with an unpleasant expression in response to Wei Hao's disdainful shout, and had no intention of paying any attention to this guy at all. Want him to surrender without a fight? That's impossible. He can't afford to lose face. And if he just gives in, his father will definitely not forgive him when he returns. Stubborn! Wei Hao looked at Li Ming, who was determined to fight him to the death, and his face turned cold. The fight hadn't even started yet, but the platform was already filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. After both of them were ready in the referee's stand, he shouted, "Second semi-final, start!" Following the referee's order, Li Ming immediately commanded his beasts to attack with all their might. Lightning Tiger, use Lightning Arrow. Thunder Ape, rush over, use Thunder King Kong Fist, and beat him up. The Lightning Tiger instantly burst out with lightning arrows, and the Thunder Ape also rushed towards Wei Hao under the cover of the attack. Wei Hao still had a cold expression on his face. "You don't know your own limitations. Giant elephants, teach them a lesson." The giant elephant-armored beast stood directly in front of Wei Hao. Facing the lightning arrows of the Lightning Tiger, it did not dodge or evade, allowing the lightning as thick as its arms to fall on its body. There was a crackling sound, and lightning appeared all over the body of the giant elephant-armored beast, but the khaki light on its body flashed, and the thunder could not hurt it at all. Boom! The Thunder Ape rushed to the giant elephant-armored beast, and his fist as big as a casserole smashed into the giant elephant-armored beast with great force, making a dull sound. Blue lightning surged on the Thunder Ape's fists, exploding like thunder. The giant elephant-armored beast was enraged, and its thick trunk lashed towards the Thunder Ape like a whip at an astonishing speed. There was a loud bang, and the Thunder Ape was blown away. His chest was torn and bleeding, and he screamed in pain. "Now kill!" Li Ming's eyes lit up and he shouted. It turned out that the Lightning Tiger took advantage of the gap between the battle between the Thunder Ape and the armored beast, bypassed the armored beast like lightning, and killed Wei Hao. Seeing that the Lightning Tiger's sharp claws were about to touch Wei Hao, even the Lord-level Beast Master referee was ready to rescue him. However, at this critical moment, Lightning Tiger suddenly felt a huge pressure, and his body seemed to be 10 times heavier. He tilted his body and fell heavily to the ground. "Haha, you still want to make a feint to the east and attack in the west? Little do you know that I have been prepared for this move of yours. Since you don't want to surrender, I won't be polite," Wei Hao sneered. It turned out that at Wei Hao's signal, the elephant-armored beast raised its hind legs high, ready to step on the Lightning Tiger in the gravity trap. If it was stepped on, the Lightning Tiger would be crippled if not killed. "Stop! I give up!" Li Ming's face turned pale, and he shouted through gritted teeth. Why not just admit defeat earlier? Why are you wasting time? Wei Hao said proudly, stopping the giant elephant-armored beast. Li Ming did not respond either. He quickly put away his beast and walked off the stage in a dusty manner. In the VIP seat, Suyuan saw all of this and thought to himself, this Li Ming, I haven't seen him for a few months, he is really a little different. And judging from his behavior and the reactions of the people around him, he doesn't look like someone who hired someone to kill me. Then who hired the 3 people in the voodoo jungle? Brave, resourceful, and extremely talented. Old Wei, congratulations, your Wei family has finally produced a dragon. In the VIP seats, many people congratulated Wei Hao's father, Wei Qin. Wei Qin spoke modestly, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Old Wang, it seems that after the college entrance examination reform, the honor of Tianyang City's first course student will fall on the students of Tianyang No. 2 Middle School. Lu Ren, the principal of Tianyang No. 2 Middle School, stroked his stubble and said to Wang Gang proudly. The 7 high schools in Tianyang City both cooperate and compete, and the competition between Tianyang No. 1 High School and Tianyang No. 2 High School is the most intense. If the honor of the first course student goes to Tianyang No. 2 Middle School, there will be no worries about the source of high-quality students in the future. Wang Gang found Lu Ren's confident look funny. Old Lu, it's not the end yet, don't jump to conclusions so early. Lu Ren paused as he stroked his stubble. Old Wang, we know everything about the little girl from the Shi family. Her second beast is indeed something, but the contract time is pitifully short and the level is not very high. Want to defeat the giant elephant-armored beast that Wei Hao has trained with all his strength? I don't think it's possible. Lu Ren started nagging again. But Wang Gang remained calm. It's hard to say, we'll know the result after the finals. Lu Ren felt very unhappy when he saw Wang Gang's calm look. Suddenly, Lu Ren had an idea and said with a wicked smile. Old Wang, it's already the finals. It's so boring to just watch. How about we add some spice to this competition? Let's bet on whose high school will get the honor of being the top course student in Tianyang City. Do you dare? Wang Gang was shocked when he heard this. He turned to look at Lu Ren and asked in surprise. You want to add some extra spice? Lu Ren's action directly made the people around him change their expressions slightly, and there was an uproar. The 5th level beast resources, that is a treasure that even the Lord level strongmen covet. Lu Ren thought he could scare Wang Gang, but Wang Gang immediately retorted. Who wouldn't dare? Since you want to gamble, I'll accompany you. I heard that you recently got a 5th level beast resource. Coincidentally, I also have one. Let's use these 2 treasures as a prize and see if Principal Lu dares to follow. As soon as these words came out, everyone around was stunned. Lu Ren was also shocked and could hardly believe it. But soon, Lu Ren realized that Wang Gang was bluffing him. Humph, this old guy wants to trick me. He thinks he can scare me off by giving me the 5th level beast resources? The old guy is very scheming. I almost fell into his trap. If I were really scared, I would be laughed at to death in the future. Besides the giant elephant-armored beast, Wei Hao also has that alien beast. Who among the geniuses of the same class in Tianyang City can be his match? The more Lu Ren thought about it, the more he felt that he was right. The surprise on his face instantly turned into a smug smile. Haha, what's there to be afraid of? It's just a mere 5th rank beast taming resource. I'm in. Lao Wang, now so many old friends have heard it, and the mayor is here to testify, so don't go back on your word. Lu Ren deliberately raised the volume by a few decibels, fearing that others would not know that they had made this bet. You, okay, who's afraid of who? Wang Gang's expression changed at first, and his eyes were a little flustered, but he quickly concealed it and responded without showing any weakness. Then he turned his head to look at the platform below and ignored Lu Ren. Lu Ren saw all of this and was delighted. Haha, this time old Wang has been screwed. 5 level beast resources, this old guy is really willing to give them away, hee hee. But what Lu Ren didn't know was that Zhao Zhongyue and Suyuan on Wang Gang's left were trying to hold back their laughter. It's great! It's really great! Compared with the principal's acting skills, I'm still too immature. If the principal were on Earth, he would definitely be a movie emperor-level figure. Suyuan was full of admiration for Wang Gang. Suyuan thought that he had seen many movie stars in his 2 lifetimes, but he didn't expect that there was a master here. Just as Wang Gang and Lu Ren were bickering, the final battle between Wei Hao and Shi Qianing began on the platform below, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Facing the extremely powerful Wei Hao who possessed A-level talent, Shi Qianing lost her previous composure and summoned all her beasts as soon as she entered the arena. Suyuan finally saw Shi Qianing's second beast, which was a flaming lion with 2 heads and red mane, looking very majestic. Purgatory 2-headed lion, lion-type fire, perfect 3-star quality, awakened 2nd level, perfect status, skills include fire claws, blazing power, explosive fireball, blood hell flame armor, evolution times once, next stage evolution materials. TSK, Shi Qianying's second beast is indeed of perfect quality, but its level is a bit low. However, it has been awakened to the second level and is perfect at 3 stars. Combined with the air advantage of the fire-crowned golden eagle, it might be able to compete with the armored giant beast. Suyuan nodded slightly and turned his gaze to the other side of the platform. At this time, Wei Hao also summoned all his beasts. Obviously, although he was confident that he could win the championship, he did not dare to be careless in front of Shi Qianying. Besides the giant elephant-armored beast, there was also a shield floating in the air beside Wei Hao. Hey, that's right, it was a shield. Suyuan in the VIP seats and everyone except the Lord-level experts from the Wei family and Tianyang No. 2 Middle School all had their eyes lit up. After a brief shock, there was an exclamation from the VIP seats. The crowd watching the game around the square below the stage was even more excited. Exotic beasts are extremely rare, 1 in a million, as rare as an S-level talent beast master. Moreover, the level of this kind of exotic beast will rise along with the beast master. Even if they are not specially trained, as long as the level of the beast master goes up, their levels will also increase. If most of the spectators around the square had not seen the shield in front of Wei Hao, they would probably never have seen this kind of exotic beast in their lives. Ape Soul Ancient Shield, exotic equipment, excellent 6-star quality, awakening level 6, skills include Crazy Ape Battle Soul and Unbreakable Barrier, evolution times is 0, and there are 6 possible evolution options. Wow, where did this guy get such a rare exotic beast? If I can get a few such exotic beast equipment, my strength will definitely increase. Suyuan, who was sitting in the VIP seat, looked at the man-high shield in front of Wei Hao below, his eyes shining. It's actually an alien beast controlling equipment. Wang Gang was surprised, his eyes fixed on the shield on the platform, and he exclaimed in a low voice. Zhao Zhongyue, who was sitting on the left seat, was also shocked. The two looked at each other in tacit understanding, with a lot of emotion in their hearts. If it weren't for Suyuan, this freak, the position of the first core of Tianyang City would really belong to Wei Hao. Ha ha ha, old Wang, what do you think of Wei Hao's exotic beast tamer? Lu Ren looked at Wang Gang's reaction, came over with joy, and laughed in a low voice. You ask even though you already know the answer? Wang Gang suppressed the shock on his face and responded calmly. Just keep pretending. I want to see how Shi Qianying's 2 beasts can win against Wei Hao, who has 2 awakened 6th-level beasts. Lu Ren muttered to himself as he looked at Wang Gang's calm face and tone. Afterwards, Lu Ren said no more and turned his gaze towards the platform below. At this time, the battle between Shi Qianying and Wei Hao had already begun. Purgatory 2-headed lion, fire-crowned golden eagle, it's up to you. The opponent's 2 beast masters have amazing defensive capabilities. Try your best to find ways to threaten the opponent's beast master. Shi Qianying looked at the giant elephant-armored beast and the shield in front of Wei Hao, her eyes full of determination and trust. Shi Qianying only provided the beast masters with suggestions on targets to attack, but did not give them specific instructions on what to do. After this period of practical training, Shi Qianying knew very well that her 2 beasts had their own judgment in battle and their combat instincts were stronger than her as a beast master. Faced with a strong enemy, Shi Qianying simply let go and let the beastman fight based on his own fighting instincts. Roar, cry! The Purgatory 2-headed lion and the fire-crowned golden eagle let out loud roars and rushed towards Wei Hao, who was opposite the platform. As the 2 beasts charged, they released violent fire energy, and all kinds of fireballs smashed towards Wei Hao. Ha ha, naive! Wei Hao snorted coldly without any fear. The giant elephant-armored beast also let out a loud roar and rushed towards the 2-headed lion of Purgatory. The 2 of them fought each other in an instant, and the infernal 2-headed lion, which erupted with all its strength, immediately felt tremendous pressure and could only hold on with great difficulty. Although the quality of the Purgatory 2-headed lion has reached the perfect 3 stars, its awakening level of the second stage has no advantage against the excellent 9-star, awakening level 6 elephant-armored beast. The elephant-armored beast has thick skin and strong defense, and the flames of the Purgatory 2-headed lion can hardly cause much damage to it. On the contrary, the elephant-armored beast, which was several times larger than the Purgatory 2-headed lion, attacked with great force every time, forcing the Purgatory 2-headed lion to dodge. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the Purgatory 2-headed lion was defeated. On the other side, Shi Qianying's beast-controlling fire-crowned golden eagle flew over Wei Hao and launched a series of fierce and scorching attacks without hesitation. Buzz! The Ape Soul Ancient Shield flashed and hit Wei Hao's head, instantly unfolding an invisible barrier to protect Wei Hao. Boom boom boom! The attacks of the fire-crowned golden eagle followed one after another, landing on the Ape Soul Ancient Shield and the barrier, causing a violent explosion. The flames instantly engulfed the figures of Yuan Hunguduan and Wei Hao, and the rolling heat waves amazed the spectators watching the battle from the outside. With such a fierce attack, contestant Wei Hao, who is in the center of the flames, will be okay. Don't worry, the referee presiding over this battle is a Lord-level expert. If there was any danger, he would have taken action long ago. The crowd watching the battle around the square were talking about it. On the high platform, the fire-crowned Golden Eagle's round of attack ended, the flames dissipated, and Wei Hao, who was protected by the Ape Soul Ancient Shield, was unharmed, not even a hair was out of place. How is this possible? Shi Qianying looked at Wei Hao, who was unharmed, with an expression of disbelief on her pretty face. The fire-crowned Golden Eagle's full-strength attack just now was powerful enough to kill most ferocious beasts below the 7th level of awakening, but Wei Hao was unharmed. Obviously, with that shield there, Shi Qianying's Beastman couldn't break through Wei Hao's defense even if he got close to him. This battle couldn't be fought. The fire-crowned Golden Eagle is indeed a good beast to be tamed. Shi Qianying, I admit that you are very strong and you are the best. It's a pity that you met me. Wei Hao crossed his arms and said arrogantly. Shi Qianying's face flashed with struggle. Looking at the two-headed lion of purgatory falling into a disadvantage under the attack of the elephant-armored beast, she finally sighed and shouted, I give up! Wei Hao stopped the giant elephant-armored beast, and the beast-controlling bracelets of the two men were taken back. The host held up the microphone and loudly announced that Wei Hao had won. It's finally over. I didn't expect that the honor of the first course student of Tianyang City would fall on Tianyang No. 2 Middle School. Yes, his beasts are too strong. All of them have reached the 6th level of awakening. The people in the audience discussed. As the final result of the decisive battle came out, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhao Xiong, who was sitting in the main seat of the VIP seats. Under everyone's scorching gazes, Zhao Xiong slowly stood up, coughed lightly, and said in a clear voice, 5th place, Tianyang No. 7 Middle School, Jiangqing. As soon as Zhao Xiong finished speaking, there was an uproar in the square. As early as when Jiangqing was announced as the 5th place, everyone was confused. After all, even if Jiangqing's results were not as good as Li Ming's, she should have been ranked 4th. After all, she was a genius who made it to the semi-finals. And when Zhao Xiong announced that Wei Hao, who won the final victory of the competition, was only the second-ranked course student in Tianyang City, everyone's doubts were completely overwhelmed. What's going on? Why is Wei Hao, who won the final, only the second core of Tianyang City? There is definitely a shady deal. The audience around the square below the stage talked a lot and gradually became indignant. Not only the ordinary audience, but also the principals in the VIP seats, senior leaders of major families, and other Lord-level powerful people looked at Zhao Xiong with disbelief. However, they did not speak out, but waited quietly for Zhao Xiong to reveal who the final No. 1 core of Tianyang City would be. After Zhao Xiong announced that Wei Hao won the second place in Tianyang City, he paused for a moment. Zhao Xiong saw everyone's reactions. He listened to the discussion of the audience below, curled his lips, and continued. 1st place, Tianyang No. 1 Middle School, Suyuan. Wow! This caused another uproar. Upon hearing this, everyone in the VIP seats looked at Suyuan, who was standing to Zhao Xiong's left, and were shocked. Originally, they were curious about why Suyuan was able to sit in the VIP seat next to Zhao Xiong, and suspected that he and Zhao Xiong had an unusual relationship. Now that Zhao Xiong has designated Suyuan as the top core of Tianyang City, they have to doubt the relationship between the two and suspect that Zhao Xiong deliberately gave the first prize to Suyuan. If so, it would be a complete shady deal. Among them, the one who reacted most strongly was the principal of No. 2 Middle School, Lu Ren. Mayor Zhao, Suyuan didn't even participate in the mock battle. How could he have the ability to sit in the position of Tianyang's top core student? Even if Suyuan has a special status, he still has to follow the rules, right? Otherwise, even if you are the mayor, doing this will damage your prestige. Lu Ren's face was uncertain for a long time, and he finally mustered up the courage to stand up and question Zhao Xiong in front of everyone. He didn't want to do this, but he had made a bet with Wang Gang using the 5th level beast resources. Now that Wei Hao failed to win the honor of being the first core of Tianyang City, Lu Ren suffered a great loss. The most important thing is that Lu Ren recalled the scene of the bet with Wang Gang before, and realized belatedly that he had fallen into Wang Gang's trap from the very beginning. Wang Gang must have known the outcome long ago, and betting with him was just a trap for him. Thinking of this, Lu Ren was furious, and regardless of Zhao Xiong's strength and status, he stood up to question him. As soon as Lu Ren said this, everyone in the VIP seats held their breath and focused their eyes on Zhao Xiong. They were also curious and needed Zhao Xiong to give a reasonable explanation. Mayor Zhao, I don't accept it. I request a fight with Suyuan. If he can defeat me, the title of Tianyang City's No. 1 core will be his. Just as Zhao Xiong was about to explain, Wei Hao on the podium suddenly shouted loudly, with an unwilling look on his face. Mayor, let me play with him. At this time, Suyuan, who was sitting upright in his seat, showed an indifferent smile on his face and said to Zhao Shongyue. Suyuan had guessed this situation a long time ago. He was a person who had not participated in the competition from beginning to end, but in the end he won the title of the first core of Tianyang City. No matter how Zhao Zhongyue explained, it would be difficult to convince everyone. The only way is for Suyuan to show his absolute strength and defeat Wei Hao, who won the final championship. In this way, no one would dare to question whether Suyuan's title of Tianyang City's #1 core was undeserved. Well, go down and compete with Wei Hao. Zhao Zhongyue smiled and nodded after hearing Suyuan's words. He also knew that all the explanations were not as convincing as Suyuan's overwhelming strength in public. Suyuan, we have reported your situation these 2 days, and Jiuzhou Academy has made an exception and admitted you ahead of schedule, Zhao Zhongyue said in Suyuan's ear when he stood up and prepared to go on stage for a fight. Then Zhao Zhongyue added, and I received news that the teacher from Jiuzhou Academy set out for Tianyang City yesterday, and now he might be secretly observing your performance. You can rest assured to show your strength and crush the opponent. Then Zhao Zhongyue hinted to Suyuan. The better you perform, the more attention you will receive. Jiuzhou Academy. Early admission. Although Zhao Zhongyue lowered his voice, who in the VIP seats was not a strong man with lord-level strength. Their senses were so sharp. Hearing Zhao Zhongyue's words, everyone, including Lu Rin, was shocked and their pupils shrank suddenly. Jiuzhou Academy is the highest academy in Daxia. Even among all the Beastmaster colleges in the Federation, it is ranked first among the top academies. Jiuzhou Academy gathers the top talents in all of Daxia. It is a gathering of the best, and has the best training resources. Even Wei Hao, who had just won the final, only barely met the admission threshold for Jiuzhou Academy. And since Suyuan was admitted to Jiuzhou Academy in advance, it goes without saying that his strength is far superior to Wei Hao. Suyuan, get on stage and fight! On the high platform, Wei Hao watched Suyuan stand up and shouted loudly with contempt in his eyes. In Wei Hao's opinion, even though Suyuan sat next to Mayor Zhao Zhongyue, he was just relying on his connections to get to the top, and he didn't have much strength. Wei Hao, who also had an A-level talent and possessed a beast control system with exotic equipment, didn't think Suyuan would be his opponent. As you wish. Unlike Wei Hao's excitement, Suyuan smiled faintly and walked slowly forward under everyone's attention. Suyuan's steps seemed slow, but his speed was extremely fast. He reached the fighting platform in just a few steps. Something's wrong! This Suyuan is so fast! Wei Hao raised his eyebrows and felt a pang in his heart when he saw Suyuan going on stage. Judging from the speed at which he went on stage, Suyuan was quite strong, which made Wei Hao less contemptuous. Summon your beast! Taking a deep breath, Wei Hao said to Suyuan in a deep voice. Suyuan didn't waste any words. He waved his hand and a stream of light flew out from the beast-taming bracelet on his right hand. With a flicker of light, a red figure appeared in the air in front of Suyuan. It was Xiaoyan. Cry! As soon as Xiaoyan appeared, he let out a loud cry, flapped his wings, and released his extraordinary beast-taming aura. Super! Extraordinary level 2! Swish! In the VIP seats, except for Wang Gang and Zhao Zhongyue, everyone else stood up with shock on their faces. Old Wang, you have screwed me so badly! Lu Rin, who was beside Wang Gang, exclaimed, then cast his eyes on Wang Gang, shaking his head helplessly and sighing. If Zhao Zhongyue's words to Suyuan made Lu Rin feel uneasy, then Xiaoyan summoned by Suyuan made him completely give up. Suyuan didn't need to summon other beasts. This second-level transcendental bird alone was enough to defeat Wei Hao. The strength of the second-level transcendental and the sixth-level awakening was not at the same level, and Wei Hao was definitely not Suyuan's opponent. Blame me? Didn't you want to bet on this yourself? I asked you again and again whether you were sure you wanted to bet. Wang Gang smiled faintly. Lu Rin recalled the scene when Wang Gang repeatedly confirmed the bet with him. He was speechless for a moment, and could only shake his head and stop talking. If he hadn't been so complacent, he wouldn't have lost the precious fifth-level resources. Now he can only swallow his anger. Mayor Zhao, if I'm not mistaken, the beast summoned by Suyuan should be a naturally perfect 5-star red sun bird, right? Shi Changxing took a deep look at Xiaoyan in front of Suyuan, and cast a questioning look at Zhao Zhongyue. Master sure is worthy of being the one who has made the beast-taming business in Tianyang City the largest. He has a sharp eye. That's right, Suyuan's beast is none other than the red sun bird. Zhao Zhongyue replied with a smile. It's really a red sun bird. Hearing Zhao Zhongyue's answer, Shi Changxing was shocked and his face was even more horrified. After hearing the conversation between the two, the others reacted in the same way as Shi Changxing. It's actually the red sun bird. How lucky is this kid to be able to contract such a top-grade beast? A group of Lord-level strongmen in Tianyang City looked at the imposing Suyuan on the high platform, their eyes flickering and huge waves rising in their hearts. How is this possible? How can you be a transcendent beast master? This must be an illusion, giant elephant-armored beast, come on! On the high platform, Wei Hao felt the aura release from Suyuan. His face suddenly changed, and he kept shaking his head. Then, Wei Hao glared at Suyuan hysterically and commanded the giant elephant-armored beast to rush towards Suyuan. Obviously, Suyuan completely crushed Wei Hao's strength and ruthlessly crushed Wei Hao's arrogance, making it difficult for Wei Hao, who had always believed that he was the most outstanding genius in Tianyang City, to accept it for a while. On! Hearing Wei Hao's order, the giant elephant-armored beast raised its head and roared, rushing towards Suyuan with its huge body. The entire platform began to tremble under the beast's mad rush. Suyuan, hold back, don't kill the other party. Looking at the elephant-armored beast charging at him, Suyuan whispered to Suyuan. He and Wei Hao were just sparring, not enemies, so he just needed to defeat the other beast. If Suyuan was not allowed to let go, with Suyuan's strength, he could kill the awakened 6th-level elephant-armored beast with just one strike. Hearing Suyuan's command, Suyuan nodded. Screech! Then he looked at the elephant-armored beast that was rushing over without knowing its own strength, and Suyuan let out a sharp howl with a cold look in his eyes, turning into a stream of red light, and rushing down towards the elephant-armored beast. When Suyuan rushed in front of the giant elephant-armored beast, he spread his wings and did not use any skills. Instead, he stretched out his claws like an eagle and grabbed the rushing elephant-armored beast. The two sides collided in an instant, and a flash of blood shot out from the back of the giant elephant-armored beast. The originally indestructible leather armor defense was instantly broken like tofu under Suyuan's sharp claws. In a flash, his back was torn into several meters-long gasps by Suyuan's sharp claws, with skin and flesh torn and blood dripping. At the same time, the huge impact force knocked the huge body of the elephant-armored beast to the ground, and it hit the platform heavily, slid forward more than 10 meters, and was dizzy. Ouch! A severe pain came from its back, causing the armored beast to let out a miserable roar. But the giant elephant still shook its head, ready to stand up and fight again. Bang! Unexpectedly, at this moment, a figure even larger than the elephant-armored beast suddenly appeared in front of it. As the black shadow approached, the giant elephant-armored beast was stepped on the head by an elephant's hoof that was bigger than its head. The terrifying weight was so heavy that the elephant-armored beast's skull was about to crack. Wow! The entire square was once again filled with a roar of surprise. Everyone stood up involuntarily, looking at the figure that suddenly appeared on the platform with disbelief. Wow, what a big turtle! What kind of beast is that? It's so big! Heated discussions broke out among the crowd standing up around the square, with sounds of exclamations and gasps of surprise coming one after another. The huge figure that appeared on the high platform was Suyuan's first beast, Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian did not use his camouflage skills, and completely revealed his true form. He stepped on the giant elephant-armored beast, raised his head and roared towards the sky. Compared to the 8-meter-tall elephant-armored beast, Xiaoxian now looked as tall as a 10-story building when he raised his head. In front of the elephant-armored beast, he was as small as a kindergarten child facing a 2-meter-tall adult man. The moment Xiaoxian appeared, a powerful aura was released, and the aura of the extraordinary first level was fully revealed. Because of his huge body, this aura of the extraordinary first level gave people a more terrifying feeling than the extraordinary second level aura released by Xiaoyan. Plop! Looking at the beast in front of him that was as big as a small mountain, Wei Hao, who was originally unconvinced and hysterical, felt his legs go limp and he collapsed to the ground. Wei Hao stared at Xiaoxian's huge body with his eyes wide open, his mouth wide open, unable to speak for a long time. I lost, completely. After a long time, Wei Hao looked ashen. He took a deep breath, sighed, raised his hands in surrender, and faced the reality. If they did not surrender, Wei Hao's giant elephant-armored beast might be trampled to death by Suyuan's huge beast. Seeing this, Suyuan signaled Xiaoxian to let go of the giant elephant-armored beast. Wei Hao immediately let the giant elephant-armored beast escape and took back the beast-taming bracelet. Good boy, he actually has an extraordinary level beast. And although this beast is only at the first level of extraordinary, the aura it exudes is no less than that of the second level of extraordinary red sun bird. Obviously, its quality is no lower than that of the red sun bird. What kind of beast is this? Among the turtle-type beasts of perfect quality, there has never been an extraordinary level beast with such a huge body. In the VIP seats, Zhao Zhongyue and Wang Gang, who were originally confident and calm, were no longer calm. Zhao Zhongyue watched Suyuan put Xiaoxian back into the beast-taming bracelet, his heart filled with confusion and shock. Looking back at Wang Gang beside him, Zhao Zhongyue asked in surprise, Principal Wang, what did you see about Suyuan, the beast? Suyuan is the top core of Tianyang No. 1 Middle School, which was determined by Wang Gang himself. Compared with Zhao Xiong, Wang Gang, the principal of Tianyang No. 1 Middle School, obviously knows Suyuan better. In Zhao Xiong's opinion, Wang Gang should know something about Suyuan's beast. However, when Zhao Xiong looked at Wang Gang, he found that Wang Gang showed a bitter smile. Mayor Zhao, as far as I know, this is probably Suyuan's first beast, the water arrow turtle that was first contracted from the Tianyang City Breeding Center. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ren beside him immediately spoke up. Impossible, how could I not know the Blastoise? A Blastoise of only rare quality definitely cannot have such momentum. Later Lu Ren added, I also recognize the tsunami turtle after Blastoise evolved twice. The giant turtle that Suyuan summoned just now is too different from the tsunami turtle. It can't be the tsunami turtle! After hearing Lu Ren's words, both Zhao Xiong and other Lord-level warriors nodded in agreement. Looking at everyone's reactions, Wang Gang smiled and didn't bother with Lu Ren for interrupting him. Instead, he explained patiently. After hearing Wang Gang's explanation, a group of Lord-level warriors began to praise Suyuan, with shock and deep envy on their faces. Even among the Lord-level warriors like them, few of them have perfect quality beasts. How could they not be extremely envious of Suyuan, a junior, who has two perfect quality beasts with extraordinary potential? At this moment, even Lu Ren, the principal of Tianyang No. 2 Middle School who was competing with Wang Gang, had to admit that Suyuan's strength was far ahead of other course students in Tianyang City. Lu Ren now understood why Suyuan did not participate in the competition, and Zhao Xiong would directly list him as the first course student in Tianyang City. With Suyuan's strength, if he participated in the competition like everyone else, once his beast tamer came out, it would probably beat everyone to a pulp, leaving others with no enthusiasm to give their all to complete the subsequent duel. Ha ha ha, since everyone has no objection, the ranking of Tianyang City's course students this time is determined. Seeing this, Zhao Xiong smiled and nodded, saying loudly. The others nodded. At this point, the ranking battle for the course students in Tianyang City was finally over. A mutated Blastoise? Judging from the aura emanating from that beast, its quality has definitely reached the perfect 7 stars, or even stronger. At this time, in the crowd around the square, an old man with white hair but vigorous spirit looked at Suyuan on the podium with a smile and whispered. Are you sure? Suyuan from Tianyang City is actually a transcendental beast master? Outside Tianyang City, in a corner of the misty forest, a middle-aged man with red hair and a sinister face looked at the 3 people kneeling in front of him and asked in a deep voice. The 3 people kneeling in front of the red-haired middle-aged man were the 3 bald men who left Tianyang City. Faced with Blood Crow's questioning, the bald man kneeling on the ground did not dare to be negligent in the slightest, and told him everything he had seen and heard. Oh? That guy Zhao Xiong actually attaches so much importance to that kid, this is quite interesting. If what you said is correct, the talent of that kid named Suyuan may be more than just the A-level that was revealed. Blood Crow touched his handle and said. Then Blood Crow pondered, in this case, my plan must be changed. If Suyuan really becomes a superclass beast master, then his value will be higher than Huangfu Yunzhao of Tianyang City. Blood Crow thought for a while and said, I only have one chance to launch a sneak attack. Once I do, everyone will be on high alert and may even attract high-level strongmen. Next time I want to take action, it will basically be impossible to succeed. The original plan was to go to Tianyang City to get rid of Huangfu Yunzhao, a genius with S-level beast-taming talent. Now it seems that the primary target has to be changed to Suyuan in Tianyang City. Shuya showed a thoughtful look on his face and thought to himself. According to the information he had obtained, among the several large cities surrounding the misty forest, the student with the most talent in awakening the talent for beast taming was Huangfu Yunzhao from Tianyang City. His focus is basically on Tianyang City, and he has the most spies and informants planted there. Only a small number of spies were sent out to other surrounding cities, and they were not given too much attention. According to his intelligence, although Huangfu Yunzhao of the Huangfu family in Tianyang City is an S-level genius beast master, his current strength level has only reached the peak of awakening and has not yet broken through to the extraordinary level. Suyuan from Tianyang City was able to break through to the extraordinary beast master level before him, and was valued by the mayor of Tianyang City. Compared with Huangfu Yunzhao, Suyuan's talent is probably higher, not lower. When Blood Crow thought of this, he immediately changed his plan to go to Tianyang City to kill Huangfu Yunzhao, and instead set his target on Suyuan in Tianyang City. Suyuan is still in Tianyang City, right? After pondering for a while, Blood Crow looked at the 3 people in front of him and asked. He's still there. When we left Tianyang City, he was still watching the competition between other course students in Tianyang City. And the college entrance examination is approaching. In my opinion, Suyuan should not leave Tianyang City in such a short time. Faced with Blood Crow's inquiry, the bald man did not dare to hesitate at all and answered immediately. As for the yellow monkey and the short-haired young man beside him, they lowered their heads, not daring to make any sound the entire time, let alone look up at the Blood Crow in front of them. Very good, you must return to Tianyang City immediately, and send me a signal as soon as you find the other party. In addition, I will gather the people from other cities back as soon as possible, and enter Tianyang City together to cooperate with your actions. When Blood Crow heard the bald man's answer, a smile appeared on his face and he said lightly. Then Blood Crow added, This time, our plan is to take place in Tianyang City. Our goal is to assassinate Suyuan. As long as you succeed in killing this genius Suyuan, the three of you will be credited with the first merit. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We will do our best to assist you in completing your plan. Upon hearing Blood Crow's words, the three bald men were ecstatic. Their bodies trembled with excitement. They quickly kowtowed to Blood Crow to express their gratitude. Okay, you guys go down and hurry up to complete the mission. Blood Crow turned around and waved his hand and said, Yes, Lord Blood Crow. After Blood Crow waved his hand, the three bald men bowed again, then quickly stood up and retreated, heading towards Tianyang City again. After the three people left, Blood Crow also contacted the personnel deployed in other cities and asked these people to rush to Tianyang City. After arranging everything, Blood Crow glanced at the direction deep in the misty forest, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. There are many Lord-level masters in Tianyang City. It will be difficult for us to kill Suyuan and other geniuses in Tianyang City alone. Now we can only rely on the huge group of ferocious beasts in this misty forest to support our actions. Blood Crow whispered, and as soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared in an instant, and no trace was left. Time passed quietly, and 1 day had passed since the ranking of Tianyang City's core students was announced. During this time, Suyuan was cordially invited by Zhao Zhongyue to stay at the city hall. Suyuan has already demonstrated his strength and talent in front of the public and is now at the center of attention. Zhao Zhongyue let Suyuan live in Tianyang City Hall in order to better protect Suyuan and prevent him from being attacked by those people with ulterior motives in secret. In addition, Zhao Zhongyue left Suyuan in Tianyang City Hall so that he could see Suyuan as soon as the strong men from Jiuzhou Academy arrived. Baldy, have you guys found out clearly? Is Suyuan really in the city hall? A group of people gathered in an old building on the outskirts of Tianyang City. One of them spoke and looked at the bald man who was being watched by everyone with a serious face. The bald man who was being stared at by everyone also felt a tremendous pressure, and a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on his smooth head. All the people present were arranged by Blood Crow to cooperate with Blood Crow and kill Suyuan. Moreover, these dozen people are all captains of a small team. Their strength is all above the extraordinary level, and there are some powerful commanders. He was the weakest among the dozen or so people. Facing the gazes of so many people who were stronger than him, the bald man suddenly felt a huge pressure. Although the pressure was huge, the bald man still reached out and wiped the sweat from his head, and assured everyone, My information is not wrong! And this is not a secret, many people in Tianyang City know it. As soon as the bald man said this, everyone else couldn't help but frown. There are many experts in the city hall, including Zhao Zhongyue, a beast master at the peak of the lord level. If Suyuan is really in the city hall, it will be difficult for us to successfully kill him. With just a number of us, even if we bring all our team members and rush into the city hall, it would be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth, tantamount to suicide. For a moment, everyone wanted to retreat. Don't worry, since Lord Blood Crow asked us to sneak into Tianyang City and kill Suyuan, he must have been fully prepared. We just need to wait here for Lord Blood Crow's signal to act. At this time, a charming middle-aged woman spoke. Woo woo woo! Just as she finished her words, a rapid alarm sounded outside. At the same time, the voice of the street manager shouting with a loudspeaker could be heard downstairs. Everyone, please pay attention. There is an emergency. There is a beast tide attacking Tianyang City. Please come out quickly and evacuate to the nearest underground shelter in an orderly manner. Beasts are attacking the city. Hearing the sound downstairs, the eyes of the dozen people in the small house flashed, and they already had some guesses in their hearts. At the same time, the communication device that Blood Crow used to contact them unilaterally also rang at this moment. This is the alarm of the beast tide attacking the city. In the city hall, Zhao Zhongyue, who was originally lying leisurely on a chair, immediately stood up from his seat and rushed out of the building after hearing the alarm sounded throughout the city. Come out! With a loud shout, a handsome black eagle appeared in the open space in front of Zhao Zhongyue. The black eagle's wingspan was nearly 30 meters, and every feather on its body was as black as ink, like a painted mirror, reflecting black metallic luster under the sunlight. Not only that, Black Hawk also exudes an extremely powerful aura, which has reached the Lord level. Mayor Zhao! Just as Zhao Shongyue was about to step on the back of Black Hawk and head outside the city wall to investigate the situation of the beast tide, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him, causing him to pause. Zhao Zhongyue turned around and saw Suyuan also running out from the city hall building behind him. In response, Zhao Zhongyue immediately said to Suyuan, "Suyuan, there is a beast tide attacking the city now. I have to go to the front line to command the battle. Do you remember where the treasure room I took you to before is? The 2 commander-level beast masters guarding the treasure room are both top-notch masters and can give you enough protection. Take my key and go to the treasure room now. The situation is unclear now. Remember not to run around. Your safety is more important than anything else." As he said that, Zhao Shongyue handed a key that was used to open the treasure room to Suyuan. This beast tide did not come early or late, but it came on the second day after the core ranking battle in Tianyang City ended. As the mayor of Tianyang City, Zhao Zhongyue was very keenly aware of the strangeness in this matter. He suspected that this was not a simple beast tide attacking the city, but was most likely done intentionally by traitors hiding in the dark, whose goal was to hunt down the geniuses of Tianyang City, especially Suyuan. But even though the appearance of this beast tide was extremely strange, Zhao Zhongyue, as the mayor of Tianyang City and the city's strongest combat force, had to go to the front line. Therefore, Zhao Zhongyue could only let Suyuan go to the secret room to avoid possible attacks. The 2 commander-level beast masters guarding the secret room were the 2 most powerful commander-level beast masters in Tianyang City Hall. With those 2 around, no one could hurt Suyuan unless a lord-level strongman came in person. "I understand." Suyuan heard this, glanced at Zhao Zhongyue who had a serious expression, took the key, and nodded heavily. Although Suyuan also wanted to go to the front line to fight against the beast tide, Zhao Zhongyue's words also made him realize that this beast tide outbreak might not be a coincidence. For the sake of his own life, Suyuan decided to stay in the city hall and not go anywhere. If it was really the beast tide caused by the secret enemies in order to kill this genius, Suyuan would inevitably be assassinated by those enemies as soon as he left Tianyang City Hall. Even though he is strong and not afraid of enemies below the commander level, once he encounters a strong commander, Suyuan will find it difficult to guarantee his own safety even if he plays all his cards. "Well, be careful." Seeing Suyuan nodded in agreement, Zhao Zhongyue no longer hesitated. He immediately jumped up and landed on his lord-level Black Eagle beast. The Black Hawk flapped its wings, creating a gust of wind that rustled Suyuan's clothes below. He couldn't help but squint his eyes. "It's time for me to go to the treasure room." Watching the Black Hawk and Zhao Zhongyue turning into black dots in the sky and heading towards the distance in the blink of an eye, Suyuan tightly grasped the key in his hand, turned around and rushed towards the treasure room. "Hurry! Run! The tide of beasts is catching up. Wind Wolf, run faster, you don't want to be eaten by the tide of beasts behind you. Help save me, I can't run anymore." Outside the city, at the north gate of Tianyang City facing the direction of the misty forest, hundreds of beast masters who were hunting ferocious beasts outside sat on their beasts and ran towards the city gate desperately. Behind these people, a huge cloud of dust was pressing towards them, like a sandstorm in the desert. The reason for the huge smoke and dust was not the weather, but the densely packed ferocious beasts in the smoke and dust. The smoke and dust in the sky were all the dust and sand splashed by the ferocious beasts running wildly and trampling on the ground. "Hurry! Hurry, we are going to close the city gate." On the other side, at the north gate of Tianyang City, the city guards looked at the more than 100 people fleeing towards the city gate in the distance, and shouted at the top of their voices. At the same time, the city guards on the city wall had already opened the artillery on the wall, continuously firing one shell after another at the beast tied behind these people. Hundreds of Vulcan machine guns continuously spewed out tongues of flame, and dense bullets fell into the beast tied like raindrops, shooting and killing one after another of the less than extraordinary beasts. Even so, the speed of the beast tied outside the city rushing towards the city wall did not slow down. Among those beast masters who were desperately trying to escape, there were those who were constantly running out of energy due to long-distance running, and their speed gradually fell behind. They were drowned by the beast tide amid their desperate cries for help. In the end, only less than half of the more than 100 beast masters were able to escape back into the city. As the captain of the city guard at the city gate pressed the gate button, tens of thousands of tons of steel gates fell down, completely separating the inside and outside of the city. "I was so scared, I almost couldn't come back." The dozens of surviving beast masters who successfully escaped were gasping for breath. Some people even jumped off their beasts and lay on the ground, completely limp, obviously frightened. "Everyone, if you still have the strength, please come with us to resist the ferocious beasts and defend our home together. If you are already exhausted, please leave immediately." At this time, the captain of the city guards who closed the city gates said to the dozens of people who had just escaped, his voice cold, Without waiting for these people's response, the team leader led his team to guard the city gate controller that controlled the opening and closing of the city gate. At the same time, the team leader summoned all of his own beasts to block the periphery. The city gate controller is extremely important and cannot afford any mistakes. Otherwise, once the city gate is opened by someone with ulterior motives, the huge number of ferocious beasts outside will surely rush in and directly threaten the city. Let's go, let's get out of here quickly. Seeing the posture of the city guards, the beast masters who had just escaped did not dare to stay here any longer and started to leave. However, one of them was staring at the city gate controller surrounded by a group of city guards and their beasts, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. If Baldy and others were here, they would definitely recognize this person. This person was their immediate superior, Blood Crow. The mayor is here! Just as Blood Crow was about to take action to kill everyone at the door and open the city gate, a cheer suddenly came from the city wall. Hearing these cheers, Blood Crow, who was about to take action, immediately gave up the idea, lowered his head, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Then he mixed in with the crowd that had just escaped and left quickly. Mayor Zhao! On the North City Tower, the highest commander of the Northern City Guards looked at Zhao Zhongyue, who jumped down from the black shadow and saluted respectfully. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhongyue nodded lightly and then looked outside the city. When Zhao Zhongyue saw the scale of the beast tide rushing in from outside, even he couldn't help but frown. I saw an endless tide of beasts outside the city, and the dust raised by their running covered the sky. Even facing the suppression of various artillery and firearms and ammunition on the city walls, they were still rapidly approaching the northern wall of Tianyang City. There were also numerous ferocious beasts in the air, and the dense firepower network above the city could not prevent these flying beasts from approaching. In this beast wave attacking the city, not only were there a large number of beasts, but their quality was also incredibly strong. Extraordinary beasts could be seen everywhere, and at a glance, there were more than 100 commander-level beasts. Mayor Zhao, our firepower can only threaten ferocious beasts below the extraordinary level at most. Facing extraordinary beasts, it is difficult for us to hit them with our firepower attacks. The scale and strength of this beast tide are unprecedentedly strong. I am afraid we can't hold on with the strength of our city guards alone, the general defending the city said anxiously. Mayor Zhao, please ask all the beast tamers from all the major families and high schools in the city to come together for assistance. Only then will we have a chance to repel this wave of beasts. When Zhao Zhongyue was looking at the situation of the ferocious beasts outside the city, the general defending the city beside him requested in a hurried tone. The scale of this beast tide is indeed astonishing. Tell the brothers to defend Tianyang City with all their strength. I will ask other beast masters in the city to come to support us as soon as possible. Hearing the request of the general beside him, Zhao Zhongyue nodded solemnly. At the same time, Zhao Zhongyue waved his hand and summoned 4 more beasts. Among these 4 beasts, there are 2 lower-level beasts, and the other 2 beasts have also reached the high-level commander level. Except for the black eagle that Zhao Zhongyue summoned at the beginning, the other 4 beasts are ground beasts. The most powerful beast among them reached the 9th level of Lord. It was a Tyrannosaurus Rex covered in silver-white steel armor. It looked very similar to the Tyrannosaurus Rex on Earth. However, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's front claws were longer and larger than those of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which could provide more powerful combat power. After summoning all his beasts, Zhao Zhongyue moved his mind, and his beasts, led by the armored Tyrannosaurus, jumped down from the 50-meter-high steel wall and rushed towards the tide of beasts rushing in from outside the city. Roar! The armored Tyrannosaurus roared and rushed into the beast tide like a heavy tank. No matter how large the number of the beast tide was and how fiercely the beasts in the tide attacked, they could not leave any injuries on the armored Tyrannosaurus. On the contrary, every attack of the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex was a disaster for the beasts that besieged it. No beast could withstand a single attack from the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex. Even the commanding beasts among them were easily killed instantly by the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. The other 3 beast masters also displayed their super combat power. They rushed into the beast tide and killed indiscriminately. Wherever they passed, the ferocious beasts in the beast tide fell down in large numbers. Cry! In the air, Zhao Zhongyue's Lord-level Black Eagle let out a loud eagle cry and rushed towards the sky outside Tianyang City like lightning. The Black Hawk spread out its pair of iron wings, and the feathers on its wings turned into the sharpest swords. Wherever it passed, the flying beasts in the sky were all ripped open by it, and their blood spilled into the sky. But even so, Zhao Zhongyue's 4 beasts alone were unable to resist the huge tide of beasts. Except for the beast tides in several directions that were blocked by Zhao Zhongyue's beasts, the beast tides in other areas bypassed Zhao Zhongyue's beasts and advanced rapidly under the artillery fire from the city walls. All beast masters of the city guards, listen up! Summon the beast and kill the enemy with all your might! Seeing that the beast tide below was approaching the city wall, the general defending the city immediately shouted. Under his command, thousands of various beasts suddenly appeared on the city wall. After these beasts appeared, they all landed under the city wall, forming the last line of defense in front of the city wall. Among the 30,000 city guards in the North City, beast masters account for 1/10. Among them, ordinary level beast masters accounted for the majority, while awakening level and extraordinary level beast masters accounted for less than 10%. As for commander level beast masters, including the city defending general, who was a top level beast master, there were only 13 of them. Even if everyone summoned their own beasts, it would still not be enough when facing the endless tide of beasts. Brothers, behind us is our home and our beloved relatives. We must protect it. Don't let any ferocious beast enter Tianyang City. The general defending the city shouted loudly. Don't worry, platoon leader. These beasts can't break into Tianyang City unless they step over our dead bodies, said a soldier. We in Tianyang City are not vegetarians. With Mayor Zhao and the Lord-level strongmen from various major families and high schools here, it won't be so easy for these beasts to attack us, said another soldier. That's right, once the reinforcements arrive, these beasts will have their days cut short. Ha ha! The scale of this beast tide was unprecedentedly powerful, and many of the soldiers defending the city had a fearless expression on their faces. Since the moment they joined the city guards, they have vowed to protect the safety of Tianyang City, even at the cost of their lives. If the beasts outside the city want to attack the city, they must first step over their corpses. The beasts are coming! Kill them! The beasts at the front of the beast tide crossed the line of fire and rushed to the bottom of the city wall. The battle between the two sides became fierce the moment they came into contact. Roars, shouts, and gunshots rang out continuously. Outside the city wall, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the blood quickly dyed the ground red. Although everyone fought with all their might, the number of ferocious beasts in the beast tide was simply too large. Moreover, the beasts that crossed the line of fire were even more powerful. Not long after the two sides came into contact, some ordinary beast masters and the city guards turned pale and their breath was weak. This was the backlash caused by the death of their beasts in the battle against the awakened and extraordinary beasts. But even so, these city guards still held their weapons and continued to fire at the beasts below. Even if the bullets could not kill these strong beasts with thick skin and flesh, at least they could restrict the beasts' movements and support their comrades. On the city wall, Zhao Zhongyue's figure wandered around, constantly concentrating his mental strength to kill the powerful beasts near the city wall. Wherever Zhao Zhongyue passed, powerful soul arrows burst out. These soul arrow attacks easily killed the powerful beasts nearby. But Zhao Zhongyue's face was not relaxed. The targets he killed were all fierce beasts above the 7th level of transcendence, and the fierce beasts below the 7th level were left to the city guards to resist. After all, the number of ferocious beasts attacking this time is huge. Even if he is a beast master at the peak of the Lord level, his mental strength is limited. It was impossible for Zhao Zhongyue to be all-round and kill all the beasts with mental attacks. If that were the case, even he would not be able to hold on for more than a few minutes before his mental power was exhausted. There are too many extraordinary and commander-level beasts in this beast tide. If it goes on any longer, the city guards alone can't stop so many beasts. Why haven't Lao Wang and the others come yet? During the fight, Zhao Zhongyue felt the rapid consumption of his mental power and frowned. Mayor Zhao, we are here! A loud voice rang out. Behind everyone, Wang Gang was standing on a flamingo, rushing towards the north of the city. On the back of the flamingo, in addition to Wang Gang, there were 7 or 8 teachers from Tianyang No. 1 Middle School. In addition, there were nearly 100 flying beasts behind the fiery bird, with as few as 3 or 4 people on board, and as many as a dozen. They were all beast masters, and they were the teachers of the 7 major high schools in Tianyang, headed by Tianyang No. 1 High School. Not only that, flying beasts carrying people also appeared from other directions. They were all reinforcements from the major families and adventurer guilds in Tianyang City. Ha ha! Brothers! Our reinforcements are here! Kill these beasts for me! The arrival of the reinforcements immediately boosted the morale of the tens of thousands of city guards on the North Tower. Zhao Zhongyue also smiled. Chapter 86. Beyond the Lord level, isn't that a king-level beast? Old Wang, you are finally here! If you had come a little later, I'm afraid many of these ferocious beasts would have rushed onto the city wall. After Wang Gang and his men landed on the north city wall, Zhao Zhongyue looked at Wang Gang beside him, sighed, and a relieved expression appeared on his face. Wang Gang smiled faintly upon hearing this. After hearing the alarm, I organized a gathering of teachers at school, and we all rode our flying beasts to rush here. Don't worry, even if the beast tide this time is unprecedentedly powerful, we will definitely overcome the difficulties if we work together. While Wang Gang and Zhao Zhongyue were talking, the principals of several other high schools came forward and greeted Zhao Zhongyue. Mayor Zhao, don't worry. Although there are many beasts in the beast tide, there are no Lord-level beasts. We, the Lord-level beast masters, will each guard an area and will definitely be able to repel this beast tide. As Wang Gang finished speaking, Lu Rin, the principal of number 2 middle school, also stepped forward and spoke. Well, then I'll trouble you all. Seeing this, Zhao Zhongyuan nodded heavily to everyone to express his gratitude. The principals of the 7 high schools are all Lord-level beast masters. All of them came to support this time, including him, the beast master at the peak of the Lord level. That makes 8 Lord-level powerhouses. Though the northern city wall was more than 10 kilometers long, with 8 Lord-level beast masters guarding more than 1 kilometer of the city wall. Without the attack of Lord-level beasts, they would not have any pressure in killing the more powerful beasts in the beast tide. In addition, there were teachers from various high schools, powerful beast masters from various families, and beast masters from the Adventurers Guild who came one after another to assist. They will be able to defend Tianyang City. Roar! However, just as Zhao Zhongyue and other Lord-level beast masters were preparing to divide the work, outside the city, a series of imposing beast roars suddenly came from behind the beast tide. The moment these beast roars appeared, Zhao Zhongyue, Wang Gang and others' faces suddenly changed, and they all looked towards the area behind the beast tide outside the city. In the smoke and dust raised by the raging tide of beasts, 7 or 8 figures quickly rushed out from behind, charged towards the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus that was staring at the front of the beast tide. Not only that, several loud cries were heard in the distant sky, and several figures flew rapidly from behind, heading straight for the iron-feathered black eagle in the sky. That's the swift shadow cat from the misty forest! When Wang Gang's eyes fell on one of the ferocious beasts besieging the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, his eyes suddenly widened and he shouted in shock. A few months ago, he had fought with Swift Shadow Cat in the misty forest, so he was naturally impressed. The aura of this Swift Shadow Cat immediately confirmed that the other party was the one he had fought with in the misty forest. Moreover, this Swift Shadow Cat is now even stronger than when it was repelled by him and Huangfu's Shiba a few months ago. It is obvious that it has made a breakthrough in these days. Not only the Swift Shadow Cat, but also the Black Anaconda, the 3-tailed Demon Wolf, the 6-winged Centipede and the other 7 beasts are all Lord level. There are 3 Lord level ferocious birds in the sky. These beasts are at least level 5 lords. This time, 11 Lord-level beasts are attacking. What on earth happened in the misty forest? Wang Gang and others couldn't help but exclaim in surprise when they saw the Lord-level beast suddenly rushing out from behind the beast tide. Everyone, please take action and make sure to stop these Lord-level beasts 1,000 meters away. It was Zhao Zhongyue who reacted first and immediately shouted to everyone. Hearing his words, everyone was shocked. Not daring to be negligent, they all summoned their own Lord-level beasts. Compared with the Lord-level ferocious beasts and the Commander-level ferocious beasts, they are much more powerful. If they got too close, even with their Lord-level beast masters blocking the way, the aftermath of the battle between the two sides would cause huge damage to the city guards on the city wall and the nearby beast masters. Therefore, they must intercept these powerful Lord-level beasts thousands of meters away. In an instant, 7 more Lord-level beasts with powerful auras appeared outside Tianyang City. After being summoned, these beasts quickly rushed towards the Lord-level beasts in the distance. 2 of the principals of the 7 high schools possess Lord-level flying beasts, and together with Zhao Zhongyue's iron-feathered black eagle, they are just enough to deal with the 3 flying beasts. As for the remaining 5 Lord-level beasts on the ground, plus Zhao Zhongyue's 2 Lord-level beasts, there are only 7 in total. Compared with the ferocious beasts, there is 1 less. However, the gap in numbers was made up by Zhao Zhongyue's iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was at the peak of the Lord level. The iron-armored Tyrannosaurus alone stopped an 8th-level Lord and a 6th-level Lord Beast. Wang Gang's Obsidian Python once again faced off against the Swift Shadow Cat, and the Beast Masters of other people also faced off against equally matched opponents, fighting each other. For a moment, all kinds of violent energy raged, and every collision between the two sides was earth-shaking. The aftermath of the attacks from both sides were more terrifying than the artillery attacks from the city walls. As a result, the ferocious beasts that rushed to the vicinity during the beast tide were killed in the aftermath of the battle between these Lord-level ferocious beasts and the Beast Masters. But even so, the ferocious beasts behind the beast tide still ran towards Tianyang City fearlessly. The tide of ferocious beasts stretched for more than 10 kilometers, and the beasts on both sides even crossed the northern wall of Tianyang City and rushed towards the east and west walls. This forced the 2 generals defending the city who had originally planned to dispatch personnel to support the North City to give up this move. Make every effort to defend against the ferocious beasts rushing towards you from both sides. The beast tamers from the east and west city districts who were rushing to support the North City also gave up their support, climbed up the east and west city towers, and began to assist in the defense of the 2 city walls. Outside the North City, the fierce battle is still in full swing. Zhao Zhongyue's face became more solemn as he looked at the river of blood outside the city, with corpses of ferocious beasts and broken limbs scattered everywhere. In the past, after suffering such heavy losses, the impact of the beast tide would gradually weaken. Especially the beast tide led by the Lord-level ferocious beasts. After the Lord-level ferocious beasts appear, they will even stop and wait for the final result of the Lord-level battle between the two sides. If a Lord-level beast wins, it will continue to charge. Once the leading Lord-level beast is defeated, the remaining beasts in the beast tide will quickly flee. However, this time, the scale of the beast tide was unprecedentedly large, and the Lord-level beasts that appeared were far more numerous than before. Now, even though all the Lord-level beasts have been intercepted, the remaining beasts are still attacking continuously. Even those Lord-level beasts were attacking desperately as if they were injected with chicken blood. This was obviously unreasonable. Mayor Zhao, these Lord-level beasts are more crazy and desperate than ever before. I feel like there's an even more powerful being behind this beast tide. Only in this way can we drive these Lord-level beasts to fight for a long time without giving up and fearing death. On the side, Wang Gang's face also became serious, and he expressed his own judgment. Being able to drive a Lord-level 8th level beast to attack a city without regard for its life, even a Lord-level beast at its peak cannot do that. I'm afraid that the mastermind behind this beast tide is already stronger than the Lord level. Hearing this, Zhao Zhongyue took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. Beyond the Lord level! Hearing his words, the other principals couldn't help but tremble in their hearts and look horrified. Above the Lord is the King level. If this beast tide is really driven by a King level ferocious beast, even if Tianyang City uses all means, it will probably fall this time. Chapter 87, The Devil Bat. Haha, with these Lord level beasts attracting Lord level beast masters like Zhao Zhongyue, my actions in Tianyang City will be much more convenient. Tianyang City Hall, we really need to give Baldi a great credit this time. Go, everyone, it would be best if all the Lord-level beast tamers joined the battle. Inside the city, in a tall building, Blood Crow stood on the roof, looking at the battle outside the North City with a smug smile on his face. Afterwards, he took out the communicator from his waist and contacted his subordinates who had been arranged to enter Tianyang City in advance. Zhao Zhongyue and others have been let out. Everyone, go to the city hall immediately and find that kid Suyuan and kill him. I'll be there soon. After saying that, Blood Crow did not stay any longer. He turned around and left the tall building, heading quickly towards the direction of Tianyang City Hall. At the same time, Baldi and others who received the news also led their respective teams towards the direction of Tianyang City Hall. At that time, outside Tianyang City, in the north of the city, near the direction of the Misty Forest, there is a wilderness area 20 kilometers away. Ferocious beasts continued to rush out from the Misty Forest behind and headed towards Tianyang City. In the smoke and dust caused by the rush of beasts in the wilderness, a black bat with a wingspan of more than 30 meters raised its hands and flapped its pair of fleshy wings to keep its body suspended in the air. At the same time, sound waves invisible to the naked eye continued to spread out in all directions, with the giant black bat as the center. The invisible sound waves enveloped all the ferocious beasts below, causing them to run desperately in one direction with crazy eyes. In the endless smoke and dust, a figure stood tall in the air, standing on the void without any beast by his side. Within half a meter around him, there seemed to be an invisible barrier that blocked all the sand and dust around him and prevented them from getting close to him. This person was none other than the old man who had shown great admiration for Suyuan in the crowd in the central square of Tianyang City. If Zhao Zhongyue and others saw such a scene, they would certainly be shocked. Standing in the air without the help of any beast is something that even Zhao Zhongyue, who is at the peak of the Lord level, cannot do. The only ones who can do this are the King level beast masters who are above the Lord beast masters. This old man with white hair and a youthful face can stand in the air, so he must be at least a King-level beast master. It's actually a Lord-level bewitching demonic bat. I haven't seen this kind of demonic beast in a long time. It seems that my guess was correct. The beast tide that hit Tianyang City this time was indeed done by those rats from the Demon God Church. A peak Lord-level bewitching demon bat. This rat is quite powerful. If we can capture it alive, we will surely be able to get a lot of important information. The other party actually dared to use the abyss demonic beast, such as the confused sound demon bat, to trigger such a large-scale beast tide to attack Tianyang City. It seems that the target this time must be the genius Suyuan. In that case, I will let you live a little longer. The old man glanced at the confusing sound bat under his feet calmly, raised the corner of his mouth and chuckled. Then he took a step forward, and his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant like a ghost, and rushed towards the direction of Tianyang City Hall in the air at lightning speed. He came here just for Suyuan. Therefore, he knew all about Suyuan staying in the city hall for the past 2 days. After realizing that the target of the man in the dark was Suyuan, he had to rush back to the city hall as soon as possible to provide Suyuan with foolproof security. As for why the old man didn't execute the confusing sound demon bat on the spot after discovering it, the culprit that caused the beast tide, it was because he was worried that as soon as he killed the confusing sound demon bat, this guy's beast master would immediately notice it and thus give up his plan to attack Suyuan. In this way, his plan to capture alive a member of the demon god church who was at least at the peak of the lord level would be in vain. The people from the demon god church wanted to assassinate Suyuan, so he also wanted to take advantage of their trick and catch these guys in one fell swoop. The bewitching magic bats below were completely unaware of the old man's departure, and had no idea that they had been exposed. They were still tirelessly releasing bewitching magic sounds, driving a large number of ferocious beasts to rush towards Tianyang City like a tide. Above the battlefield in the northern part of Tianyang City, the old man's figure flashed across the clouds at an extremely fast speed like a phantom, but his aura was completely restrained, not revealing a single bit. The beasts controlled by Zhao Zhongyue, Wang Gang and others, whether in the sky or on the ground, who were fighting fiercely in the north of the city, had no idea about this. At this moment, Zhao Zhongyue, who used his mental power to condense a soul arrow and killed another third-order ferocious beast, looked up at the sky with some confusion. But nothing unusual was found. He just felt a little strange about this, but didn't think much about it. Instead, he continued to fight against the ferocious beasts near the city wall. Although with the participation of these Lord-level beast masters, they were able to block the Lord-level beasts in the beast tide. However, the number of extraordinary and commander-level beasts in this beast tide far exceeds that of the beast masters of the same level in Tianyang City. Therefore, after summoning their own beasts to block the Lord-level beasts in the beast tide, Zhao Zhongyue, Wan Gang and other 8 beast masters still dispersed, each responsible for an area, clearing out those powerful beasts and reducing the pressure on the beast masters defending the city. Even without a beast tamer, the mental power of a Lord-level beast tamer can easily kill the soul of a commander-level beast. It was also with the help of Zhao Zhongyue and other Lord-level beast masters that the city guards and the extraordinary and commander-level beast masters who came to support from the city were able to barely hold back these ferocious beasts and prevent them from breaking through the defenses of the city walls and entering the city. As for the Lord-level beast masters from the major families, they went to the east and west city walls under Zhao Zhongyue's arrangement to help resist the attacks of the ferocious beasts that bypassed the north city from both sides. Fierce battles were taking place on the east, west and north sides of Tianyang City. Tianyang City Hall was surprisingly quiet. At this time, Baldy and a group of people sneaked up to the city hall. Lord Blood Crow has a good plan. Now most of the beast masters in the city hall have gone to the front line. This time it will be much easier for us to kill Suyuan. He glanced at the city hall building which was guarded by only a few people and chuckled. After checking his watch, the bald man took out the masks and asked all his accomplices to wear them. Then he led his men directly to the municipal building. Kill! Not only on his side, but people from other directions of the municipal building also took action at the same time, summoning their beasts and rushing into the municipal building from all directions. Chapter 88 Suyuan, I would like you to go fishing. Boom boom boom. Roar! Ouch! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Everyone fight! Defend the municipal building! The correspondent should contact Mayor Zhao immediately and tell him about the situation here. In the municipal building, as Baldy and other killers rushed in, violent roars of beasts suddenly rang out all around. The remaining guards immediately sounded the alarm and summoned their own beasts to join the battle. It's just that Baldy and his group are very powerful. In their team of hundreds of people, each person's strength is at least at the high-level awakening level. Among the dozen or so team leaders, the weakest one is also at the extraordinary level. The majority of them were captains at the commander level, and there were even 2 strong men at the peak of the commander level. In addition, Baldy and his men suddenly rushed out and caught the remaining personnel off guard. For a moment, the guards who remained at the municipal building were beaten back step by step. There's something going on outside. Someone's breaking in. This time, when the beast tide attacked the city, the municipal building was attacked. These 2 events are definitely related. Those guys outside are probably targeting Suyuan. Brother Suyuan, please take refuge in the treasure room now. Yes, little brother Suyuan, the treasure room was built by the mayor at great expense. As long as the door is closed, only a lord-level strongman can break in. Outside the treasure room, Suyuan was not in a hurry to enter the treasure room. At this moment, after hearing the sounds of fighting coming from outside the municipal building, the 2 commander-level beast masters guarding the treasure room immediately spoke to Suyuan. As Zhao Zhongyue's confidants, the 2 are among the strongest guards in the municipal building. They are well aware of how much Zhao Zhongyue values Suyuan. Even if they died now, Suyuan must not allow any accidents to happen. Yeah, I got it. After hearing what the two said, Suyuan no longer hesitated and prepared to enter the treasure room to take refuge. Although Suyuan has the strength to fight against the first and second level ferocious beasts, now even the faces of the two high-level powerful commanders beside him are so solemn. One can imagine how powerful the enemy that broke into the municipal building this time is. Moreover, the other party dared to attack the municipal building in a high-profile manner. Suyuan simply did not believe that there was no lower-level beastmaster backing them up. If the other party's target is really him, once he shows up, the enemy will definitely kill him as soon as possible. Facing a commander-level beastmaster, Suyuan might be able to resist a little, but facing a lower-level strongman, he has no room for resistance at all. No need, you guys go out together. Just as Suyuan was about to open the door of the treasure room and enter, a voice suddenly sounded from behind him. The sudden voice immediately made Suyuan's hair stand on end. He quickly turned around and stared in horror at the old man who suddenly appeared behind him. Who is it? Not only Suyuan, but even the two commander-level beastmasters beside him were all nervous at this moment, staring with horror at the old man who suddenly appeared. The old man's appearance was extremely abrupt. Even though both of them possessed the strength to command an 8th level being, they still had no idea how the other person appeared. In this situation, there is only one possibility, that is, the opponent's strength far exceeds theirs. Haha, don't be nervous, I'm not an enemy. The old man looked at Suyuan and the other two, who looked like they were facing a formidable enemy, ready to fight at any moment, and smiled and waved his hand. Seeing that the three people still did not let down their guard, the old man had no choice but to cough and continue. Suyuan, I saw your performance in the ring the day before yesterday. Your two beasts are extremely extraordinary, and you are indeed a rare genius to have become an extraordinary beast master in such a short period of time. I am the instructor of Jiuzhou Academy, Song Jinfeng, a king-level beast master. I came here to bring Suyuan back to Jiuzhou Academy. What I didn't expect was that those scums of the Demon God Church actually set their sights on you. But don't worry, with me here, those scum of the Demon God Church will never be able to hurt you in the slightest. Song Jinfeng looked at Suyuan with a smile on his face. Jiuzhou Academy instructor, king-level beast master. Song Jinfeng's words made Suyuan and the other two commander-level guards tremble all over, with horror on their faces and huge waves in their hearts. The three of them never expected that the old man in front of them was actually a king-level beastmaster. A king-level beastmaster? That's someone Zhao Zhongyue has to be respectful to whenever he sees him. Suyuan meets Senior Song. Taking a deep breath, Suyuan took the lead and greeted Song Jinfeng respectfully. Zhao Zhongyue and Wang Gang had already told him the news that Jiuzhou Academy had admitted him in advance, and he also knew that Jiuzhou Academy would send someone to pick him up soon. But what he didn't expect was that the one who came would be a king-level beastmaster. Any instructor is a king-level beastmaster. Jiuzhou Academy is indeed the top-notch academy among all beastmaster colleges. After greeting Song Jinfeng, Suyuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After him, the other two also reacted and quickly saluted Song Jinfeng respectfully. They no longer doubted Song Jinfeng's words. After all, the opponent's strength was right in front of them. A king-level beastmaster could kill the three of them with just a flick of his finger, so there was no need to lie to them. Seeing this, Song Jinfeng also smiled and nodded. After saying hello, Suyuan remembered what Song Jinfeng said at the beginning, and then asked curiously. Senior Song, I wonder what you meant by asking us to leave just now. Seeing this, Song Jinfeng did not keep the suspense and immediately told Suyuan and the other two what he had found out and the plan he was going to implement. I see. After listening to Song Jinfeng's brief description, Suyuan nodded in sudden enlightenment. Then, he said to Song Jinfeng. Senior Song, let's go out and fish out that big fish. Let's go too. After Suyuan finished speaking, the two commander-level guards beside him also spoke immediately. Well, go ahead and don't worry. With me here, none of the rats that sneaked into Tianyang City today will be able to escape. Song Jinfeng heard what the three people said and nodded with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared out of thin air in front of Suyuan and the other two. He comes and goes without a trace. So strong! This is the strength of a king-level beastmaster. Watching Song Jinfeng disappear before their eyes, Suyuan and the other two were shocked again, marveling at the extraordinariness of the king-level beastmaster. You two, let's go out together. Good. The three of them looked at each other, immediately left the door of the treasure room and rushed outside. Soon, the three of them rushed to the outside of the municipal building, which had already suffered considerable damage in the battle. Not only that, the guards who stayed behind in the municipal building also suffered casualties. Young friend Suyuan, we will help you break out. After the three people came out, the two commander-level strongmen beside Suyuan shouted and immediately summoned their own beasts to cover Suyuan's breakout. Chapter 89. Suyuan is dead. Suyuan is there! Quick! Kill him! This roar immediately attracted the attention of everyone nearby. Someone shouted, and all the killers from the demon god church turned their attention to Suyuan and the other two. After determining Suyuan's location, everyone rushed towards him regardless of the consequences. Everyone, protect Suyuan. We have already informed the mayor of the situation. Everyone must hold out until the mayor returns. Seeing the people around him rushing towards him frantically, someone next to Suyuan immediately shouted. Hearing this, the guards who stayed at the municipal building also began to gather towards the three people. With the addition of two 8th level commanders, the remaining guards were also greatly encouraged and tried their best to resist the enemies in front of them who were trying to kill Suyuan. Suyuan also summoned two beasts, Xiao Xian and Xiao Yan, to join the battle. For a while, the strength of both sides was almost equal, and they fell into a stalemate. This guy really is hiding in the municipal building. Now that he's out, it's time for this good show to end. In a high-rise building hundreds of meters away from the municipal building, Blood Crow, who had been silently following the battle situation, looked through the window at Suyuan, who appeared not far away, with a sinister smile on his face. At the same time, "Oh no, we've fallen into a trap. This time, the beast tide was caused by someone secretly plotting something bad. Anyone who can mobilize a beast tide of this magnitude must be powerful enough not to be underestimated. If the enemy sneaks into the municipal building and attacks Suyuan while I am resisting the beast tide, the treasure room may not be able to withstand the enemy's attack." On the north city wall of Tianyang City, Zhao Zhongyue received an urgent message from the guards of the city hall, and his face suddenly changed. Taking a look at the ferocious beasts outside the city that were still rushing towards this side in dense numbers, as well as those powerful Lord-level ferocious beasts, Zhao Zhongyue frowned even deeper. On the northern battlefield, he teamed up with the principals of Tianyang City's 7 high schools and was able to maintain a balance in a stalemate with 11 Lord-level beasts. Moreover, he has the strongest strength and bears the greatest pressure. If he withdrew from the battle and turned back to rescue, the battle in the north of the city would soon become passive, and there was even a possibility that the ferocious beasts would break through the defense and rush into the city. During this period of time, millions of people in the city had not had time to take refuge in shelters. Once the ferocious beast tears through the defenses in the north of the city, millions of people in Tianyang City will suffer a devastating disaster. What to do? On one side is the genius Suyuan, and on the other side are millions of people in Tianyang City. At this moment, even Zhao Zhongyue found it difficult to make a decision. Forget it. Suyuan is more important. Zhao Zhongyue gritted his teeth, looked fierce, and made a decision. At the same time, he immediately shouted loudly to Wang Gang and others. Principals, the enemy's target is Suyuan. They have already reached the city hall. I need to rush back to rescue him immediately. I'll leave this place to you. I, Zhao Zhongyue, beg you to do your best to hold back these lord-level beasts as much as possible, rescue Suyuan and rush back immediately. What? Suyuan is in danger. In the distance, Wang Gang heard what Zhao Zhongyue said and his face changed suddenly. But soon, he realized that the situation was urgent and there was no time to waste. He immediately shouted loudly. Mayor Zhao, please come back for help as soon as possible. Even if I risk my life, I will not let these lord-level beasts set foot in Tianyang City. After saying that, a determined look appeared in Wang Gang's eyes. If it really came to a last resort, even if he had to detonate his own beast, he would drag a few lord-level beasts with him to die together. Please! Hearing this, Zhao Zhongyue nodded heavily, and immediately recalled his strongest armored Tyrannosaurus. In addition to the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, the iron-feathered Black Hawk in the sky was also summoned by him, and withdrew from the battle. After taking the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus back into the beast-taming space, Zhao Zhongyue jumped up and landed on the iron-feathered Black Eagle. The iron-feathered Black Hawk flapped its wings and flew rapidly towards the Tianyang City Hall. Old buddy, I'll help you to catch those two guys. After Zhao Zhongyue left, Wang Gang's face became resolute. A set of pitch-black armor appeared on his body, and a black heavy sword almost as tall as him appeared in his hand. After putting on the equipment, Wang Gang flashed and jumped down from the city wall, rushing towards a lord-level beast that appeared in the distance. Old Wang is going to fight to the death. There is a big gap between the strength of a beastmaster and a beast of the same level. What's more, the beast that Lao Wang picked is one level higher than him. Even with the help of equipment, it won't last long. Now I just hope that Mayor Zhao can come back as soon as possible, or that there are other lord-level beastmasters who can come to support us. It's the only way. Old Wang has blocked the beast that was vacant. There are 2 left. Let the 6 of us share the burden. Let's go together. Kill! Seeing Wang Gang so resolutely attacking the Lord-level beast outside the city, Lu Rin and the other 5 principals all changed their expressions. But they also reacted quickly. The 6 of them joined forces to surround the other 2 ferocious beasts, and kept them at a distance of 1,000 meters north of Tianyang City. Roar! Just as Zhao Zhongyue was desperately rushing towards the city hall, after Suyuan appeared, the blood crow no longer hid. He stood on a tall building and jumped down. A blood-red crow beast appeared at his feet, caught it, and then flew straight towards Suyuan, who was hundreds of meters away. After seeing the 2 8th-level beast masters guarding Suyuan, Blood Crow knew that if he did not take action, he would not be able to kill Suyuan in a short period of time, relying solely on the people under his command. Now that they have entered Tianyang City, the news of sneaking into the city hall to assassinate Suyuan must have reached Zhao Zhongyue's ears, and he doesn't have much time left. He has not reached the strength of a king-level beast master, but only has 2 beast masters at the peak of the lord level. Although his overall strength is above Zhao Zhongyue's, he currently has a lord-level peak beast controlling bat, which needs to maintain the beast tide, and he cannot get away for the time being. If he meets Zhao Zhongyue now, there won't be much gap between the 2 sides. Moreover, this is the center of Tianyang City. Once he is held back by Zhao Zhongyue and other lord-level warriors arrive, he will have no chance to escape even if he wants to. Now, only if he takes action personally can he quickly get rid of Suyuan and escape from here immediately. The bloodthirsty black crow crossed a distance of hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye and appeared above the city hall. That's a beast at the peak of the lord level. Feeling the terrifying oppression brought by the bloodthirsty black crow, Suyuan immediately turned his head and immediately discovered that the strength of the bloodthirsty black crow was as high as the peak of the Gundam Lord. This is the strongest beast he has ever seen. The bloodthirsty black crow. It's Lord Blood Crow's bloodthirsty black crow. With Lord Blood Crow taking action, Suyuan is dead. Ha ha! When Baldy and other Blood Crow's men saw Blood Crow take action, they were overjoyed and cheered. Suyuan, die! The Blood Crow stood on the bloodthirsty black crow, looked fiercely at Suyuan, who was protected in the middle by everyone, and shouted coldly. The bloodthirsty black crow under his feet flapped its wings, and a violent energy burst out, condensing into a ball of black flame with a diameter of more than 10 meters, which suddenly blasted towards Suyuan and others. This ball of black flame carried an extremely terrifying aura, causing Suyuan and others' pupils to shrink suddenly. Under such a terrifying attack, even a top-notch beast master would be doomed to die. At this moment, except for Suyuan and 2 8th-level guards, the other guards of the city hall looked pale and their eyes were full of despair. Chapter 90 King Level, so terrifying. Boom! As the black flames fell, a violent energy was suddenly released, and the terrifying roar was deafening. A powerful shock wave also came, surging in all directions. The municipal building, which had already suffered considerable damage, collapsed under this impact. Even under the powerful aftermath, some beasts of some members of the Demon God Church who did not have time to dodge were sent flying in the violent impact and suffered serious injuries. After being hit by such a powerful attack, Suyuan and others will definitely not survive. Our mission is completed, let's retreat quickly. Looking at the burning black flames, Baldy and the others smiled and said they were about to retreat. However, they did not notice that the blood crow standing on the bloodthirsty black crow was frowning and staring at the direction covered by the black flames below. Buzz! At this moment, a breath even more powerful than the bloodthirsty black crow suddenly burst out, and the powerful aura directly destroyed all the black flames. When the black flames dissipated, an old man with white hair and a youthful face appeared beneath the black flames. Behind the old man, Suyuan and others were standing there unharmed. The full-strength attack from the bloodthirsty black crow just now did not hurt Suyuan and others at all. How is this possible? Faced with Lord Blood Crow's attack, these people were not hurt at all. This must be fake. Am I hallucinating? This scene immediately froze the smiles on Baldy and the others' faces, and everyone stared at everything in front of them with wide eyes in disbelief. Not good! Withdraw! In the sky, Blood Crow stared at the old man who was standing calmly in front of Suyuan below. His face suddenly changed and an indescribable fear rose in his heart. Without using any beasts, he was able to block all the attacks from the bloodthirsty black crow at the peak of the Lord level, and even prevented the dozens of people and dozens of beasts behind him from suffering any harm. Even a beastmaster at the top Lord level can't do it. The old man below was obviously much stronger than the Lord's peak beastmaster. A king-level beastmaster, definitely a king-level beastmaster! Damn it, how could there be such a powerful person as a king-level beast tamer here? The blood crow turned and fled without any hesitation, not even daring to look back. But even so, he still doesn't feel safe at all. Because if the other party is really a king-level Beastmaster, then even if he tries his best today, the chance of escape is less than 1 in 10,000. Now that you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? At this moment, a light voice sounded in Blood Crow's ears. The Blood Crow was so frightened when he heard the voice that his soul was scared to death. When he looked forward again, he found that the old man had appeared in front of him out of thin air, with his hands behind his back and his feet on the air. Stepping on the void! He is truly a king-level Beastmaster! Looking at the old man who appeared in front of him, Blood Crow widened his eyes in fear, no longer having the expression he had when he tried to kill Suyuan before. Let's fight! Looking at the enemy in front of him, the Blood Crow gritted his teeth and ordered the bloodthirsty black crow under his feet to fly towards the enemy. He summoned another flying beast, jumped onto the flying beast he had just summoned, and flew away. As for the bloodthirsty black crow that rushed towards Song Jinfeng, its whole body began to swell rapidly, and it was obvious that it wanted to use self-destruction to delay Song Jinfeng, the king-level Beastmaster. This was the only way Blood Crow could think of to give himself a chance to escape. With his strength at the peak of the Lord level, he simply had no capital to fight against the king-level Beastmaster. He could only cut his wrist and flesh, and kill his own beast, which was at the peak of the Lord's power, in order to delay Song Jinfeng for a while. Haha, you are decisive. Unfortunately, in front of a king-level Beastmaster, a Beastmaster at the peak of the Lord level can't even self-destruct. Looking at the bloodthirsty black crow whose body was constantly expanding and rushing towards him, Song Jinfeng's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. As soon as Song Jinfeng finished speaking, without any movement, the aura of the bloodthirsty black crow in front of him suddenly dropped drastically. The swollen body also shrank back to its normal size. At the same time, a ferocious beast crystal core the size of a baby's fist directly broke through the head of the bloodthirsty black crow and fell into Song Jinfeng's hands. A sure kill without any suspense. Just as Song Jinfeng said, a Beastmaster at the peak of the Lord level couldn't even self-destruct in front of him. Below, Suyuan and others were watching this scene, all with shock on their faces. Without any movement, Senior Song actually killed the bloodthirsty black crow at the peak of the Lord level in an instant. How did he do it? Too terrifying. This is the strength of a king-level Beastmaster. A Beastmaster at the peak of the Lord level is just like a toy in front of him. It's so terrifying. When will I be able to have such strong strength? Below, seeing Song Jinfeng instantly kill the bloodthirsty black crow without even moving a finger, the city hall guards around Suyuan were shocked and full of admiration. On the contrary, the other members of the demon god church present were watching all this with horror on their faces, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, and they even forgot to run away. Puff! In the air, the blood crow, which was standing on the beast and running away madly, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The bloodthirsty black crow was killed, and he also suffered a great backlash at this moment, and was seriously injured. Just as the blood crow reached out to wipe the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, Song Jinfeng, who had killed the bloodthirsty black crow, suddenly appeared in front of him. It seems that I can't escape today. Looking at Song Jinfeng standing in front of him, Blood Crow gave a helpless smile. I didn't expect that there is a king-level Beastmaster in the small city of Tianyang. Today is my bad luck. I admit defeat. Looking at Song Jinfeng who was standing in front of him leisurely, Blood Crow sighed helplessly. As he said this, a determined look appeared on his face, and he planned to commit suicide here. It's so hard to find a decent live fish. I can't let you die so easily. As soon as Song Jinfeng saw Blood Crow's expression, he knew what he was going to do. Song Jinfeng just snorted lightly, and an extremely powerful invisible mental force suddenly rushed out and landed on the Blood Crow. The Blood Crow's whole body trembled, its eyes suddenly became dull, and finally it fell on its own beast with a bang. Seeing this, Song Jinfeng flashed to the side of the Blood Crow and captured it immediately. As for the beast under Song Jinfeng's feet, he killed it without mercy. Chapter 91 The Beast Tide Retreats. Lord Blood Crow has been captured. Everyone, run! Run! Run as many as you can. It's over, everything is over. With a king-level Beastmaster here, we can't escape at all. In the city hall square, Baldy and others looked at the scene in the air. Each of them was horrified and shouted in horror. Hundreds of people were thrown into chaos in an instant. They didn't dare to stay and began to flee desperately towards the city hall. Brothers, kill them! Avenge our dead brothers! Seeing these people trying to escape, the guards at the city hall reacted immediately and shouted loudly. At the same time, he called on the beasts to kill the fleeing members of the demon god church. Since we are here, we will die. You all should stay with me. In midair, Song Jinfeng held the seriously injured and unconscious Blood Crow in one hand like a chicken, looked at the followers of the demon god church below, and snorted coldly. When his voice rang out, hundreds of people from the demon god church froze as if they were hit by a spell, and finally fell to the ground. Even their respective beasts were like this. Song Jinfeng subdued hundreds of beast masters with just one sentence, which shocked Suyuan and others again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just when everyone was dealt with by Song Jinfeng, a black shadow flew rapidly from a distance over the Tianyang City Hall. The black shadow stopped after it reached above the City Hall. Suyuan looked up and found that the visitor was Zhao Zhongyue's Lord-level iron-feathered black eagle. It's the mayor's iron-feathered black eagle. The mayor is back! When the others saw this, they immediately recognized the iron-feathered black hawk, and everyone showed surprise on their faces. Tianyang Mayor Zhao Zhongyue, nice to meet you, senior! On the back of the iron-feathered black eagle, Zhao Zhongyue no longer cared about the mess in the municipal square. Instead, he looked respectfully at Song Jinfeng, who was standing in the air holding the blood raven in one hand, and said, Zhao Zhongyue himself is a beast master at the peak of the lord level. He knows very well that it is impossible for a lord-level beast master to stand in the air. Song Jinfeng was able to stand in the air without the help of any beast. Such a strong man could only be in existence beyond the lord level. You've come just in time. I'll leave these guys to you to watch over while I go deal with the beast tied outside. By the way, this guy is a top-level beast master who I captured alive. He must know a lot of secrets of the demon god church. I still have use for him. Don't let him die. Seeing Zhao Zhongyue greeting him respectfully, Song Jinfeng nodded, then waved his hand and threw the seriously injured and unconscious blood crow towards Zhao Zhongyue. Zhao Zhongyue looked at the figure thrown towards him and did not dare to delay, so he quickly reached out to catch it. After Zhao Zhongyue took over the seriously injured and unconscious blood crow, before he could open his mouth to respond, Song Jinfeng had already disappeared from the spot. What a fast speed! Even I couldn't see how the other party left. With such speed, this senior is definitely an extremely powerful existence even among the king-level beast masters. Zhao Zhongyue glanced around and didn't see Song Jinfeng. He was shocked and a look of horror appeared on his face. After whispering a few exclamations, he looked down, looking for Suyuan. After discovering that Suyuan was unharmed, Zhao Zhongyue's heart finally settled down. As soon as the thought came to his mind, the iron-feathered black hawk brought Zhao Zhongyue to the municipal square. Suyuan, I rushed back as soon as I received the news. I'm glad you're okay. Suyuan, if I'm not mistaken, the king-level beast master just now should be the instructor of Jiuzhou Academy, right? After landing, Zhao Zhongyue came directly to Suyuan, patted Suyuan's shoulder with a smile, and said, Yes, the other party is Song Jinfeng, the instructor of Jiuzhou Academy. Teacher Song actually came to Tianyang City 2 days ago. He also watched the competition among our course students in Tianyang City. Upon hearing this, Suyuan nodded and briefly recounted the entire situation of Song Jinfeng's encounter with him outside the treasure room. It seems that Mr. Song has long been aware of the actions of the demon god church. He even thought of using you to lure out this peak lord traitor. He really deserves to be a king-level beast master. After listening to Suyuan's story, Zhao Zhongyue's face was full of emotion. After finding out the general situation from Suyuan, Zhao Zhongyue directed the surrounding guards to clean up the battlefield. This time, the demon god church mobilized the only force called on by Blood Crow, a beast master at the top lord level. The others were all below the lord level, and compared to the Blood Crows, the remaining people did not know much information about the demon god church. But even so, Song Jinfeng did not kill these people. He only killed their beasts, leaving them seriously injured and unconscious. The reason for leaving so many people alive is to be able to extract useful information about the demon god church from them. Under the command of Zhao Zhongyue, the remaining 40 or so guards began to quickly clean up the battlefield. At the same time, outside the northern wall of Tianyang City, Wang Gang was still fighting a desperate battle with the 8th level ferocious beast iron-armored giant lizard opposite him. After only less than 3 minutes of fighting, Wang Gang's armor had already been cracked in several places. His right hand holding the heavy sword was shaking involuntarily, his face was slightly pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth that had not been wiped clean, looking quite embarrassed. With a clang sound, Wang Gang raised his sword and blocked the sharp claws of the 8th level lord's iron-armored giant lizard in front of him that were slapping towards him. A powerful force was transmitted through the heavy sword he was holding tightly, causing his palms to shake violently and forcing him to take 3 steps back. With every step he took, he left footprints several inches deep on the ground beneath his feet. However, after Wang Gang stabilized his body, he raised his sword again without any hesitation and rushed towards the iron-armored giant lizard that he had stopped again, shouting, "You beast! As long as I'm alive, you can't get through!" Roar! The only response from Wang Gang was the iron-armored monitor lizard's even more angry and loud roar. The next moment, the two fought again. Even though Wang Gang was already at a disadvantage and had suffered serious injuries, he was not afraid at all and fought with a completely reckless attitude. Not far from Wang Gang, Lu Ren and two other Beastmasters besieged a 6th-level Lord Beast, and the two sides were barely able to maintain a stalemate. Seeing Wang Gang struggling to resist the 8th-level Lord Beast alone, they had no time to spare. These beasts have gone crazy. Even the Lord-level beasts have lost their minds. The people controlling the beasts must be very powerful. They mobilized such a large force to lead the beast tide to attack the city just to kill Suyuan. This shows how much the enemy behind the scenes values Suyuan. I hope Mayor Zhao can get rid of the enemies in the city as soon as possible and rush back to guard the northern part of Tianyang City. We won't be able to hold on for much longer. Lu Ren and other high school principals analyzed the current situation, and everyone's heart was cast with a shadow. Roar! Just as several people were thinking this in their hearts, the Lord-level beast that was originally besieged by them suddenly growled. The eyes that were originally filled with violence and madness instantly regained clarity. The next moment, this Lord-level beast turned around and fled without even looking back. Not only Lu Ren and his two companions, but also the other 3 people and Wang Gang who were facing Lord-level beasts showed the same behavior, including the Lord-level beasts that their own beast masters were fighting against. Almost in the blink of an eye, a total of 11 Lord-level ferocious beasts in the sky and on the ground retreated without any stopping. Not only these 11 Lord-level beasts, but the millions of beasts in the entire beast tide were shocked, and their violent eyes suddenly regained clarity. Especially the ferocious beasts in front of the beast tide, when they saw the piles of ferocious beast corpses in front of them and the Tianyang City beast tamers fighting desperately. These ferocious beasts were all terrified, and followed the 11 Lord-level ferocious beasts away. Why did the beast tide retreat so suddenly? Looking at the change in the iron-armored giant lizard's demeanor just now, it seems that the person behind it has released its control and regained consciousness. In the center of the battlefield, Wang Gang held a heavy sword in his hand, staring at the rapidly fleeing herd of beasts, and doubts suddenly arose in his heart. Not only Wang Gang, but everyone else looked at each other in confusion as they watched the fleeing tide of beasts, not knowing the reason. While everyone in the north of the city was still confused, Song Jinfeng was already in the misty forest. At Song Jinfeng's feet, the confusing demon bat that caused the beast tide was lying tightly on the ground, with a big hole on its head. The crystal core of the ferocious beast inside was held in Song Jinfeng's hand and played with it. The source of the beast tide has been resolved. Now that this matter is settled, it's time to take Suyuan back to the academy. Wang Gang glanced at the confusing demon bat beside him, casually put away the crystal core of the beast in his hand, and disappeared in a flash. Chapter 92, Leaving, This Route is Wrong. After Song Jinfeng eliminated the bewitching demon bat and caused all the ferocious beasts in the beast tide to flee, he returned to Tianyang City. Zhao Zhongyue is extremely efficient in his work. When Song Jinfeng returned to the city hall, all the members of the Demon God Church had been controlled and detained. However, due to the previous war, the damaged municipal building could not be rebuilt in a short period of time, making it difficult to receive guests. After Song Jinfeng returned to Tianyang City, Zhao Zhongyue and Wang Gang invited him to meet at Tianyang No. 1 Middle School, and Suyuan also went with them. Reception room of Tianyang No. 1 Middle School. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Zhao Zhongyue and Wang Gang, Song Jinfeng looked at Suyuan and said with a smile, Suyuan, Jiuzhou Academy received information about you from Mayor Zhao and has admitted you in advance. It's a long journey to Jiuzhou Academy. If there is nothing else to deal with, let's set off tomorrow. You can go home today and spend time with your family and friends. If nothing unexpected happens, you will probably have to wait until the end of the year before you can come back after going to Jiuzhou Academy. Suyuan shook his head upon hearing this, and said with a bitter smile, Teacher Song, my parents were originally members of the city guards. They died in a beast tide when I was a child. Now I am alone, without any worries, and I can set off at any time. Suyuan's words made Song Jinfeng stunned. He glanced at Wang Gang and Zhao Zhongyue inadvertently, and after seeing their expressions, he knew that what Suyuan said was true. This also made his voice lower a little, and then he said, Well, if we set off a day earlier, we can arrive at Kyushu Academy earlier. In that case, let's go to Jiuzhou Academy. After saying this, he looked at Zhao Zhongyue again and said solemnly, Mayor Zhao, I have informed the people at the Demon Suppression Bureau about the demon god cult followers captured today. They will come tomorrow to take those guys away for questioning. Before the people from the Demon Suppression Bureau come to pick them up, you must make sure they are alive, especially the leader. A beastmaster at the peak of the Lord level must know a lot of information about the Demon God Church, which will be of great help to us in clearing out the hidden demon god followers." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhongyue immediately bowed and said, "Teacher Song, rest assured, I promise to complete the task." In response, Song Jinfeng nodded slightly and said, Then he looked at Suyuan again and said, "Suyuan, let's go." "Okay, Mr. Song." Upon hearing this, Suyuan nodded, said hello to Zhao Zhongyue and Wang Gang, and then followed Song Jinfeng out of Tianyang No. 1 Middle School. Looking at Mr. Song's performance, it's obvious that he is very satisfied with Suyuan. To be loved by such a king-level beast master, Suyuan's talent must be higher than you and I imagined. After watching Suyuan leave with Song Jinfeng, until the two of them disappeared from his sight, Zhao Zhongyue turned to look at Wang Gang and said with a smile, "Yes, he was able to upgrade from an ordinary beast master to an extraordinary beast master in just 4 months without anyone providing him with beast master resources. After Suyuan enters Jiuzhou Academy, with the resources of Jiuzhou Academy, his strength will only improve faster. Perhaps, when we meet next time, Suyuan's strength may not be much different from yours and mine." Upon hearing this, Wang Gang nodded undeniably. Then the two looked at each other and laughed heartily. Suyuan is from Tianyang City. If Suyuan can make a name for himself in the future, both Zhao Zhongyue and Wang Gang will be proud of him. Outside Tianyang City, Suyuan and Song Jinfeng stood side by side on a huge beast. Feeling the whistling wind passing by him, Suyuan couldn't help but marvel at the flying speed of the king-level beast, which was far beyond his imagination. The beast under his feet was a silver-winged griffin, with perfect 4-star quality and king-level 6 rank. With such strength, he is the strongest beast master he has ever seen. It was not until now that Suyuan realized that Song Jinfeng's strength was not that of a beast master who had just entered the king level, but a terrifying existence of at least the 6th level of the king level. For a lord-level beast master, the gap between each level is already extremely obvious. When it comes to the king level, the gap between each level will become even bigger. The strength of a king level 6 beast tamer and a king level 1 beast tamer are not at the same level at all. He also didn't expect that a tutor casually sent by Jiuzhou Academy would possess such powerful strength. It is worthy of being the No. 1 Beast Master College in Daxia. Only with such a foundation can it be called the top Beast Master School. The flying speed of the silver-winged griffin is much faster than any plane Suyuan has ever taken in his previous life. Standing on the back of the silver-winged griffin, Suyuan could clearly hear the whistling wind passing by his ears. Such a strong wind is enough to blow an adult man away easily. But even so, not even a hair of Suyuan and Song Jinfeng, who were standing on the back of the silver-winged griffin, was blown away. Around the two of them, an invisible energy enveloped them, blocking all the strong winds and making them not affected at all. This is the energy that emerges from the silver-winged griffin on its own, forming a protective shield around the two people. As the two of them gradually moved away from Tianyang City, Suyuan soon discovered that the direction Song Jinfeng was taking him to Jiuzhou Academy was becoming more and more familiar. It wasn't until he saw the mountains in the distance emitting steam and white smoke that he reacted. "The Molten Mountain Range is ahead. At this rate, Professor Song is going to take me directly across the core of the Molten Mountain Range. There is more than one Lord-level beast in the core area of the Molten Fire Mountains. I have never heard of anyone in Tianyang City who would so brazenly cross the core of the Molten Fire Mountains. No, I have studied the location of Jiuzhou Academy before. If we go directly from Tianyang City to Jiuzhou Academy, we should go east. But the direction to Molten Mountains now is clearly southeast." Teacher Song left so decisively, which means he was in a hurry to get back to Jiuzhou Academy. Then why did he take a detour instead of going in a straight line? After discovering that the current direction was not a straight line to Jiuzhou Academy, Suyuan was a little confused. After discovering that the route was wrong, Suyuan became alert at the first moment, and even suspected that Song Jinfeng had some bad intentions. But after thinking for a moment, he cast aside this slight doubt. With Song Jinfeng's strength, there is no need to beat around the bush if you want to harm him. After pondering for a moment, Suyuan decided to speak out his doubts. "Teacher Song, why don't we fly straight to Jiuzhou Academy, but take a detour through the Molten Fire Mountains?" Chapter 93 Volcano Crow King. It seems that you have done your homework in advance and know which way to go to Jiuzhou Academy. Hearing Suyuan's question, Song Jinfeng smiled slightly and praised. Then he continued. "That's right. We are not going back to Jiuzhou Academy directly now. Before that, I need to go to Tianyang City to pick up another genius who has awakened the S-level beast taming talent. She was also specially recruited into Jiuzhou Academy. The academy has already greeted her and her family. She is probably waiting in Tianyang City for a long time now. Tianyu City, S-level beast taming talent. The person that Teacher Song is talking about is Huangfu Yunzhao from the Huangfu family in Tianyu City?" After hearing this, Suyuan immediately thought of someone and asked. The only genius with S-level beast-taming talent that he knew in Tianyan City was Huang Fuyun Zhao. If nothing unexpected happens, the person Song Jinfeng is talking about must be Huang Fuyun Zhao. Oh, you two know each other? Hearing Suyuan's words, Song Jinfeng's face suddenly showed a rare look of surprise and he looked at Suyuan. Well, we've met a few times before, and we've even fought side by side, so we know each other. Hearing this, Suyuan nodded and did not refuse. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence! This way, I don't have to introduce you two young people to each other. After hearing Suyuan's answer, Song Jinfeng's surprise faded and he chuckled. After getting the answer, Suyuan's last bit of uneasiness in his heart completely disappeared, and he also responded with a smile. Roar! While Suyuan and Song Jinfeng were talking, the silver-winged griffin had already led them into the inner area of the Molten Mountain range. From time to time, the roars of ferocious beasts could be heard from the surroundings, and there were even flying ferocious beasts circling in the sky. However, whether it is the ferocious beast in the sky or the ferocious beast on the ground. After sensing the approach of the silver-winged griffin, they all fled madly in panic, without roaring or shouting, and simply stopped. This was completely different from Suyuan's reaction when he first went deep into the Molten Mountain range alone. Suyuan felt the reactions of those ferocious beasts, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that this was the difference in strength. He took Xiaoyan and Dishu to train in the Molten Fire Mountain range. Any ferocious beast would rush over to kill them. This forced him to be extremely alert when moving in the Molten Mountain and explore every area carefully. And now, he and Song Jinfeng were standing on the silver-winged griffin and flying openly from the outer perimeter of the Molten Mountains to the inner perimeter, crossing the entire core area of the Molten Mountains, but no ferocious beast dared to intervene. Obviously, all of this was due to the powerful aura emanating from the silver-winged griffin, which made all the ferocious beasts in the Molten Fire Mountains fearful and terrified. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong is perfectly reflected in these ferocious beasts. Suyuan felt deeply moved by this. However, just as Suyuan was sighing inwardly, the silver-winged griffin had already flown above the highest volcanoes in the core of the Molten Mountain range. Ga! Just as they were about to pass over those volcanoes, dense red figures suddenly flew out from the surrounding volcanoes, rushing towards the silver-winged griffin with a series of shrill hisses. Volcano Crow. Species, bird/fire. Quality, excellence 7 stars. Level, awakening level 8. Status, angry. Skills, fire feather, lava fireball. Evolution times 0. Evolution options 2. Volcano Crow. Species, bird/fire. Quality, excellence 7 stars. Level, extraordinary level 4. Status, angry. Skills, fire feather, lava fireball. Evolution times 0. Evolution options 2. The sudden incident in front immediately attracted the attention of Suyuan and Song Jinfeng. When Suyuan looked towards the flying ferocious beasts, his divine eyes of revelation immediately fed back the information of these ferocious beasts to him. They are all volcano crows. It seems we have disturbed their nest. There are so many volcano crows, the number must be no less than 30,000. Moreover, the worst of the volcano crows here are at the awakening level, and most of them are extraordinary level volcano crows. There are even commander level ones. Even if there are no powerful lords among the volcano crows, this number alone is enough to dominate the core area of the Molten Mountain range. Looking at the volcano crow flying in the distance, Suyuan said in his heart. Ga! However, just when Suyuan was thinking that this group of volcanic crows did not have a lord level rank, a red figure with a wingspan of 30 meters suddenly flew out from one of the craters. Volcano Crow King. Species, bird/fire. Quality, rare 8 stars. Level, Lord level 8. Status, angry. Skills, fire stream, exploding fireball, falling flame star. Evolution times 1. Just when I thought there were no Lord level volcano crows here, an 8th level Lord Volcano Crow King suddenly appeared. Fortunately, I was just joking in my heart, otherwise I would be embarrassed if I said it out loud. Looking at the Lord-level Volcano Crow King that had just appeared in his sight, Suyuan suddenly felt speechless, and his heart was filled with emotion. It seems that these hills are inhabited by volcano crows. Now these guys probably think we are invaders. Besides Suyuan, Song Jinfeng looked indifferently at the over 30,000 volcano crows rushing towards him, and said with a contemptuous smile. With his strength and eyesight, he naturally recognized the volcano crow at a glance. Although there were many ferocious beasts on the opposite side, they were not worth mentioning in Song Jinfeng's eyes. Chapter 94. The Real European Emperor. Encountering treasures as soon as you go out. Human, this is the territory of my Volcano Crow clan. If you leave immediately, I will not bother with you. Otherwise, be prepared to bear my wrath. At this time, the Volcano Crow King was flying in the air, staring at Suyuan and Song Jinfeng with a pair of eyes filled with coldness. Interesting, a tiny Lord-level 8th level beast dares to act violently in front of me. Hearing the warning from the Volcano Crow King, Song Jinfeng raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said with interest. As soon as Song Jinfeng finished speaking, Suyu carefully looked at the crater where the Volcano Crow King flew out, with a gleam in his eyes. He suddenly recalled what Manager Wang of the Huangfu family had said to him in Tianyuan City. The 9-petal fire lotus that Xiaoyan needs to evolve is in the core area of this molten fire mountain range. Huangfu Yunjiao told me before that as long as they enter the molten fire mountain range and obtain the 9-petal fire lotus, they will contact me as soon as possible. It has been such a long time since I left Tianyuan City, but I still haven't received any news. I guess the Huangfu family has not been able to obtain the 9-petal fire lotus in the molten fire mountain range. The Volcano Crow King should be able to sense the aura of the silver-winged griffin. Knowing they can't win, they still refuse to retreat. There is only one possibility, that is, there is something worth fighting for in the territory of these volcanic crows. It is very likely that there is a 9-petal fire lotus here. Even if there is none, it is a treasure that is no less powerful than the 9-petal fire lotus. Only this treasure can make the 8th level Lord Volcano Crow King call on the entire clan to put pressure on us. Suyuan thought so in his heart, and used the Eye of Revelation again to look towards the volcanoes where the volcano crows rushed out. As Suyuan used the Eye of Revelation to look into the depths of these volcanoes, through the billowing smoke and dust from the craters, a piece of information suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. 9-petal fire lotus, a 5th level peak natural treasure. This spiritual plant uses volcanic lava as water and fire elements as fertilizer, growing between volcanic rocks. It can enhance the fire attribute ability of any spiritual beast, and can even enable non-fire beasts to acquire corresponding fire attribute abilities, suitable for the evolution of a variety of fire beasts. Suyuan followed the information and found that in the thick smoke of a volcano crater, a red fire lotus growing in the cracks of lava rocks appeared before his eyes. It was the 9-petal fire lotus described in the information seen by the Eye of Apocalypse. It is also the main material needed for Xiaoyan's evolution. There really is a 9-petal fire lotus. Seeing this red lotus growing near the crater, Suyuan couldn't help but feel happy, with surprise flashing in his eyes. With the strength of this 8th level Lord Volcano Crow King, plus the protection of the entire Volcano Crow tribe, it would take a Lord-level warrior to obtain this 9-petal fire lotus. Even if a strong man at the peak of the Lord level comes here, he may not be able to take away this 9-petal fire lotus smoothly. Except for the Volcano Crow King, there are more than 300 commander-level volcano crows in the entire Volcano Crow tribe. With so many commander-level volcanic crows, combined with the Volcano Crow King, they are enough to compete with a Beastmaster at the peak of the Lord level. What's more, there are more than 30,000 awakened and extraordinary volcano crows. This is also a force that cannot be underestimated. Although the Huangfu family is not weak, it is still difficult to obtain the 9-petal fire lotus. Even if we use all our clan's strength to obtain this 9-petal fire lotus, it is estimated that the Huangfu family's strength will be greatly reduced. No wonder Huangfu Yunjiao hasn't contacted me these days to reveal the information about the 9-petal fire lotus. Now that I have found the last main ingredient that Xiaoyan needs to advance, I absolutely cannot give up. If we want to obtain this 9-petal fire lotus now, we have to find a way to get Teacher Song to help us. Looking at the 9-petal fire lotus beside the giant crater below, Suyuan's head turned, and after thinking for a moment, he turned to Song Jinfeng and said, Teacher Song, along the way, all the ferocious beasts in the molten fire mountains have retreated in fear of being approached. But this group of volcano crows clearly sensed the powerful aura of the silver-winged griffin. They should have sensed the power of the silver-winged griffin. Considering the current performance of the Volcano Crow King, I'm afraid there is something in the volcanoes where the volcano crows live that makes them protected at all costs. Why don't we go over and take a look? With your strength, Mr. Song, even if these volcano crows and the Volcano Crow King are combined, they are just a piece of meat on the chopping board and will not pose any threat to you. At the end of his speech, Suyuan also spoke tentatively to Song Jinfeng. Ha ha ha, you are right. These volcano crows and the Volcano Crow King are nothing in front of me. Hearing Suyuan's words, Song Jinfeng laughed and nodded with satisfaction, obviously enjoying Suyuan's flattery. At the same time, upon hearing this, he concentrated his attention and looked towards the large volcanoes below where volcano crows lived. Soon, Song Jinfeng made a discovery and also noticed the existence of the 9-petal fire lotus. Immediately, he laughed and said to Suyuan, You are right. Something must be wrong when things are out of the ordinary. There is indeed a good natural treasure in the territory of these volcanic crows. It is a 5th level natural treasure, the 9-petal fire lotus. It is of great help in improving the strength of fire-type beasts. It seems like you have been training outside for quite a while in the past few months. We can infer the correct result from the abnormal behavior of these volcano crows. After Song Jinfeng also discovered the 9-petal fire lotus, he reached out and patted Suyuan on the shoulder, looking at Suyuan with admiration in his eyes and said. Before Suyuan could say that he needed this 9-petal fire lotus, Song Jinfeng continued. Suyuan, this 9-petal fire lotus will greatly help improve the strength of your red sun bird. I didn't have any gift for you when we first met, so you should make up for it now. Just take that 9-petal fire lotus as my gift to you. After Song Jinfeng finished speaking, under Suyuan's unprepared gaze, his figure flashed and disappeared on the spot, and he rushed directly to the crater where the 9-petal fire lotus was. That crater is also where the volcano Crow King lives. Seeing Song Jinfeng rushing towards the 9-petal fire lotus, the volcano Crow King's eyes suddenly changed. The 9-petal fire lotus in the crater is its lifeblood. Its strength can be raised to the 8th level of Lord, and the 9-petal fire lotus plays a vital role in this. Now Song Jinfeng actually had his eyes on the 9-petal fire lotus. The volcano Crow King instantly became furious and let out an extremely angry roar at Song Jinfeng. You little thief! Stop it! You're courting death if you dare to touch my 9-petal fire lotus! With a roar, the huge body of the volcano Crow King rushed directly to the location of the 9-petal fire lotus, determined to cut Song Jinfeng into pieces at all costs. At the same time, tens of thousands of volcanic crows around also rioted and attacked Suyuan and the silver-winged griffin. Chapter 95. I like the feeling of hugging someone's thigh. You are the one seeking death! Song Jinfeng heard the volcano Crow King roaring at the top of his lungs, and heard the name the volcano Crow King had just addressed him. His originally calm expression suddenly turned cold, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. As Song Jinfeng snorted coldly, a powerful mental force suddenly burst out from between his eyebrows, turning into a sharp spike that instantly shot towards the volcano Crow King. Boom! Facing Song Jinfeng's angry attack, the volcano Crow King only felt a roar in his head and an indescribable pain. The pain that penetrated deep into his soul made it feel like dying. However, this severe pain came quickly and went away even faster. At the moment when this excruciating stinging sensation came, the soul of the volcano Crow King only lasted for a moment before being destroyed by Song Jinfeng's powerful mental power. The huge corpse also fell helplessly from the air. Facing a king-level beastmaster, even the bloodthirsty black crow at the peak of the Lord level couldn't self-destruct. This volcano Crow King, who was only at the 8th level of Lord, could naturally be killed instantly by Song Jinfeng. Roar! At the same time, facing the attack of more than 30,000 volcanic crows, the silver-winged griffin showed no fear at all and let out an angry roar towards the sky. At this moment, the silver-winged griffin's king-level beastmaster aura was completely released, and its mighty power suddenly spread to an area of 100 miles in radius. The first to bear the brunt were the tens of thousands of frenzied volcano crows. The silver-winged griffin spread its wings and hovered in the air. As it roared, countless wind blades blasted out along with its aura of a king-level beast. Tens of thousands of volcanic crows had no power to resist these wind blades. They were cut in half by these seemingly weak wind blades and their bodies fell from the sky. Not only that, after killing a volcanic crow, these wind blades will even turn and kill another nearby volcanic crow. The silver-winged griffin released countless wind blades and controlled each one of them, changing their directions and killing more volcanic crows. He remained calm and showed no signs of fatigue. On the contrary, its eyes were staring at the bloody volcanic crow in the sky with a cold look. The strongest of these volcanic crows is only at the peak of the commander level. Such ants actually dare to disrespect him. This is undoubtedly a provocation to the king-level beastmaster. The silver-winged griffin was already furious after being offended by these ants. In response, the silver-winged griffin killed these volcanic crows without any mercy. None of the tens of thousands of frenzied volcano crows could escape the wind blade attack of the silver-winged griffin. In just 2 breaths, there was no longer any surviving volcano crow in the air. Gone in seconds? Such a large group of volcano crows is gone. Suyuan stood on the back of the silver-winged griffin, staring blankly at the corpses of the volcanic crows falling like raindrops below him. The shock in his heart took a long time to calm down. Such a large group of ferocious beasts was wiped out in just 2 breaths. The strength displayed by the silver-winged griffin once again refreshed Suyuan's understanding of king-level beastmasters. If you are not at the king level, you are basically just an ant in front of a king-level beast. Any finger can crush a whole bunch of people. This is the terrifying power of a king-level beastmaster. The silver-winged griffin is already so strong at the 6th level of the king class. I wonder how strong it will be after Xiao Yan and the others are promoted to the king class beastmasters. Suyuan watched tens of thousands of volcano crow corpses fall to the bottom of the volcano, took a deep breath, and was full of anticipation. The quality of each of his 4 beasts, Xiaoyan, Xiaoxian, etc., is better than that of the silver-winged griffin. Even the lowest quality Xiaoyan is a perfect 5-star red sun bird, 1 star higher than the silver-winged griffin. Moreover, he had already prepared other auxiliary materials needed for Xiaoyan's evolution. If he got the main material, the 9-petal fire lotus, Xiaoyan would be able to advance immediately. At that time, Xiaoyan's quality will once again become the highest among all Suyuan's beasts. Starting from the perfect 5-star evolution, it is very likely to break through to epic quality. Few people can possess a beast tamer of epic quality, even among king-level beast tamers. Even a strong man like Song Jinfeng would salivate over a beast tamer of epic quality. Brush. Just as Suyuan was feeling emotional and expectant, Song Jinfeng's figure returned to the silver-winged griffin and came to Suyuan's side. At this moment, what he held in his hand was the 5th-level top treasure that Suyuan had longed for, the 9-petal fire lotus. Suyuan, this 9-petal fire lotus is a 5th-level peak natural treasure. Even a peak Lord Beastmaster is coveting it. Most Lord-level Beastmasters may not be able to resist the attraction of the 9-petal fire lotus, especially Beastmasters who have fire-type beasts. So, keep this 9-petal fire lotus well until your red sun bird absorbs all the essence of the 9-petal fire lotus. Don't expose it to others. Song Jinfeng said to Suyuan while holding the 9-petal fire lotus. As he spoke, he handed the 9-petal fire lotus to Suyuan. Yes, Suyuan will definitely remember Mr. Song's teachings. Thank you, Mr. Song. Facing the long-awaited 9-petal fire lotus, Suyuan nodded with joy on his face, quickly took the 9-petal fire lotus and put it away. It seems that even Professor Song didn't know that the 9-petal fire lotus combined with those specific auxiliary materials could help the red sun bird complete its evolution. He just thought that this 5th-level peak fire-type natural treasure would be of great benefit to the improvement of the level of fire-type beasts. And Teacher Song's indifferent expression shows that he doesn't take this 5th-tier top-level natural treasure that even top-level beast masters are jealous of seriously. As expected of the king-level beast tamer instructor of Jiuzhou Academy, he is always generous. It's a pity for the crystal cores of those volcanic crows. Except for the crystal core of the 8th-level Lord Volcanic Crow King, Mr. Song did not collect any of the crystal cores of the other volcanic crows. That's more than 30,000 awakened volcano crow crystal cores. What a huge sum of money! Now that I have accidentally obtained the 9-petal fire lotus before the Huangfu family, there is no need to make the same deal as I discussed with Huangfu Yunzhao before. I don't have to take the risk of taking out a new beast control evolution route to exchange for the 9-petal fire lotus from the Huangfu family, which can reduce the potential risks. After putting away the 9-petal fire lotus, Suyuan observed the expression on Song Jinfeng's face and thought to himself. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh that it was nice to take shelter under a big tree. I have reaped such benefits before even arriving at Jiuzhou Academy. Suyuan now has greater expectations for life after entering Jiuzhou Academy. Suyuan, let's continue to rush to Tianyan City. At this time, Song Jinfeng watched Suyuan put away the 9-petal fire lotus and began to speak. Suyuan looked at Song Jinfeng's expression and knew that he had no intention of collecting the beast crystal cores from the corpses of the volcanic crows. For this reason, Suyuan could only sigh in regret again and nodded slightly in response. Immediately afterwards, the silver-winged griffin fluttered its wings and turned into a silver-white stream of light, rushing towards Tianhua City. Chapter 96 Unexpected News. With the silver-winged griffin galloping, Suyuan and his companions quickly left the Molten Mountains. Tianyan City is less than 80 miles away from the outskirts of the Molten Fire Mountains. After flying over the Molten Mountains, the silver-winged griffin brought Suyuan and Song Jinfeng to the outside of Tianyan City in less than half a quarter of an hour. After arriving outside Tianyan City, in order to avoid causing panic among the people of Tianyan City, Song Jinfeng took the silver-winged griffin back to the beast-taming space. Then he reached out and grabbed Suyuan's arm, and flew directly to the outside of the Huangfu family compound with Suyuan. The senior members of the Huangfu family had already been waiting at the door. Huangfu Shiba led everyone in the Huangfu family to meet Teacher Song. When Suyuan and Song Jinfeng appeared outside the Huangfu family, the leader Huangfu Shiba hurriedly spoke loudly to Song Jinfeng. At the same time, he looked at Suyuan beside Song Jinfeng with surprise. Next to Huangfu Shiba was Huangfu Yunzhao, whom Song Jinfeng came to Tianyan City to pick up. Compared with Tianyang City Mayor Zhao Zhongyue and Tianyang No. 1 Middle School Principal Wang Gang, Huangfu Shiba obviously knew Song Jinfeng, the tutor of Jiuzhou Academy. I have met Mr. Song. As Huangfu Shiba finished speaking, the dozen or so strong men from the Huangfu family behind him also greeted Song Jinfeng together. Seeing this, Song Jinfeng nodded to everyone, then his eyes fell on Huangfu Yunzhao beside Huangfu Shiba, and said with a faint smile. Shiba, the girl next to you must be Huangfu Yunzhao, right? Huangfu Shiba nodded upon hearing this. Huangfu Yunzhao, meet Mr. Song. Huangfu Yunzhao also greeted Song Jinfeng very politely at this moment. Then he looked at Suyuan beside Song Jinfeng, with a gleam of surprise in his eyes. Haha, Suyuan, you two little guys can chat first. Shiba and I have something to discuss. Song Jinfeng keenly noticed Huangfu Yunzhao's gaze, turned to look at Suyuan beside him, and said with a faint smile. Then, he took a step forward and walked towards the Huangfu family compound at the invitation of Huangfu Shiba and others. Suyuan, you have indeed been admitted to Jiuzhou Academy in advance. I knew that your talent and strength would definitely attract the attention of Jiuzhou Academy. After Song Jinfeng and Huangfu Shiba and his party hurried to the Huangfu family compound, Huangfu Yunzhao looked at Suyuan and said with surprise. This is also thanks to my principal and the mayor of Tianyang City. If they hadn't reported my situation, I would have had to spend a few more days participating in the course student competition with other candidates before I would be noticed by the experts from the major Beast Master colleges. After hearing what Huangfu Yunzhao said, Suyuan pushed all the credit onto Zhao Zhongyue and Wang Gang. Although your principal and mayor have pushed you, you still have to be good enough to get attention in advance. Otherwise, why haven't others been recommended? You, don't be so modest in front of me. Huangfu Yunzhao saw Suyuan being so humble, but shook his head and smiled. Upon hearing this, Suyuan smiled slightly and did not comment. Then, he asked with a hint of curiosity. Yunzhao, why don't you see your father this time? Facing the arrival of a king-level beast master like Song Jinfeng, all the senior members of the Huangfu family should come out together to welcome him to show their respect for Song Jinfeng, the king-level beast master. But the person who had just led the team was not Huangfu Shiyao, the current patriarch of the Huangfu family, but the second-in-command Huangfu Shiba. Suyuan noticed this at the beginning, but he didn't ask because there were so many people around. Now that there were only him and Huangfu Yunzhao left, he had nothing else to worry about. However, as soon as Suyuan said this, he realized that he seemed to have said something wrong. When Huangfu Yunzhao heard his question, the smile on his face quickly faded, and turned into a sad expression. He whispered, My father is injured and can't go out to greet you, so I can only ask my second uncle to bring people to greet Teacher Song at the door. Our grandfather had a pretty good relationship with Teacher Song. This time, when he learned that Teacher Song was coming in person, he also asked Teacher Song to help check on my father's injuries. My second uncle and Teacher Song should have gone to see my father by now. After Huangfu Yunzhao finished speaking, he pointed at Huangfu Shiyao and his group who had already walked away. Huangfu Shiyao is injured, and he can't even go out to greet us. This injury must be serious. It seems that the Huangfu family may not be able to go to the Molten Fire Mountain range to obtain the 9-petal fire lotus during this period of time. So this is the reason why Huangfu Yunzhao has not contacted me to inform me of the 9-petal fire lotus. It's not because he found out that the Volcano Crow tribe is very powerful and retreated. Hearing this, Suyuan frowned slightly and suddenly realized something. The last time Suyuan came to the Huangfu family, he happened to meet Huangfu Shiyao and the people from the Yang family who were discussing the trip to the Yuntian secret realm. After Suyuan came out of the voodoo jungle, Huangfu Shiyao and Huangfu Shiba had already left Tianyang City. Therefore, Suyuan was unable to meet Huangfu Shiyao. But as the head of the Huangfu family, Huangfu Shiyao's strength is naturally unquestionable. He is at least a 7th-level lord. Even such a powerful beast master couldn't even go out to greet him at the moment, and needed to recuperate at home. Obviously, Huangfu Shiyao's injuries were definitely not light. With such strength, he was seriously injured. He must have encountered an extremely powerful enemy. The backbone of the Huangfu family was seriously injured. The most important task of the Huangfu family must be to do their best to treat Huangfu Shiyao's injuries, and naturally they have no time to take care of other things. Yunzhao, take me to visit my uncle. Maybe I can help. After pondering for a moment and figuring everything out, Suyuan looked at Huangfu Yunzhao, who looked a little sad, and said in a low voice. Well, Suyuan, come with me. I think my father will be happy to see you. In response, Huangfu Yunzhao did not refuse, but forced a smile. When Suyuan suggested going to visit Huangfu Shiyao, she just thought that Suyuan was being polite. As for the second half of Suyuan's sentence, she didn't take it seriously. The Huangfu family is quite powerful and they have recently invited many strong people and famous doctors to treat her father's injuries, but there has not been much improvement. Although Suyuan had an amazing talent for taming beasts, Huangfu Yunzhao did not think that Suyuan could really be of any help. Moreover, Song Jinfeng, a powerful king-level beast master, has now come forward. Huangfu Yunzhao believed that with Song Jinfeng's help in diagnosing her father's injuries, the situation would definitely improve. Suyuan nodded after hearing this. Then, under the leadership of Huangfu Yunzhao, they walked towards the depths of the Huangfu family compound. The two of them quickened their pace and quickly caught up with Huangfu's Shiba, Song Jinfeng and his group. Chapter 97 Helpless. Suyuan and Huangfu Yunzhao followed Huangfu Shiba and others and walked through the hundreds of meters long corridor in the Huangfu family compound. After a while, everyone arrived at a quiet and independent courtyard. Teacher Song, my brother is resting inside, please. Arriving at a private room in the center of the small courtyard, Huangfu Shiba spoke respectfully to Song Jinfeng. At the same time, bow and extend your hand to make a gesture of invitation. Well, let's go in. Song Jinfeng glanced at Huangfu Shiba and nodded slightly. Then he entered the room first. Seeing this, the others followed. The two younger generations, Suyuan and Huangfu Yunzhao, were the last to enter the room. The room was decorated very luxuriously. In the middle of the magnificent room, there was a half-person high incense burner. Wisps of smoke lingered and spread, making the whole room emit a refreshing sandalwood scent. Under the guidance of Huangfu Shiyao, Song Jinfeng soon saw Huangfu Shiyao lying on the bed. Teacher Song, please. Coming to the bed, Huangfu Shiba said to Song Jinfeng. Song Jinfeng glanced at Huangfu Shiyao, who was lying on the bed in a coma, without hesitation. He walked quickly forward and came to Huangfu Shiyao's side. A huge mental power spread out, covering Huangfu Shiyao's whole body, and began to investigate Huangfu Shiyao's situation. At this moment, while Song Jinfeng was concentrating on investigating, Huangfu Shiyao and other high-ranking members of the Huangfu family, as well as Huangfu Yunzhao and others held their breath and stared ahead intently. The grand welcome that everyone had for Song Jinfeng's arrival was now replaced by a tense atmosphere. At this moment, Suyuan was also looking at Huangfu Shiyao, who was lying on the bed in front of him. Huangfu Shiyao was a little taller than Huangfu Shiba, and his square face looked quite majestic. His face is also somewhat similar to Huangfu Yunzhao. But at this moment, Huangfu Shiyao was lying on the bed, with a frown on his face and a pale face. And his body was still shaking slightly. It was obvious that even though Huangfu Shiyao was in a coma, he was still suffering great pain. It must succeed. Father must get better. Besides Suyuan, Huangfu Yunzhao looked at Huangfu Shiyao, who was lying on the bed in front of him with a pale face. He clenched his white fists and prayed continuously in his heart. Before this, the Huangfu family had consulted many famous doctors for diagnosis, but all of them were helpless. Under the current circumstances, she and the other powerful men of the Huangfu family can only place their hopes on Song Jinfeng, a king-level beast master. Snort! At this moment, Song Jinfeng, who was standing in front and checking the situation on Huangfu Shiyao, suddenly snorted coldly. Immediately, Suyuan felt an even more powerful mental power surging out from Song Jinfeng, continuously rushing towards Huangfu Shiyao in front of him. However, this powerful mental force quickly weakened silently after coming into contact with Huangfu Shiyao. Not only that, Huangfu Shiyao's face became paler, and his body trembled more and more violently. The already weak aura on his body became even weaker. This scene made Huangfu Yunzhao nervous. Not only her, but also Huangfu Shiba and other strong men of the Huangfu family were extremely nervous. Huangfu Shiyao is the pillar of the family. If something happens to Huangfu Shiyao, the overall strength of their Huangfu family will undoubtedly be greatly reduced. By then, the Huangfu family will find it difficult to maintain its title as the #1 family in Tianyan City, and its power will plummet, which will undoubtedly be a major blow to the future development of the Huangfu family. He watched his mental power inexplicably disappear when it came into contact with Huangfu Shiyao, coupled with Huangfu Shiyao's violent reaction at this moment. Song Jinfeng's brows were also furrowed into the shape of the Chinese character. Although he could continue to increase the strength of his mental power and thoroughly examine Huangfu Shiyao's entire body to find out the culprit for his current serious injury and coma. But it will take him a long time, and he will have to spend a lot of time to check them one by one. But now Huangfu Shiyao's reaction obviously cannot withstand such ordeal. If he were to forcefully increase the coverage of his mental power again, Huangfu Shiyao would probably be dead before he could find the cause of his illness. Well, after weighing the pros and cons for a moment, Song Jinfeng finally sighed and quickly withdrew the mental power he had exerted on Huangfu Shiyao. Only then did Huangfu Shiyao's aura stabilize again. Teacher Song. Looking at the regretful look on Song Jinfeng's face, coupled with the other party's sigh just now, Huangfu Shiyao had a bad feeling. He looked at Song Jinfeng, who turned around with a frown on his face, and couldn't help but want to speak, but he stopped himself. Everyone, please forgive me for my incompetence and for disappointing you all. Song Jinfeng glanced at everyone, took a deep breath, and said regretfully, How could it be? Hearing Song Jinfeng's answer, Huangfu Yunzhao felt as if a bolt of lightning had flashed through his mind. He whispered and staggered back 2 steps. If Suyuan had not been quick enough to hold her up, she might have fallen to the ground. Teacher Song, please don't blame yourself. Perhaps this is my brother's fate. In front, looking at Song Jinfeng with regret on his face, Huangfu Shiyao took a deep breath with difficulty, adjusted his mentality, and then said to Song Jinfeng. The other powerful men of the Huangfu family also lowered their heads at this moment, with some sadness on their faces. Even a king-level beast master like Song Jinfeng was unable to find out the reason why Huangfu Shiyao was in a coma. In their hearts, they no longer had any hope that Huangfu Shiyao would recover. Father! Besides Suyuan, Huangfu Yunzhao didn't care that Suyuan was holding his shoulders to support him. Instead, his face turned slightly pale and he stared at Huangfu Shiyao who was lying quietly on the bed in front of him, his eyes red. Feeling Huangfu Yunzhao's sadness, Suyuan didn't know how to comfort her. Eye of Revelation. Reaching out and gently patting Huangfu Yunzhao's shoulder, Suyuan once again focused his attention on Huangfu Shiyao lying on the bed, and his talent was instantly activated. As his gaze fell on Huangfu Shiyao's talent for taming beasts also appeared before his eyes. This did not surprise Suyuan at all. Suyuan's talent, Eye of Revelation, can see the specific information of all the ferocious beasts. The level, skills, quality, evolution plan and other information of the ferocious beasts are all clearly visible. In addition to the ferocious beasts, the Beastmaster's talent in taming beasts is also exposed in the eyes of his God of Revelation. However, in Suyuan's eyes at this moment, in addition to the information about Huangfu Shiyao's talent for taming beasts, a series of more detailed and rich information also emerged about Huangfu Shiyao. To be exact, it appeared above Huangfu Shiyao's head. Chapter 98 Soul-Eating Insect. Soul-Eating Insect, already contracted. Species, Insect/Psychic. Quality, Perfect 6 stars. Level, lowered level 6. Status, Soul Latent. Skills, Mental Storm, Soul Draining Strike, 1000 Illusionary Souls, Soul Devouring. Evolution times 0. Evolution options 3. In Suyuan's sight, there was information about an additional ferocious beast in Huangfu Shiyao's beast taming talent information. Soul-Eating Poisonous Insect. This is a 6th level Lord Beast. It's a spiritual beast. Looking at the information about this ferocious beast, a faint blue light flashed in the depths of Suyuan's eyes, and his gaze turned to Huangfu Shiyao's brain. With the gift of the Apocalypse Eye, Suyuan's gaze at this moment actually passed through Huangfu Shiyao's head and looked towards his brain. Gradually, a bug the size of a baby's fist and shaped like an octopus appeared in Suyuan's sight. However, this insect has no entity at this moment. Instead, it is more like a ghost, attached to Huangfu Shiyao's brain, invisible and formless. If Suyuan did not possess the eyes of revelation, even if this soul-eating insect appeared before his eyes, he would definitely not be able to detect its existence. Could it be that this soul-eating insect is the culprit behind Huangfu Shiyao's coma? However, this soul-eating insect is actually in a contracted state. It looks like it is not a vicious beast, but a beast. Since it was a beast tamer, then who did this to Huangfu Shiyao? Will it be like the blood crows again? All of them are scum from the demon god church? Looking at the information about the soul-eating insect, Suyuan immediately had some guesses in his mind. This thing is in the form of a soul now, ordinary people can't find it. And just now when Teacher Song used his mental power to investigate, his mental power disappeared inexplicably. I guess it was swallowed by the soul-eating insect. Not only that, any rash action would cause the soul-devouring insect to riot, and it is very likely that Huangfu Shiyao, whose life is hanging by a thread, will die completely. If Teacher Song rashly uses his mental power to explore Huangfu Shiyao's brain again, I'm afraid the result will be the same as the previous exploration of the whole body. Nothing will change. How can we get rid of this soul-eating poisonous insect and ensure Huangfu Shiyao's life is safe? After Suyuan realized that Huangfu Shiyao was not injured by an attack from a ferocious beast, but was deliberately injured by someone, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Suyuan, have you discovered anything? While Suyuan was meditating, Song Jinfeng also noticed in front that Suyuan had been staring at Huangfu Shiyao with a thoughtful look on his face. This kind of performance also made Song Jinfeng a little curious, and he couldn't help but ask. Although Suyuan was only an extraordinary level beast master, there was a huge gap in strength between him and a king level beast master. But when Song Jinfeng saw Suyuan like Shinqin, he felt inexplicably that Suyuan had discovered something. This feeling was very strange, and Song Jinfeng couldn't explain what was going on. He could only regard this feeling as his own intuition. Why does Teacher Song ask this question? Even a king-level beast master like Master Song is helpless. How can a junior see what's wrong? What's going on with this kid? Is he pretending? Song Jinfeng's sudden question made Huangfu Shiba and other high-level members of the Huangfu family look surprised. After Suyuan and Song Jinfeng arrived at the gate of the Huangfu family compound, everyone's eyes fell on Suyuan for the second time. However, they didn't believe that Suyuan could discover anything. Even if Suyuan was able to be admitted to Jojo Academy in advance and possess talents far beyond ordinary people. But it's just talent. The current Suyuan is, at best, an extraordinary level beast master. There is no way he can be more knowledgeable than Song Jinfeng, a king-level beast master. Even Huangfu Shiba, a strong man who has always been optimistic about Suyuan, thought so. However, just as they were thinking this, Suyuan spoke and gave them an unexpected answer. Teacher Song, I have indeed made some discoveries. I once read a book about rare beast records in the library of Tianyang No. 1 Middle School. In that book, I saw a record of someone being ambushed and attacked by an extremely rare ferocious beast. Just now I watched Teacher Song checking on Patriarch Huangfu's condition, and I felt that Teacher Song's spiritual power seemed to have disappeared inexplicably after it fell on Patriarch Huangfu. In addition, Teacher Song's subsequent intensified mental exploration and the subsequent reaction of the Huangfu family head are also very similar to what was recorded in the book I saw at that time. So I was wondering if the current state of Patriarch Huangfu was the same as what was recorded in the book. Was he attacked by the same ferocious beast, which led to his current state? Oh, by the way, Professor Song, I saw that the rare beast recorded in that book is a spiritual insect beast called the soul-devouring goo. After hearing Suyuan's answer, all the senior members of the Huangfu family looked at each other in bewilderment. Even Huangfu Shiba had a confused expression. Neither Huangfu Shiba nor other high-ranking members of the Huangfu family had ever heard of a vicious beast like the soul-eating goo worm. It's actually a soul-eating insect. I see. If that's the case, then it all makes sense. No wonder my mental strength was devoured silently. Suyuan, I didn't expect that you have so much experience at such a young age. It really makes me ashamed, ha ha ha. However, unlike the reactions of Huangfu Shiba and the others, Suyuan's answer only made Song Jinfeng concentrate and think for a moment, then he excitedly clapped his hands and laughed out loud. He did not hesitate to praise Suyuan in his words. Song Jinfeng's reaction made the strong men of the Huangfu family, who were originally disdainful in their hearts, tremble all over. They all looked at Suyuan with wide eyes, and then looked at Song Jinfeng, who was clapping excitedly. Eyes lingered between the two. It was not until this moment that Huangfu Shiba and the others realized that they had underestimated the junior Suyuan. They had never heard of a ferocious beast like the soul-eating insect, but Suyuan was able to tell them about his discovery based on his observations just now. This made their elders, who were several years older than Suyuan and much stronger than Suyuan, feel ashamed. Ahem, Mr. Song, thank you for your praise. How can my experience be compared with Mr. Song's? I just like reading, especially the records of rare and precious beasts. Today I discovered that Patriarch Huangfu's situation matched the record of the soul-devouring goo I had seen before. It was all due to luck. I just hope that my discovery can help Teacher Song in treating Patriarch Huangfu. Faced with everyone's surprised gazes and Song Jinfeng's generous praise, Suyuan coughed lightly a few times and spoke modestly. He did not reveal the real reason why he knew Huangfu Shiryao's current situation, but just made up an excuse to get away with it. However, when Suyuan lied, he spoke with deep affection and there was no sign of anything unusual on his face. What he said sounded like the truth. Therefore, no one doubted that what Suyuan had just said was false. In fact, everyone would rather believe that Suyuan was just lucky, and it was really a coincidence that the cat met the dead mouse. If it was really Suyuan who used his own ability to see that Huangfu Shiryao's current situation was related to the soul-eating insect, that would be truly scary. It helps, of course it helps. With the information you provided, I now have a plan. Don't worry. Now that I know about the existence of the soul-devouring goo, I have a targeted solution. Even if this soul-eating insect reaches the king level, I can still destroy it, not to mention that it is at the lord level. After listening to Suyuan's words, Song Jinfeng said with a smile on his face full of confidence. Hearing him say this, Suyuan felt relieved. The soul-eating poisonous insect lurking in Huangfu Shiryao's brain was only a 6th level lord beast, far from the king level. It would be easy for Song Jinfeng to deal with that guy. Chapter 99 Departure. After Song Jinfeng agreed with what Suyuan said, he also decided on a plan to save Huangfu Shiryao. Before treating Huangfu Shiryao, Song Jinfeng also drove everyone out of the room. One reason was to prevent him from being disturbed when he was treating Huangfu Shiryao. The second reason is to prevent the soul-eating insect from launching an attack during its dying struggle and from hurting Suyuan and others. Although Song Jinfeng determined that the soul-eating insect was not at the king level, but only a lord-level beast, he had no difficulty dealing with it. But this soul-eating insect is a spiritual beast. If it counterattacks before dying, the mental storm attack will fall on Suyuan and Huangfu Yunzhao, the two talented juniors, and the consequences will be disastrous. Although Huangfu Yunzhao and Suyuan are gifted, their current strength is still weak and not yet at the commander level. If they were attacked by a lower-level soul-eating insect, the two of them would definitely find it difficult to resist. At this moment, a group of strong men from the Huangfu family were guarding outside the room where Huangfu Shiyao was. In order to prevent anyone from disturbing Song Junfeng, they were all alert and not even a mosquito could get close to the courtyard where they were. Friend Suyuan, thank you for this time. If brother can be safe this time, my Huangfu family will owe you a huge favor. Outside the courtyard, Huangfu Shiba looked at Suyuan excitedly and said with gratitude in his eyes. It can be seen that the relationship between the two brothers Huangfu Shiyao and Huangfu Shiba is extremely close. It is not like what is described in some novels where brothers in large families hinder and confront each other. Suyuan, thank you. Beside Huangfu Shiba, Huangfu Yunzhao was also looking at Suyuan with gratitude. It's just a small favor. You two don't have to do this. If Patriarch Huangfu can wake up, the person you two should be most grateful to is Instructor Song. Without Teacher Song here, even if I knew that the culprit was the soul-devouring goo, with my strength, I would be helpless in the face of the soul-devouring goo. Looking at the grateful expressions of the two, Suyuan spoke modestly again. What he said is true. Even though his strength is much stronger than those of his peers, he can even compete with ordinary beast masters who have just entered the commander level. But facing the lower-level soul-eating insect, even if he tried his best, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Ha ha ha, my friend Suyuan, please stop belittling yourself. After Professor Song has dealt with the soul-eating insect, you and Yun Zhao should set off for Jiuzhou Academy together. In the future, when you two young people continue your studies at Kyushu Academy, you can also support each other and communicate more. If there is anything you need, you can ask Yun Zhao to send us a message. As long as my Huangfu family can help, we will do our best. Huangfu Shiba looked at the humble Suyuan, smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Squeak. At this moment, the door of the room in the courtyard slowly opened, and Song Junfeng walked out of the room with a calm expression. It's Teacher Song! Teacher Song, how is my father, brother? Seeing Song Junfeng walking out of the room, everyone hurried to greet him. Huangfu Shiba and Huangfu Yunzhao asked nervously almost at the same time. Don't worry, the head of the Huangfu family is fine now. Looking at the nervous expressions of the two people, Song Junfeng said with a smile. Teacher Song's strength is indeed unfathomable. He was able to deal with the soul-devouring insect in such a short time. Upon hearing this, Huangfu Shiba felt relieved and immediately bowed to Song Junfeng with gratitude. Yes, this time it's all thanks to Teacher Song. Huangfu Yunzhao also echoed, his eyes full of surprise. Ahem, although Patriarch Huangfu is fine now, he still needs to rest for a while. Let's leave now and let Patriarch Huangfu calm down. Song Junfeng looked at the excited people around him and spoke again. The crowd blocked him at the door, just like family members guarding the door of the operating room in the hospital, blocking his way. Song Junfeng, who always liked quietness, felt a little uncomfortable with the feeling of being surrounded by people. Okay, everyone listen to Teacher Song and leave so that big brother can have a good rest. After hearing Song Junfeng's words, Huangfu Shiba immediately spoke to the people around him. Upon hearing this, everyone in the Huangfu family nodded and left with peace of mind. Teacher Song has been traveling all the way, and now he is helping my brother. He has worked really hard. I have asked someone to prepare a banquet in a private room. I hope that Mr. Song will honor me. After we have some rest, it won't be too late to set off for Jiuzhou Academy. After everyone left, Huangfu Shiba said respectfully to Song Junfeng. Well, it will take quite some time to get to Jiuzhou Academy, so it's better to fill your stomach before setting off again. Song Junfeng did not refuse, and the group left Huangfu Shiyao's main courtyard under the leadership of Huangfu Shiba. 2.5 hours later, with the hospitality of the Huangfu family, Suyuan and others arrived outside Tianyun City. Teacher Song, young friend Suyuan, thank you both for what we did today. If you need any help from the Huangfu family in the future, just let me know. Outside Tianyun City, he looked at Suyuan and Song Junfeng standing on the back of the silver-winged griffin and expressed his gratitude. Hearing this, both of them nodded. Seeing this, Huangfu Shiba turned his gaze to Huangfu Yunzhao and said, Yun Zhao, study hard at Jiuzhou Academy and work hard to improve yourself. Yeah, I get it. Second uncle. Huangfu Yunzhao nodded obediently after hearing this. Okay, it's almost time, we should set off. After the two sides exchanged greetings, Song Junfeng glanced at the time and said in a low voice. Then, he nodded slightly to Huangfu Shiba, and with a thought, the silver-winged griffin under his feet flapped its wings, raising a gust of wind and soaring up. After the silver-winged griffin flew into the air, it accelerated and rushed towards the direction of Jojo Academy. Amid the sonic booms, the figure of the silver-winged griffin almost instantly disappeared from the sight of Huangfu Shiba and other powerful men of the Huangfu family. Suyuan, we are classmates from now on. Please give me your guidance in the future. On the silver-winged griffin, Huangfu Yunzhao looked at Suyuan, who was standing tall beside him, smiled faintly and stretched out his right hand. Same here, same here. Seeing this, Suyuan also stretched out his hand with a warm smile and shook hands with Huangfu Yunzhao. Suyuan held his hands together and felt that they were soft and boneless, with a barely perceptible warmth. It's like a piece of warm jade just taken out of the water. Looking at the beauty in front of him with ink-black hair and watery eyes, feeling the touch of her slender and white right hand, Suyuan smiled slightly, then let go of the girl's right hand and looked straight ahead. Chapter 100, Independent Space, Inhumane Luxury. At that time, after the soul-eating insect in Huangfu Shuriao's brain was killed by Song Junfeng, in a manor compound in another city hundreds of miles away from Tianyuan City. Puff! An old man in black suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood, with a look of horror on his face. How could it be? My soul-eating insect is dead. Who killed it? During the trip to the Yuntian secret realm, no one in the Huangfu family could discover that I was secretly attacking. Moreover, the soul-devouring goo worm is extremely rare. Even a king-level expert may not be able to discover the soul-devouring goo worm on Huangfu Shuriao. Who on earth is it? They ruined my plan! After wiping off a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, the old man in black had a face as gloomy as water, with a look of disbelief flashing in his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he took a deep breath and shouted loudly to the door. Someone come! Master! As the old man in black finished speaking, a figure outside quickly came up to him and bowed to him. Go to Tianyuan City to find out the latest news about the Huangfu family. I want to confirm the situation of Huangfu Shuriao's family. Looking at the figure in front of him, the old man in black immediately gave orders. Hearing his words, the visitor immediately obeyed his orders and then respectfully left the room of the old man in black. No matter who you are, if I find out, I will never let you go. The old man in black watched the man retreat, his fists clenched, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The next morning, after more than 10 hours of travel, Suyuan and Huangfu Yunzhao finally arrived at their destination. 3 people appeared outside Jojo Academy. A gate tens of meters high and hundreds of meters wide appeared in Suyuan's sight. The 4 powerful characters, Jojo Academy, are engraved on the huge gate, with dragons and phoenixes dancing in the air. Magnificent, solid and imposing. This was Suyuan's first feeling after seeing the gate of Jojo Academy. Afterwards, Suyuan also felt a different aura from this gate, a dangerous aura. He had a feeling that if he rushed into the gate rashly, he would most likely die in front of the gate. Teacher Song, why is there only one gate like this here? Can't see any other buildings? At this time, Huangfu Yunzhao on the side looked curiously at the deserted land behind the gate, and couldn't help asking curiously. You will find out when you follow me through this gate. Come on, follow me in. At this moment, Song Junfeng put away his silver-winged griffin, brought Suyuan and Huangfu Yunzhao to the ground, took out a white jade tablet from somewhere, and spoke to the two with a faint smile. Suyuan and Huangfu Yunzhao nodded after hearing this. The 2 men followed Song Junfeng, one on the left and one on the right, and walked towards the gate. As soon as he passed through the gate of Jojo Academy, Suyuan felt an invisible force sweeping across his whole body. This force was just a simple scan, it did not cause any harm to him, and it was fleeting. Under the leadership of Song Junfeng, both of them successfully entered Jojo Academy safely. However, Suyuan and Huangfu Yunzhao were surprised to find that after passing through the gate of Jojo Academy, the scene at this moment was completely different from the scene they had seen outside the gate before. In front of me is a bluestone paved road that is 100 meters wide and extends forward for thousands of meters. On both sides of the road are lifelike statues of ferocious beasts. Suyuan and Huangfu Yunzhao, who were watching directly, were amazed. Teacher Song, is the location of Jojo Academy an independent space? The gate behind us is the entrance to this independent space. Is it similar to the entrance to a secret realm? Suyuan took a look at the surrounding environment, then looked back at the door behind him, looked at Song Junfeng beside him with a look of sudden realization and asked. Haha, you're pretty quick to react. That's right. The place we are in right now is an independent space. It was opened up by the first master of the academy with the help of a medium-sized secret realm. The gate behind us is not only a means of entering and exiting Jojo Academy, but also a powerful weapon. There is a formation engraved inside the gate. If you rush in without permission, even if you are a peak emperor-level beast tamer, you will die. Hearing Suyuan's question, Song Jinfeng smiled appreciatively. Hiss! Hearing Song Jinfeng say this, Suyuan and Huangfu Yunxiao couldn't help but take a breath. Even the top-level Emperor-level Beast Master can be killed. If it weren't for Song Jinfeng's Jade token, they would have been killed without leaving even a trace of ashes if they had rashly broken into the gate. Come on, I'll take you to go through the admissions procedures. Once you get your student IDs and have your information recorded, you'll be able to enter and leave the school as you please. Song Jinfeng looked at the shocked expressions of the two and said with a faint smile. Thinking back to when he first came to Jiuzhou Academy, he had the same reaction as Suyuan and Huangfu Yunxiao. Upon hearing this, Suyuan and Huangfu Yunxiao nodded and followed Song Jinfeng along the Bluestone Road. Jiuzhou Academy is very large. Even with Suyuan and Huangfu Yunxiao's extraordinary strength, it took them half an hour to follow Song Jinfeng to reach the place where they had to go through the admission procedures. After completing all the formalities, Suyuan and Huangfu Yunxiao were taken by a senior student respectively to find their own dormitories. Brother Suyuan, all the boys in your class will be assigned to District 2. All dormitories at Jiuzhou Academy are independent villas. You were recruited in advance, so you can choose the villa you like as your dormitory first. Half an hour later, Jiang Chuan brought Suyuan to the outside of a residential area and said to Suyuan with a smile. As he spoke, there was a hint of envy and awe in his eyes when he looked at Suyuan. The young fellow in front of him was specially recruited by Jiuzhou Academy in advance, which meant that he had at least S-level talent for taming beasts. Although he is both powerful and talented, he is also a top-level A-level talented beastmaster. After 1 year of further study at Jiuzhou Academy, his strength level has reached the commander level. But he knew very well that there was an insurmountable gap between A-level and S-level. Even though Suyuan is a grade lower than him, he believes that it won't be long before Suyuan's strength level catches up with his senior. Therefore, Jiang Chuan behaved very enthusiastically in front of Suyuan and did not put on airs as a senior. Everyone is equipped with a private dormitory. This is Daxiao's top beastmaster college. It's really inhumane. Listening to Jiang Chuan's introduction and looking at the community in front of him with thousands of single-family villas, Suyuan was also shocked by the luxury of Jiuzhou Academy and couldn't help but feel emotional. Finally, under Jiang Chuan's leadership, Suyuan chose Villa No. 2 near the gate of the community as his dormitory. After using the smart bracelet distributed during the enrollment registration to bind the smart door card of Villa No. 2, this villa became Suyuan's home at Jiuzhou Academy for the next 4 years. Chapter 101, Resource Treasure House. Xiaoyan evolves. After Jiang Chuan and Suyuan completed the registration of the owner of Villa No. 2, Jiang Chuan left. Now only Suyuan still stays in this huge 3-story villa of 800 square meters. In Villa No. 2, Area 2, Suyuan lay on the soft sofa and began to learn all the publicly available information about Jiuzhou Academy through the house's smart butler. It was not until Suyuan's face was filled with shock that he saw the information about the treasures of Jiuzhou Academy's treasury projected in front of him. A 3rd-tier treasure is priced at 100 credits, a 4th-tier treasure is priced at 1,000 credits, and a 5th-tier treasure is priced at 10,000 credits. There are also 6th-tier and even 7th-tier treasures. Oh my goodness! The treasure house of Jiuzhou Academy actually contains so many natural treasures. Compared with the treasure house of Jiuzhou Academy, the trading markets of Tianyang City and Tianyun City are simply incomparable. Suyuan stretched out his hand and kept sliding it across the virtual screen in front of him. Looking at the tempting treasures of heaven and earth and the resources for taming beasts, he couldn't help but let his eyes light up. After a while, Suyuan reluctantly closed the information column of the resource treasure house and said with a trace of regret in his eyes, "Unfortunately, if you want to exchange for the natural treasures in the Jiuzhou Academy's treasury, you can only use the points of Jiuzhou Academy. Otherwise, no matter how rich you are, you won't be able to exchange a single natural treasure from the treasury of Jiuzhou Academy. Let's first check how to get points at school. As long as I have enough points, with my ability and the beast control resources in the Jiuzhou Academy's treasury, I will be able to quickly evolve Xiao Xian and the others. Even if we can't complete the last stage of evolution, it shouldn't be a problem to complete the first 2 or 3 stages of evolution. By then, the quality of my beasts will reach epic quality. Epic quality beast tamers, which are above perfect quality, are something that even most king-level beast tamers don't have." After closing the Jiuzhou Academy treasury information column, Suyuan immediately searched on the Jiuzhou Academy's intranet for ways to obtain academy points. As Suyuan continued searching, a detailed guide to obtaining academic points soon appeared in front of him. Suyuan quickly browsed through the content of the guide, and then quickly sorted out several options that were most suitable for him to obtain points. "For me right now, there are 3 options for obtaining academic points that are more suitable. First, I can participate in the freshman competition in a month. As long as I rank in the top 10 in the competition, I can get points as a reward. Then we will go to the Babel Tower of Jiuzhou Academy. The higher the levels of the Babel Tower you pass, the more points you will get as rewards. There is another way to earn points, and that is to go to the Beast Taming Research Institute and participate in the research on the evolution of beasts. Once you can research a new evolutionary route for beast taming, you will receive generous points as a reward. This last method of earning points is basically tailor-made for me. After looking at the plans that were more suitable for him to obtain Jiuzhou Academy points in the near future, Suyuan set his sights on the last plan with a gleam in his eyes. Suyuan, who possesses the Eye of Revelation, can easily discover the evolution plans of all ferocious beasts. There is no need to use a large number of the same kind of ferocious beasts, and various beast-controlling resources to conduct continuous experiments. Suyuan could know the evolutionary route that others had come up with after spending countless efforts, consuming various materials, and even sacrificing thousands of the same ferocious beasts for research, just by taking a glance. And not just one, but all the evolutionary routes of a ferocious beast are seen through. With such a talent, Suyuan only needs to continuously submit some new beast-taming evolution routes to the Beast Taming Research Institute to obtain a steady stream of points. With these points, he no longer needs to worry about exchanging the various beast-taming resources in the treasury of Jiuzhou Academy. Each evolutionary route of the beast requires countless research and cultivation before it can be obtained. I can't submit new beast evolution routes too often. The best thing would be to choose the Beast Taming Institute when choosing a department after school starts, and become a student there. Advanced Beast Taming Research Institute, submit a beast taming evolution route to earn points. Then find a way to upgrade Xiao Xian and the others to the epic level, and then challenge the Tower of Babel. By doing both, I can earn points faster. Of course, we can't miss the freshman competition 1 month after school starts. According to the description in the guide, the first place in the Jiuzhou Academy's freshman competition each year receives a reward of up to 1 million points. This can be exchanged for 1 7th level or 10 6th level beast resources. Suyuan looked at the 3 methods of obtaining points that were suitable for him and started to plan quickly. After completing the planning, Suyuan turned off the intelligent light brain projection in front of him and took out the 9-petal fire lotus and a dozen other 4th-level beast-taming resources from his backpack. It has been almost 2 days since I obtained the 9-petal fire lotus. All the evolutionary resources have been gathered, and it's time for Xiaoyan to complete his first evolution. Suyuan counted the beast-taming resources in front of him, and a smile appeared on his lips. Then he packed up the beast-taming resources again, put on his backpack and walked out the door. Although the villa is large, it is not convenient for Xiaoyan to evolve on the spot. Suyuan's idea was to find a suitable place in the wilderness outside the accommodation area of Jiuzhou Academy to complete Xiaoyan's evolution. Jiuzhou Academy covers a very large area, comparable to a city. But the space where the entire Jiuzhou Academy is located is a medium-sized secret realm. Its area is 10 times larger than the Voodoo Jungle secret realm that Suyuan had entered outside Tianyun City before. The independent space where Jiuzhou Academy is located has a ground area of more than 1 million square kilometers. There is no need to worry about having no place to evolve the beast. After leaving the villa, Suyuan walked out of the dormitory area, summoned Xiaoyan outside, and rushed towards the mountains and fields surrounding the school. After flying for about half an hour, Suyuan arrived at a barren mountain with an altitude of more than 900 meters. After looking around, he decided to complete Xiaoyan's evolution here. This hill is nice, it's not small, and there's no one to bother you around, so let's go here. Xiaoyan, go down. Under Suyuan's command, Xiaoyan folded his wings, fell rapidly, and finally landed steadily on the hill chosen by Suyuan. After landing, Suyuan quickly took out all the beast-taming resources from his backpack and began to deploy them according to the instructions of the Eye of Revelation, and let Xiaoyan absorb the materials he had prepared one by one. As all the beast evolution resources, led by the 9-petal fire lotus, were completely absorbed by Xiaoyan, a ball of white light flashed and instantly enveloped Xiaoyan. It is the light of beast taming and evolution. Xiao Xian, Xiao Yu, Shu. Everyone come out! Looking at the light of evolution shining on Xiaoyan's body, Suyuan waved his hand and summoned out the 3 beasts, Xiao Yu, Xiao Xian and Shu, to protect Xiaoyan together with him. Although this place is very remote and no one will come to disturb him, Suyuan still tries his best to prevent accidents from happening. Chapter 102, Fiery Sunbird, Genius Girl. Buzz. Half an hour later, the light of evolution on Xiaoyan finally disappeared. At the same time, Xiaoyan's aura also increased dramatically. As a result, Suyuan also received an extremely powerful force feedback, and his physical fitness and mental strength soared again. Cry! After completing the evolution, Suyuan felt the surging power in his body, flapped his wings, and let out a loud, excited cry. After evolving, Suyuan's wings burned like flames, and every flap of its wings created a whirlwind of fiery heat. Its eyes were like two deep lava pools, glowing orange and gold. Even though Suyuan was Suyuan's beastmaster, when he looked into Suyuan's eyes, he felt a burning breath penetrating deep into his soul. Suyuan's feathers are streamlined, gradually turning into a dazzling golden red from head to tail, just like the afterglow of the setting sun. With faint fluctuations of fire elements surrounding his body, Suyuan looked as if he was the incarnation of the sun, with the power to ignite the entire sky. Roar! On the side, feeling the oppressive feeling released from Suyuan, Xian and Yu couldn't help but growl. Both of them looked at Suyuan flying into the air, with envy in their eyes. Originally, Xian and Yu were still feeling complacent about the fact that Suyuan had helped them complete their evolution and grow into perfect qualities not long ago, and that their qualities were even better than Suyuan's. However, when compared with Suyuan now, the gap widened instantly. Even though Xian and Yu have both reached the extraordinary quality of perfect 8 stars, they are now nothing compared to Xiaoyan's epic 1-star quality. Of course, compared with other beastmasters, both Xiaoyu and Xiaoxian have obvious advantages. On the side, Suyuan stared at the evolved Xiaoyan, and 3 pieces of information appeared in his sight, which were the prompts that Xiaoyan had evolved successfully. Your red sun bird has evolved into the blazing sun bird. Your fiery sunbird has acquired a new skill. Red sun thousand suns attack. Your fiery sunbird has acquired a new skill. Flame devil burning sky sword. Xiaoyan has successfully evolved and gained 2 new skills. Let's take a look at its current attributes. Feeling the powerful feedback of force coming from his body and looking at the prompt information in front of him, Suyuan no longer hesitated and immediately checked Xiaoyan's attributes. Scorching sun bird contracted. Species, bird/fire. Quality, epic 1 star. Level, extraordinary level 7. Condition perfect. Skills, fire feather, flame shield, destruction fire eye, blazing sun burning sky, thousand sun strike, flame demon burning sky sword. Evolution times 1. Materials required for the next stage of evolution: flame sea pearl *1, flame heart coral *1, blazing sun fire crystal *1. Epic 1-star quality, extraordinary 7th order level. With 1 evolution, he was promoted from the 2nd level of transcendence to the 7th level of transcendence. The span of strength is quite big. It can be considered that the peak 5th order 9-petal fire lotus was not wasted. Now, I finally have my first epic beast. Suyuan looked at Xiaoyan's attributes and a surprised smile appeared on his face. Epic quality, plus it has reached the 7th level of extraordinary level. Suyuan estimated that if Xiaoyan used his current strength, he would encounter the guys from the Demon God Church who had attacked Tianyang City before. Xiaoyan can deal with all the beast masters below the commander level by himself. Xiaoyan now can defeat an ordinary commander level 3rd or 4th order ferocious beast. After Xiaoyan was promoted to the 7th level of transcendence, I am now also a 7th level beast master. With my current strength, if I were to break through the Tower of Babel, I wonder how many levels I could pass. Looking at the little yen in front of him, emitting a scorching breath like the sun in the sky, Suyuan's mouth twitched slightly and he spoke in a low voice. Just when he was about to take Xiaoyu and Xiaoxian back, and let Xiaoyan take him away from here and rush back to Jojo Academy. His mental power keenly sensed that 2 auras were rapidly approaching this side not far away. At the same time, Xiaoyan looked in the same direction almost at the same time as Suyuan, and he also discovered 2 auras approaching in the distance. This discovery immediately made Suyuan alert. Although this independent space belongs to Jojo Academy, it is almost impossible for people from the Demon God Church to sneak into it. But there is no guarantee that accidents will happen. Moreover, the medium-sized secret realm where Jojo Academy is located is extremely vast. In the wilderness outside the building cluster of Jojo Academy, there are still many ferocious beasts active. The strength of these ferocious beasts is around the commander level, and they are deliberately released into this medium-sized secret realm by Jojo Academy. Firstly, it allows the students of Jojo Academy to fight against these ferocious beasts and accumulate combat experience. Secondly, these ferocious beasts released into the wilderness can also serve as guinea pigs for the Beast Taming Research Institute of Jojo Academy to study the evolutionary paths of ferocious beasts. In the independent space where Jojo Academy is located, the ferocious beasts in the wild are what Suyuan needs to be most careful about. Under Suyuan's gaze, a round beast appeared in his sight. This beast is about 10 meters long and has a round body. The whole thing looks like a large ball with wings. The 2 pairs of wings on the back of the ball also look like they are made of fine iron swords. Its body is covered with golden hair and has 4 fleshy paws. At first glance, it's quite cute and a little funny. Golden winged roller mon contracted. Species, exotic/gold. Quality, perfect 4 stars. Level, Commander level 9. Status, happy. Skills, copperhead and iron bones, meat bomb impact, golden light guardian shield, shining golden blade, golden scale wing destroying slash. Evolution times 1. Resources required for the next stage of evolution. A perfect 4-star exotic beast tamer, with a strength level as high as the 9th level of commander. The owner of this beast should be a senior from Jojo Academy. This senior sister may not look very old, but she possesses the terrifying strength of a 9th order commander, and her talent is also the highest I have ever seen. As expected of Jojo Academy. I've only been here for a short time, but I've already met a genius SS level beast master. Suyuan looked at the gold-winged roller beast flying closer, then glanced at the girl in a pink dress standing on the top of the gold-winged roller beast, and was shocked. The girl was only about 1.6 meters tall, had a baby face, and looked younger than him, yet she already possessed the power to command a 9th level beast. This was not the most surprising thing for Suyuan. Under his God of Revelation's eyes, the girl's talent information was also revealed. The girl standing on the gilded winged roller beast in front of him was actually an SS level beast master with gold-type talent. The aura of the 7th level of transcendence. Classmate, you are the new junior who just entered Jojo Academy, right? What kind of beast is this of yours? Why have I never seen it before? Just as Suyuan was shocked, the girl standing on the gilded winged rolling ball beast blinked her big, Caslin eyes, looked at Suyuan with curiosity, and asked. Chapter 103, Tongyen's senior sister, Xia Qianqian. Hello, senior. There are tens of thousands of beasts in the world. My beast has just completed a special evolution. It's normal that you don't recognize it. Suyuan looked at the chubby little lowly girl standing on the gilded winged rolling ball beast in front of him, and spoke with a smile. He was not surprised why the other party said he was a new junior. Every student in Jojo Academy is a genius selected from thousands of people, and almost all of them have A-level talent for beast taming. The new students who are able to be recruited into Jojo Academy are basically awakening level beast masters, or those who are close to the peak of the awakening level. Studying in the teaching environment of Jojo Academy, which gathers the best educational resources in Daxia, for 1 year is enough for all first-year students to break through to the extraordinary level. His own beast, Xiaoyan, had just completed its evolution, and the aura released from his body was also of the extraordinary 7th level. After the other parties sensed Xiaoyan's 7th level extraordinary aura, it was understandable that they regarded him as a new junior. Special evolution? Hearing Suyuan's answer, the girl on the gilded winged rolling ball beast murmured something in a low voice. I guessed in my heart that Suyuan probably didn't want to reveal the type of his beast, and was just making up an excuse to cover up. Then, she looked at Suyuan again, with a sweet smile on her face again, and said, So that's how it is. Oh, right. Look, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Xia Qianqian, and I'm a sophomore at the Gold Department. What's your name, little brother? Suyuan. Suyuan heard this and spoke lightly. Well, Junior Suyuan, it's nice to meet you. Let's exchange contact information. You just came to Jojo Academy. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can contact me. If I can help, senior sister will definitely help. Upon hearing this, Xia Qianqian made a suggestion that surprised Suyuan a little. After she confirmed that Suyuan was a new student at Jojo Academy, she also intended to make friends with Suyuan. All the students who are able to be recruited into Jojo Academy in advance are beast-taming geniuses with S-level talents. Especially the beast besides Suyuan, which has reached the extraordinary 7th level. This kind of strength is almost the same as when she was specially recruited into Jojo Academy at this time last year. According to Xia Qianqian's speculation, among the freshmen of Jojo Academy this year, Suyuan's strength can definitely be ranked in the top 3. Being able to make friends with a genius of this level is definitely not a bad thing for her. Suyuan had no idea what Xia Qianqian was thinking. But after hearing Xia Qianqian's proposal, he was stunned for just a moment, and then readily agreed. At this moment, Suyuan's inner thoughts coincided with Xia Qianqian's. Being able to meet an SS-level beast-taming genius is definitely more beneficial than harmful. As a result, the two quickly exchanged each other's contact information. Junior Suyuan, I have something else to do, so I'll go back to school first. See you later. Go, let's go back. After exchanging contact information, the two chatted for a while. Xia Qianqian smiled sweetly at Suyuan, waved her hand, and let the gilded winged rolling ball beast take her to fly towards Jojo Academy. After only 1 year at Jojo Academy, she has already stepped halfway into the realm of a Lord-level beast master. This Xia Qianqian is no ordinary person. Suyuan turned around, looked at Xia Qianqian's rapidly receding back, and sighed in a low voice. Xiaoyan, let's go back too. After expressing his emotion, Suyuan turned around and said to Xiaoyan. Cry! Hearing Suyuan's words, Xiaoyan flapped his wings, circled in the air, and landed next to Suyuan. As for the flames coming out of Xiaoyan's body, they were all extinguished at this moment. Seeing this, Suyuan put away the two beasts, Xiaoyu and Xiaoxian, and then jumped hard and leaped behind Xiaoyan. After Suyuan stood firm, Xiaoyan flapped his wings again, soared into the sky, and flew quickly towards Jiuzhou Academy with Suyuan. Jiuzhou Academy, Beast Taming Research Institute. A young girl pushed open the door of the dean's office, holding a cup of milk tea in her hand. She took a sip and muttered to an old man sitting on the sofa. Grandpa, why are you calling me back so anxiously? Gun and I haven't had enough fun yet. After saying that, the girl took another sip of the milk tea in her hand and looked at the old man opposite with her big eyes. Xianxian, drink less milk tea. Aren't you worried that you'll get fat and won't be able to get married in the future? Looking at the girl, the old man's eyes narrowed with a smile and he said with a doting look on his face. Humph, I won't marry. Besides, I have a physique that doesn't put on weight no matter how much I eat. Drinking a few cups of milk tea will definitely not make me fat. Hearing the old man joking, Xia Qianqian immediately retorted. Haha, forget it, I won't tease you anymore. Qianqian, I called you back this time because I have good news for you. Your grandpa and several other professors at the Beast Taming Research Institute have researched the second stage of the evolution of the gold-winged rollermon. Come with me now. I have prepared the resources for you to evolve into the gold-winged rollermon. And I have already prepared the materials for you to build the beast taming space. Your gilded winged rollermon is now a 9th level beast master. After it completes its evolution this time, it should be able to enter the Lord level in one fell swoop. After that, you will be a Lord level beast master. When you successfully build your own beast taming space, you won't need to carry so many beast taming bracelets. As he spoke, the old man's eyes fell on the 6 beast taming bracelets on Xia Qianqian's hands. Really? Gun can evolve. That's great. Thank you, Grandpa. Grandpa, let's not waste any more time. Take me away now. After the old man finished speaking, Xia Qianqian immediately felt that the milk tea in her hand was no longer fragrant. She directly placed the milk tea in her hand on the long mahogany table in front of her, and immediately stepped forward to hold the old man's hand, shaking his right hand while acting coquettishly and cutely. Ha ha, you get anxious sometimes too. Okay, I'll take you there right away. The old man looked at his granddaughter beside him, smiled kindly, and reached out to rub Xia Qianqian's head affectionately. An old man and a child just walked towards the door. Jiuzhou Academy, Dormitory Area 2. Suyuan has returned to his villa number 2. After returning to the villa, Suyuan turned on the house's smart butler and retrieved some information about the Tower of Babel. Now that Xiaoyan has completed his evolution, Suyuan's strength has also been greatly improved, but this did not make Suyuan complacent. What he needs to do now is to evolve the other 3 beasts except Xiaoyan again. The 3 beasts Xiaoyu, Xiaoxian and Dashu, which have already reached perfect high quality, need 6th level main materials and a large amount of 5th level secondary materials if they want to evolve again. Before this, Suyuan had already checked that if he wanted to evolve the remaining 3 beasts to epic level, he would need 480,000 points to exchange for 3 6th level materials and 18 5th level materials. The Tower of Babel is open once a month, at the end of every month. I can go to the Tower of Babel tomorrow and earn points. It just happened to be the day before Jiuzhou Academy officially opened. The Tower of Babel tests the strength of the Beastmaster himself. The higher the spiritual power and soul strength of the Beastmaster, the higher the number of levels he can pass through the Tower of Babel. I have a talent beyond the SSS level, and the soul strength of a traverser is also far beyond that of an ordinary person. Breaking through the Tower of Babel will give you a greater advantage than others. Suyuan looked at the information about the Tower of Babel in front of him, his eyes gleaming, and he spoke in a low voice with a confident smile on his face. Chapter 104 Night Talk. It turns out that Xiaoyu was intercepted by us. In the evening, at the invitation of Huangfu Yunzhao, Suyuan had dinner with Huangfu Yunzhao in the central cafeteria of Jiuzhou Academy. Suyuan, after school starts, which department do you plan to study in? At the dining table, Huangfu Yunzhao took a sip of the delicious broth made from a commander-level ferocious beast, then looked at Suyuan and asked, If nothing unexpected happens, I should go to the Beast Taming Research Institute. Suyuan put down his chopsticks and replied, Beast Taming Research Institute? Today I learned that the Beast Taming Research Institute is the department with the least students, and the students in the Beast Taming Research Institute are generally engaged in various beast evolution research. Basically, not many people have the energy to focus on improving their own beast taming abilities. Will your choice of the Beast Taming Research Institute hinder your own improvement in strength? Hearing Suyuan's choice, Huangfu Yunzhao couldn't help but frown. Don't worry, I've already taken this into consideration. To be honest, my talent for taming beasts is closely related to the evolution of various beasts. After a day of consideration, I found that the Beast Taming Institute is the best fit for me. After entering the Beast Taming Institute, my level increased speed may not be slower than other students. Upon hearing this, Suyuan shrugged casually, indicating that he didn't care about the difficulty of improving his strength after entering the Beast Taming Research Institute. After listening to Suyuan's explanation, Huangfu Yunzhao did not continue asking questions, but nodded. After entering Kyushu Academy, students are free to choose which department to study in. The instructors at Kyushu Academy couldn't handle it, let alone her. Yunzhao, I think your beasts are poison and shadow beasts. If I'm not mistaken, you will choose one of these two departments, right? After a pause, Suyuan looked at Huangfu Yunzhao and said with a smile. Hearing this, Huangfu Yunzhao smiled and nodded. Yes, I plan to choose a shadow school. My beast taming talent helps improve the strength of shadow and poison beast taming. And now I have a shadow dragon scorpion of the shadow type, which has reached a perfect 6-star quality. I plan to focus all my energy on cultivating the shadow dragon scorpion. The Shadow Academy will allow me to better utilize my talents and raise the level of the Shadow Dragon Scorpion as soon as possible. She did not avoid Suyuan, but told him about the situation of her highest quality beast, the Shadow Dragon Scorpion. As early as 2 months ago, after Huangfu Yunzhao learned the news about Shadow Dragon Wood from Yang Di, he asked the Huangfu family to go and purchase the Shadow Dragon Wood. 2 months ago, she used the Shadow Dragon Wood to evolve her outstanding 8-star Dark Scorpion into a perfect 6-star Shadow Dragon Scorpion. It was precisely because of this Shadow Dragon Scorpion that Huangfu Yunzhao was able to ascend to the level of an extraordinary Beastmaster with the training of the Huangfu family's resources. Now her Shadow Dragon Scorpion has reached the extraordinary 3rd level, and its strength should not be underestimated. Shadow Dragon Scorpion, this is a perfect 6-star quality beast. Moreover, a relatively complete evolutionary route has been discovered, which can eventually evolve into an epic 9-star Midnight Dragon Scorpion. Looks like you're lucky. When Suyuan heard Huangfu Yunzhao's answer, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and he also congratulated Huangfu Yunzhao. The Dark Striped Scorpion was not only an excellent 8-star high-quality beast from the beginning. It is extremely rare to be able to research a beast that can evolve 3 times in a row and finally reach the epic 9-star quality. In the entire world, there are no more than 20 types of beasts that have a clear evolutionary path and can evolve from excellent quality to epic 9-star quality. An epic 9-star quality beast tamer is only 1 step away from becoming a legendary quality beast tamer. Being able to own an epic 9-star quality beast master, even if the beast master's talent is not that good, at worst he can become a powerful imperial level beast master. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be no problem for him to develop slowly all the way and become an emperor level beast master. Suyuan was naturally happy for Huangfu Yunzhao that she could own a beast like the Shadow Dragon Scorpion. I was able to obtain the Dark Striped Scorpion, which was indeed largely due to luck. Before this, I was originally accompanied by Uncle Ba to the Misty Forest. The one I had my eyes on was a swift shadow cat cub that had secretly left its parents. It's a pity that Uncle Ba and I haven't been able to find the baby swift shadow cat yet. Instead, we encountered the adult swift shadow cat. We were regarded as enemies who stole their cubs. In a rage, they mobilized the surrounding ferocious beasts to form a beast tide to besiege us. The next part is that I was chased by a wave of beasts and almost couldn't get out. Fortunately, I met Principal Wang of Tianyang No. 1 Middle School and was able to escape danger. As for the follow-up of the beast tide in the Misty Forest, you also know about it. Huangfu Yunzhao heard this and said with a faint smile. Forehead. It turns out that I met Xiaoyu in the Misty Forest, and it was Huangfu Yunzhao's beast that I intercepted. Ahem, if Huangfu Yunzhao knew what happened, I wonder what his expression would be. After hearing what Huangfu Yunzhao said, Suyuan was obviously stunned. There was a look of surprise on his face, and he felt a little embarrassed. However, Huangfu Yunzhao did not notice Suyuan's performance. After a pause, she shook her head and smiled bitterly. How difficult is it to complete the 3rd evolution of the Dark Striped Scorpion? The 1st evolution of the Dark Striped Scorpion requires the 5th level beast resource Shadow Dragon Wood. The evolutionary resources for the next 2 stages require beast resources of level 6, level 7, or even higher. Even if we use up all the financial resources of the Huangfu family, it would be difficult to gather the resources needed for the final evolution. Perhaps in the 4 years at Jiuzhou Academy, I can earn more than 100,000 points and exchange them for the resources for the next stage of Shadow Dragon Scorpion's evolution in the Jojo Academy's treasury. As for the final stage of evolution, I looked and found that a complete set of evolutionary resources would require more than 1.8 million points. With so many points, even I don't have the confidence to collect them within 4 years. I can only wait until I become stronger and then slowly collect the resources for the final stage of evolution. In response to Huang Fuyunzhao's sigh, Suyuan hummed and nodded in agreement. It is very difficult to obtain points at Kyushu Academy. Apart from breaking into the Tower of Babel and providing a new evolutionary route to the Beast Taming Research Institute, the only way to obtain it is by accepting missions from Jojo Academy to assist municipal officials from various places in eliminating hidden demon god church dens. But in addition to providing a new beast taming evolution route, the points rewards are relatively generous. Whether it is breaking into the Tower of Babel or accepting a demon-slaying mission, the points obtained are very limited. Of course, every freshman entering Kyushu Academy has a chance to earn huge points. That is the freshman competition of Jojo Academy. The first place in the freshman competition can directly receive 1,000,000 points reward. The second place prize is 500,000 points. The third place will receive a reward of 200,000 points. The top 4 to 10 players will receive a reward of 10,000 points. In comparison, only the top 3 places receive the most luxurious points rewards. However, Jojo Academy is the top beast taming college in Daxia, gathering the best beast taming talents in the country. This world is countless times larger than the Earth before Suyuan traveled through it, and its population is also extremely large. With such a huge population base, there are more than tens of millions of students taking the college entrance examination in Daxia every year. Every new student who enters Jojo Academy is a genius selected from thousands of people. It is easy to imagine how difficult it is to get a top 3 ranking in the Kyushu University freshman competition. Even for Huang Fuyunzhao, who possesses S-level talent, it would be difficult for him to make it into the top 10. Chapter 105, Gathering at the Tower of Babel, SS-level talent, Bloody Cold. Suyuan, come to think of it, we can go to the Tower of Babel the day after tomorrow. As things stand, this is the only way we can earn points for a short period of time right now. At this time, Huang Fuyunzhao, who had expressed his feelings about how hard it was to earn points, suddenly looked at Suyuan and said to him, "The Tower of Babel will be open in 2 days, and all students of Jojo Academy will be able to participate in it. They will gain certain points by passing through several levels of the Tower of Babel. In addition, the new student competition will take place 1 month after school starts. However, the risk factor of accepting the demon-slaying missions of Jojo Academy is too high. For those of them who have just entered Jojo Academy, and whose strength level is only extraordinary level Beastmasters, they are not suitable to accept these demon-slaying missions at the moment. Otherwise, if they encounter slightly stronger followers of the Demon God Church, they will have difficulty protecting themselves. Yes, I have noticed this a long time ago, and I am planning to go to the Tower of Babel when it opens the day after tomorrow. Since Yunzhao, you are going too, let's meet in front of the Tower of Babel the day after tomorrow." On the opposite side, Suyuan heard this and nodded in reply. "Well, see you at the Tower of Babel the day after tomorrow." Hearing Suyuan's answer, Huang Fuyunzhao also responded with a smile. After eating and drinking, the two returned to their own dormitories. For the next day, except for going out to eat, Suyuan stayed in his own villa dormitory, meditating to improve his mental strength. Proficient in 2 mental attack methods, Soul Arrow and Huangting Shield. Since the Tower of Babel is a test of the Beastmaster's own strength, then the biggest possibility is that it is a test of the Beastmaster's mental strength. Secondly, the physical fitness of the Beastmaster will be assessed. After all, no Beastmaster would put himself in danger on the battlefield, and use his body to fight ferocious beasts. He would only use his powerful mental power to activate the mental attack secrets he has practiced to annihilate the souls of ferocious beasts. The Beastmaster will personally engage in hand-to-hand combat with ferocious beasts only when he has no other choice. Just like Wang Gang, the principal of Tianyang No. 1 Middle School, when the Beast Tide attacked Tianyang City. Time passed quietly as Suyuan immersed himself in meditation. Soon, it was the day when the Tower of Babel of Jojo Academy would be opened. Suyuan also summoned Xiaoyan and took him to the location of the Tower of Babel. What a great Tower of Babel! It really lives up to its name, it's so high it reaches the sky. I don't know how such a towering tower was built. When we arrived at the area where the Tower of Babel was located, we looked at the giant golden tower that soared into the clouds and covered an area of nearly 10 football fields. Suyuan couldn't help but let out an exclamation. In front of the Tower of Babel, even Xiaoyan, whose wingspan exceeded 30 meters, was just a tiny creature and not worth mentioning. After being amazed, Suyuan immediately let Xiaoyan fly towards the open space around the Tower of Babel. It fell where the crowd gathered. Although it is not the start of the new semester yet, more than 90% of the old students of Jiuzhou Academy have returned to Jiuzhou Academy. The Tower of Babel is open today, and a large number of students from Jiuzhou Academy have gathered here, more than 1,000 people. However, most of these students came just to watch the fun. Except for geniuses like Suyuan who were specially recruited in advance, most of the people gathered here are old students. They have all passed through the Tower of Babel more than once. Before they made a breakthrough in strength, even if these old students tried to pass through the tower again, they would just be stuck at the level they passed last time, just like before. The points reward for each level of the Tower of Babel are awarded to students once they pass through it for the first time. Before they have the strength to break through the levels of the Tower of Babel where they are trapped, it would be a waste of time for these old students to challenge the tower. Have you heard? There is a top genius among the freshmen this year. Not only has he awakened his SS level talent, but he has also made further progress in the past 2 days since entering Jiuzhou Academy, and his level has broken through to the commander level. I heard that the man's name seemed to be Nia something? Nia Xiaoming. Yes. It's Nia Xiaoming. SS level beast taming talent, commander level strength level. In my opinion, Nia Xiaoming should be the best among this class of freshmen. In addition to Nia Xiaoming, there are 2 other SS level beast taming geniuses among the freshmen this year. I know that these 2 are now extraordinary beast masters. One of them is Shangguan Yunqian from the Shangguan family, one of the top wealthy families in Daxia. The other is Zhong Shiding from the Zhong family. His 3 SS level talents. This year's juniors are really going too far. It is said that Zhong Shiding and Shangguan Yunqian are both school beauties. I wonder what they look like. Today is the once-a-month open day of the Tower of Babel. These new geniuses will definitely come to challenge the tower. We will see them later. Speaking of beauties, I met a schoolmate named Huangfu Yunzhao yesterday. Her figure and appearance are also top-notch. She is simply my dream girl. As Suyuan walked among the crowd and headed towards the entrance of the Tower of Babel, he heard the old students around him whispering about the new students in their class. 3 geniuses with SS-level beast-taming talents. This school is truly worthy of being the top beast-taming college in Daxia. Nia Xiaoming, Shangguan Yunqian, Zhong Shiding, the strength levels of these 3 are much higher than mine. As expected, we should not underestimate the heroes of the world. Especially those top-notch family geniuses who have emperor-level, or even royal-level beast masters. With the blood talent passed down from their elders and the beast-taming resources at their fingertips, these people are definitely good at taming beasts. Their combat power is probably at the monster level, and fighting against opponents of higher levels is as easy as eating and drinking water. Listening to the discussions around him, Suyuan sighed to himself. Before he knew it, Suyuan had walked to the front of the crowd and approached the entrance of the Tower of Babel. Suyuan! Over here! At this moment, a delicate voice sounded, attracting Suyuan's attention. Suyuan turned his head and saw Huangfu Yunzhao waving at him with a smile. Next to Huangfu Yunzhao, there was a girl wearing a plain hanfu skirt. She had long hair like a waterfall, a peerless appearance, and skin as white as cream. Standing together with Huangfu Yunzhao, it was as if 2 of the most gorgeous flowers in spring bloomed at the same time, each of them beautiful yet complementing each other. The 2 women together became the most dazzling scenery in the scene. However, Suyuan's attention was not focused on the girl's appearance, but on the information revealed on her head. With the help of the Eye of Revelation, a message appeared above the girl's head. Blood Cold, SS-level Ice talent, can greatly increase the speed of Ice Beast's strength improvement, can stimulate the Ice Beast's blood power to enter a violent state during battle, greatly increasing the combat power of Ice Beast. For those who have this talent, any attack will be accompanied by a powerful freezing effect. SS-level beast taming talent, this should be one of Shangguan Yunqian and Zhong Shiding. Looking at the talent information revealed by the other party, Suyuan's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he said in his heart. Chapter 106, A Gathering of Geniuses. Yunzhao. After taking a look at the beast taming talent information of the woman in the plain skirt, Suyuan slowly walked forward, came in front of the 2 women, and nodded slightly to Huangfu Yunzhao. Yunzhao, won't you introduce this friend of yours to me? At this time, Shangguan Yunqian, who was standing in front of Huangfu Yunzhao, looked at Suyuan with amazement, and then smiled and said to Huangfu Yunzhao beside her. Yeah, I was just about to introduce them. Suyuan, this is the genius I just made friends with at Jiuzhou Academy, Shangguan Yunqian from the Shangguan family. She is a top-notch genius with SS-level beast taming talent. Yunqian, this is Suyuan, a talented young man from Tianyang City. Upon hearing this, Huangfu Yunzhao took a step forward, stood between Suyuan and Shangguan Yunqian and introduced them to each other. Upon hearing this, Suyuan and Shangguan Yunqian both nodded to each other, indicating that they knew each other. Look, that's Shangguan Yunqian and Huangfu Yunzhao. TSK, they are all really beautiful women, so stunningly beautiful. No, who is that boy? Why is he chatting and laughing with two schoolgirls? That boy is so lucky in love, he won the favor of two female students right after he arrived. So damn enviable. When Suyuan was greeting Huangfu Yunzhao and Shangguan Yunqian, the people behind him were filled with indignation after seeing this scene. Some boys wished they could bite their back teeth to pieces. Look! That's Nie Xiaoming! He's here! At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the crowd. The next moment, everyone's eyes were drawn to the same direction. Suyuan and the other two were no exception. After all, Nie Xiaoming was the only genius in their class who had reached the level of a commander-level beast master. It's hard not to pay attention to such people. As Suyuan looked up, he saw a young man with an extraordinary temperament riding a 3-foot-long sword in the distant sky, flying towards him in an extremely elegant manner. After he landed on the ground, the 3-foot-long sword under his feet stood behind him very cleverly. After circling around him for a circle, it accurately fell into the scabbard behind him. Such a handsome scene immediately attracted the eyes of the girls around, and they exclaimed in surprise. After landing, Nie Xiaoming stood straight with his arms folded across his chest, quietly waiting for the moment when the Tower of Babel would be completely opened. At the same time, he exuded a fierce aura. Although there was only one person standing there, it gave people the feeling that there was a peerless sword standing there. Qingxue sword. Species, alien/flying sword. Quality, epic 3 stars. Level, commander level 1. Condition, perfect. Skills, big and small Rui, Qi Shao sword technique, flying sword splitting, human and sword integration. Evolution times 1. Materials required for the next stage of evolution. Another exotic beast, and a flying sword of epic quality. This is much more powerful than Wei Hao's Ape's Soul Ancient Shield. Looking at the 3-foot green sword behind Nie Xiaoming, Suyuan's eyes flashed with surprise and he sighed. At the same time, his gaze refocused on Nie Xiaoming, and the talent of the revelation eye was activated by him to look at the other party's talent information. Sword controlling, SS level mysterious talent. Those with this talent have a strong attraction to sword-type beasts of different species. Using sword-type beasts can greatly increase the combat power of sword-type beasts, and can attach powerful killing power to each move. SS level mysterious talent, sword control is clear. This Nie Xiaoming should never be underestimated. Looking at Nie Xiaoming's talent and feeling the fierce aura emanating from him, Suyuan's heart trembled. This time he had to admit that when he met Nie Xiaoming, who was in the same class as him, he was no match for the other. The appearance of Nie Xiaoming also made Suyuan realize once again that there is still a certain gap between himself and the top talents of the top families. The talents cultivated by these families that have royal-level beast masters or even more powerful beast masters far surpass those cultivated by ordinary families. If Huangfu Yunzhao, the daughter of a noble family who only controls one city, also possessed SS-level talent, it would be impossible for her to obtain an epic-level beast master now. But it is not surprising that a genius disciple from a superfamily like Nie Xiaoming possesses a beast taming of epic quality. Perhaps, the quality of the beast tamed by Shangguan Yunqian beside me is not much lower than that of Nie Xiaoming. Taking a deep breath, Suyuan noticed that Shangguan Yunqian beside him looked at Nie Xiaoming with a calm expression, and thought to himself. However, although Suyuan admitted that he was not as good as Nie Xiaoming, Shangguan Yunqian and other geniuses from the top aristocratic families in Daxia, but he did not belittle himself. In the future, everyone will study in this Jiuzhou Academy, and he will have the same starting line as the chosen ones from these aristocratic families. As long as he could earn enough points, he would be able to exchange them for any beast-taming resources he needed in the treasury of Jiuzhou Academy. With enough beast-taming resources, he can upgrade the quality of all his beasts to epic quality, or even higher legendary quality in a short period of time. By then, Nie Xiaoming, Shangguan Yunqian and other gifted people might not be able to catch up with him. While Suyuan was thinking this, there was another commotion in the crowd. Suyuan raised his eyes and looked towards the source of the commotion, and saw a woman in green appear in his sight, walking towards the direction of the Tower of Babel with a calm expression. Another SS-level talent. This one should be the last of the 3 SS-level geniuses this year. Activating the Eye of Revelation, Suyuan looked at the beast-taming talent information displayed above the other party's head and said in his heart. As the crowd's exclamations grew louder, Suyuan confirmed his guess. The woman in green was none other than Zhong Shiding, who had awakened her SS-level beast-taming talent. Since then, the 3 top talents who have awakened SS-level beast-taming talents have all gathered outside the Tower of Babel. Same as Suyuan and Huangfu Yunzhao. It's not just Nie Xiaoming and these 3 top talents. All the talented beast masters who were specially recruited in advance have now arrived at the entrance of the Tower of Babel. Everyone wants to come to the Tower of Babel as soon as possible to earn points. Suyuan took a quick glance at the crowd around him and found that there were 23 geniuses with S-level beast-taming talent. In addition to himself, there are 3 SS-level geniuses, Nie Xiaoming, Shengguan Yunqian and Zhong Shiding. There are a total of 27 geniuses who have been specially recruited in advance by Jiuzhou Academy this year. Boom! Shortly after all the specially recruited geniuses gathered outside the Tower of Babel, bursts of thunderous roars suddenly came from the surrounding air. Suyuan and others were attracted by the sound coming from the front, and their eyes were all fixed on the entrance to the Tower of Babel in front of them. Over there, the entrance to the Tower of Babel was slowly opening. The roar here was made by a giant stone tablet slowly rising from the ground near the entrance of the Tower of Babel. Chapter 107 Stone Tablet Ranking. The names recorded on this stone tablet should be the rankings of the students from Jiuzhou Academy who passed the Tower of Babel. Suyuan looked at the giant stone tablet that was 100 feet high at the entrance of the Tower of Babel, and the rows of names on it, his eyes flashing with brilliance. I saw that the stone tablet was filled with names. From beginning to end, there are a total of 1,000 lines of names. First place, Shuizhengyi, number of tower floors reached, 95. Second place, Gu Yufeng, number of tower floors reached, 80. Third place, Gao Yi, number of tower floors reached, 79 floors. 1000th place, Li Buwei, number of tower floors reached 59. There are 1,000 people on the list on the stone tablet. Each one of them is a genius, but the gap between them is huge. The first place winner, Shuizhengyi, has reached the 95th floor of the tower, while the last place winner has only reached the 59th floor. The difference between the two is a full 36 levels. Isn't this gap too big? And the gap between the first and second place is as high as 15 levels. The first place is much stronger than the subsequent geniuses. Suyuan glanced at the top and bottom rankings on the stone tablet, and couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice. Suyuan, you don't know that the ranking of the Jiuzhou Academy's Tower of Babel records the top 1,000 people with the highest tower scores over the hundreds of years since the establishment of Jiuzhou Academy. Almost everyone whose name is recorded on the stone tablet of the Tower of Babel is an SS-level genius. There are only a few S-level geniuses on the stone tablet, and they are all S-level beast-taming talents that have a very powerful effect on increasing mental strength. As for the first place on the stone tablet list, the reason why he is able to maintain a huge lead over the others is entirely because his beast-taming talent is a unique SSS-level talent. That's why I was able to surpass everyone else and maintain the number 1 position in the Tower of Babel for hundreds of years, and no one has broken it until now. It is said that Master Shuizhengyi is now a saint-level peak beast master, and the most powerful person in Daxia. Hearing Suyuan's low murmur, Shengguan Yunqian beside him smiled and explained. When talking about Shuizhengyi, her eyes flickered and her face was full of admiration. It is obvious that he has great respect and admiration for Shuizhengyi. I see. It's no wonder that the only SSS-level gifted beast master in hundreds of years can maintain a 15-level advantage over the second place. After hearing Shengguan Yunqian's explanation, Suyuan nodded slightly and said in a low voice. Huangfu Yunzhao standing by also nodded in sudden realization. Only top families like the Shengguan family can know something about this information about the saint-level powerful ones. People like Suyuan and Huangfu Yunzhao didn't even know who Shuizhengyi was before this. Not to mention knowing that the other party's talent is the only SSS-level talent in Daxia in hundreds of years. Let's go. Now that the Tower of Babel is open, let's get ready and go. I hope we can all leave our names on the stone tablet. Looking at the expressions of Suyuan and Huangfu Yunzhao, Shengguan Yunqian said to them with a smile. Then he prepared to head towards the entrance of the Tower of Babel. Can you leave your name now? Sister Yunqian, we are only extraordinary beast masters now. Even if it's Nie Xiaoming, he may not be able to leave his name on the stone tablet at this moment, right? After all, those whose names are written on the stone tablets are all the top geniuses of Jiuzhou Academy over the past hundreds of years. When they entered the tower and wrote their names on the stone tablets, they were much stronger than us freshmen who have just entered Jiuzhou Academy. Shengguan Yunqian's words immediately made Huangfu Yunzhao speak with some lack of confidence. Not really. Hearing Huangfu Yunzhao's words, Shengguan Yunqian paused, but smiled and shook her head. Then she patiently explained to Huangfu Yunzhao. The Tower of Babel in Jiuzhou Academy does not allow higher levels of beast masters who enter it to climb to higher levels. Yunzhao, if you look carefully at the detailed information of the Tower of Babel, you will find that the Tower of Babel only tests the strength of the beast master himself. In this Tower of Babel, beast masters cannot summon their own beasts. They can only use the various spiritual secret skills they have learned to break through the tower. What the Tower of Babel really tests is the soul strength of the Beastmaster of the same level, and the offensive and defensive means of the spiritual secret skills. Whether you are a transcendent Beastmaster, a commander-level Beastmaster, or a lord-level Beastmaster. At the beginning of the Tower of Babel, the enemies you face are all beings of the same realm as you. Only after defeating the opponents created by the Tower of Babel can you enter the next level. To put it simply, it tests the increase in the spiritual power of Beastmasters of the same level. As for a Beastmaster, the higher the level of his beast-taming talent, the stronger his soul will be. This is also why the strong men who left their names on the stone tablet are almost all Beastmasters with SS-level beast-taming talents. I think you should understand what I mean. After saying that, Shangguan Yunqian looked at Huangfu Yunzhao with a smile. I see. I understand. Hearing this, Huangfu Yunzhao said with sudden enlightenment. Even Suyuan, who was standing by, couldn't help but nod it. Although he had learned a lot of information about the Tower of Babel in the past 2 days, he knew that it would take great mental and soul strength to break into the Tower of Babel. He also knew that his own mythical talent and the strength of his soul as a time traveler would give him a great advantage in breaking through the Tower of Babel. But now, after hearing Shangguan Yunqian's detailed explanation, his understanding of the Tower of Babel was undoubtedly deeper. I wonder how many levels of the Tower of Babel I can get through with just the 2 ordinary spiritual secret skills of Soul Arrow and Huangting Shield? Can I leave my name on the stone tablet just once? After Shangguan Yunqian finished speaking, Suyuan's gaze fell on the Tower of Babel in front of him. There was a gleam in his eyes and a fighting spirit rising. Although Suyuan was very confident in his mental strength and soul power, the only 2 mental attack techniques he mastered were the most basic soul arrows. This is the most basic mental attack secret technique that is taught free of charge nationwide. The power is definitely much weaker than the spiritual attack secrets that other major families have their geniuses learn. Even though the Huangting Shield is much stronger than the Soul Arrow, it is only a spiritual defense secret technique that ordinary lord-level strongmen will pay attention to. Geniuses from top families like Shangguan Yunqian and Nie Xiaoming would definitely look down upon the mysterious skills like the Huangting Shield. Precisely because of this, Suyuan was not very confident that he could leave his name behind in one go. Suyuan Yunzhao, if you don't have any other questions, I'll go in first. After watching Nie Xiaoming, Zhong Shiding and other geniuses enter the Tower of Babel, Shangguan Yunqian looked at Suyuan and Huangfu Yunzhao and spoke. Okay. In response, Suyuan and Huangfu Yunzhao nodded almost at the same time. Shangguan Yunqian also nodded to the 2 of them, then walked forward and stepped into the Tower of Babel. Suyuan, let's start breaking into the tower too. After watching Shangguan Yunqian disappear at the entrance of the Tower of Babel, Huangfu Yunzhao turned and said to Suyuan. Suyuan did not refuse, and the 2 of them walked forward side by side and stepped into the Tower of Babel together. Chapter 108, Terrifying Tower Breaking Speed. As soon as he stepped into the Tower of Babel, Suyuan felt a sudden change in the world. After everything around him stabilized, he found himself in a room. Roar! Before Suyuan could take a closer look at the surrounding situation, the roar of a ferocious beast suddenly came into his ears. Suyuan looked carefully and found a lion over 3 meters tall with flames burning on its body appearing in front of him. Suyuan immediately opened the Eye of Revelation, and messages appeared above the head of the flaming lion. Flame Lion Illusion. Species, Lion/Fire. Quality, Ordinary 1 star. Level, Extraordinary Level 7. Status, Phantom. Skill, Fierce Claw. Introduction, an energy phantom condensed by the Tower of Babel, possessing all the abilities of the Flame Lion. The phantom beast condensed by the Tower of Babel is only an ordinary 1 star, and is at the same level as my Beastmaster. It's just like what Shangguan Yunqian said. Looking at the attributes of this fire lion, Suyuan curled his lips and there was no pressure on his face. At this moment, the fire lion on the opposite side was already roaring and rushing towards Suyuan. Soul Arrow! Facing the flaming lion charging towards him, Suyuan did not hesitate at all. His powerful mental power instantly condensed into a mental arrow, which instantly shot towards the flaming lion. Suyuan's strength level has reached the extraordinary 7th level. Facing a ferocious beast of the same level with only ordinary 1-star quality, he can completely rely on his super mental power to kill the opponent in seconds. In fact, Suyuan's physical fitness is now no weaker than that of perfect quality beasts of the same level under the energy feedback from Xiao Yan, Xiao Xian, Xiao Yu and Dish Shu, who are perfect quality and epic quality beasts. Even without using mental attacks, Suyuan could rely on his own physical strength to kill this ordinary 1-star quality flaming lion. Puff! After Suyuan's soul arrow attack hit the fire lion, the flaming lion that was halfway through the rush disappeared into thin air in the blink of an eye. Congratulations, you have passed the first floor of the Tower of Babel. Earn 100 points. After 10 seconds, you will be teleported to the second floor of the Tower of Babel to continue the tower trial. After getting rid of the flaming lion, Suyuan heard a mechanical voice in his ears. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly felt a strange energy surging into his body, instantly replenishing the mental power he had just consumed in condensing a soul arrow. With the help of this strange energy, Suyuan's condition immediately returned to its peak. Could it be that after killing this ferocious beast that was transformed by the Tower of Babel, I can replenish all the mental energy I have consumed? If this is really the case, we can go all out in the next tower battle without worrying about the loss of mental energy. Feeling his mental strength restored to its peak, Suyuan's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Just at this moment, a beam of light fell on Suyuan, taking his figure away from this space. Soon, Suyuan arrived at the second floor of the Tower of Babel. This time, Suyuan was facing an ordinary 2-star beast of the same level. Under Suyuan's powerful mental attack, this ordinary 1-star beast of the same level was easily killed by Suyuan. After killing the ferocious beast in seconds, Suyuan's figure was teleported to the third floor of the Tower of Babel 10 seconds later. Facing the third-level ferocious beast, Suyuan killed it instantly with just one soul arrow. Next is the fourth floor, the fifth floor, the sixth floor, the seventh floor. After passing 40 floors in a row, Suyuan still maintained his speed of killing people instantly, and continued to rush to higher floors of the Tower of Babel. Not only Suyuan, Nie Xiaoming, Shengguan Yunqian and Zhong Shiding also broke through the tower at a very fast speed. In the first 40 levels, the three encountered almost no obstacles. Almost all the ferocious beasts were killed instantly by them. Look! These newcomers are breaking through the tower so fast. Yes, especially the 4 beams of light. It takes almost 10 seconds to rise 1 level each time. 1 level every 10 seconds. Doesn't that mean that the people in these 4 beams of light are all able to kill the beasts in seconds? The 40th floor! They've reached the 40th floor! I've been in school for 3 years, and I'm still stuck at the 38th floor. These 4 newcomers are too powerful. Among the 4, there must be Nie Xiaoming, Shengguan Yunqian and Zhong Shiding. They all have SS-level talents, so it's not surprising that they can break through the tower so quickly. But who is this remaining person? I haven't heard that there are other SS-level geniuses besides Nie Xiaoming and his 3 companions in this class? Outside the Tower of Babel, the freshmen who had gathered to watch the excitement stared at the rows of light pillars in front of the Tower of Babel, representing the levels that the people who entered the Tower of Babel had passed through. Everyone was shocked by the speed of the 4 fastest rising light beams. While being shocked, everyone was also guessing who the last person in the 4 beams of light was, who could actually keep pace with Nie Xiaoming and the other 2 SS-level geniuses. Inside the Tower of Babel. Boom! In the Tower of Babel, Suyuan looked at the phantom of the ferocious beast in front of him, whose body exploded with a loud bang, and his face was no longer as relaxed as it was at the beginning. Congratulations, you have cleared the 41st level and obtained 40,000 points. After 10 seconds, you will be teleported to the 42nd floor of the Tower of Babel to continue the tower trial. Starting from the lowest level, ordinary 1 star, the quality of the ferocious beasts transformed in each of the first 40 levels will increase by 1 star. The beasts we encounter on the 41st floor are already perfect 1-star beasts of the same level. Even for me, it is difficult to kill them instantly with just 1 soul arrow. Will the next 42nd floor contain a perfect 2-star quality beast? However, the points reward after the 40th floor is really generous. 1 floor is 40,000 points. If you can clear all 41 to 50 levels, that's 400,000 points. After defeating the opponent on the 41st floor, Suyuan looked at the 40,000 points that had arrived in his account, and a smile appeared on his face. Tower of Babel, floors 1 to 10, each floor rewards 100 points. From level 11 to level 20, each level rewards 500 points. From the 21st to the 30th floor, each floor rewards 2,000 points. From the 31st to the 40th floor, each floor rewards 10,000 points. Now, with the reward for just passing the 41st floor, Suyuan's points have reached 166,000 points, which is enough to exchange for a 6th-level resource and more than a dozen 5th-level resources. These points are enough for any of his other 3 beasts to gather the materials needed for the next stage of evolution, complete the evolution, and become an epic quality beast. Chapter 109, Nie Family's Secret Technique, Destined to be the First? Buzz. While Suyuan was thinking, a beam of light fell on him again and teleported him to the 42nd floor of the Tower of Babel. Roar! Roar! Just as Suyuan came to his senses, violent beast roars sounded on both sides of him at the same time. Suyuan took a closer look and discovered that two perfect one-star beasts of the same level had appeared in the 42-story Tower of Babel. Two perfect one-star lava rhinos! It seems that there won't be any more beasts that improve their star quality by one level on each level in the future. That's right. Shuijingi, who made it to the highest level of the Tower of Babel, reached the 95th level. If it is true that the quality of the beasts that appear in the Tower of Babel increases by 1 star with each level passed, then by the 80th level, the beasts will already be of legendary quality. Beyond this are ferocious beasts of the same level and mythical quality. A beastmaster with SSS level talent, no matter how outstanding he is, will find it difficult to contend with a mythical beast of the same level, let alone kill a mythical beast of the same level with his own strength. Suyuan looked at the two identical 7th level extraordinary lava rhinos and whispered to himself. At the same time, his mental power surged out, forming 4 shields around him, blocking him. He also condensed a series of soul arrows and rushed towards the 2 lava rhinos that were rushing towards him. A war between the 2 sides is about to break out. With Suyuan's full effort, the 2 lava rhinos, also of the 7th level, transformed from the Tower of Babel, could not escape the fate of being killed by him. After Suyuan killed the 2 lava rhinos, his figure was teleported to the higher level of the Tower of Babel 10 seconds later, and continued his journey to break through the tower. On the other side, a sword-shaped silver-white mark flashed between Ye Xiaoming's eyebrows. Beside him, there were 3 flying swords that were completely condensed from mental power, constantly circling around him. There was also another spiritual flying sword which was like a nimble snake, shooting towards a huge ferocious beast in front of Ye Xiaoming. With a puff sound, the flying sword of mental power quickly penetrated into the mind of the ferocious beast, and then rushed out from behind it. The beast that had been so ferocious and majestic at first now had dull eyes, and its energy and spirit disappeared instantly. Finally, with a bang, it turned into a ball of starlight and disappeared in front of Ye Xiaoming. A perfect 1-star beast of the same level is still vulnerable in front of me. It seems that I can't use my full strength against the beasts below the 50th floor. Looking at the spiritual flying sword that had returned to him, and the other 4 spiritual flying swords surrounding him, Ye Xiaoming said with a haughty expression. Then, he looked up at the dome of the Tower of Babel where he was, waiting for the beam of light from above to fall and teleport him to the next level for the challenge. In addition to Ye Xiaoming, Shangguan Yunxian and Zhong Shiding also killed the ferocious beasts on the 41st floor and continued to challenge upwards. Just as Suyuan and the others were still challenging the higher levels of the Tower of Babel. At the entrance of the Tower of Babel, rays of light appeared one after another. These are the students who reached their limits in the Tower of Babel and were teleported out after failing the challenge. Brush. As a white light flashed again, Huangfu Yunzhao's figure appeared outside the Tower of Babel. Phew, what a terrifying feeling! The feeling of being killed by that ferocious beast just now was too real. Luckily, this is just a test of the Tower of Babel, not a real death. As soon as she appeared, she was breathing heavily and her face turned pale. Just now, she was finally defeated by the ferocious beast transformed from the Tower of Babel on the 39th floor, was killed by the beast, and then was teleported out. Although it was just a trial, the feeling of death at the moment when he was killed by the ferocious beast transformed from the Tower of Babel was extremely real. The first time I entered the tower, I only made it to the 38th floor and couldn't go any further. I only earned 106,000 points in total. This little points is not enough to buy the materials for my Shadow Dragon Scorpion's next evolution. However, it can be exchanged for a 6th level main material for the Shadow Dragon Scorpion's evolution. The remaining 70,000 points required for the 5th level auxiliary materials should be exchanged after my strength improves and I take on the school's demon slaying missions and earn some points. After taking a few deep breaths and suppressing his panic, Huangfu Yunzhao took a look at the total points displayed on the smart terminal on his wrist, shook his head and sighed. As for taking the top 3 places in the freshman competition in a month and getting high points rewards, Huangfu Yunzhao did not have the confidence to do so. Then, she glanced at the people around her and looked around, but did not see Suyuan. Huangfu Yunzhao looked at the still shining beams of light in front of the Babel Tower. I know that Suyuan's talent is extraordinary. He is still in the Tower of Babel and has gone further than me. I just don't know which level Suyuan can reach. Looking at the dozen or so beams of light shining above, a smile appeared on Huangfu Yunzhao's face. His eyes were fixed on the 4 highest beams of light rising in the front. At this moment, the 4 light beams at the front, the first one has reached the 49th floor, and the 4th one has reached the 48th floor. The speed at which the 4 beams of light passed through the floors of the Tower of Babel was almost the same. Behind the 4 tallest light pillars, the 5th light pillar had just broken through the 41st level. Although it is very good, it is still far inferior to the previous 4 beams of light. At this moment, Huangfu Yunzhao's eyes were fixed on the 4 light beams in front. Although she didn't know who these 4 beams of light represented, she was extremely confident that one of the beams of light must belong to Suyuan. After her previous interactions with Suyuan, especially after Suyuan played a key role in rescuing her father, Huangfu Yunjiao now has a blind trust in Suyuan. The 50th floor! The first beam of light has broken through the 50th floor. It's only been a short time, and this class of newcomers is so fierce. Everyone, why don't you guess who this first beam of light belongs to? My cousin has a good relationship with a senior member of the Nie family. He told me that Nie Xiaoming has mastered the top spiritual killing secret technique soul-slaying sword inherited by the Nie family. Nie Xiaoming must be the first. I've heard of the soul-slaying sword. It's said to be one of the top spiritual killing secrets in Daxia. The difficulty of practicing it is beyond imagination. Nie Xiaoming has mastered this spiritual killing secret at such a young age. What a terrifying talent he has. If he was able to cultivate the soul-slaying sword, then the first beam of light must have belonged to Nie Xiaoming. I just don't know if Nie Xiaoming can leave his name on the stone tablet. With Nie Xiaoming's SS-level beast-taming talent and the Nie family's soul-slaying sword, it is inevitable that his name will be left on the stone tablet. Now it all depends on how high Nie Xiaoming can rank. It seems that among this year's freshmen, Nie Xiaoming not only has the highest level of beast control, but also has the highest number of floors he has passed through in the Tower of Babel. Outside the Tower of Babel, many senior students who came to watch the tower test looked at the first beam of light that had broken through the 50th floor. Yi Shunjian stared at the first beam of light with his eyes wide open and started talking excitedly. After someone shared the information that Nie Xiaoming had already mastered the soul-slaying sword, almost everyone believed that among the new batch of students entering the Tower of Babel, Nie Xiaoming would be the first one to enter the tower. Chapter 110. Shenghuan Yunqian was shocked. Suyuan was so powerful? Time passes by little. An hour had passed since Suyuan and others entered the Tower of Babel. At this moment, there were only 4 beams of light still shining on the Tower of Babel. As for the others, they had all reached the limit of their first tower charge and had all been teleported out of the Tower of Babel. And at this moment, in the 4 beams of light on the Tower of Babel, the first beam of light representing Nie Xiaoming has reached the 61st floor. Following closely behind was Suyuan's second beam of light, which also rushed to the 60th floor. As for the 2 beams of light at the back, one is on the 58th floor and the other is stuck on the 57th floor. They are Shenghuan Yunqian and Zhong Shooting. At this moment, inside the Tower of Babel, Suyuan was surrounded by 18 Huangting shields, protecting him from all directions. Outside of these 18 Huangting shields, there are 4 perfect 9-star extraordinary 7th-level ferocious beasts that constantly attack him. Faced with the siege of 4 perfect 9-star beasts of the same level, Suyuan's face no longer had the relaxed look he had at the beginning. Instead, he frowned and continuously gathered his mental strength, forming soul arrows that blasted towards the 4 ferocious beasts around him. However, the soul arrows condensed by his current mental power could only barely hurt these perfect 9-star beasts of the same level. Each attack could only pause the movements of these beasts but could not kill them. On the contrary, every attack from these 4 ferocious beasts transformed from the Tower of Babel would cause the Huangting shield surrounding Suyuan's body to tremble violently. Suyuan's head was buzzing with shock. Each of these perfect 9-star beasts of the 7th level of transcendence is probably as powerful as an ordinary commander-level beast. If I hadn't just recently cultivated the Huangting shield to perfection and condensed 18 Huangting shields, which greatly increased my defense, I really wouldn't be able to stop the attacks of these 4 ferocious beasts. The quality of the soul arrows is still too low. Even if I concentrate all my soul arrows now, I can no longer kill the 4 beasts in front of me. If I can learn a more advanced attack method, even a spiritual attack secret technique on the same level as Huangting shield, I can destroy these beasts. Now it seems that my first attempt to break into the tower will have to stop here. 18 Huangting shields surrounded the center. Suyuan frowned and stared closely at the 4 ferocious beasts that kept charging towards him. A hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. Even so, Suyuan did not give up on his own initiative and leave the Tower of Babel. He has realized that the self in the Tower of Babel is not his true self. But like these ferocious beasts, they are spiritual bodies condensed from the Tower of Babel. This was confirmed when Suyuan first entered the Tower of Babel and discovered that the beast-taming bracelet was no longer on his wrist. Since it is not his original form, even if he is killed by the ferocious beast transformed by the Tower of Babel, his life will not be really harmed. Moreover, when Suyuan was searching for information about the Tower of Babel in the villa, he also saw a post. As mentioned above, in the Tower of Babel one can experience the death of being killed by ferocious beasts, which is beneficial to the beast master's own practice. Therefore, from the moment he entered the Tower of Babel, Suyuan was already prepared to experience the feeling between life and death. Generally speaking, experiencing the moment of life and death makes it easier for people to improve their strength. When Suyuan was preparing to fight the 4 ferocious beasts in front of him to the end, outside the Tower of Babel, the figures of Shangguan Yunqian and Zhong Shiding were also teleported to the entrance of the Tower of Babel. The two people's scores finally stopped at the 58th and 57th floors. The 57th floor is the limit of what I can reach right now. But when I have mastered the spiritual secrets of my Zhong family, I will be able to break through the 60th floor and leave my name on the stone tablet when I challenge again. At the entrance of the Tower of Babel, Zhong Shiding, who had just been teleported out, took a deep breath to ease the lingering fear of being killed by the ferocious beast, and then spoke in a low voice. On the other side, after learning Shangguan Yunqian's final tower-breaking result, Huangfu Yunzhao looked at Shangguan Yunqian with admiration on his face and said, "Sister Yunqian, you can actually make it to the 58th floor, that's amazing." Hearing Huangfu Yunzhao's words, Shangguan Yunqian smiled modestly and said to Huangfu Yunzhao, "Compared to the seniors on the stone tablet, I am still a little behind." After saying that, Shangguan Yunqian's gaze fell on Zhong Shiding, who came out of the tower almost at the same time as her. Coincidentally, Zhong Shiding also looked at her. The two looked at each other and nodded politely. Immediately, both of them turned their gazes towards the Tower of Babel. They had just come out, and wanted to know how many people were still staying in the Tower of Babel. However, just as Shangguan Yunqian looked at the two shining beams of light on the Tower of Babel, the smile on her face froze, and she showed a look of surprise, and was deeply shocked. These two actually made it to the 60th and 61st floors. One of them should be Nie Xiaoming, but who is the other one? He can actually be compared with Nie Xiaoming. Shocked, Shangguan Yunqian quickly looked at Huangfu Yunzhao beside her and said, "Yunzhao, you came out first. Do you know who these two people are? At who is missing from our class, and you'll know who the remaining two are." In response to Shangguan Yunqian's question, Huangfu Yunzhao did not answer directly, but just smiled mysteriously. Hearing this, Shangguan Yunqian immediately glanced around, then looked at Shangguan Yunqian in shock, and said word by word, "It's Suyuan!" She never imagined that an unknown boy without any family background would possess such terrifying talent and strength. "Yunzhao, you are quite familiar with Suyuan. Do you know what his talent is?" After being amazed, Shangguan Yunqian quickly looked at Huangfu Yunzhao and said, "This? I don't know either. Suyuan has never revealed to me the level of his talent." Huangfu Yunzhao said with some embarrassment after hearing this, but then continued with a confident look. "But I estimate that to have made it this far, Suyuan's talent must be at least SS level. To be able to reach the 60th floor, it must be above SS level. Now it depends on who is stronger between Suyuan and Ye Xiaoming. But no matter what, this first time for the two of them to enter the tower is enough to leave their names on the stone tablet." After hearing Huangfu Yunzhao's words, Shangguan Yunqian responded immediately. Hearing this, Huangfu Yunzhao nodded in agreement. The last 100 or so people ranked on the stone tablet were all stuck at level 60. The last dozen or so were all on the 59th floor. Whether it was Suyuan or Nie Xiaoming, both of them had reached the 60th floor, and it was a foregone conclusion that their names would be left on the stone tablet. Chapter 111. This batch of junior and senior students are pretty good. Destroy! On the 61st floor of the Tower of Babel, Nie Xiaoming's eyes were wide open, and he roared with a fierce look on his face. What followed was 4 spiritual flying swords that suddenly shot out, even creating ripples in the air. Boom! As Nie Xiaoming launched a full-strength attack, the 4 spiritual flying swords concentrated on the head of the ferocious beast opposite. A violent roar suddenly sounded, and a terrifying mental storm spread around, causing Nie Xiaoming to retreat continuously. However, even so, Nie Xiaoming showed a smile on his face and whispered, "It's over!" As his voice fell, the powerful commander of the first-level ferocious beast in front of him also turned into stars in the sky and disappeared. Waves of strange energy surged into Nie Xiaoming's body, whose face was slightly pale, making his face instantly rosy. All the mental energy consumed in the previous battle with the ferocious beast was replenished at this moment. The difference in strength between an epic beast and a perfect beast is so huge. When I was on the 60th floor, I didn't have much pressure to deal with 4 perfect 9-star beasts of the same level. When I reached the 61st floor, facing an epic 1-star beast of the same level consumed most of my mental energy. If the soul-slaying sword I practiced had not been able to condense 4 spiritual flying swords, I might not have been able to take down the beast just now. Based on my previous experience in the tower, I think we will encounter 2 epic 1-star beasts of the same level on the next 62nd floor. With my current strength and the progress of my cultivation of the soul-slaying sword, breaking through the 62nd floor should be my limit. Taking a deep breath, Nie Xiaoming looked up at the ceiling of this floor, ready to face the challenge of two epic one-star beasts of the same level. As a beam of light fell, Nie Xiaoming's figure disappeared again. 5 minutes later, outside the entrance of the Tower of Babel. Buzz! With a flash of white light, Nie Xiaoming's figure appeared outside the entrance of the Tower of Babel. Nie Xiaoming! It's Nie Xiaoming! He's out! Look, the ranking on the stone tablet has changed. Nie Xiaoming has passed the 62nd floor and ranks 893rd. Ranked in the top 900 in his first tower challenge, Nie Xiaoming is indeed the top genius of the Nie family. Nie Xiaoming is so powerful. This time, those top geniuses who are still in the senior grades will feel pressured. Haha. Just after Nie Xiaoming was teleported out of the Tower of Babel, everyone saw him and exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, on the 100-foot-high stone tablet in front of the Tower of Babel, Nie Xiaoming's name started from the bottom and went up all the way to finally stop at the 893rd place. As for the last one, Li Buwei, he was eliminated from the stone tablet ranking. The change in ranking on the stone tablet instantly set off the excitement of all those present. Exclamations and praises rang out one after another. Yi Chen Gu Yun, there is indeed an extraordinary genius among the freshmen this year. It won't be long before this kid from the Nie family will be able to overtake us in the ranking on the stone tablet. High in the sky in the distance, 3 young men stood in the air, looking at the rankings on the stone tablet from afar. One of the charming women looked at Nie Xiaoming's ranking on the stone tablet, and smiled charmingly at the 2 people beside her. The 2 young men beside him smiled slightly when they heard this, without showing any expression of being too concerned. One of them even said with a smile, "What's wrong with that? I hope that the younger students now can push the older generation forward. The stronger their talents are, the more benefits there will be for Daxia, not harm." As soon as the young man finished speaking, another person beside him also echoed with a smile. Gu Yun is right. There are many geniuses rising in the abyss. In the competition among the younger generation, the Federation has been finding it increasingly difficult to gain as much advantage as before. I also hope that our juniors can grow up quickly and fight alongside us. Hearing the 2 people's answers, the charming woman in the middle moved her eyes slightly, her red lips slightly raised, revealing a charming smile, and nodded at the 2 of them. That's what you 2 said? Let's go. We have almost understood the situation of this year's juniors. We still have a lot of things to do in our last year of school. We can't waste too much time here. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen and Gu Yun nodded together. The next moment, the 3 of them stepped on the ground and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Although there is still a beam of light in front of the Tower of Babel, it has been stuck on the 60th floor for a long time. In the opinion of the 3, the only person left in the Tower of Babel has been stuck on the 60th floor for so long, so his final result can only be on the 60th floor. Although reaching the 60th floor on the first try was already a very good achievement. But compared to Nie Xiaoming on the 62nd floor, he is much inferior. After all, there is a huge gap between the 60th floor and the 61st floor. One evolved into a ferocious beast of perfect quality, and the other evolved into a ferocious beast of epic quality. Although there is only a difference of 1 floor, it is not much different from the difference between the 51 floors and the 60th floor. There are still people in the tower. It's a pity. Although this person has persisted longer than me, I have made it through the 62nd floor, while this person is still stuck on the 60th floor. I guess this is it. Among this class of freshmen, there won't be a genius stronger than me, Nie Xiaoming. At the entrance of the Tower of Babel, Nie Xiaoming came to his senses and saw that there was still a beam of light left on the Tower of Babel. He was a little surprised at first. But when he saw the level where the light column was located, all the surprise on his face disappeared and he smiled confidently. Then he turned his gaze towards the direction of the stone tablet. After discovering that he was now ranked 893rd, Nie Xiaoming nodded with great satisfaction, then turned around, summoned the flying sword behind him, and prepared to fly away. Wow! He's moving! He's moving! The last remaining person has finally moved! Break through the 60th floor and reach the 61st floor! Alas, so what if he broke through the 60th floor? This person has been stuck at the 60th floor for so long, he has obviously reached his limit. The 61st floor contains an epic beast. This person will definitely be defeated if he encounters it. Yes, it seems that this person can only stop at the 61st floor. Wait. What the hell? How did he break through again? Oh my god! I really broke through. This time I'm at the 62nd floor again. I was stuck on the 60th floor for so long. How come I broke through so quickly after reaching the 61st floor? Could there be something wrong with the Tower of Babel? Bullshit. If anything goes wrong with you, the Tower of Babel will never have any problem. 63rd floor. The sudden uproar from the crowd made Nie Xiaoming, who had already stepped one foot on the flying sword, stand still in a daze. As he slowly turned around and looked at the only beam of light on the Tower of Babel, his eyes suddenly widened. How is this possible? Chapter 112, Innate Magical Power. Divine Light of Annihilation. 1 minute ago. On the 60th floor of the Tower of Babel. Facing the siege of 4 ferocious beasts, Suyuan's mental strength was on the verge of exhaustion. As the final mental power maintaining the 18 Huanting shields was about to be exhausted. The 18 Huanting shields surrounding Suyuan also disappeared one after another, making it difficult to continue. Without the resistance of the Huanting shield, the 4 extraordinary 7th-level perfect 9-star beasts all rushed towards Suyuan. After Suyuan exhausted his mental strength, he did not sit there and wait for death. Instead, he relied on his strong physical fitness and tried his best to dodge the attacks of these ferocious beasts. However, these 4 ferocious beasts, which have reached perfect 9-star quality and are much stronger than Xiao Xian and Xiao Yu of the same level, attacked very swiftly. Suyuan was not able to dodge for too long and was eventually pushed into the air by a ferocious beast. Then the 4 ferocious beasts launched a full-force attack together, blasting towards Suyuan, who had nowhere to gain support in the air. It's finally coming to an end. Suyuan, who had held on for a long time, sighed helplessly. Feeling the 4 attacks that were enough to kill him coming at him at the same time, a sense of death crisis emerged in his heart. This feeling of life and death is indeed real, but I don't know how painful it will be at the moment of death. Feeling the bone-chilling chill from head to toe, Suyuan's mind raced as he thought. However, just as the 4 attacks were only inches away from Suyuan, a feeling of life and death crisis came over him. A vast and majestic force suddenly erupted from Suyuan's sea of consciousness. A powerful mental force came from nowhere and quickly filled Suyuan's sea of consciousness. Let the originally dried-up mental strength be restored instantly. At the same time, Suyuan's pupils turned into a strange dark black, completely black, as dark as the abyss. Above his head, a vortex similar to a black hole appeared, trying to swallow everything in the world. With the appearance of this vortex, the attacks of the 4 ferocious beasts were almost frozen at that moment, and soon after, they were absorbed into this vortex that looked like a black hole. Destroy! At this moment, Suyuan seemed to have a sudden enlightenment. The helpless expression on his face turned into coldness, and a cold snort came out of his mouth. Boom! As the sound was heard, the black hole above Suyuan shook violently, and countless black rays burst out from it. The next moment, pitch-black light suddenly enveloped the entire space of the Tower of Babel, making it pitch dark. Wherever the black light passed, the 4 extraordinary 7th-level ferocious beasts had no power to resist at all. They screamed and died in the black light, turning into countless stars and dissipating. Congratulations, you have passed the 60th floor of the Tower of Babel. Earn 100,000 points. After 10 seconds, you will be teleported to the 61st floor of the Tower of Babel to continue the tower trial. Buzz. After Suyuan killed all the ferocious beasts instantly, his eyes returned to their original color. The black vortex above his head also disappeared. What followed was a feeling of exhaustion, and Suyuan almost lost his balance and fell to the ground. Fortunately, as Suyuan killed all the ferocious beasts, he also successfully obtained the special energy replenishment from the Tower of Babel, which instantly replenished his mental power. The divine light of annihilation, the innate magical power! I can actually awaken my innate magical powers! After coming to his senses and standing firmly, Suyuan suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed in disbelief. Before this, he had never heard of anyone being able to gain any innate magical powers after awakening the talent for taming beasts. There is no relevant record in the book. Thinking back to everything that had just happened, Suyuan felt that it was like a dream and unrealistic. But all this really happened. And now Suyuan clearly felt that he had gained another ability, which was also the innate magical power. He had just awakened the divine light of nirvana. He can use the divine light of annihilation to attack the enemy just like he uses the Huanting shield and soul arrow. It's just judging from the consumption at the moment when the innate magical power that was activated before exploded. Even with Suyuan's current mental strength, he can only maintain it for a short moment before his mental strength is exhausted and all his mental strength is used up. It felt like my body was being hollowed out. The innate magical power of the Eye of Revelation, the light of extinction, can only be used to save one's life when outside. If I were to use this last move outside, I would collapse before the enemy could attack me next time. However, in this Tower of Babel, with the strange energy feedback after each kill of the ferocious beasts transformed by the Tower of Babel, the exhausted mental power can be restored instantly. Then I can confidently and boldly use the divine light of annihilation. It will be no problem for me to collect 2 million points after this tower clearance. After a moment of daze, Suyuan's face showed an ecstatic expression. From the 51st to the 60th floor, he obtained 100,000 points on each floor. Including the 41st to the 50th levels he passed, he earned 40,000 points on each level. And the points gained from the 1st to the 40th floors. Now his total points have reached 1.526 million points. The points for passing the tower from the 61st to the 70th floor are 200,000 for each floor. After possessing the divine light of Nirvana and witnessing its terrifying power, Suyuan was confident that he could defeat epic beasts of the same level. After all, it is a natural supernatural power stimulated by the god-level beast-taming talent. Isn't it easy to kill an epic beast of the same level? Buzz! Just as Suyuan was thinking this, a beam of light fell from the dome at the top, covering his figure and quickly teleporting him to the 61st floor. As Suyuan expected, the ferocious beast on the 61st floor reached epic quality. But with the innate magical powers displayed by Suyuan, this epic beast on the 61st floor was killed instantly by him without any suspense. After waiting for 10 seconds, Suyuan was teleported to the 62nd floor of the Tower of Babel under the illumination of a white beam of light. Facing two epic one-star quality beasts of the same level, Suyuan burst out with his divine light of annihilation and easily took the opponents away. Afterwards, in the subsequent levels, Suyuan encountered the same problem as when he first entered the Tower of Babel. He killed all the ferocious beasts in seconds and passed them smoothly. 62nd floor, 63rd floor, 64th floor. The speed is astonishing. After Suyuan mastered the innate magical power of the Eye of Revelation, his incredible speed in rushing through the tower caused the people guarding outside the tower to exclaim in surprise. It's over 70 floors. What kind of monster is that guy in this tower? The 76th floor! Already in the top 10 of the stone tablet ranking. Not only that, this guy's speed in rushing through the tower hasn't slowed down yet. I don't think we can trap him even on the 80th floor. Why do I feel like this monster is rushing through the tower at the 70th floor just as fast as it was at the 10th floor? Is there really something wrong with the Tower of Babel? At this rate, this guy might be able to break the stone tablet record. Oh my god, we are going to witness a miracle today! Quick, forward this to other students so that everyone can witness the birth of a miracle together. Chapter 113, Reaching the Top. The Fifth Demon God. The Master of the Academy. Sky Star Quinio Phantom. Type, Quinius/Wind, Water, Thunder. Quality, Legendary 9 stars. Level, Extraordinary Level 7. The 99-story Tower of Babel actually transformed into a legendary 9-star quality extraordinary 7th level beast. This aura is unmatched by any of the peak beasts I encountered in the Molten Mountains. Looking in front of him was a giant beast with only one hoof, dotted with stars, and a roar like thunder, shaped like an ox. Feeling the enormous pressure coming from the giant beast, Suyuan narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. At this moment, Suyuan's face looked solemn, his eyes fixed on the giant beast in front of him. The legendary 9-star quality is only a step away from the legendary mythical quality ferocious beast. The strength of this Tianqing Quinius should never be underestimated. Without any hesitation, Suyuan used his innate magical power of the Eye of Revelation when he met this guy. His eyes turned black instantly, and a dark vortex appeared above his head. After so many levels of challenges, Suyuan has already mastered the use of the divine light of annihilation. The moment the black vortex appeared, a black light with a breath of annihilation shone towards the Tianqing Quiniu. Hold head high! Covered by the black light, the figure of Tianqing Quiniu instantly disappeared into the darkness. Only a sharp roar was heard from the spot. However, compared to the ferocious beast that Suyuan had killed before with the divine light of annihilation, this Tianqing Quiniu obviously lasted longer. Even after Suyuan's mental strength was exhausted again and the black vortex condensed by his innate magical power collapsed, the Tianqing Quiniu was still not completely strangled. As expected of a beast of the pinnacle of legendary quality that is only one step away from becoming a divine beast, it can actually withstand my annihilation divine light. Suyuan took a half step back, shook his aching head, and exclaimed at the seriously injured and dying Tianqing Quiniu in front of him. But even so, Suyuan's mental power has been completely exhausted, and it is quite difficult for him to kill the seriously injured Tianqing Quiniu. Kill! Without much hesitation, after Suyuan adapted to the feeling of mental weakness, he immediately let out a low growl, took a step forward, and rushed directly towards the Tianqing Quiniu. Although Suyuan's mental strength was completely exhausted, his physical fitness was not much worse than that of the ferocious beasts of the same level. With the feedback of the epic level beast power from Xiaoyan, Suyuan's own physical fitness is enough to compete with the perfect beasts of the same level. Even if it is not worth mentioning in the face of the legendary top-quality Tianqing Quiniu, don't forget that the current Tianxing Kunyu is already at the end of its strength. Suyuan may be able to kill the opponent with his own physical strength. Roar! Seeing Suyuan rushing towards him, Tianxing Kunyu also forced himself to go forward despite his severely injured body. A shocking hand-to-hand fight immediately broke out between the two sides. Boom, boom, boom. As continuous roars came from the 99th floor of the Tower of Babel, the final roar of the Tianxing Kunyu became weaker and weaker. A quarter of an hour later, the fighting finally stopped. As the Sky Star Kunyu turned into a sky full of stars and disappeared, Suyuan also fell to the ground with a thud, gasping for breath. First, his mental strength was overdrawn, and now his whole body was exhausted. Suyuan only felt dizzy, and a strong sense of sleepiness kept invading his brain, making him drowsy. But this feeling of drowsiness soon disappeared as the strange energy from the Tower of Babel poured into Suyuan's body. Buzz! As the energy was infused, Suyuan's mental strength quickly recovered, and at the same time, even his physical fatigue was swept away. Congratulations on reaching the top of the 99th floor of the Tower of Babel. Earn 1 million points. Boom! However, when this voice sounded, the entire Tower of Babel began to shake violently. Outside, a beam of golden light shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire Tower of Babel. For a moment, the entire medium-sized secret realm where Jiuzhou Academy was located began to shake. And in front of Suyuan, a dark crack suddenly appeared. As the pitch-black crack appeared, waves of extremely evil aura emerged from the space crack and dissipated. Just the evil aura that was emanating from it was enough to make Suyuan's hair stand on end. Before Suyuan could understand what was going on, a sharp claw emitting strange black demonic energy emerged from the crack and grabbed towards him. The pressure from this sharp claw was far beyond Suyuan's imagination, and was more powerful than any human or beast he had ever seen. Even Song Jinfeng, the king-level beast master who had brought him to Jiuzhou Academy, was no match for the sharp claw in front of him. The two are not at the same level at all. Facing the attack of this terrifying sharp claw, Suyuan felt his whole body stiff and he had no power to resist at all. I couldn't even muster the energy to resist. Moreover, he had a vague feeling that if this attack landed on him, he would definitely die. Even in the Tower of Babel, he would inevitably perish completely. Humph! How dare you! Just when Suyuan thought he could not escape death, a cold snort suddenly rang out. Then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Suyuan, blocking the strange claws. The man stretched out his hand, clenched his fist, and thrust forward. Then a shadow of a tiger roared and flew out, smashing heavily on the monster's sharp claws, shocking it back and quickly shrinking back into the crack. Then, Suyuan heard a muffled groan from the owner of the monster claws behind the crack. Obviously, he suffered a great loss in this confrontation. Immediately afterwards, the unwilling roar of the owner of the monster claws came from behind the crack. Damn it! Gu Yufeng! You'd better pray that this kid doesn't leave Jiuzhou Academy. Buzz! As the sound was heard, the dark cracks in the Tower of Babel were on the verge of collapse. The next moment, it suddenly collapsed and disappeared. This person is so strong! Gu Yufeng, I seem to have seen this name somewhere. Oh, that's right, it's the stone tablet. The senior who ranked second and passed the 80th floor of the Tower of Babel. Suyuan looked at the back of the person in front of him, feeling the terrifying pressure coming from him, and was shocked. At the same time, he also remembered the name he saw on the stone tablet before entering the Tower of Babel. I immediately realized that the person in front of me was the second one ranked on the stone tablet list. The top genius second only to Shuizhengyi, who possesses SSS-level beast-taming talent. Suyuan greets Senior Gu. Thank you for your help, Senior. After knowing who was coming, Suyuan immediately bowed respectfully to Gu Yufeng and said. Hearing this, Gu Yufeng turned around and looked at Suyuan. With a faint smile on his face, he said, You don't have to thank me. It is my fault as the head of Jiuzhou Academy that I allowed the fifth demon god to reach out to Jiuzhou Academy. Fortunately, you are fine. Otherwise, if anything happened to you, the human race is genius. I would be the eternal sinner of the human race. You can reach the top of the Tower of Babel, great. Better than me and Shuizhengyi. Ha ha. Speaking of the latter, Gu Yufeng laughed and patted Suyuan's shoulder heavily, not hiding his joy at all. The head of the academy. Senior Gu is actually the head of Jiuzhou Academy. And the one who just attacked was actually the devil. I almost died at the hands of the devil. Hearing Gu Yufeng's words, Suyuan was stunned again and was shocked. Chapter 114, Emperor-level Beast Tamer, Dream Eye. At the same time, outside the Tower of Babel. What a strong golden light! What happened? Why did such a strange phenomenon appear? It's moving! The Tower of Babel is shaking! There has never been news of the Tower of Babel shaking. What happened today? Is the Tower of Babel going to collapse? I don't know how high the Tower of Babel is. If it collapses, our Jojo Academy will be in trouble. After that person rushed to the 99th floor, the Tower of Babel experienced such a strange change. Could it be that the change in the Tower of Babel is related to the person who rushed to the 99th floor? Looking at the Tower of Babel shaking violently and the pillar of light rising into the sky, feeling the strong tremors coming from the ground. The expressions of many students who were watching outside the Tower of Babel changed suddenly, and many of them began to flee frantically, causing the scene to become somewhat chaotic. Suyuan. At the entrance of the Tower of Babel, feeling all this commotion, Huang Fu Yunzhao's face turned pale, his eyes fixed on the Tower of Babel. Whoosh! 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 Everyone, please be patient. No one is allowed to leave! At this moment, figures appeared in the air, and in the blink of an eye they all arrived outside the Tower of Babel. At the same time, a powerful voice instantly resounded throughout the venue. The chaotic crowd around also quieted down after this shout. It's the 12th Dean. These big shots who are usually hard to find have gathered together. Oh my god, the 12 Deans, each of whom is an extremely powerful Emperor-level Beast Master, have all appeared. The Tower of Babel has undergone a huge change. This is a very serious matter. It is not surprising that it has attracted the attention of the 12 Deans. All 12 Deans have been dispatched. This time, the situation at Jojo Academy is going to change. That fierce man who broke into the 99th floor of the Tower of Babel has really made a splash this time. Looking at the 12 figures that suddenly appeared in the sky, the geniuses from the Kyushu Academy below widened their eyes and exclaimed in disbelief. 99 floors! It really is 99 floors! Who is trying to break into the tower? The Tongtian Tower of Jojo Academy has stood for more than 500 years, and this is the only genius who has reached the top. Even if Lord Shui has an SSS-level talent for taming beasts, he ultimately stopped at the 95th level. This person must be another peerless evildoer with SSS-level talent. God bless Daxia. God bless the human race. 12 figures stood in the air, looking at the Tower of Babel bathed in golden light, and everyone's face was filled with excitement. His eyes were shining and his mouth was full of confidence. Brush. At this moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Suyuan followed Gu Yufeng and walked out of the entrance of the Tower of Babel. Seeing someone appear at the entrance, the 12 Deans looked down excitedly, preparing to see who had passed the 99 floors of the Tower of Babel and reached the top of the Tower of Babel, which no one had ever reached before. Even everyone has already made plans in their hearts to accept this peerless genius into their own academy. However, after seeing Gu Yufeng beside Suyuan, these powerful Emperor-level Beast Master Deans trembled all over. They quickly landed on the ground, and the 12 people bowed respectfully towards Gu Yufeng. Mansion, Master of the Mansion. Oh my god, what did I see today? The 12 Deans, the head of the academy, these big shots are all here. Am I dreaming? Later, after hearing the shouts of the 12 Deans, all the students had expressions of horror on their faces and spoke in trembling voices. The head of Jojo Academy is also a legendary figure to the students of Jojo Academy. Even the annual opening ceremony is presided over by the 12 Deans. As for the head of Jojo Academy, he has never appeared in public. But even so, it does not prevent all of them from worshipping and respecting the master of Jojo Academy. Because everyone knows that this is the top Beast Master College in Daxia and even in the entire Human Federation. The master of Jojo Academy is also extremely powerful, and is a genuine saint-level Beast Master. He is a saint-level Beast Master, the closest being to the legendary god. If it weren't for chance, even the geniuses of Jojo Academy like them might not be able to meet a saint-level beast tamer in their entire lives. After learning that the person next to Suyuan was the head of Jojo Academy, the students around him were deeply shocked. Even the fact that Suyuan had climbed to the 99th floor of the Tower of Babel was temporarily put aside by them. So many people. Gu Yufeng nodded to the 12 Deans, then turned his gaze to the hundreds of people behind them, his face darkening. He glanced at Suyuan beside him, and recalled what had just happened in the Tower of Babel. Finally, his eyes fell on an old man among the 12 college presidents. This person is the Dean of the Fantasy Beast Taming Academy. Seeing the look in Gu Yufeng's eyes, the Dean of the Illusionary Beast Taming Academy immediately understood what he meant. Then, Suyuan saw the Dean of the Illusion Academy waving his hand. A fleshy ball with 2 tentacles suddenly appeared in the air in front of him. In the middle of the ball of flesh is a huge pupil. Dream Eye contracted. Species, exotic/illusion. Quality, epic 9 stars. Level, Imperial level 3. Condition perfect. Skills, Dream Realm, Forgotten Eye, Nightmare Invasion. Evolution times 3. As Suyuan used the Eye of Revelation to look at this special beast in the air that was more than 10 meters in diameter and looked like an eyeball, the information about this beast also appeared in front of him. Emperor level 3rd order beast. What is this for? Suyuan was surprised when he saw the dean of the Fantasy Beast Taming Academy summon out the 3rd level Emperor grade Fantasy Eye. Buzz. Just as Suyuan was surprised, a dazzling blue light suddenly burst out from the dream eye. At the same time, the pupils of all the students present, except Suyuan, slowly dilated and their whole bodies became dull. This is true for both the old students who were watching and the freshmen who had completed the Tower of Babel. At the same time, Gu Yufeng also set his eyes on the stone tablet in front of the Tower of Babel. On the stone tablet, Suyuan's name has surpassed Shuizhengyi and ranks first on the tablet. The ranking on the stone tablet is a bit troublesome. Forget it. For Suyuan, what does it matter if I break the rules? Looking at the ranking on the stone tablet, Gu Yufeng sighed in his heart, and his eyes became sharp and resolute. He waved his hand, and an unparalleled force suddenly rose up and fell on the stone tablet, forcibly changing Suyuan's ranking. It dropped from the original 1st place to the 800th place. The number of levels to be cleared also became 64. According to this result, change the memory of everyone present. Also, investigate the school's intranet, block all messages, find all the people who got the messages, and modify their memories. Today's live broadcast must not be spread outside, otherwise, you know the consequences. After lowering Suyuan's ranking on the stone tablet, Gu Yufeng spoke again to the 12 deans. There was a sense of fatigue in his words. Obviously, even for Gu Yufeng, it took him a lot of effort to forcibly change the ranking on Suyuan's steel. Yes, Lord. Upon hearing this, the 12 deans immediately bowed and accepted the order. Suyuan, you don't need to challenge the Tower of Babel anymore. Just stay at the 800th place, the 64th floor. Of course, your current tower clearance points will not change. We are doing this to protect you. Just now, the 5th demon god of the abyss sensed the sudden changes in the Tower of Babel and attacked you. But there are restrictions between the abyss and the space where Jiuzhou Academy is located. It is already the limit for him to overcome so many obstacles and attack. He may not be able to see your appearance. We do this to protect you, I hope you understand. After arranging everything, Gu Yufeng looked at Suyuan again and said to him. Students understand. Hearing this, Suyuan immediately nodded in response. Seeing this, Gu Yufeng also showed a satisfied smile on his face. After giving Suyuan a few more instructions, he slipped away. Suyuan was right next to him, and didn't notice how he disappeared. This scene once again made Suyuan sigh at Gu Yufeng's power. Chapter 115 Undercurrent. Damn Gu Yufeng, if I hadn't fought him across so many layers of space, I wouldn't have been hurt by him. Abyss, the 5th Demon Temple. The 5th demon god was a tall man wearing black armor with a lot of protruding bone spurs on the front of the armor. He had a sword-like horn on his head and had a sinister look on his face. Looking at the trace of green blood oozing from his right hand, the 5th demon god snorted coldly, his demon eyes filled with murderous intent. Afterwards, a monstrous demonic energy surged out of his body and attached to his right hand. The scars on it began to repair rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they were back to normal without a trace of scar. After doing all this, the 5th demon god shouted loudly towards the outside of the demon god temple. Someone come! Several figures immediately came over upon hearing the sound, quickly knelt before the 5th demon god, and saluted respectfully. Master Demon! Quickly mobilize your forces and attack the Demon Guard Pass with all your might. Attract the attention of the enemies inside the Demon Guard Pass. During this period, get as many people as possible to cross the Demon Guard Pass and sneak into the human territory and wait for instructions. Looking at the several capable assistants in front of him, the 5th demon god immediately gave them orders. Yes! Upon hearing the 5th demon god's order, the people below did not dare to delay and immediately set off. After several people left, the 5th demon god stretched out his hand again, and a mirror instantly appeared in the space in front of him. A huge statue exactly like him appeared in the mirror. In front of the statue is a group of believers with pious expressions. Seeing this, the 5th demon god closed his eyes, and a telekinesis came out from his brows, passed through the mirror in front of him, and fell on the statue in the mirror. In the underground building of an unknown barren mountain in Daxia, a group of people were worshipping the statue of the 5th demon in front of them. Buzz! At this moment, the eyes of the statue in front suddenly opened, and 2 beams of light were projected from the eyes of the statue. In the beam of light, the shadow of the 5th demon appeared, as vivid as a 3D projection. At the same time, there is an extremely powerful pressure that fills the entire underground building. Master Demon! Master Demon has appeared! The sudden change did not cause panic, but instead made the believers who were worshipping the statue of the devil below extremely excited. Everyone screamed and kowtowed even harder to the statue of the fifth demon god in front of them. Brush. 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 At this moment, figures emanating a powerful aura and shrouded in black robes rushed in from all directions of the underground building. After seeing the projection of the fifth demon god, these people trembled all over and knelt on their knees respectfully. Greetings, Master Demon! Seeing this, the projection of the fifth demon god nodded coldly, and then spoke to the men in black robes. New mission: immediately find out who are the students from Jojo Academy who are challenging the Tower of Babel today. I want a complete list of geniuses. If you complete this mission well, I will give you the reward you want, a staggering reward that will allow you to break through to the Emperor level. Boom! The words of the fifth demon god immediately shocked the black-robed men present, and a thunder-like roar flashed through their minds. That is a chance to break through to become an Emperor-level Beast Master. How many Emperor-level Beast Masters are there in the entire human race? Once they are able to break through to the Emperor level, they will be able to roam freely in the whole world. Breaking through to the Emperor level was definitely a temptation that was hard to resist for those of them whose beast-taming talent was only B-level at best. We will do our best to investigate. After being deeply shocked, several people took a few deep breaths to calm their excitement, and then they responded loudly. Hearing this, the fifth demon god nodded slightly, and then his projection disappeared. The eyes of the fifth demon statue in front of everyone also returned to their original state. Looking closely, there was nothing abnormal. After the projection of the fifth demon god disappeared, several powerful men covered in black robes in front of the demon god statue also began to discuss excitedly. Master, could it be that the great Xia Jojo Academy has produced another extraordinary genius? It is so amazing that the fifth demon god has personally projected his order for us to track down this person. In my opinion, the person the fifth demon god is looking for must be the genius specially recruited by Jojo Academy this year. We can find out the list of the specially recruited geniuses of Jojo Academy this time and hand it over to the demon god. No, since Lord Fifth Demon has specified the list of all the genius members who will challenge the Tower of Babel today, we must spare no effort to get this list. That's right, Lord Demon has said that as long as we complete this mission, we will have the opportunity to break through to the Emperor-level Beast Tamer. That's the Emperor-level Beast Tamer. Mobilize all our manpower and activate all the hidden lines to find out the information that the Fifth Demon Lord wants. Whether or not there is an opportunity to break through to the Emperor level, we must do our best to complete the task assigned to us by the Demon Lord. Without the Demon Lord's favor, you and I, B-level talented Beast Masters with no background, would never be able to reach the current level. Yes, Master. After receiving the order from the leading black-robed man, the other black-robed men responded one after another, and then quickly stepped into the air and left. Jojo Academy, outside the Tower of Babel. At this moment, the 12 Emperor-level Beast Master Deans of Jojo Academy have all left. All the students who were affected by the Dream Eye skill also recovered from their stagnation. However, the memories of all of them have been modified, including all the information transmitted by everyone on the smart terminals of Jojo Academy. At this moment, except for the person involved, Suyuan, everyone thought that Suyuan was just a genius who had reached the 64th floor of the Tower of Babel and ranked 800th on the stone tablet ranking list. But even so, Suyuan's performance still caused a sensation among everyone. Suyuan, congratulations, you have made it into the top 800 of the stone tablet rankings in your first attempt at the tower. Compared to you, we are all unworthy of the title of genius. Suyuan, your talent must be SS level, right? The information that your Tianyang No. 1 middle school revealed to the public was actually a level. You really hid it from me so hard. Besides Suyuan, Shangguan Yunqian and Huangfu Yunzhao came forward with shocked expressions. Shangguan Yunqian was not stingy with her praise. Huangfu Yunzhao recalled the news that had been spread from Tianyang No. 1 middle school, and his face was full of emotion. It was just luck, just luck. Upon hearing this, Suyuan responded modestly with a faint smile, but he was thinking secretly in his heart. If they knew that their memories had been tampered with, what would the scene be like when they understood the truth? However, Suyuan had already decided to keep this secret. Keeping this secret to myself is good for me and everyone else. I didn't expect that this class would produce such a talented person. Very good. This way, I won't be alone in this Kyushu Academy. Suyuan, once my god-slaying sword becomes more advanced, I will definitely surpass you and be promoted to a higher rank. Not far away, Nie Xiaoming looked at Suyuan's ranking on the stone tablet, his eyes fixed on Suyuan's direction, his fists clenched, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Zhong Shiding, who was standing aside, looked at Suyuan with a strange look in her eyes, and it was unknown what she was thinking. Suyuan and Huangfu Yunzhao didn't talk for too long. After saying goodbye to the two, Suyuan summoned the beast tamer Xiaoyan and took him directly towards the treasury of Jiuzhou Academy. Suyuan has enough points in the tower and can't wait to go to the Academy's treasury to exchange for evolutionary resources to complete his beast-taming evolution. Chapter 116 Evolution. 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 The core of Yuan Shui, the magic sound stone, the flame sea pearl, the 1,000-year-old willowwood heart, the black magic tiger heart. Student Suyuan, do you really want to exchange for so many 5th and 6th tier treasures? The total value of the beast-taming resources on your list is not low. If you use school points to redeem it, you will need a total of 780,000 points. Jiuzhou Academy, outside the Academy's treasury. A tutor who was guarding the Academy's treasury looked at the list in his hand with surprise and asked Suyuan. After Suyuan finished his mission of breaking into the Tower of Babel, he went directly to the Academy's treasury to exchange materials, preparing to evolve all 4 of his beasts once again. Yes, teacher, please prepare these materials for me. I am not short of points. Suyuan looked at the surprised instructor in front of him. A smile appeared on his face, and he spoke confidently. What he said is true. As early as when you passed the 60th floor of the Tower of Babel, the reward points for passing each level of the Tower of Babel were as high as 100,000 points. When you reach the 90th level or above, you will be rewarded with 1 million points. After reaching the top of the Tower of Babel, Suyuan's accumulated points reached over 20 million. A mere 780,000 points is not worth mentioning. Even if the points were doubled, Suyuan could easily use them to purchase materials. Okay, I'll get it for you right away. Seeing Suyuan so confident, the mentor guarding the treasury didn't say anything more, but turned around, opened the many restrictions, and entered the treasury. This instructor was guarding the treasury of Jiuzhou Academy, which was heavily restricted. Because the restrictions blocked the movement of the Tower of Babel from the outside world, he did not receive any news of Suyuan breaking into the tower. Otherwise, even if the reward was calculated based on the result of reaching the 64th floor of the tower that Gu Yufeng had finally arranged for Suyuan, Suyuan's points reward would be as high as 1 million. If the tutor knew this, he would not have asked the previous questions. Student Suyuan, all the beast-taming resources you want are here. Please count them. A few minutes later, the instructor guarding the treasury came to Suyuan with a bag of beast-taming resources and poured all the resources onto the counter in front of him. Jiuzhou Academy is really rich and powerful. These resources that others value so much are just dumped on the counter casually. Suyuan's mouth twitched slightly when he saw this casualness. He knew that there were countless natural treasures in the treasury of Jiuzhou Academy, but these were at least 6th and 5th level beast-taming resources, which were treasures worth at least tens of billions in the outside world. You can put it upside down without any worries, and you don't have to worry about it being damaged by bumps or collisions. After sighing, Suyuan did not hesitate and counted the beast-taming resources in front of him one by one, and found nothing missing. Thank you, Master. I have all the beast-taming resources I need. It's a total of 780,000 points. Just scan the smart terminal on your wrist over this device. After watching Suyuan confirm that the beast-taming resources were correct, the instructor guarding the treasury took out a palm-sized machine and said to Suyuan. Upon hearing this, Suyuan stretched out his hand and touched the smart terminal bracelet he received when completing the admission procedures, completing the transaction. His points balance was also deducted by 780,000 points. It's quite convenient. After completing the transaction, Suyuan remembered the mobile payment method he used on Earth before traveling through time, smiled slightly, and then left the resource treasury with the pile of 5th level and 6th level beast-taming resources in front of him. Xiaoyan! Let's go outside and find another place to break through. This time, all of you will be able to complete the evolution again. After walking out of the Academy's treasury, Suyuan summoned Xiaoyan and said with a smile, Cry! Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan also understood what Suyuan meant by evolution, and immediately let out a cry of surprise. It flew happily around Suyuan's head for a circle before landing next to Suyuan. After Suyuan got on his back, Xiaoyan flapped his wings at an extremely fast speed and flew towards the outside of Jiuzhou Academy. Is Suyuan going to evolve his beast? He is so confident that he can make his own beast evolve. Could it be that his talent is related to the evolution of his own beast? After Xiaoyan took Suyuan away, outside the Academy's treasury building, Gu Yufeng's figure walked out of the void, looked in the direction Suyuan left, frowned and murmured in a low voice. But soon, a smile appeared on his face. That's probably the case. That's good too. Although this talent cannot increase the strength of one's own beast control in battle like his genius beast control talent. But if Suyuan can evolve all his beasts to their full potential, his future achievements will be limitless. Besides, this is just my guess. For someone who can pass the 99th floor of the Tower of Babel with his own strength, his talent in taming beasts should be more than just this. As he spoke, Gu Yufeng's figure disappeared again and disappeared into the surrounding void. Your beast heavy water giant turtle has evolved into a mountain sea turtle. Your beast tamer mountain turtle has acquired a new skill, power of the river. Your mountain turtle has acquired a new skill, mountain suppression. Your beast wind spirit nether cat has evolved into storm nether tiger. Your beast storm nether tiger has learned a new skill, nether slash. Your beast storm nether tiger has learned a new skill, storm's fury. Your beast soul tree demon has evolved into the ancient music tree. Your beast tamer, the tree king, has acquired a new skill, flying leaf blade. Your beast master tree king has acquired a new skill, soul devouring ensemble. Your beast, the fiery sunbird, has evolved into the phoenix blood fire Luan. Your beast phoenix blood fire Luan has learned a new skill, phoenix flame roaring sky strike. Your beast phoenix blood fire Luan has learned a new skill, scorching sun fire domain. Outside Jojo Academy, the light of evolution on the 4 beasts around Suyuan dissipated one after another. With sufficient evolutionary resources, within an hour, the 4 beasts, Xiaoxian, Xiaoyu, Daxu and Xiaoyan, completed their evolution one after another. After Xiaoxian's evolution, his body has grown rapidly. Now, Xiaoxian is as tall as a mountain, hundreds of feet tall. His huge body gives people an unimaginable sense of oppression with every move he makes. The thick tortoise shell is as hard as diamond and unbreakable. In the center of the eyebrows, there is a prismatic crystal core embedded in it, emitting a strong scent of water element. After Xiaoyu evolved, he turned into a 5-meter-long gorgeous tiger, with an astonishing ferocity flashing in his eyes. The big tree has now turned into a huge tree hundreds of feet tall, with thousands of branches hanging down from the 100-foot-tall crown, with lush leaves and twigs. The last one to complete the evolution was Xiaoyan. At this moment, after completing the evolution, Xiaoyan became a 100-meter-tall fiery red shadow flying in the sky, with his wings turning into flames, shining brightly. The fiery aura emanating from his body seemed to be able to ignite the sky, and his golden eyes revealed the spirit of a king. Suyuan looked at the 4 beasts surrounding him, and checked the attributes of his 4 beasts with a smile. Chapter 117. All members are epic. Promoted to commander. Mountain turtle, contracted. Species, turtle/water, earth. Quality, epic 5-star. Level, extraordinary level 6. Condition, perfect. Skills, water gun, tide camouflage, water escape, giant spin, heavy water barrier, river power, mountain suppression times L. Evolution times 3. The materials needed for the next stage of evolution: 1 royal water beast crystal core, 1 royal earth beast crystal core, 1 sea pearl, 1 earth vein crystal. Storm nether tiger, contracted. Type, cat/shadow, wind. Quality, epic 5-star. Level, extraordinary level 5. Condition, perfect. Skills, wind blade, phantom, shadow stealth, blade tornado, shadow binding, nether/storm's fury. Evolution times 2. Materials required for the next stage of evolution: 1 royal wind beast crystal core, 1 royal shadow beast crystal core, heart of the storm. Phoenix blood fire Luan, already contracted. Species, bird/fire. Quality, epic 9 stars. Level, commander level 1. Condition, perfect. Skills, fire feather, flame shield, destruction fire eye, blazing sun burning sky, thousand sun strike, flame demon burning sky sword, phoenix flame roaring sky strike, flaming sun fire domain. Evolution times 2. Materials required for the next stage of evolution: 1 crystal core of an emperor level fire beast, 1 earth fire bead, and phoenix blood essence. Ancient music tree, contracted. Type, plant/wood poison sound. Quality, epic 4-star. Level, extraordinary level 9. Condition, perfect. Skills, poison whip, root thrust, old bark, violent tree, soulwood cage, soulwood lancer, leaf blade, soul eater ensemble. Evolution times 2. Materials required for the next stage of evolution: 10 imperial beast life essences, 1 Tianshu black ironwood, 10,000 year spiritual spring. All members are of epic quality, and Xiaoyan is even an epic 9-star beast, which is only 1 step away from a legendary quality beast. With the help of the pure energy of these evolutionary resources, Xiaoyan and the others have made great progress in their strength. Now I am also a commander-level beast master. With my current strength, combined with Xiaoyan and the others, and my newly awakened innate magical powers, I estimate that there are not many commanders who can be my opponents. Looking at the attributes of the 4 beasts, Suyuan's smile became more and more satisfied. However, after seeing the materials needed for the further evolution of his 4 beasts, the smile on Suyuan's face became a little helpless. The crystal core of an imperial beast not only contains powerful energy, but also has the fierce power of an imperial beast. Even if we follow the material matching plan provided by the Eye of Apocalypse, it may not be possible for Xiao Xian and his team to safely absorb the energy in the crystal cores of these Emperor-level beasts and resist the obsession and fierce power of the Emperor-level beasts after their death. The next goal is to break through to the Lord level first. After I break through to the Lord level beast tamer, I will train Xiao Xian and the others to the Lord level realm. By then, they should be able to barely resist the remaining ferocity in the crystal core of the Emperor-level beast. Having said that, Suyuan waved his hand and took back the other 3 beasts except Xiao Yan into his beast-taming bracelet. Then Suyuan suddenly exerted force with his legs, jumped up, and jumped down to the bottom of the cliff on the mountain where he was. Just as Suyuan jumped off a cliff hundreds of meters deep, a red figure came riding on the wind and caught Suyuan steadily. Xiao Yan, before the freshman competition begins, let's practice with the ferocious beasts left in this medium-sized secret realm outside of Jiuzhou Academy. After jumping onto Xiao Yan's back, Suyuan looked calmly at the wilderness ahead and said to Xiao Yan, "Although tomorrow is the first day of school at Jiuzhou Academy, every student can choose the college of his or her own department. But it is not necessary to choose your own beast-taming academy on the first day of school. Many people will choose their department only after the freshman competition." Moreover, before today, Suyuan had never thought that he would be able to awaken the terrifying innate magical power of the divine light of annihilation in the Tower of Babel. It allowed him to pass through the 99 floors of the Tower of Babel with great momentum, and obtain more than 20 million school points. This amount of points is enough for him to exchange for evolutionary resources from the Academy's treasury that will allow him to evolve all his beasts to legendary quality. With so many points, Suyuan temporarily gave up his original idea of providing the Beast Taming Research Institute with the Beast Taming Evolution route. As the saying goes, plans cannot keep up with changes. With sufficient points, Suyuan is no longer in a hurry to gain points. Instead, he devotes himself to improving the level of the beast. The fastest way to improve your beast-taming skills is to fight. Exhaust one's own strength in battle, and then replenish it by absorbing the energy of the ferocious beast's crystal core. Repeat this process over and over again to rapidly increase your strength level. Previously, Suyuan encountered the experience of the 5th demon god who personally attacked him in the Tower of Babel, and heard the 5th demon god's last unwilling roar. Suyuan also had no intention of leaving Jiuzhou Academy and going out into the outside world to look for ferocious beasts to fight. Otherwise, if he were in the outside world and encountered the devil again who crossed the space to kill him personally, with his current strength, he would have no hope of survival at all. Fortunately, Jiuzhou Academy is built in a medium-sized secret realm. This secret realm is vast and has many commander-level and lord-level ferocious beasts. It can fully meet Suyuan's need to improve the strength level of the beasts under his command. There are many talented students with strong strength in Jiuzhou Academy. All the instructors are at least king-level beast masters. There are also 12 deans who are emperor-level beast masters, and Gu Yufeng, the master of the academy, who is a saint-level beast master. There is an invisible and intangible powerful aura lingering around the entire Jiuzhou Academy. This also meant that no ferocious beast dared to approach within hundreds of miles of the school's building cluster. Xiao Yan and Suyuan flew over 500 miles in the air, but they didn't even encounter a ferocious beast. However, as Xiao Yan took Suyuan further and further away from Jiuzhou Academy, he and Xiao Yan finally began to encounter some ferocious beasts one after another. The strength of these beasts is quite good. Most of them are above the awakening level. There are far fewer beasts at the awakening level and below. The medium-sized secret realm where Jiuzhou Academy is located is much more powerful than the primary secret realm in the Voodoo Jungle. After encountering many extraordinary beasts from the secret realm, Suyuan stood on Xiao Yan's back and commented in a low voice. But now these extraordinary beasts no longer arouse his interest. His 4 beasts are now all of epic quality. Although Xiao Xian, Xiao Yu and Dashu are still only at the extraordinary level, their actual combat power is no worse than that of ordinary commander-level beasts. In order to give his 4 beasts enough intense combat training, Suyuan had to find some commander-level ferocious beasts for Xiao Xian and the others to practice with. Under Xiao Yan's leadership, Suyuan continued to fly outward for more than 200 miles. Roar! Cry! Boom! At this moment, the roar of a ferocious beast suddenly came from the right front of Suyuan and Xiao Yan, accompanied by the roar of fierce fighting. Xiao Yan, go over there and take a look! Hearing the noise in front of the right, Suyuan immediately commanded Xiao Yan to rush towards the direction where the noise came from. After awakening his innate magical powers and entering the level of a commander-level beast master, Suyuan's mental power was more than 10 times stronger than before he entered the tower. perception also becomes extremely sharp. He could feel that both sides fighting in front of him were quite powerful. At least they were commander-level ferocious beasts. Chapter 118 Crazy Fight. Meet the mythical beast master again. L. As Suyuan gradually approached the battle area, a vast black water pool gradually appeared in Suyuan's sight. At this moment, above the black water pond, a huge figure soared into the sky, surrounded by lightning. Every time it flapped its wings, purple thunder fell from the sky, and the sound was deafening. Suyuan looked carefully and found that the figure soaring in the sky was a thunder eagle. The purple thunder surrounding its body carried an aura of destruction, and its eyes contained strong murderous intent. It continuously attacked the black water pool below. Boom! At this time, above the black water pool below, a snow-white figure floated on the water, which was out of tune with the black water below. This is a big carp with golden eyes and a snow-white body. The scales on its body sparkle under the sunlight, shining a dazzling white light. Call out! Call out! Call out! Facing the attack from the huge thunder eagle in the sky, the black water pool around the big snow-white carp continuously shot water arrows towards the sky, rushing towards the purple thunder falling from the sky. The black water arrow came into contact with the purple thunder descending from the sky, and the two sides exploded against each other. Both the powerful purple thunder and the black water arrow were annihilated in midair. Before Suyuan arrived, the two ferocious beasts had been fighting each other for a long time. But the strength of both sides was equal, and after a long stalemate, there was still no winner. The auras of these two guys are pretty good, let me see their attributes. Suyuan looked at the two ferocious beasts that appeared in his sight and whispered, then used his talent to look at the two ferocious beasts. Suddenly, the information of the two ferocious beasts appeared in front of him. Purple lightning eagle. Species, bird/thunder. Quality, excellent 8 stars. Level, commander level 5. Status, furious. Skills, thunderous lightning, purple lightning blade, purple lightning cage. Evolution times 0. Evolution options 3. White scale fish. Species, fish/aquatic. Quality, excellent 7 stars. Level, commander level 5. Status, furious. Skills, water barrier, water flow break, water arrow strike. Evolution times 0. Evolution options 4. The first evolution plan, after one evolution, evolves into a giant armored carp, perfect 2 stars. The second evolution plan, after 2 evolutions, evolves into ice roar carp, epic 1 star. The third evolution plan, after 2 evolutions, evolves into Gyarados, epic 3 stars. The fourth evolution plan, after 4 evolutions, evolves into Jotian Kunping, mythical level. Both beasts are of excellent quality, commanding the 5th level. Although the purple lightning thunder eagle is slightly better than the white-scaled fish by 1 star in quality, and possesses extremely powerful thunder skills. But the white-scaled fish was fighting at home and had the advantage of geographical location. The battle between the two was basically evenly matched and neither could do anything to the other. But even so, the two ferocious beasts are still fighting with all their might. Even when Suyuan brought Suyuan closer, he didn't notice. Wow! Another beast that can evolve to the mythical level. I'll definitely get this white-scaled fish. When Suyuan first saw the attributes of the purple lightning eagle, he didn't think there was anything special about it. But when his eyes fell on the attributes of the white-scaled fish, an expression of ecstasy suddenly appeared on his face. His eyes were fixed on the white-scaled fish that was trying its best to fight against the purple lightning eagle. His gaze was burning. Ever since he harvested the big tree in the voodoo jungle, he hasn't seen a ferocious beast that could excite his heart for a long time. What on earth are these two guys fighting so hard for? Suyuan and I are already so close, but these two guys haven't noticed us yet. In midair, Suyuan, who was staring at the battle between the purple thunder eagle and the white-scaled fish, gradually showed a hint of curiosity on his face, and then his eyes looked around the two ferocious beasts. Finally, after careful investigation, he finally discovered why the two beasts were fighting so madly. I saw that on the lake not far away, there was a purple lightning eagle floating. Its size was much smaller than the one in the sky. In the sharp claws of this smaller purple thunder eagle, a large fish several meters long was tightly grasped. Seeing this scene, Suyuan roughly guessed what was going on. The dead smaller purple thunder eagle should be the offspring of the purple thunder eagle in the sky. It came to this black water pond in search of food, but it never expected to be killed by the overlord of the black water pond, the white-scaled fish. The purple lightning eagle that is now fighting fiercely with the white-scaled fish is here to avenge its offspring. No wonder this purple lightning thunder eagle is so crazy. It turns out that it was because its own child died at the hands of the white-scaled fish. After guessing what was going on, Suyuan nodded slightly and spoke in a low voice. Seeing that the two ferocious beasts were still fighting madly, Suyuan did not rashly let Xiaoyan get close and join in, but watched the show leisurely from the side. Since the white-scaled fish can evolve into the mythical quality 9 Sky Kunping, he will definitely take it under his command. The opponent is at the 5th level of commander, and is quite powerful. It is just right for the purple lightning eagle to consume his energy, so that he can save a lot of energy when he takes action later. Boom! Here, Suyuan stood on Xiaoyan and watched the show calmly. On the other side, the battle between the purple lightning eagle and the white-scaled fish became more and more intense. The purple lightning thunder eagle, relying on its status as a flying beast, had a lot of air advantages. It kept flying in the air, releasing lightning towards the white-scaled fish below. Powerful purple thunders continuously struck the white-scaled fish below, with great power and terrifying momentum. However, facing the white-scaled fish that had the advantage of terrain, the purple thunder eagle's attacks were ineffective. All of its attacks were offset by the salvos of water arrows fired by the white-scaled fish. Cry! Looking at the white-scaled fish that it had been unable to capture for a long time, the revengeful purple thunder eagle stopped its attack. He did not summon thunder again, but instead let out a long roar towards the sky. Soon, Suyuan saw the purple lightning eagle, its body bathed in thunder, folding its wings and swooping down towards the black water pool below. Call out! Call out! Call out! Below, the white-scaled fish seemed to sense that there was something wrong with the purple thunder eagle's attack, and it tried its best to mobilize the black water in the pool around it, firing countless water arrows upwards, trying to resist the purple lightning eagle rushing down from the sky. However, the purple thunder eagle, whose body was surrounded by purple thunder, did not dodge or evade the attacks of these water arrows, allowing these attacks to fall on it. A pair of sharp eagle eyes stared at the white-scaled fish attacking him below, with hatred flashing in his eyes. Watching the purple lightning thunder eagle dive down desperately, his own attacks were unable to cause any harm to the purple lightning thunder eagle and did not have any blocking effect at all. This time the white-scaled fish finally panicked and was about to dive into the water. But the purple lightning thunder eagle seemed to have anticipated this. See you? A loud eagle cry was heard, and below, a white-scaled fish floating on the surface of the black water pond, which was about to dive into the water, suddenly appeared in a cage shining with purple thunder, trapping it inside. An intense numbing sensation instantly spread throughout the white-scaled fish's body, causing it to freeze in its tracks. This is exactly the skill of the purple lightning thunder eagle, the purple lightning prison. Chapter 119, The Superpower of the Epic Beast Tamer. Cry! Purple lightning blade slash. Looking at the white-scaled fish temporarily trapped in the purple lightning cage, the purple lightning eagle once again let out a deafening cry. Then cast the skill again. His body was as fast as lightning as he rushed towards the white-scaled fish that had no way to escape. Sizzle! A purple electric light flashed, and the figure of the purple lightning eagle and the white-scaled fish passed by each other. The water barrier that the white-scaled fish had just supported was instantly broken. The white-scaled fish's back was instantly cut open by the purple thunder eagle's wings, which were as hard as iron and as sharp as blades. A flash of blood appeared. Scales fluttered. Near the wound of the white-scaled fish, there was a flash of purple lightning. The high temperature of the lightning burned the flesh and blood near the wound of the white-scaled fish until it was charred black. Crash! After being hit with all the strength of the purple lightning eagle, the white-scaled fish was seriously injured, but he did not forget to fight back. The purple thunder eagle had just crossed paths with the white-scaled fish when a huge water column with a diameter of 10 meters suddenly erupted from the black pool behind the white-scaled fish and hit the purple thunder eagle heavily. The purple lightning eagle let out a shrill roar of pain and was directly washed hundreds of meters into the sky by the water column. The feathers that were originally as hard as iron fell into the pool under this blow. Cry! After the water column dissipated, all the feathers on the purple thunder eagle's abdomen disappeared, and the area on its abdomen that was hit by the water column was ruptured, with bloody red blood constantly oozing out of the wound. And with every flap of the purple thunder eagle's wings, more blood would ooze out of the wound on its abdomen. The intense pain made the purple thunder eagle miserable, and it kept uttering painful cries. However, even though it was seriously injured, the purple thunder eagle looked at the white-scaled fish in the pool below, and saw that it was still alive. Its eyes were once again filled with anger and hatred. The next moment, he swooped down again without caring about anything and used the same trick again. Xiaoyan, take action! We can't let that white-scaled fish die! Not far away in the sky, Suyuan looked at this scene and immediately said in a cold voice. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan flapped his wings violently, and his speed instantly increased. He rushed towards the purple lightning eagle in front with Suyuan. The 100-meter-long body flew rapidly, and wherever it passed, it set off an endless firestorm. The scorching air waves made all the water vapor in the air disappear. The flame demon's burning sky sword. As Suyuan rushed towards the purple lightning thunder eagle, violent and scorching fire elements quickly condensed above its head and transformed into a 40-meter-long flaming giant sword. After it got a certain distance close to the purple thunder eagle, Suyuan let out a loud cry. The huge red flaming sword above his head instantly turned into a red stream of light, which cut through the space at lightning speed and shot straight towards the purple lightning eagle. The purple lightning eagle, which was originally rushing towards the white-scaled fish, suddenly felt a sense of death crisis in its heart, causing its movements to slow down. When the purple lightning thunder eagle turned its head to look at Suyuan and Suyuan, all that was left in its sharp eagle eyes was a rapidly approaching red light. Puff! Before it could react, the purple thunder eagle's body was cut by Suyuan's flame demon burning sky sword. The blazing flaming giant sword slashed through the center of the purple lightning thunder eagle's brows, and with one strike of the sword, it directly split the purple lightning thunder eagle's body into two. It only took a blink of an eye from the burst of attack to killing the purple lightning eagle. The purple lightning eagle didn't even have time to make the slightest sound before its body, which was split in two, fell toward the black water pool below, burning. Crash! Below, the white-scaled fish saw that the purple lightning eagle that almost forced it into a desperate situation was killed without any resistance, and it was so scared that it dived into the water. The purple lightning eagle was dead. Now that it was no longer restrained by the purple lightning cage, it dived under the water and swam quickly towards the bottom of the pool. On Suyuan's back, Suyuan had been keeping an eye on the white-scaled fish in the black water pond. Want to escape? Seeing the white-scaled fish dive into the black water pool, Suyuan snorted coldly and summoned the big tree out with a wave of his hand. A body hundreds of feet tall appeared from the tree and slammed heavily into the black water pool from the air, splashing huge water hundreds of meters high. Then, countless branches hanging from the tree's crown turned into countless long whips and stabbed towards the pool of water below. Under the black water pool, the white-scaled fish had just dived into the water when it suddenly felt a huge impact coming from above. A lot of blood began to seep out of its wound again. Feeling the pressure coming from above, the white-scaled fish looked upwards. This sight frightened it out of its wits. In the sight, countless thick branches were like soul-binding chains, rapidly rolling towards it. Seeing this scene, the white-scaled fish did not dare to hesitate at all, and swam madly towards the bottom of the pool despite its seriously injured body. At the same time, he controlled the surrounding pool of water, stirring up undercurrents, and rushing towards the branches attacking from behind. However, all this was in vain. The branches of the big tree seem endless, and despite the strong water pressure, they still extend all the way with unstoppable force. In just a moment, countless branches had tied up the white-scaled fish like a dumpling, and then it was quickly pulled back to the pond. Crash! On the black water pond, a huge splash rose up as the water in front of the big tree was stirred up. The branches of the big tree pulled out the tightly tied white-scaled fish. A big shipment! If those fishermen from my previous life saw this, I'm afraid no one would be able to walk. Suyuan looked at the white-scaled fish in front of him that was more than 10 meters long, with a smile on his face, and said some small words that they couldn't understand. After sighing, Suyuan stood on Suyuan, looked at the struggling white-scaled fish in front of him with a smile, and said, "White-scaled fish, become my beast or die. Make a choice." The intelligence of ferocious beasts that can reach the commander level is no less than that of humans. The higher-level lord-level beasts can even speak human language. Suyuan believed that the big guy in front of him could understand what he said. Call! However, after hearing Suyuan's words, the white-scaled fish struggled even more violently. Even in the black water pool below, water arrows burst out again and shot towards Suyuan. Seeing this, a red flame barrier suddenly rose up around Suyuan, blocking all the water arrows. In an instant, white steam spread out, blocking all vision of Suyuan and the white-scaled fish. However, under the burning energy released from Suyuan, a large amount of water vapor was instantly evaporated. "If you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you!" After regaining his sight, Suyuan's expression turned cold as he looked at the white-scaled fish. Snap! Snap! At the same time, the big tree angrily tightened the branches that were tied to the white-scaled fish. Suddenly, the sound of broken bones was heard inside the white-scaled fish's body. It was not until the white-scaled fish was dying that Suyuan waved his hand and stopped the tree. Chapter 120 Contract. The Fifth Beastmaster. I'll give you one more chance. Don't rush to refuse. My talent is that I can see the evolutionary path of the beast. Follow me. Within 3 days, I can evolve you into an epic quality beast man. It may even become a legendary beast in the near future. Whether you choose to die or become my beast and grow into a legendary beast, you should think about it carefully. Suyuan looked at the white-scaled fish with anger in its eyes and continued. If the 5th level commander white-scaled fish really wanted to self-destruct, he would be unable to stop it with his current strength. If you want to successfully conquer the other party, you have no choice but to try to paint a big pie for them. Although it was just a pipe dream, Suyuan believed that few ferocious beasts could resist the temptation of evolving into divine beasts. Sure enough, after hearing his words, the eyes of the white-scaled fish, which were originally full of anger and humiliation, suddenly became clear. He immediately gave up the idea of self-destructing and dying together with Suyuan. His eyes were fixed on Suyuan, as if asking whether what he had just said was true. Don't worry, everything I said is true. You should have also felt that the levels of my 2 beasts are far inferior to yours. But you should be well aware of their combat power. All this is the result of me letting them evolve several times, and their quality has reached epic level. As long as you become my beast, I can make you complete at least 2 evolutions in a short period of time. Reaching epic quality will not be a problem at all. If you agree, don't resist. Suyuan also realized that there was a chance, and immediately spoke while the iron was hot. Then, he used his mental power to condense a beast-taming contract. After dripping a drop of his own blood on the beast-taming contract, he then threw the beast-taming contract towards the center of the white-scaled fish's eyebrows. This time, Suyuan did not encounter any obstacles in his beast-taming contract. The white-scaled fish cooperated very well and allowed Suyuan to imprint the beast-taming contract mark deep in its soul. Since then, the white-scaled fish became Suyuan's 5th beast. It is also the highest level beast currently. Boom! After successfully contracting the white-scaled fish, Suyuan suddenly received a huge amount of energy feedback in his body. The surging energy came like waves, causing Suyuan's aura to rise continuously. His level also soared from the 1st level of commander to the 5th level of commander, on par with the white-scaled fish. Call! The huge improvement in strength made Suyuan breathe a sigh of relief. Boom! After his strength surged, Suyuan punched forward, and an explosion sounded in the air. What a powerful force! In just one day, the strength has been continuously improved from the extraordinary 7th level to the commanding 5th level. I need to adapt to my current strength. After swinging his fist and exerting his current strength, Suyuan had a look of surprise on his face. The rapid improvement in his physical fitness and the increase in strength all require him to spend time to accumulate these skills before he can use them freely. After he finished speaking, Suyuan waved his arms a few times, and finally stretched himself, his bones crackling. Then, he took out a small bottle from his arms, poured out a few pills from it, and threw them at the white-scaled fish. This is the healing medicine I carry with me. Although it is not very advanced, it is still of some benefit to your injury. Take these healing pills and enter the beast-taming bracelet to heal your wounds. Watching the white-scaled fish swallow the healing pills he threw to it, Suyuan continued speaking. Seeing the white-scaled fish nodded, Suyuan waved his hand and put the white-scaled fish and the big tree into the beast-taming bracelet. He now has only 4 beast-taming bracelets, and he put the white-scaled fish into the one that Xiaoyan originally wore. As for Xiaoyan, he needs Xiaoyan to travel now, so there is no need to store Xiaoyan in the beast-taming bracelet for the time being. There are more and more beasts to control. It seems that I have to hurry up and upgrade to the Lord level to build my own beast control space. Otherwise, if you encounter more beasts with mythical potential in the future, you will have to take them in and wear a lot of beast-taming bracelets. After putting away the white-scaled fish and the big tree, Suyuan looked at the 4 beast-taming bracelets on his hands and smiled bitterly. Then, his gaze turned towards the black pool below. At this moment, the 2 charred halves of the purple lightning eagle that was killed by Xiaoyan's sword had sunk to the bottom of the black water pool and disappeared without a trace. What a pity for the purple lightning eagle's beast crystal core. Forget it, Xiaoyan, let's continue forward to find more commander-level beasts. Shaking his head, Suyuan did not waste time looking for the crystal core of the purple thunder eagle in the black water pool. For Suyuan now, the crystal core of a 5th-level ferocious beast is no longer important. With 20 million school points, Suyuan no longer needs to accumulate the crystal cores of fierce beasts one by one, collect materials from fierce beasts, and exchange them for money to buy beast-taming resources. Cry! Hearing Suyuan's command, Xiaoyan cried happily, flapped his wings, and rushed away with Suyuan. Suyuan, could it be the person I met in the Huangfu family before? If it is really him, I must find an opportunity to kill him completely. Otherwise, if this genius grows up and finds out that I was the one who sent people to the voodoo secret realm to assassinate him, not only me, but the entire Yang family will suffer a devastating disaster. In a villa in the 4th area of the 2nd grade at Zhouzhou Academy, Yang Di stared at the smart projection in front of him with a grim expression. Looking at the name Suyuan at the top, the image of Suyuan appeared in my mind, and I felt terrified. Not long ago, Yang Di suddenly received a message from his family, asking him to investigate carefully which people from Jiuzhou Academy had broken into the Tower of Babel after it was opened this morning. Yang Di is also a student of Jiuzhou Academy. Although he does not have at least S-level talent like Suyuan and Huang Fuyun Zhao, he is a special student recruited by Jiuzhou Academy. But he also has an A-level talent for taming beasts, and he performed very well in last year's college entrance examination. He was eventually successfully admitted to Jiuzhou Academy, and became an ordinary student of Jiuzhou Academy. After the Tower of Babel was opened this morning, the new batch of freshmen entering the tower caused quite a stir. Therefore, it was not difficult for Yang Di to find out who had broken into the Tower of Babel this morning. After checking the list of all students who passed the Tower of Babel this morning, Yang Di also discovered Suyuan, who had made a stunning debut and directly entered the top 800 of the stone tablet list. Seeing Suyuan's name, he couldn't help but feel panic in his heart. I hope this Suyuan is not that Suyuan, and we just happen to have the same name and surname. Yang Di looked at the list in front of him, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself down. But in the end, he still couldn't feel at ease. Yun Zhao also passed through the Tower of Babel this morning. I'll go find her and ask about the situation, and then everything will become clear. After saying that, Yang Di turned off the projection in front of him and walked out the door. Chapter 121: The Demonic Church's Actions. Yes, Suyuan is a friend of mine. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Outside the dormitory area of Zone 1, Huang Fuyun Zhao frowned slightly and said to Yang Di in front of her. She just received a message saying someone was looking for her, and at first she thought it was Suyuan. But I never thought it was Yang Di. Huang Fuyun Zhao knew very well what Yang Di thought of her, so she was not willing to have too much contact with him. Huang Fuyun Zhao originally thought that Yang Di knew that she had been admitted to Jiuzhou Academy, and was coming to harass her again. But unexpectedly, this time Yang Di did not send her various invitations as usual, but instead asked about her ranking in the previous Tower of Babel. In particular, he asked about Suyuan's situation separately. Noticing that Yang Di's behavior was a little abnormal, Huang Fuyun Zhao couldn't help but become alert and asked him what he wanted to do. Yun Zhao, don't think too much. I came to ask you about the situation because it was too sensational that Suyuan ranked 800th in his first attempt at the Tower of Babel. Many students in Ru Academy want to get to know a top genius like Suyuan. I also know about this matter. It just so happens that when I was at your Huangfu family, I heard that you had a friend named Suyuan. I wondered if they were all the same person, so I came to ask you. Since Suyuan is your friend, if you have the chance in the future, please introduce him to me. It has always been my dream to make friends with the chosen one who is on the stone tablet ranking list. Opposite Huang Fuyun Zhao, Yang Di felt a pang in his heart after getting the answer he wanted. But his expression remained calm, and he explained to Huang Fuyun Zhao with a faint smile. His explanation was reasonable, and even though Huang Fuyun Zhao was confused, he didn't find anything wrong. After hearing Yang Di's explanation, Huang Fuyun Zhao's frown relaxed and he said, I will definitely tell Suyuan about this if I have the chance. If there is nothing else, I will go back first. After Huang Fuyun Zhao finished speaking, he was about to turn around and go back to his dormitory. Seeing this, Yang Di took a step forward and said to Huang Fuyun Zhao with a smile. Yun Zhao, thank you. I won't let you help me for nothing. Why don't I invite you to dinner later? This is my way of celebrating your successful admission to Kyushu Academy. As he spoke, Yang Di looked at Huang Fuyun Zhao with burning eyes. Obviously, he still has ambitions towards Huang Fuyun Zhao. I have an appointment tonight, so I'm busy. Thank you. Huang Fuyun Zhao did not hesitate at all and directly rejected Yang Di's invitation. Then, without caring about Yang Di's reaction, she turned around and walked back, leaving Yang Di standing there awkwardly. Snap! Snap! Seeing Huang Fuyun Zhao turn around and leave so resolutely, the smile on Yang Di's face gradually disappeared, his expression became increasingly gloomy, and his hands had clenched into fists at some point, with a crisp sound of joints rubbing against each other. You stinking bitch, why are you pretending to be so noble? If I hadn't provided you with the information about Shadow Dragon Wood, your dark-marked scorpion wouldn't have evolved into a perfect quality Shadow Dragon Scorpion. And you wouldn't have broken through to the extraordinary level in such a short time and been specially recruited into Kyushu Academy. And Suyuan, a poor kid from Tianyang City, is so talented. We must find a way to get rid of him before he grows up. Although I don't know what the family wants me to do with the information I gathered about today's incursion into the Tower of Babel, I'd better report all the information I learned back to the family first. Yang Di thought viciously in his heart, and after taking a deep breath, he summoned one of his flying beasts and rushed back the way he came. As for the news that Suyuan was from Tianyang City, Yang Di had already asked his people to find out Suyuan's background when he was trying to assassinate Suyuan. It was precisely because he knew that Suyuan had no one following and protecting him that he dared to let his own people hire 3 beast masters at the peak of awakening to take action in the 5 Poisons jungle. Although he failed in the end, Yang Di had already returned to his family from Tianyang City by then, so he did not continue to deal with Suyuan. After learning about Suyuan's situation, Yang Di reported to his family the list of people who broke into the Tower of Babel this morning, and he also specially marked out Suyuan's detailed situation. Late at night, at the Demon God Church headquarters, a dozen people in black robes were sitting around the round table in the church meeting hall. At this moment, there was a pile of information on the round table, which recorded what happened when Jiuzhou Academy broke into the Tower of Babel this morning. Everyone, according to the instructions of the Demon Lord, our secret agents have collected the names of all the students from Jiuzhou Academy who entered the Tower of Babel today. Everyone, take a look at it together. Once you have compiled a complete list, I will submit it to the Demon Lord. The hoarse voice of the Demon God Church's president sounded from the first seat. The dozen or so men in black robes around nodded when they heard this, and then they saw the stack of documents on the round table all floating up out of thin air. Nanjiang Province, Tianyang City. A moment later, a man in black robe looked at a document containing detailed information about Suyuan and murmured in a low voice. Falcon, what's the problem? Hearing the voice of the man in black robe, the head of the Demon God Church turned to look at the man in black robe and asked with some confusion. Nothing, President. I just remembered some of my subordinates who I lost in Tianyang City not long ago. Hearing this, the man in black robe responded immediately. What happened? Tell me in detail. Hearing him say this, the president of the Demon God Church frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. Seeing this, the black-robed man called Falcon also told everything he knew. The Demon God Church has many branches in Daxia, and Falcon, a high-ranking member of the church, is in charge of the Jiangnan Province branch. Tianyang City belongs to Jiangnan Province. The news that Blood Crow and his entourage were annihilated in Tianyang City naturally reached the ears of Falcon. Because Blood Crow was captured alive, many strongholds of the Demon God Church branch in Jiangnan Province, which Falcon was in charge of, suffered devastating disasters and suffered heavy losses. Falcon, the branch president, is quite upset about this matter recently. After seeing Suyuan's intelligence file, he couldn't help but mutter something, which attracted the attention of the president of the Demon God Church. I see. It seems that your subordinate must have been captured alive, which is why we suffer these losses. Go back and discipline your subordinates. Tell them to do a good job of intelligence before taking action. If I hadn't advocated that everyone below you communicate through a single line as much as possible, your branch would have suffered even greater losses this time. After listening to Falcon's story, the Demon God Church's president's tone became much more severe. I understand. Hearing the unhappy voice of the Demon God Church's president, Falcon's body trembled and he spoke quickly. Okay, everyone has gone through all the documents. Now, based on the intelligence provided by your respective secret agents, compile a most detailed list. Upon hearing this, the president of the Demon God Church looked at Falcon again before speaking to the others. Half an hour later, the president of the Demon God Church came to the statue of the 5th Demon God with a piece of information in hand. As he operated, a ray of light from a formation suddenly shone in front of the demon statue. After he placed the information in his hand into the formation, the light of the formation disappeared, and the information disappeared along with it. After waiting for a few minutes, the formation flashed again, and this time a black treasure chest half a person's height emerged from the formation. Feeling the strong energy fluctuations coming from the treasure chest, the president of the Demon God Church was overjoyed. He quickly took the black treasure chest with trembling hands and put it away. Then he bowed respectfully to the Demon God statue. Chapter 122 The Strongest Battle. Roar! Boom! In the battlefield of the realm, countless powerful beasts and beast tamers launched a shocking battle. Countless energies and elemental attacks were bombarding, and the sky and earth were filled with various explosions and deafening roars. Crazy! What the hell are these devils from the abyss doing today? Are they going to risk everything and start the final battle ahead of time? There must be something wrong when things are out of the ordinary. No matter what the reason is, we just need to do our part and guard our own defense line. That's right. No matter how crazy these devils are, we have Master Shuijingyi guarding behind us. They can't cause much trouble. On the battlefield, powerful royal beast masters stood in the air, observing the battle situation below with solemn expressions. In a tent behind the battlefield, a burly middle-aged man in armor was looking at the full battle report on the table, then looked at a secret letter in his hand with a gratified smile on his face. You've made it through the 99 floors of the Tower of Babel. Boy, you're much better than I was back then. God bless Daxia for producing such a genius. In the future, Daxia will have another invincible strong man. It seems that the full-scale offensive launched by the demon clan this time is aimed at this kid Suyuan. Shuizhengyi looked at the secret letter in his hand and laughed softly. As soon as he finished speaking, the secret letter in his hand instantly burned and turned into ashes. Someone come! After doing all this, Shuizhengyi shouted loudly outside the tent. Commander Shui! Soon, a general came in from outside and saluted Shuizhengyi respectfully. Pass on my order, strictly order all the troops along the line to strengthen their defenses, and tell them not to be careless when resisting those demon cubs, so that some of them will slip through the defense line and sneak into our great Xia territory. Yes, Commander-in-Chief. After receiving Shuizhengyi's order, the general immediately bowed in response, and then quickly retreated. It's been too long since I last took action. It's time to stretch my muscles. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Since the fifth demon god has extended his hand into my great Xia territory, I will give him a small warning. Otherwise, that old guy would think that there is no one left in Daxia. After the general left, Shuizhengyi slowly stood up with a faint smile on his lips. His aura suddenly surged, and with a wave of his hand, a space crack suddenly appeared in front of him. Immediately afterwards, Shuizhengyi clenched his right fist and punched hard at the space crack in front of him. Hold head high! A punch was thrown, a deafening dragon roar was heard, and a golden dragon energy rushed towards the space crack in front of him. How dare you, old man! In the abyss, in the fifth demon god's temple, a roar suddenly came from the fifth demon god. Immediately afterwards, the figure of the fifth demon god instantly appeared above the demon god temple, surrounded by demonic energy. His bloodshot eyes stared angrily at a golden dragon energy that rushed out of the space crack above the demon god temple. He didn't dare to be negligent at all. Demonic energy surged throughout his body and he clapped out with both hands at the same time. Two black snake phantoms suddenly appeared and rushed towards the golden dragon energy. Boom, boom, boom. The two sides collided with each other in an instant, and a terrifying shock wave hit instantly, spreading in all directions like a doomsday storm. Even the fifth demon god kept retreating under this shock wave. He stepped on the gray barrier outside the fifth demon temple below. Snap! At this moment, a crisp sound was heard from the indestructible barrier of the demon god temple, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared all over it. Fifth demon god, since you shamelessly attacked my great Xia juniors, today is just a small lesson for me. If I find you bullying the weak again, don't blame me for breaking up with you. After the attack, Shuizhengyi's powerful voice came from the space crack. As the voice died down, the crack in space slowly dissipated. At this moment, above the fifth demon god's temple, the fifth demon god's face was as gloomy as water, and he was still staring at the direction where the space crack was dissipating. If he hadn't tried to stop him, Shuizhengyi's attack would have been enough to raise his demon god temple to the ground. Puff! Finally, the fifth demon god spat out a mouthful of blood, and his momentum suddenly weakened. I haven't seen this old man take action in more than 10 years. His strength has become even stronger. The fifth demon god took a deep breath, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and was terrified in his heart. Buzz! At this moment, the space around the fifth demon god shook, and a figure suddenly appeared beside him. The figure was wearing a dark red robe, and his blood-red eyes, with a hint of deep light, stared quietly at the area where the space cracks disappeared. There was not a trace of breath in his body. Except that his skin is different from that of ordinary people, he looks like an ordinary person standing in the air. However, when the fifth demon god saw the person coming, he did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. He immediately knelt on one knee in front of him, clenched his right fist in front of his chest, lowered his head and said respectfully, Debo greets His Majesty. The person who came was the Demon King, the number one demon of the demon clan. However, facing the fifth demon god's visit, the Demon King ignored him, but took a step forward, and his figure disappeared in the space in front of the fifth demon god. Are you here? In the battlefield of the realm, Shuizhengyi, who had just stood with his fists folded, seemed to have sensed something, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The next moment, his figure also disappeared from the spot. Shuizhengyi's figure appeared above the human camp. At this moment, he was standing on top of a 1,000-foot-long white dragon. The white dragon's figure flashed, tearing through space, and rushed towards the endless starry sky above the boundary battlefield. Soon, from the depths of the endless starry sky, there came a series of shocking storms. Wherever the storms spread, the surrounding stars were shattered. Cracks were blasted across the space, and the void collapsed. From time to time, from the depths of the endless starry sky came the sound of earth-shaking dragon roars and roars filled with the aura of destruction. On the ground battlefield below the realm battlefield, none of the hundreds of millions of warriors fighting between humans and demons noticed this scene. No one knows what kind of battle took place between the strongest men of the human race and the demon race above the endless starry sky of the round battlefield. Only the strongest men on both sides could sense the shock waves coming from the depths of the endless starry sky in the round battlefield. After feeling the aftermath of the fight in the depths of the endless starry sky, everyone, whether it was the human race's top saint-level beast masters or the demon race's several powerful demon gods, had a look of horror on their faces. This is because the true strength of the two sides in the fight was beyond their imagination. The battle in the endless starry sky lasted for 10 days and 10 nights before it calmed down. When Shuijing returned to the camp, all his armor had been torn to pieces, blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth, and his face was pale. On the other side, in the abyss, the figure of the demon king staggered outside the fifth demon temple, and his aura was very disordered. Glancing at the fifth demon god who had been kneeling on one knee in the air, the demon god emperor's eyes were sharp and his tone was cold. Remember Shuijing's warning. Next time, let those guys under you figure out a solution. I'll let the second and third brothers cooperate with you. After saying this, the demon king disappeared. Yes, Your Majesty. Upon hearing the demon king's order, the fifth demon god immediately lowered his head and responded respectfully, then stood up again. Your Majesty is actually injured. After standing up, the fifth demon god looked in horror at the direction where the demon god emperor disappeared, and his heart was even more horrified than when he faced Shuijing's attack before. Chapter 123, White Jade Giant Scale Whale. Preparation for the competition. Boom! The secret place where Jojo Academy is located is in a forest thousands of miles away. A mountain hundreds of feet high suddenly moved, and the earth was shaking. Ouch! At this moment, in front of the mountain, a huge glands rose high and roared towards the sky. The sound is like a loud bell and as loud as thunder. A powerful momentum also rose into the sky at this moment. This figure was Suyuan's beast, Xiaoxian. At the same time, along with this rising momentum, Xiaoxian's body also expanded and grew rapidly. After a few breaths, Xiaoxian's body became even larger. Originally, when Xiaoxian stood up, the tortoise shell on his back could reach a height of 100 feet. Now Xiaoxian is standing in place, and the highest point of his shell is already 200 feet high. The volume has increased several times. A powerful pressure emanated from Xiaoxian. Given his huge size, this pressure was even more frightening than that of a lord-level beast. In the distance, Suyuan was standing on the head of a whale-like beast that was completely white, over 1,000 feet long, and shaped like a whale. Under the giant beast, waves appeared out of thin air, like waves and tides, lifting the giant beast in midair, allowing it to float in the air without falling to the ground. Mountain turtle, contracted. Species, turtle/water, earth. Quality, epic 5-star. Level, Commander Level 1. Condition, perfect. Skills, water gun, tide camouflage, water escape, giant spin, heavy water barrier, river power, mountain suppression. Evolution times 3. The materials needed for the next stage of evolution: 1 royal water beast crystal core, 1 royal earth beast crystal core, 1 sea pearl, 1 earth vein crystal. After a month, Xiaoxian finally broke through to the commander level. It's worth it that I spent more than 100,000 points to exchange a large number of 4th-level top-level water-type beast-controlling resources, Shuipazu, for Xiaoxian to take. Above the giant beast, Suyuan showed a gratified smile on his face as he looked at the huge Xiaoxian who was howling towards the sky. 28 days had passed since he helped all of his beasts evolve to epic quality. During these 28 days, Suyuan not only went back twice to exchange resources for Xiaobai's evolution, but also exchanged a large amount of 4th-level top-level resources that greatly promoted the growth of his 5 great beasts. At other times, Suyuan took his own beasts to the wilderness outside the Jojo Academy to look for powerful commander-level beasts to fight. Xiaobai is the name of the white-scaled fish that Suyuan tamed for him. It is the giant beast under Suyuan's feet, which is several times larger than Xiaoxian. With enough points, Suyuan has no worries about the evolutionary resources of the white-scaled fish. Under the influence of the Eye of Revelation, the white-scaled fish, which originally had only excellent qualities, successfully completed 2 evolutions within these 28 days. Nowadays, it has become a powerful beast of epic quality, and its level is the highest among all Suyuan's beasts. He has reached the peak level of 9th Order Commander, and is only 1 step away from becoming a Lord-level Beastmaster. Xiaoxian, come back. It's almost time. We should go back and prepare for the upcoming freshman competition. After seeing Xiaoxuan's breath stabilized, Suyuan shouted loudly in Xiaoxuan's direction. Roar! Upon hearing this, Xiaoxian roared towards the sky and nodded at Suyuan. The body that was originally 200 feet tall quickly shrank, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a giant turtle less than 10 meters in size. Suyuan also waved his hand and put Xiaoxian back into his beast-taming bracelet. Then, he took another look at the giant snow-white whale beast beneath his feet. White jade giant scale whale, contracted. Species, cetacean/aquatic. Quality, epic 6-star. Level, commander level 9. Condition, perfect. Skills, water barrier, water break, water arrows, tidal force, eyes of the deep sea, water moon warrior. Evolution times 2. Materials required for the next stage of evolution: 2 water emperor level beast crystal cores, 10 deep sea blue crystals, 1 sea monster heart. Xiaobai, go find Xiaoyu and the others. After taking a look at Xiaobai's attributes, Suyuan sat on Xiaobai's soft head, reached out and patted its head and said, "Woo!" Xiaobai let out a loud whale cry, flicked his tail, and the surging tidal waves beneath his body carried his huge figure towards another direction. During these days, Suyuan separated all his beasts and let them find suitable opponents to fight. Except for Xiaobai, who has reached the peak of leadership after 2 evolutions, Xiaoyu, Xiaoxian, Xiaoyan and Dashu were all scattered by him in an area of 200 miles. Otherwise, if all the beasts were gathered together, when they encountered a powerful beast, there would not be enough for Suyuan's beasts to share. Although Xiaobai is not a flying beast yet, it possesses the power of tides, and with the help of the power of tides, its speed in swimming in the air is not slow. Relying on the connection between Suyuan and his beasts, he retrieved all his beasts in less than an hour. After 28 days of continuous fighting, Suyuan invested regardless of cost in training 4th-order top-level beast-taming resources. Suyuan's beast-taming abilities have all improved significantly. On the contrary, Xiaoxian was the one who finally broke through to the first level of commander because of his larger body size and the need for more energy. Xiaoyu came from behind 2 days ago and broke through to the first level of commander before Xiaoxian. As for Xiaoyan, he broke through to the 3rd level of commander, and Dishu also broke through to the 2nd level of commander. Within a month, Suyuan trained all of his beasts to the commander level. With his current strength, he can fight against any ordinary lord-level beast. After finding all the beasts to be tamed, Suyuan put Xiaobai back into the beast-taming bracelet, then summoned Xiaoyan, who he usually showed in front of people, and began to fly towards the direction of Jiuzhou Academy. Xiaobai is the 5th beast controlled by Suyuan's contract, and has not yet been revealed to others. Moreover, Xiaobai is now the most powerful beast tamer under Suyuan, commanding a 9th-order rank and having an epic 6-star beast tamer quality. Even in the Jiuzhou Academy where geniuses gather, Xiaobai can easily defeat the beast masters of all the talented students whose strength levels have reached the peak of leadership. Suyuan would naturally keep such a powerful beast in his hand as his trump card and would not easily show it to others. Moreover, among all the talented freshmen in this year, Xiaoyan, who possessed the epic 9-star quality and the ability to command the 3rd rank, was already invincible. In the freshman competition the day after tomorrow, perhaps Xiaobai won't even need to make a move. Suyuan will be able to easily win the championship of the freshman competition. Even though Suyuan still has a balance of more than 19 million points. However, he will have more and more beasts to tame in the future, and as the beasts he trains evolve further, the materials he needs will become more and more advanced. The 20 million points that Suyuan obtained by breaking through the Tower of Babel seem to be a lot now, but they are not enough to meet all of Suyuan's needs. He needs to accumulate more points. Suyuan is determined to win the 1 million points reward for first place in the freshman competition. Chapter 124: Space-Based Mechanical Beasts and Air-Escaping Battleships. After Suyuan returned to Jiuzhou Academy, he received an invitation from Huangfu Yunzhao that evening, asking him to have dinner in the school cafeteria. By the way, she told Suyuan some of the information she had learned about the freshman competition at Jiuzhou Academy. There won't be a ring battle in this freshman competition? At night, in a luxurious private room in the cafeteria of Jiuzhou Academy. After hearing what Huangfu Yunzhao said, Suyuan said with a look of surprise. Hearing this, Huangfu Yunzhao nodded. Seeing the surprised look on Suyuan's face, she explained. This year's college entrance examination is different from previous ones. During the college entrance examination, the course students in each city have already participated in a competition. Those course students from various cities who were strong and outstanding subsequently competed in the national college entrance examination. Except for those of us who were specially recruited in advance, all the other freshmen in this class have gone through layers of selection before entering Jiuzhou Academy. Therefore, it makes sense that our freshman competition is no longer held in the same arena as usual. That's right. The other candidates this year did go through a lot of battles before being selected by Jiuzhou Academy and entering the academy for further study. It's not surprising that they don't fight in a ring. After hearing Huang Yunjiao's explanation, the surprise on Suyuan's face diminished a lot, and he nodded slightly. Then he looked at Huang Yunjiao and asked, Yunjiao, apart from the fact that this freshman competition will not be held in the form of a ring battle, do you have any other news about the freshman competition? You should ask Sister Yunqian about this. The Shangguan family also has someone serving as a tutor at Jiuzhou Academy. Sister Yunqian knows much more inside information than I do. Huang Yunjiao heard this with a smile on his face, and looked at Shangguan Yunqian beside him. Suyuan's gaze also fell on the beautiful figure beside Huang Yunjiao. 1 month after entering Jiuzhou Academy, Huang Yunjiao and Shangguan Yunqian have become best friends. As a result, Shangguan Yunqian and Suyuan became familiar with each other. Suyuan also has a lot of affection for Shangguan Yunqian, who has a prominent family background and outstanding talents. Seeing that Suyuan and Huang Yunjiao were both looking at her, Shangguan Yunqian took a sip of tea and said, According to the information I received, the previous arena duel mode has been cancelled in this newcomer competition. Everyone will be taken to a special secret realm. It is said to be a maze secret realm. For our freshman competition, we need to enter that secret realm and pass through the outer 3,000-mile maze world as quickly as possible to reach the finish line. The results of the competition will be ranked according to the order in which everyone reaches the finish line. As for the more specific circumstances and details of the competition, I don't know. After saying that, Shangguan Yunqian spread her hands with a helpless smile. This is a bit like a speed race in a level-breaking game. After listening to Shangguan Yunqian's description, Suyuan said in his heart. Huang Yunjiao heard this, held up his delicate chin with his hand, and said with emotion, It seems that this year's rookie competition will be more interesting than previous competitions. Moreover, if you want to get through the maze world, you not only need strong strength, but also a little luck. I just don't know if I'll run into other troubles while exploring the maze world. Hearing this, Suyuan smiled faintly and said to Huang Yunjiao, There will definitely be trouble. Otherwise, it would be too easy to just clear the maze. In my opinion, when we enter the maze, we will inevitably encounter some ferocious beasts released by the authorities or the academy to stop us. Suyuan is right. You can't rely on luck alone to get a high ranking in the Jiuzhou Academy's freshman competition. Shangguan Yunqian also agreed with a smile. Anyway, let's look forward to the newcomer competition the day after tomorrow. By the way, it will probably take quite a while to get through the 3,000 miles labyrinth world, so remember to bring some dry food with you too. Yeah, that's natural. In a joyful atmosphere, Suyuan and the other two said goodbye to each other after dinner, returned to their respective dormitories, and began to prepare for the newcomer competition the day after tomorrow. Time flies, and 2 days pass in a flash. Soon it was the day for the rookie competition. Suyuan, Huang Yunjiao and other freshmen of Jiuzhou Academy gathered in the central square of Jiuzhou Academy early on this day. Every class of students at Jiuzhou Academy is selected from the best of the best, except for the top talents who are specially recruited in advance. Jiuzhou Academy only admits 1,000 students from the college entrance examination every year. The huge Kyushu Academy square seemed a bit sparse with thousands of students standing there. Boom! At this moment, a deafening roar suddenly came from the sky above the central square of Jiuzhou Academy. It immediately attracted the attention of all the students below. Thousands of freshmen all looked up at the top of their heads, and then their pupils shrank and expressions of horror appeared on their faces. Under the gaze of everyone, a huge space crack suddenly appeared in the sky above Jiuzhou Academy. Following closely behind, a silver-white warship hundreds of feet long slowly emerged from the space crack. After the battleship completely came out, the huge space crack behind it disappeared almost at the same time. Hiss, what kind of battleship is this? It can actually tear the void apart. What a cool battleship. I want one too. No boy would be able to refuse such a top-notch battleship. I feel an unprecedented pressure from this battleship. This battleship should be a mechanical beast, and its level is definitely not low. Looking at the huge ship hundreds of feet high in the sky, all the students in the square were amazed. The boys' eyes were sparkling with deep envy and admiration. In front of the team, Suyuan looked at the silver-white warship in the sky and activated his talent of the Revelation Eye. A string of information that no one else could see appeared in front of him. Skyward battleship, contracted. Type, mechanical/space. Quality, Epic 8 stars. Level, Imperial level 6. Condition, perfect. Skills, thousands of cannons, Star Destroyer beam, virtualization, light particle transmission, space shuttle. Evolution times 0. Evolution options, none. A space-type mechanical beast man. Level 6 Emperor. Jiuzhou Academy has a deep foundation. If this Imperial-class battleship were on the battlefield, it would be enough to defeat 1,000,000 troops. Looking at the attribute information of the silver-white warship floating in the air, Suyuan's face showed shock. All students, do not resist! At this moment, a majestic voice came from the battleship. Amid everyone's stunned expressions, beams of light fell from the battleship, shining on every freshman in the square. Everyone just felt dizzy, and the next moment they found themselves on the deck of this silver-white battleship in the sky. When they arrived on the deck of the warship, Suyuan discovered that the warship was hundreds of times larger than they had seen. The battleship's deck alone was 10 times larger than the central square of Kyushu Academy below. Sure enough, as an Imperial-level space-type mechanical beast, the internal space of this flying warship cannot be small. Chapter 125 Space Channel, Void Shuttle. Is this the battleship in the sky? It's so big! Look, there are so many rooms behind this deck. It's like an air fortress. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a space-type mechanical beast. It's no surprise that a space-type beast master can have such a large internal space. I heard from my elders that the Lord of Gyoujo Academy owns a warship that can travel through space. Could this be the Lord's warship? The head of Gyoujo Academy is such an important figure that ordinary people will never see him in their lifetime. After the momentary dizziness in the other students' heads disappeared, they looked at the scene around them with shocked expressions on their faces. The deck suddenly became lively. Aerial warship, this is indeed one of the beasts controlled by the master of Gyoujo Academy. Besides Suyuan, Shangguan Yunqian also showed a rare excited expression on her face. The same was true for Huangfu Yunzhao standing beside him. The appearance of the aeroscape battleship here means that this time the freshman competition will be presided over by the head of Gyoujo Academy himself. Lord Gyoujo, this is a genuine saint-level beast tamer, who can be ranked among the top 3 among all the powerful people in Daxia. Although Suyuan had shown up once a month ago because of his amazing performance in breaking through the Tower of Babel, Shangguan Yunqian and others saw the Lord of Gyoujo Prefecture personally bringing Suyuan out of the Tower of Babel. But under the influence of the Dream Eye, the memories of all the students present at the time were modified. This is equivalent to Shangguan Yunqian having never met the master of Gyoujo Academy. They even had no recollection of the 12th Dean ever appearing outside the Tower of Babel. Now, they appeared on the warship of this legendary powerful man. How could they not be excited? However, Suyuan is different from all other students. His face was calm at the moment. Apart from being impressed by the power of the air-escaping warship under his feet, he was not too surprised by the appearance of the Lord of Gyoujo Prefecture. Whoosh! At this moment, a group of 12 people suddenly flew out from the building room at the rear of the battleship, immediately attracting everyone's attention. It's Team 12! Looking at the iconic clothes of the 12 strong men standing in the air in front of them, the students on the deck immediately recognized their identities. As everyone exclaimed, another figure walked out of the room in the building at the back. Seeing this, the 12 deans consciously formed 2 teams, then bowed respectfully to a figure who was walking slowly from the back and said, "Welcome, Lord Palace Master!" The person who came was none other than the head of Gyoujo Academy, Gu Yufeng. It's really the Lord of the Mansion. Oh my god, how much importance is attached to our freshman competition this year that the Lord of the Mansion and the 12 deans can even be dispatched together. The 12 deans are all powerful Emperor-level beast masters, and the Palace Master is a legendary Saint-level beast master. How could I be so worthy to see so many powerful people gathered together? With so many big names gathered here, this competition is definitely not going to be easy. I'm a little panicked now. That's for sure. I asked the seniors a few days ago. In the past, the freshman competition was usually held in a ring. Now our situation is obviously not suitable for a ring fight. Indeed, Gyoujo Academy has a special arena that can provide a venue for a fight. If it is really a fight, there is no need to bring us to this battleship. I wonder how this freshman competition will unfold. I'm really looking forward to it. While the students on the deck were exclaiming in surprise, Gu Yufeng in the sky glanced down indifferently. With just one glance, he had counted all the people on the deck, and his gaze lingered on Suyuan for a moment. Then he spoke to the crowd. Now that everyone is here, let's go. Buzz. As Gu Yufeng's voice fell, a space crack 100 feet long quickly appeared in front of the air-escaping warship. Then, everyone on the deck felt their eyes blurry and the light around them dimmed. Looking outside again, I saw twisted lines flying rapidly towards me from behind. This is the space channel. Suyuan looked around carefully, his eyes sparkling and full of energy. But Shangguan Yunqian and Huangfu Yunao beside him are different. When they first saw the countless distorted lights surrounding the space channel, they all felt it was very strange. But as they stared at the distorted light around them for a long time, they both felt a headache and lowered their heads, no longer looking at the distorted space channel around them. Even Mia Xiaoming only lasted a few seconds longer than Shangguan Yunqian. As for his students, they performed even worse. Many of them could not help but close their eyes and rub their temples. Suyuan was able to watch the distorted space around him for such a long time as if nothing had happened. This kid has such a strong soul and mental strength. He stared at the distorted light around him for so long. Even an ordinary Lord-level beast master would not be able to bear it. What a rare and good seedling. Haha, don't forget what this kid did before. With his talent, it's no problem for him to block the mental pressure from a mere space channel. Makes sense. Haha. On the building of the air-escaping battleship, the 12 deans of Jiuzhou Academy watched Suyuan sizing up the surrounding space passages without showing any discomfort on his faces, and they couldn't help but praise him. But when they thought of Suyuan's achievement of climbing to the top of the 99-story Tower of Babel a month ago, the 12 deans all felt that it was only natural. Gu Yufeng looked at Suyuan calmly. As the one who actually reached the 80th floor of the Tower of Babel, he knew better than anyone else how powerful the ferocious beasts that would appear in the Tower of Babel were. Suyuan was able to reach the top of the Tower of Babel, and his talent was undoubtedly an SSS-level beast-taming talent. Suyuan, who possesses SSS-level beast-taming talent, has a soul strength and mental power that is definitely far beyond that of ordinary people. Boom! As the 12 deans exclaimed in admiration, a crack suddenly appeared in the dark area ahead, and bright light illuminated the deck of the air-escaping battleship. Before the students on the deck could react, the air-escaping battleship rushed out of the crack, and the surrounding light instantly became brighter. The bright light from the outside world made everyone who had been in the dim space passage for a long time squint their eyes for a moment, and then they recovered and looked around. That's the entrance to the maze world of the freshman competition. On the deck, Suyuan looked at the vortex hanging in the air in front of the air-escaping battleship and became excited. Chapter 126: The place for the competition, the moving maze. We've arrived. He-chan, you can announce the content of the upcoming competition to these little guys. On the air-escaping battleship, looking at the vortex in the air in front of him, Gu Yufeng looked at a middle-aged man beside him and said. The middle-aged man was the dean of the Water Beast Taming Academy of Jiuzhou Academy, He-chan. He is also the strongest person in Jiuzhou Academy, second only to Gu Yufeng, and an emperor-level top beast master. Hearing Gu Yufeng's words, He-chan nodded, took a step forward and looked at the people on the deck below. Under the gaze of everyone, he said. The 568th Freshman Competition of Jiuzhou Academy will be held next. The location of your competition this time is in the secret realm behind you. That is a secret maze, a moving maze with a radius of 3,000 miles. After you enter the secret realm, you will be teleported to various corners outside the maze. There will be various traps and mechanisms in the moving maze, as well as ferocious beasts arranged by the school to stop you. In the next week, you will need to pass through the outer 3,000-mile moving maze and enter the central Fantasy Moon City. The results of the competition will be based on the order in which you arrive at Fantasy Moon City. You should carry these teleportation tokens with you. They have restrictions left by the Palace Master. If you encounter fatal danger, you will be teleported to Huanyuan City in the center of the secret realm. Once you are teleported into Huanyuan City, it means you are eliminated, and all your scores in the competition will be reset to 0. Of course, the ferocious beasts that the Academy has placed in this moving maze are of quite good quality. If you have the ability, feel free to seal these high-quality ferocious beasts. Okay, take your teleportation tokens and enter the secret realm. We and the Lord of the Palace will be waiting for you in Huanyuan City, the center of the secret realm. As he spoke, He-chan waved his hand, and 1,027 white jade tokens were accurately projected in front of each student like flowers scattered from heaven. Suyuan looked at the white jade token in front of him. The moment he reached out to take it, his figure was enveloped by a ball of white light. The world around him changed, and Suyuan looked around again and found that he had entered a secret realm. Looking up, I saw thick black steel walls all around that were 1,000 meters high. These thick steel walls were either closely connected or separated by hundreds of meters with a gap. In front of Suyuan, there were 3 forks in the road, each of which was over 100 meters wide, leaving ample space for the beasts to pass through. 1,000 meters above the sky was a dome, also sealed with steel, inlaid with unknown fluorescent beads that illuminated the space below. The position where Suyuan was located was like being locked in an iron box that was closed from top to bottom. It's just that this iron box is a little too big. After Suyuan took a look at the surrounding environment, he stretched out his hand and summoned Xiaoyan from the beast-taming bracelet. Xiaoyan, try to attack these steel walls and see if you can break them down. After summoning Xiaoyan, Suyuan said to it. Cry! Hearing this, Xiaoyan nodded, and with a fierce roar, the flame demon burning sky sword was used again. The 40-meter-long flaming giant sword seemed to be real. With a wave of Xiaoyan's wings, it slashed towards the steel wall in front. Boom! A violent roar suddenly sounded, and the giant flaming sword left a red sword mark on the steel wall. But that's all. With Xiao Yan's current strength, the flame demon burning sky sword, which he used with all his strength, would force even ordinary beasts that had just been promoted to the lord level to retreat, but it could only burn a part of these steel walls red. It seems that it is not feasible to break through these city walls by force. And there's a dome on top, so we can't ride a flying beast directly across these mazes and rush to the fantasy moon city in the center of the maze. After the attack failed, Suyuan gave up the idea of rushing forward and prepared to pass the level honestly. However, Suyuan was at a loss as to which of the three forks in the road to choose. Although his divine eyes of revelation can see through illusions. But this maze is real, and the Eye of Apocalypse cannot find a smooth way to the fantasy moon city at the center of the maze world. Forget it, let's just take it one step at a time. Besides, Dean He-chang also said before that this is a moving maze, and the path of the maze should change. Perhaps, any fork in the road can lead to the final destination, but the obstacles encountered along the way are different. After hesitating for a moment, Suyuan did not continue to worry about it. With a wave of his hand, he put away Xiao Yan and summoned Xiao Yu instead. Xiao Yan has a wingspan of 100 meters, which makes it difficult for him to fly in this maze world with high walls. Among Suyuan's beasts, Xiao Yu is the smallest. Although Xiao Xian can also change his body shape freely, he is obviously faster than Xiao Yu, who has wind attribute. After summoning Xiao Yu, Suyuan exerted force with his legs, jumped up, and rode on Xiao Yu's back. Xiao Yu, let's go! Suyuan randomly chose a fork in the road and asked Xiao Yu to run towards the middle fork in front. After letting out a loud tiger roar, Xiao Yu stretched out his limbs and instantly rushed towards the fork in the road in the middle. His movements were as fast as the wind. Boom! Half an hour after Xiao Yu and Suyuan rushed into the middle fork, the countless kilometer-long walls of the entire maze began to move. The three forks in the road at Suyuan's starting point became two in just a few breaths. The subsequent route also changes accordingly. At this moment, the city walls around Suyuan, who was being led by Xiao Yu to run wildly, were also changing. The ground around them began to shake violently, as if an earthquake was hitting. Xiao Yu, stop! Hearing the roar that echoed throughout the space, Suyuan immediately became alert and patted Xiao Yu's head. Then, he looked around with a vigilant look at the giant steel walls that were constantly changing positions. Xiao Yu was also tense all over, scanning everything around him with a vigilant look. Boom! At this moment, a steel wall that was 100 meters long and more than 10 meters wide suddenly rose from the ground where Xiao Yu was. Suyuan only felt his body shake violently, and then he was quickly rushed towards the iron dome above his head. If they were really pushed onto the iron dome above their heads, both he and Xiao Yu would probably be crushed into meat paste. Roar! Without Suyuan's reminder, Xiao Yu moved the moment she felt the movement under her feet. With a roar of shock and anger, Xiao's body instantly rushed out. He jumped down from the top of the steel wall that was rapidly rushing towards his head and landed steadily. However, the moment Xiao Yu landed, the area under his feet suddenly rushed up into the sky again. It could only continue to jump to the open space below. There are also countless steel walls rising up around. Boom! 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 These steel walls that rushed upward abruptly hit the dome 1,000 meters above one after another, erupting with bursts of heart-suffocating roars. As for some of the steel walls that had already stood, they were retracted into the ground one after another during the movement. Under such changes, Xiao Yu could only take Suyuan to dodge everywhere, constantly jumping back and forth between the rising and falling columnar steel walls, dodging flexibly. Chapter 127, Labyrinth Mechanism, the First Wave of Beast Test. A minute later, the changes in the moving maze finally stopped. Xiao Yu also stood on a flat open space again. Looking at the surrounding environment that had stopped changing and had become completely different, Suyuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily it's Xiao Yu. If it was Xiaoyan, it would be hard for it to avoid these traps with its large size. But even after the changes to the maze, the overall route forward has not changed much. It seems that my previous guess should be correct. After observing for some time, Suyuan, relying on his powerful mental power and memory, discovered that even though the maze had changed, the direction of the road ahead did not deviate too much. This was not much different from his initial guess, which immediately boosted Suyuan's confidence a lot. Xiao Yu, let's keep going. Ouch. Suyuan had just finished speaking before Xiao Yu could take any action. A hole suddenly appeared in the high wall on the right side, and a group of ferocious wolf beasts rushed out, roaring. The movement on the right immediately attracted the attention of Suyuan and Xiao Yu. Armored wolf. Species, wolf/steel. Quality, rare 5-star. Level, awakening level 7. Status, hungry. Skills Iron Head Claw Combo. Evolution times 0. Evolution options 2. Iron Armored Wolf King. Species, Wolf/Steel. Quality, Excellent 3 stars. Level, Extraordinary Level 1. Status, Hungry. Skills Iron Head Claw Combo, Savage Charge, Bone Drilling Chain. Evolution times 1. Evolution options none. A Wolf King of the first level of Transcendence with 10 ferocious wolves of around the 7th level of Awakening is a big challenge for ordinary freshmen. I'm afraid that this first wave of maze mechanisms and maze beasts will eliminate half of the new students. This assessment is really cruel for the freshmen. After learning about the strength of this group of ferocious beasts, Suyuan sighed. The new students who entered Jojo Academy through the college entrance examination had strengths ranging from the 7th level of Awakening to the peak of Awakening. Even though there has been considerable improvement in the past month since entering the academy, probably less than half of them can break through to the extraordinary level. If other people were facing the same level of ferocious beasts as Suyuan, freshmen below the extraordinary level would basically be eliminated. Suyuan just sighed, but didn't find it strange. Jojo Academy focuses on selecting the best from the best. Even if there are geniuses who have successfully entered Jojo Academy, those who are not strong enough should be eliminated as soon as possible. Whoosh! At this moment, the Iron-Armored Wolf King suddenly activated his skills. 2 iron chains with sharp needles on the tips came with a sound of breaking through the air and pierced straight towards Suyuan. The needles on the top are extremely sharp, emitting cold light at an extremely fast speed. However, the attack of the Iron-Armored Wolf King angered Xiaoyu. It had been a long time since Xiaoyu had fought with Suyuan. When he saw a ferocious beast daring to attack Suyuan, his eyes turned cold. It stretched out its claws and slapped lightly, and the 2 iron chains that were rushing towards it were broken into pieces and fell to the ground. This scene made the Iron-Armored Wolf King stand still in a daze. Without waiting for the Iron-Armored Wolf King to react, Xiaoyu clapped his front paws again, and black shadows instantly radiated from under its feet. The black shadow rushed towards the Iron-Armored Wolf King and the Iron Wan wolves around it like a spirit snake, and merged into the shadows under their feet. Then, in front of these guys' horrified gazes, countless dark tentacle-like strips appeared on their shadows and crawled up their bodies along their limbs. In the blink of an eye, their bodies were wrapped in circles of black shadows, as if they were wrapped in a layer of black bandage. Both the Iron-Armored Wolf King and the Iron One Wolf paused in their movements, as if they were hit by a spell and stopped in place. Even some of the Iron One wolves still kept stretching their feet and moving forward. Roar! Looking at these ferocious beasts that were pinned in place, Xiaoyu roared angrily. Puff puff puff. The black shadows wrapped around the Iron Wolverine Wolf, and the Iron-Armored Wolf King tightened instantly. The powerful tightening force made the wolves' eyes pop out. They wanted to howl but found that they could not make any sound. The next moment, the black shadow wrapped around them strangled them all to death. This is Shuyou's skill Shadow Binding. The enemy's actions can be controlled through the shadow. With Shuyou's current level of commanding a first-level beast, facing these ferocious beasts whose highest level is only extraordinary first level, even if swift shadow binding is not a main killing control skill, he can still easily kill these beasts in seconds. After dealing with the Iron-Armored Wolf King and the Iron Werewolf, Xiaoyu glanced at the corpses on the ground with disdain. Suyuan did not collect the crystal cores of these ferocious beasts. Directly urged Xiaoyu to rush towards the depths of the maze. The mere awakening level and first-order extraordinary beast crystal cores are no longer worth Suyuan's attention. It was just like when Song Jinfeng killed a large number of volcanic crows in seconds in the Molten Fire Mountains. Except for the crystal core of the Lord-level Volcanic Crow King, he did not take the time to collect the other Volcanic Crow crystal cores. Brush. In another direction, Nie Xiaoming stood in place, with a flying sword beside him circling around, killing all the ferocious beasts rushing over. The flying sword pierced through the heads of all the ferocious beasts without leaving any blood. After returning to Nie Xiaoming's side, the flying sword turned around and came to Nie Xiaoming's feet, carrying him towards the intersection ahead. Cry! A sharp roar was heard, and an ice-blue bird over 10 meters long carried Shengguan Yunqian towards the maze intersection ahead. Behind them, more than a dozen ferocious beasts were frozen into ice sculptures. Boom boom boom! As for Huangfu Yunzhao, she stood on the back of the Shadow Dragon Scorpion. The 6 thick legs of the huge Shadow Dragon Scorpion stepped on the ground, making bursts of sound like hammering iron. Behind them were several corpses of ferocious beasts that had been knocked to the ground by the poison of the Shadow Dragon Scorpion. Those who are able to be specially recruited into Jojo Academy all have good talents, and have already become extraordinary beast masters. After another month of hard training, the points gained from clearing the Tower of Babel can be exchanged for beast taming evolution resources. The levels of these specially recruited talented students have basically reached the 5th level or above, and the quality of their main beasts is also not bad, basically all of perfect quality, or above. Faced with the first wave of ferocious beasts blocking their way, Shangguan Yunqian, Nie Xiaoming and other talented students specially recruited by Jiuzhou Academy had no difficulty in dealing with it. However, other students who took the formal college entrance examination and entered Jiuzhou Academy encountered maze mechanisms and ferocious beasts blocking their way one after another, and more than half of the students were eliminated. In the central square of Fantasy Moon City at the center of the secret realm, a beam of teleportation light would flash from time to time, and one by one, the dusty freshmen and their beasts would be teleported back together. Every freshman who was teleported to Fantasy Moon City was grateful for his or her survival, but the smile on his or her face was bitter. Being teleported to Huanyue City meant that they did not achieve any results in this freshman competition. This is indeed a big blow to them who are hailed as top talents in their respective cities. Chapter 128, The Fire Region of the Sun, Melting Steel and Iron. Haha, besides Suyuan, there are several other good students in this class. Nie Xiaoming's talent should not be underestimated. With his sword-based beast-taming talent and the support of the Nie family behind him, it won't be too difficult for this kid to put together a complete set of sword-based beast-taming skills. That's right. If Nie Xiaoming can perfect his Nie family's secret skills, he might be able to break into the top 10 of the stone tablet ranking. As long as nothing unexpected happens, a new swordsman will appear in our great Xia in the future. In addition to Nie Xiaoming, the two girls from the Shangguan family and the Zhong family are also good and have the qualities of a great sage. There are indeed many geniuses this year. In the past, there might not be one genius with SS-level talent in each class, but this year there are 3 at once, and there is also a monster like Suyuan. Indeed, this year not only do we have many geniuses in Daxia, but the geniuses in several other great countries are also much more than before. Perhaps, the golden age of our human race is about to come. In Huanyue City, He Chang and 12 other Dean-level strongmen watched the images on the screen, smiling and nodding continuously. At the top of all the pictures are the geniuses who were specially recruited in advance by Jiuzhou Academy this year. The images of Suyuan, Nie Xiaoming, Shangguan Yunqian and Zhong Shiding were at the forefront. Obviously, it is the focus of attention. Behind He Chang and the others, Gu Yufeng's eyes were always on the screen that was monitoring Suyuan. A dual-type beast master of wind and shadow, and has even reached the first level of commander. What exactly is this kid's talent? Seeing Xiaoyu using the shadow binding to instantly strangle the Taiyuan wolf and the iron-armored wolf king, a gleam of light flashed in Gu Yufeng's eyes. He could tell that Suyuan's beast master Xiaoyu was a shadow-type beast master. Recalling that Xiaoyan, whom Suyuan had shown in front of others before, was a fire-type beast, and the information uploaded by Tianyang City reported that Suyuan also owned a water-attributed turtle-type beast. Even though Gu Yufeng was extremely powerful and knowledgeable, he had no idea about Suyuan's talent for taming beasts. General beast taming talents focus on one type of beast taming. For example, the 12 deans of Jiuzhou Academy each possess an exclusive S-level talent for taming beasts, and the beasts they contracted are all of the same type of beasts related to their talent. The 3 beasts revealed by Suyuan are not from the same system. With such complex attributes, they still have terrifying growth rates and combat power. A beast master like Suyuan has never appeared before. With doubts, Gu Yufeng continued to stare silently at the picture where Suyuan was, wanting to find out what was going on. Time flies, and a day and a night have passed since Suyuan and others entered the maze world. Under Xiaoyu's leadership, Suyuan has already passed through 2/3 of the maze, and is only 1/3 of the way to the central Fantasy Moon City. The maze has stopped moving. Xiaoyu, be alert! As the changes in the maze ended again, Suyuan and Xiaoyu immediately became alert. Xiaoyu even made a posture ready to fight at any time. After a day and a night of hard work, Suyuan and Xiaoyu have figured out the rules of the moving maze's mechanisms. The entire maze will undergo overall changes every half an hour, and each change will last for 1 minute. After each change, a group of ferocious beasts would rush out from the steel walls in every corner. And as they got closer to Huanyue City, the ferocious beasts they encountered became more and more powerful. The strongest beast in the first wave was only at the first level of transcendence. But half an hour ago, the strongest ferocious beast that Xiaoyu and Suyuan encountered had already reached the first level of commander. Now a new round of attacks from ferocious beasts is about to come. Suyuan can be sure that the strength level of the ferocious beast this time will definitely not be lower than the first level of commander. Boom! Sure enough, a gap suddenly opened in the center of the kilometer-high city wall in front. Then, a tiger with a metallic luster all over its body jumped down from the gap and rushed towards Suyuan and Xiaoyu. This metal tiger is no smaller than Xiaoyu, and it has 2 huge gun barrels with a diameter of 1 meter on its back. As soon as the metal tiger appeared, the thick gun barrel behind him spewed out flames, and huge shells bombarded Suyuan and Xiaoyu. Boom! 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 The cannons roared and flames appeared. In an instant, the location where Xiaoyu and Suyuan were located was covered. But Xiaoyu dodged the moment the metal tiger attacked. Even though he was carrying Suyuan on his back, Xiaoyu was still as ghostly and quick as the wind, taking Suyuan to constantly dodge around the metal tiger, making sure that none of the metal tiger's shells could hit them. At this time, Suyuan also saw the attribute information of this metal tiger. Giant Cannon Tiger. Type, Mechanical/Steel, Fire. Quality, Excellent 6 stars. Level, Commander Level 3. Condition, Perfect. Skills, Iron Man, Heavy Artillery, Rifle. Evolution times 0. Evolution options, none. This is the second mechanical beast Suyuan has seen so far. Moreover, unlike the air-escaping warships he had seen before, this giant cannon war tiger was not only made entirely of fine steel, but also exuded an extremely agile aura. Every move it made was no different from other flesh and blood tiger-like beasts. If Suyuan had not been able to see the properties of this giant cannon war tiger, he would even suspect that what he was facing was a tiger wearing armor. Bang! Seeing that his attack was unable to hit Xiaoyu, the giant cannon tiger suddenly opened its mouth, and a ball of fire instantly spurted out of its mouth. It's like a flamethrower, but it's 100 or 1,000 times more powerful than a flamethrower. The flames spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the area around Suyuan and Xiaoyu turned into a sea of fire. Heh, playing with fire with me? This scene made Suyuan snort coldly. In the air, Xiaoyan's figure suddenly appeared. Yenyang Fire Region. The skill was performed instantly, and then an invisible force field enveloped an area of several thousand meters in radius. At this moment, the flames of the giant cannon war tiger suddenly surged and the temperature rose sharply. However, these flames, whose power suddenly surged, did not continue to burn towards Suyuan. Instead, they carried with them dragons of fire and rolled back towards the giant cannon war tiger. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Under the rolling red flames, the iron body of the giant cannon war tiger could not withstand the scorching heat. In the blink of an eye, it was burned red and quickly turned into streams of molten iron that flowed down. In less than 3 seconds, the giant cannon war tiger turned into molten iron on the ground, and the surrounding flames disappeared. Even though Xiaoyan used the Yenyang fire domain, apart from the molten steel and the red-hot open space on the scene, the surrounding steel walls were only slightly reddish and showed no damage at all. This once again demonstrates the powerful defense of this steel maze. After getting rid of the giant cannon war tiger, Suyuan did not stop. He put away Xiaoyan and let Xiaoyu continue to lead him forward. Chapter 129 Test. Master, are the tests we set too easy for Suyuan? Should we increase the difficulty a little bit? Otherwise, based on Suyuan's speed, he would probably be able to reach Huanyu's city before noon today. In Huanyu's city, a group of deans looked at the first picture at the top and couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Gu Yufeng behind them. It took Xiaoyan only 2 seconds to melt a 3rd-level giant cannon war tiger. The power of fire displayed by him is completely comparable to some fire beasts that have just entered the lower level. Don't think I don't know what's going on in your mind. I just want to see where Suyuan's limit is. Hearing the voices of Dean Heechang and others, Gu Yufeng stood up and said lightly. Hearing this, Heechang and the others all smiled awkwardly. However, just when they were about to give up their previous idea, they heard Gu Yufeng say again. In that case, let's test Suyuan's ultimate combat power. Go and prepare, get a Lord-level beast over here, and when Suyuan arrives outside Huanyu's city, let them clash. After saying that, Gu Yufeng stretched out his hand, clenched his fist, put it to his mouth and coughed lightly. In fact, he also wanted to see what level Suyuan's true strength had reached. However, as the head of Jiuzhou Academy, he didn't feel comfortable changing the rules of the freshman competition at the last minute. Now that someone has brought it up, it's exactly what he wants. I'll go right away. Hearing this, Heechang's eyes lit up, a look of, I understand, appeared on his face, and he immediately spoke. Suyuan had no idea what was happening in Huanyu's city. He had never expected that the school's higher-ups would use a Lord-level beast as the final test for him to enter Fantasy Moon City in order to test his limits. Now Suyuan is riding on Xiaoyu's back, getting closer to Huanyu's city. Along the way, neither the powerful commander-level beasts nor the various maze mechanisms could stop Suyuan from moving forward. In other directions, Nie Xiaoming, Shengguan Yunqian and Zhong Shiding have made similar progress. All 3 are SS-level talented beast masters. In the month since entering Jiuzhou Academy, Shengguan Yunqian and Zhong Shiding have both successfully advanced from extraordinary peak beast masters to command-level beast masters. With their talents and the powerful combat capability of the commander level, when they encounter the commander level beasts blocking their way, the three of them, like Suyuan, can easily kill these beasts. Therefore, Nie Xiaoming and the other two had already made 2/3 of the progress in the maze towards the central fantasy moon city, not much slower than Suyuan. However, when the three of them had made 2/3 of the progress in breaking through the maze, they also encountered a commander-level ferocious beast. Faced with a powerful commander-level beast, the three of them also need to use some means to kill the opponent. The further they got to the end, the higher the level of the commander-level beasts they encountered, and the slower Nie Xiaoming and his two companions were in killing them. As their speed slowed down, the gap between them and Suyuan gradually widened. Suyuan only needed half a day to cover the last third of the journey, but Nie Xiaoming and the other two would need at least 2 days. As for the other students of Jiuzhou Academy, their progress is much worse. Boom! Somewhere in the maze, an armored alligator snapping turtle howled miserably, and its tank-sized body slammed heavily to the ground, causing the surrounding ground to shake. In front of the armored alligator turtle, an equally large scorpion covered in black armor with dragon patterns raised its claws high and slammed down, smashing the armored alligator turtle's head. Finally got rid of this armored alligator turtle. After a day and a night of traveling, the powerful beasts we encountered now have changed from the first level of extraordinary to the 9th level of extraordinary. If I hadn't traded enough poison soul fruits from Suyuan earlier, and if I hadn't cultivated my shadow dragon scorpion for this period of time, my level would have been raised to the extraordinary 7th level. Now that we have encountered this armored alligator turtle, it's still unclear who will win. Behind the shadow dragon scorpion, Huangfu Yunzhao looked at the armored snapping turtle that had completely died and breathed a sigh of relief. The armored snapping turtle is a high-quality ferocious beast with 9 excellent stars and extremely high defense. The armored alligator turtle that fought against the shadow dragon scorpion was of the 9th level of the extraordinary order. Among the extraordinary beasts, its strength was quite strong. Relying on the thick tortoise-shell defense, even some commander-level ferocious beasts can't do anything to this armored alligator turtle. If the shadow dragon scorpion had not taken advantage of the situation at the beginning and stung the armored snapping turtle with its scorpion tail, injecting a deadly poison into the body of the armored snapping turtle, causing it to gradually become poisoned during the battle and lose its ability to move. It would take at least half an hour for a 7th level extraordinary shadow dragon scorpion to kill a 9th level extraordinary earth-armored snapping turtle. I'm afraid that even when the maze mechanism is activated next time, it won't be able to be killed. Shadow dragon scorpion, follow up! After a long sigh, Huangfu Yunzhao threw several shadow and poison beast crystal cores towards the shadow dragon scorpion. I also took out water and dry food from my backpack and rested on the spot. At the same time, I also started thinking about the next plan. The further you go in this maze world, the stronger the beasts you encounter. With my current strength, I'm afraid I can't even reach the center of Huanyuan City. Next, we should be more cautious and not move forward rashly, lest we run into more powerful beasts. Once you encounter a fierce beast with a strength level that reaches the commander level, it will be dangerous. I just wonder where Suyuan is now. Has he encountered any difficult beasts? But with his talent and strength, he should have an easier time in this maze than me. Huangfu Yunzhao murmured softly while eating the dry food in his hand. She had decided not to go any deeper into the maze world. She still remembered what He-Chang said before entering this secret realm and starting the freshman competition. Once the Jade Token's teleportation mechanism is activated and one is teleported back to Huanyuan City, the results of this freshman competition will be reset to 0. Instead of doing this, it would be better to just stay in this maze until the 7-day deadline is up. At least you can get some points. Half a day later, Suyuan rode Xiaoyu out of the maze area with high walls. Looking at the vast open space ahead and a magnificent city within sight, his eyes lit up. It's finally out! That building in front must be Huanyuan City! Looking at the distance, it should be less than 20 miles. Xiaoyu, let's go! Let's go! Once you reach that huge city, you will get 1 million points. I will buy you some supplements then. Ouch! Suyuan's words made Xiao's eyes light up, and he raised his head and let out a long roar in excitement. Then, he started walking towards the huge city in the distance. Boom! However, before Xiaoyu could run far, the dust in the open space in front suddenly rose up, and a figure slowly stood up in the dust. A stone giant as tall as 10 stories suddenly appeared in front of Suyuan and Xiaoyu. The aura emitted by the stone giant immediately made Xiaoyu tense up all over, and he quickly stopped. Its eyes stared ahead vigilantly, and after feeling the power of the stone giant, all the hair on Xiaoyu's body stood up. Fuck! This guy is a lord-level beast! On Xiaoyu's back, Suyuan looked at the stone giant blocking his way, and a smile on his face suddenly froze. Chapter 130, First battle with a Lord-level beast. Desert Stone Giant. Sandstorm Stone Giant. Type, Elemental/Earth. Quality, Perfect 3 stars. Level, Lord Level 1. Status, Frustrated Angry. Skills, Sandstorm Force, Quicksand Trap, Desert Sand Burial, Polar Sandstorm. Evolution times 0. Evolution options 5. In front of Suyuan and others, a series of attribute information about the stone giant appeared, which made Suyuan feel a headache. If it was an ordinary first-level Lord Beast of excellent quality, Suyuan would be confident that he could fight against it. But the Sandstorm Stone Giant in front of him is of perfect 3-star quality. The gap between a beast of perfect quality and one of excellent quality is not small. Especially since the Sandstorm Stone Giant is an elemental beast, it is extremely difficult to deal with. For elemental beasts, unless their elemental core is destroyed in one fell swoop, it will be useless even if they are cut into pieces. If you can't find the opponent's core, you can't kill him at all. As long as the elemental core of an elemental beast is still there, even if only a single elemental core is left, it can quickly recondense the surrounding elements and restore its body. Boom boom boom. While Suyuan was observing the attributes of the stone giant in front of him quickly beat his chest several times with both hands, making a deafening sound and sending sand and dust flying. The Sandstorm Stone Giant took a step forward and suddenly rushed towards Suyuan. Unlike the Lord-level beasts such as the Volcano Crow King and the Obsidian Python, the Sandstorm Stone Giant, as an elemental beast, does not have a mouth or nose, and therefore cannot use words to express his anger at being suddenly caught in this strange area. Faced with an Emperor-level powerhouse like Hichang, it could not muster the slightest desire to resist and could only bury itself in the ground in frustration. Now that he has met a soft persimmon like Suyuan, the Sandstorm Stone Giant naturally has to vent his emotions. As it rushed towards Suyuan, the ground beneath Xiaoyu's feet softened and turned into a funnel that continued to collapse downwards. Xiaoyu was like standing in quicksand, and his body suddenly staggered. Not good! Xiaoyan, come out! Suyuan instantly noticed the changes in the ground beneath Xiaoyan's feet, raised his eyebrows and exclaimed. After thinking about it, he realized that this was a quicksand trap set by the Sandstorm Stone Giant. After a loud shout, Suyuan quickly took Xiaoyu back into the beast-taming bracelet. At the same time, he quickly summoned Xiaoyan, seamlessly jumped onto Xiaoyan's back, and rushed directly into the air with Xiaoyan's help. Although the Lord-level Sandstorm Stone Giant is powerful, it is not a flying beast after all. Even if one reaches the Lord level, one may not be able to fly. Now he has walked out of the steel maze behind him. Now that there is no dome blocking the way, the sky is high and birds can fly freely. Suyuan's current idea is to rush as high as possible to where the Sandstorm Stone Giant cannot attack. This way, Xiaoyan would be able to take him over the area where the Sandstorm Stone Giant was located and fly to Huanyu's city 20 miles away, avoiding a battle with it. However, Suyuan's idea was beautiful, but the reality was contrary to his wishes. As soon as he stepped on Xiaoyan's back, a violent sandstorm came towards him. Every grain of sand in the storm carries amazing energy, like a sharp knife, with a terrifying cutting force. Suyuan had no doubt that every grain of sand in this storm could easily penetrate the defense of the extraordinary beast. Buzz! Xiaoyan's reaction was also extremely fast. He quickly erected a flame barrier around himself to protect him and Suyuan. Endless sandstorms came, all of which were blocked by Xiaoyan's fire barrier. When the wind and sand touched Xiaoyan's flame barrier, they all quickly turned into red lava. Although the wind and sand were blocked, Xiaoyan's speed was greatly affected as he wanted to fly against the sandstorm. The Sandstorm Stone Giant rushing over from behind had already reached out to grab. 100-foot-long palm made entirely of sand suddenly slapped towards Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, with a wingspan of 100 meters, looked very small under this huge sand palm, and he could grab it in the palm of his hand with just one grip. Boom! Of course, Xiaoyan did not sit still and wait for death when faced with the sand palms coming down from the sky. The Yenyang fire domain was instantly activated, and the surrounding area of several thousand meters instantly turned into a sea of fire. In the sea of fire, endless sand and gravel melted into magma. Under the amplification of the Yenyang fire domain, a giant lava sword made entirely of molten sand and gravel suddenly condensed and stabbed towards the huge sand palm falling from above. With a swish sound, wherever the giant sword passed, a gap of dozens of feet was pierced in the sand palm, and the sand and gravel around the gap were all burned into glass-like by the high temperature. Xiaoyan also took this opportunity to flap his wings, instantly passing through the gap in the center of the sand palm and flying higher into the sky. After reaching an altitude of several thousand meters, Xiaoyan finally stopped hovering. His sharp golden eyes were filled with deep fatigue as he looked at the sandstorm below, with lingering fear in his heart. Just now, he seemed to have easily broken through the attack of the sandstorm stone giant and escaped from the opponent's huge sand palm. But in fact, it mobilized all its energy at that moment, almost exhausting its own energy, which allowed it to escape. If it were to be caught by the giant sandstorm palm again, it would have no chance of escaping. Damn, are those guys from the academy crazy? They have such a fierce Lord-level beast guarding the back. How many people can survive it? This is going to torture all the students to death. In the air, Suyuan stood on Xiaoyan's back, also looking down at the sandstorm below. While he was still in fear, a hint of anger appeared on his face. If Xiaoyan had not reacted in time and tried his best to fight his way out, he would have been teleported to the distant Huanyu's city. According to what He Chang said before, once you are teleported to Huanyu's city, all the results of the competition will be invalid. If he was really teleported back to Huanyu's city by the Jade token, he would forget about the 1 million points reward for this freshman competition. Boom boom boom. Below, after Xiaoyan rushed out of the sandstorm, the surrounding sand and dust gradually faded away. In the center of the sandstorm stone giant, who failed in his attack and was escaped by Xiaoyan, raised his hands and clenched his fists, angrily beating his chest like an enraged silverback gorilla. At the same time, he looked up at the direction where Suyuan and Xiaoyan were, and the sand and stones on his face were distorted. Even without a clear face, Suyuan could still feel the anger of the sandstorm stone giant at the moment. Heh, at this height, no matter how strong you are, you can't reach us. Looking at the sandstorm giant below, who was extremely angry, but could only stand there and beat his chest, Suyuan curled his lips. The depression and anger in his heart dissipated a lot, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Damn it! It's coming again! However, his smile did not last long, and he exclaimed again. He didn't dare to stay any longer, but instead directed Xiaoyan to rush towards Huanyu's city. Below, the huge humanoid body of the angry sandstorm stone giant quickly disintegrated at this moment. Countless sands turned into flying sand, gathering in the air into a sandbar hundreds of feet long that swept towards Suyuan and Xiaoyan. Chapter 131 Talent Speculation. Top management is shocked. In the air, the sandstorm stone giant turned into a ball of flying sand and chased Xiaoyan rapidly. It was extremely fast, moving with the wind and following Xiaoyan closely. In fact, the distance between Feisha and Xiaoyan was gradually shortening. Miscalculated. I never thought that the sandstorm stone giant could transform into flying sand. Feeling the flying sand approaching rapidly from behind, Suyuan, who was standing on Xiaoyan's back, was extremely shocked. He watched as a giant palm 100 feet in size condensed from the rapidly approaching flying sand and grabbed towards him and Xiaoyan. If we have to fight, then I will fight you. Suyuan gritted his teeth and prepared to summon out his most powerful beast, the white jade giant scale whale. Boom! However, at this moment, Suyuan only felt the space around him shake. Behind him, the huge hand of the sandstorm stone giant that was attacking him suddenly stopped in place. It's as if time has stood still. This sudden change immediately made Suyuan give up his plan to summon Xiao Bai. The moment the sandstorm stone giant behind him stopped, Xiaoyan and Suyuan instantly distanced themselves from it. Only then did Suyuan turn around. The sandstorm stone giant transformed from Sharon still stood still, unable to move at all. Eye of Revelation. Looking at the sandstorm stone giant who was controlled in midair and unable to move at all, a strange light flashed in Suyuan's eyes. After activating the Eye of Revelation, Suyuan saw another picture. Around the salon that the stone giant transformed into, the space was distorted by an invisible force. That power blends with heaven and earth, it is mysterious and unfathomable. Like an invisible big net, it tightly bound the sandstorm stone giant. It seems illusory, but in fact it contains endless power. The perfect quality Lord-level beast, the sandstorm stone giant, was like a baby under this inexplicable force. Boom! At this moment, there was another roar in the air. In Suyuan's eyes, the sandstorm stone giant transformed into a sand dragon suddenly disappeared into thin air, leaving only a fist-sized heart-shaped yellow-brown crystal in the air. That's the elemental core of the sandstorm stone giant. Such a huge Lord-level sandstorm stone giant was killed in an instant like this, without any contact at all. So terrifying, what kind of power is this? Looking at the area where the dust had all fallen away, leaving only a yellow-brown crystal stone, Suyuan felt a surge of horror in his heart. Shocked by this power. If such power was used against him instead of the sandstorm stone giant, then he would be killed like the sandstorm stone giant, without any resistance. You won't know who did it until you die. Just as Suyuan was trembling in his heart, the elemental core of the sandstorm stone giant behind him suddenly cut through the air and fell into Suyuan's hands in the blink of an eye. Suyuan, such an accident occurred during the rookie competition. It was our fault. Take this Lord-level Earth Element Core as compensation for you. Just as Suyuan was confused holding the Earth Element Core in his hand, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. Master, the Mansion Master. Hearing this voice, Suyuan's mind immediately appeared with the figure of Gu Yufeng. Suyuan still had a deep memory of the voice and appearance of this top-level warrior who saved him from the fifth demon god. It turns out that the Lord of the Palace took action. No wonder this Lord-level Sandstorm Stone Giant has no power to resist. If the Saint-level expert were to deal with a tiny Lord-level beast, it would surely be an easy task. It is said that both the Saint-level Beast Tamers and Saint-level Beast Tamers and ferocious beasts control the power of heaven and earth. A Saint-level expert personally took action and used the power of heaven and earth to kill it. This Sandstorm Stone Giant can be considered to have the honor of dying. When Gu Yufeng's voice sounded, Suyuan immediately knew that it was Gu Yufeng who had just killed the Sandstorm Stone Giant, and he thought to himself. At the same time, he did not dare to be negligent and bowed slightly in the direction of Huanyu's city and expressed his gratitude. After weighing the Earth Element Core in his hand, Suyuan carefully put it away. Although it is only the elemental core of a Lord-level Sandstorm Stone Giant, the value of this Earth Element Core is much higher than the average Lord-level Beast Crystal Core, and is not lower than the value of a 6th-level Beast Taming resource. To redeem it in the treasury of Jiuzhou Academy, you need 100,000 points. Of course Suyuan would not refuse such a good thing. After putting away the elemental core of the Sandstorm Stone Giant, Suyuan continued to command Xiaoyan and asked him to take him to the nearby Fantasy Moon City. As for the accident that Gu Yufeng just mentioned, Suyuan did not dare to agree with it. If it wasn't for deliberate actions, a Lord-level Sandstorm Stone Giant would not be able to survive under the noses of a Saint-level Beast Master and 12 Emperor-level Beast Masters. Moreover, when the Sandstorm Stone Giant first attacked him with an astonishing roar, top powerhouses like Gu Yufeng would have noticed the movement here at the first moment even if they were 20 miles away. If such strong men as them really wanted to take action, the Sandstorm Stone Giant would definitely not survive for a second, and he would not be forced to almost summon out his trump card Xiao Bai. Therefore, Suyuan was very clear that the sudden appearance of such a Lord-level Beast Master in the freshman competition was most likely used by Gu Yufeng and other high-ranking officials of the institution to test his strength and try his limits. These big shots knew that he had reached the top of the 99-story Tower of Babel a month ago, so it was understandable that they gave him special care. Since big shots like Gu Yufeng said it was an accident for the sake of face, Suyuan would not point it out, but decided to pretend to be ignorant. Inside Huanyue City, a group of Emperor-level Beast Masters were all amazed by Suyuan's performance in the face of the Sandstorm Stone Giant. An epic high-quality beast! Definitely an epic high-quality beast! He was able to break through the attack of a perfect quality first-level Lord Beast with the level of a third-level commander. In my opinion, the quality of Suyuan's beast is close to the legendary level. From the information the Academy collected from Tianyang City, Suyuan's beast should have evolved from the fiery sunbird. However, among the separate evolutionary routes that have been researched so far, the quality of the evolved sunbird can only barely reach the epic level, and it cannot be compared with Suyuan's beast master at all. Indeed, not only Suyuan's fire-type beast, but also his previous tiger-type beast is also extraordinary. It is also an epic-level beast of high quality. At such a young age, and not a disciple of a noble family, could it be that Suyuan evolved all these epic-level beasts by himself? That should be the case. Perhaps this kid's talent for taming beasts is related to the evolution of taming beasts. Well then, this can explain why Suyuan's beasts have different attributes. Perhaps, his talent is really related to the evolution of beast control. It seems that Suyuan hasn't chosen a department yet. If Suyuan's talent for beast control can really promote the evolution of beast control, then I must bring Suyuan to our Beast Control Research Institute. Don't compete with me for it. It all depends on Suyuan's own wishes. I think he will choose our Fire Academy. I think Suyuan's Tiger Beast is more suitable for further study in our theater. Suyuan's stunning performance in taming the beast made all the deans unable to help but talk about and praise him. They are worthy of being Emperor-level Beast Masters. After witnessing Suyuan's Beast Master combat power with their own eyes, they immediately analyzed the approximate qualities of Xiaoyan and Xiaoyu. At the same time, he also made a very close guess about Suyuan's talent in taming beasts. Among them, Xia Jiming, the Dean of the Beast Taming Research Institute, had a particularly bright look in his eyes. As they spoke, this group of Emperor-level Beast Masters actually began to argue over which department Suyuan should enter for further studies. I wonder if the SSS-level beast taming evolution talent is only effective for the beast tamings that he has contracted with himself. If he can make beast tamings that are not contracted with him evolve, then Suyuan's importance is probably more important than the entire Jiuzhou Academy combined. There must not be any accidents with this kid. On the side, Gu Yufeng, who was listening to the discussions and exclamations of the crowd, also showed an extremely cautious look on his face when he heard this. Chapter 132. The competition is over, and the various academies are competing. Stop arguing, let's just listen to what the boy has to say. That's right, that kid has arrived in Huanyue City. It's up to him to decide which department he chooses. It's already been agreed upon. Everyone must abide by the moral code of the martial arts, and cannot set special conditions to seduce and interfere with Suyuan's choice. Old Xia, how many times have you said this? Don't worry, we will definitely not tempt Suyuan anymore. In the high-rise building at the center of Huanyue City, the 12 deans were arguing with each other. They didn't calm down until they sensed the auras of Suyuan and Xiao Yan entering Huanyue City and flying towards them. Then he followed Gu Yufeng out of the high-rise building and headed towards the square in the center of Huanyue City. It's the dean and his friends. And the lord of the mansion. It's only been a day and a half. Could it be that someone has already cleared the level? Could it be that the beasts and traps behind are not much different from the first wave, which is why someone rushed out so quickly? Impossible! I just encountered a 7th level beast and was eliminated. I only went more than 500 miles into the maze. The beasts behind us will only become more powerful. I estimate that after 2,000 miles, all the beasts will have become powerful commander-level beasts. Hiss, he broke through a 3,000-mile maze in one day, and even killed the commander-level beasts that blocked his way. This is a true genius. Compared with him, we are really not worth mentioning. I'm sure this person must be a genius specially recruited by the school. Suyuan is the most likely candidate. Is a genius who reached the 800th floor of the Tower of Babel the first time he entered the academy. That's not necessarily true. Not long ago at the end of the month, after the Tower of Babel was reopened, Nie Xiaoming made his second attempt to enter the tower. He is now ranked 798th on the stone tablet, higher than Suyuan. Nie Xiaoming might be the first place winner in this freshman competition. That's because Suyuan didn't go to the Tower of Babel last time it was opened. If Suyuan goes to the tower for the second time, his ranking will only be higher than Nie Xiaoming. That's right, this time I bet that Suyuan will still be the first in the freshman competition. In the center of the square, the students who were eliminated and ended the freshman competition early looked at Gu Yufeng and others who appeared and started arguing. Since Suyuan ranked 800th in his first attempt to pass the tower at Jiuzhou Academy, most of the freshmen believed that Suyuan was the first person to pass the maze. Of course, many people also believed that the first person to pass through the maze would be Nie Xiaoming. Gu Yufeng, Xia Jiming, He Chang and other school leaders did not pay any attention to the discussions of hundreds of students below. Their eyes were all looking in one direction. A red figure gradually became clear in the sight. Student Suyuan greets the lord of the mansion and all the deans. In the air, Suyuan stood on Xiao Yan's back and greeted Gu Yufeng and others who were standing in the air with a smile. In response to this, Gu Yufeng and others nodded slightly. Afterwards, He Chang, who was arranged by Gu Yufeng to host the freshman competition, looked at Suyuan with a smile on his face and said with admiration, "Student Suyuan, congratulations on being the first to pass the moving maze and winning the 568th freshman competition of Jiuzhou Academy. This is the first place reward, you can take it first." As he spoke, a crystal card appeared in He Chang's hand. The crystal card floated towards Suyuan under a gentle force. It contains 1 million university points. You only need to swipe the card on the smart terminal issued when you registered for admission, and the 1 million points will be credited to your account. Seeing Suyuan looking at the crystal card in front of him with confusion, He Chang reminded him softly. "Thank you, Dean He Chang." Hearing this, Suyuan understood, bowed slightly to He Chang and expressed his gratitude. Then, he followed He Chang's instructions and placed the crystal card on the smart bracelet on his left wrist and swiped it. Immediately, 1 million points appeared in his school account. "It's done! It's worth it for me to spend 2 days to participate in the competition." Looking at the millions of points that had arrived in his account, Suyuan was delighted. The arrival of these 1 million points directly made up for most of the money he had spent on training his own beast master over the past month. "Suyuan, you haven't chosen the beast taming department yet, right? I see that your fire beast tamer is very extraordinary. My fire department has a special secret realm for training fire beast tamers, which can greatly increase the speed of leveling up fire beast tamers. As long as you come to my fire academy, I will cover all the expenses you spend on training in the secret realm during your 4 years at school. I promise you, as long as you come to my fire academy, your fire beast will definitely grow to the king level before graduation." Just after He Chang finished explaining the relevant matters about Suyuan winning first place in the freshman competition, the dean of the Fire College, Lin Huixing, took a step forward, came in front of Suyuan as if shrinking the distance into an inch, and said to Suyuan with a smile on his face. At the same time, he also looked at Xiaoyan under his feet with admiration, with a gleam in his eyes. At his feet, before Xiaoyan could react, he found that someone had stepped on his back without permission, and he felt unhappy. However, he did not sense any malice towards Suyuan from Lin Huixing, and since Suyuan did not say anything, it did not get angry either. However, this action of Lin Huixing, the dean of the Fire Academy, immediately made Xia Jiming behind him anxious. Lin Huixing! You are such an unsportsmanlike old bastard! Suyuan, don't listen to him. If you come to my Beast Taming Research Institute, I will give you a 50% discount on all your beast taming evolution materials. After a loud curse, Xia Jiming, unwilling to be left behind, flashed in front of Suyuan. The director of the cinema also came to Suyuan with him. He made the same promise to Suyuan as he did to Lin Huixing, also promising that he could upgrade Suyuan's Beast Master Xiaoyu to the king level before graduation. Suyuan, I heard that you have a giant turtle beast that belongs to the water element. My Water Academy also has its own unique cultivation secret realm. Would you like to consider it? In addition to the three of them, He Chang also came to Suyuan and said with a smile. The four of them surrounded Suyuan, as if they were looking at a piece of amazing uncut jade. However, when their eyes shifted away from Suyuan and the four deans looked at each other, it was a different scene. I'm the first one here. Suyuan came to my fire courtyard. Suyuan, come to the cinema. Beast Taming Research Institute. Water courtyard. After a brief confrontation, the four of them started arguing loudly, refusing to give in to each other under the gaze of hundreds of freshmen, like children fighting over a favorite item. This scene in the air stunned hundreds of students in the square below. Behind him, Gu Yufeng's mouth twitched slightly when he saw this scene. As the head of Jiuzhou Academy, seeing his subordinates behaving like this, Gu Yufeng now wishes he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into immediately. It's so shameful. It's so shameful. Chapter 133 College Selection. What's going on? The dean and his colleagues are actually vying to have Suyuan become a student of their department. Think about our previous opening ceremony. It was the seniors from various colleges who recruited students on behalf of the students' tutors. Compared with Suyuan, the difference in treatment is too big. Woo woo woo, I only practiced in the Fire Yuan secret realm of the Fire Academy for 1 day and spent 50 points, but Suyuan was able to enjoy the Fire Yuan secret realm for 4 years for free. Even the Emperor-level beast tamers are vying to take him in as their students, and they are also providing such a huge amount of resources. Is this the treatment for top-level geniuses? Comparing yourself to others will only make you angry. Hee, if you can be the first to rush through the moving maze, you can also receive such treatment. Below, all the students in the square were staring intently at the four deans who were arguing fiercely in the sky, and their hearts were shocked beyond words. Ahem, deans, please listen to my opinion first. On Xiaoyan's back, Suyuan coughed lightly, glanced at Xia Jiming, He Chang and the other three people beside him and said. Hearing Suyuan's words, Xia Jiming, He Chang and the other three immediately stopped arguing and looked at Suyuan with a hint of nervousness in their eyes. After so many years as dean, they didn't know how long it had been since they had been so nervous. From what Suyuan said just now, it was obvious that he already had his own plans. What Suyuan is going to say next will definitely determine which college he will go to in the end. Dean Xia, you just said that if I join your Beast Taming Research Institute, all the beast taming resources I need in the future can be given to me at half price. Does that still count? Haha, that certainly counts. Suyuan, as long as you come to my Beast Taming Research Institute, I, in the name of the Dean of the Beast Taming Research Institute, guarantee that all the beast taming resources you exchange in the Jiuzhou Academy's treasury will be given to you at half price. After hearing Suyuan's words, Xia Jiming's old face instantly turned into a smile, and he immediately patted his chest and made a promise. As the Dean of the Beast Taming Research Institute, he can control a large amount of beast taming resources from the school's treasury every year. The beast taming resources allocated by the Academy every year are converted into school points, which are at least in the tens of millions. At most, the beast taming resources allocated from the Academy in a year could even reach 30 million points. In Xia Jiming's opinion, Suyuan is now just a commander-level beast master. After 4 years at Jiuzhou Academy, Suyuan will be at most a king-level beast master when he graduates. Even though he possessed an SSS-level beast taming talent, which allowed him to contract 3 beasts at each level, Suyuan only had 21 beasts to tame. Even if all the 7th-level beast taming resources were used to evolve these beasts into epic-level beast tamings, the total value of the materials Suyuan needed would be probably just over 20 million points. If Suyuan himself contributes 10 million points, he only needs to advance about 10 million academic points for Suyuan. In 4 years, it would be absolutely no problem for the Beast Taming Research Institute to spend more than 10 million points to train Suyuan. Besides, a Beast Master's energy is limited, and each Beast Master will only try his best to train a few beasts as the main force. Even Shuizhengi, the only Beast Master with SSS level talent in Xia, only has 8 main beasts under his command, and they have been carefully trained for decades. In comparison, no matter how talented Suyuan was, with the same SSS level beast taming talent, he could only train 8 main beast tames at best during his 4 years at Jiuzhou Academy. In this way, the points required for the Beast Taming Research Institute can be greatly discounted. Well, that's good. Then I've decided to enter the Beast Taming Institute. After Suyuan received Xia Jiming's affirmation, a smile immediately appeared on his face, and he responded. Although the conditions proposed by Lin Huixing and He Chang were also very tempting. However, during the month that Suyuan spent at Jiuzhou Academy, he was not only focused on improving his beast taming abilities, but also on familiarizing himself with the environment and conditions of Jiuzhou Academy. Suyuan also knew about the Fire Academy that Lin Huixing mentioned, which was a secret place exclusively for practicing fire-type beast taming. It is a place called Fire Element Secret Realm, where the special fire element power can greatly increase the speed of fire beast taming training, allowing the speed of fire beast taming training to be increased tenfold. Every student in the Fire Academy can spend school points to enter and practice. However, it costs a lot to enter the Fire Element Secret Realm to practice. A super-level Beast Master would need to consume 50 points for 1 day of training. A Commander-level Beast Master needs 200 points to practice for 1 day. The subsequent Lord level requires 1,000 points per day. As for the King-level Beast Masters, they are restricted from entering the Fire Element Secret Realm. After all, a King-level Beast Master is very powerful, and the amount of fire energy he needs to absorb during each Beast Master training is 100 times that of a Lord-level Beast Master. Once the number of King-level fire beasts increases, the fire element power generated by the Fire Element Secret Realm cannot keep up with the rate of consumption. If powerful Beast Masters like King-level Beast Tamers were really allowed to enter to practice, the Fire Element Secret Realm would probably collapse in no time, as the King-level Beast Tamers would absorb the fire element power. As for the secret realms for beast taming training in various departments of other colleges and universities, the situation is similar. Therefore, even if it was the highest level Lord level training, the points Suyuan consumed in the Jiuzhou Academy in the past 4 years were only more than 1 million. The maximum number of points will not exceed 2 million. Although these points are a considerable amount for ordinary students of Kyushu Academy. But for Suyuan, it is dispensable. After all, Suyuan was able to enter the 99th floor of the Tower of Babel as soon as he entered school and obtained 20 million academic points. For Suyuan, these points are just the cost of evolving a beast once. Moreover, it is the second stage of evolution of the beast. If it evolves into the 3rd or 4th stage, the consumption will be even greater. By then, a 7th level beast taming evolution resource would be worth 1 million points. An 8th level beast taming evolution resource has a redemption price of tens of millions of points. If Suyuan exchanges an 8th level beast taming evolution resource from the Jiuzhou Academy's treasury in the future, the Beast Taming Research Institute will reimburse him for half of his points, which will be as high as 5 million. These points are enough for Suyuan to practice in all the secret realms of the 3 colleges, namely the Fire College, the Cinema College, and the Water College, at the same time. Therefore, after hearing the promise of Xia Jiming, the Dean of the Beast Taming Research Institute, Suyuan immediately decided to choose the Beast Taming Research Institute for further studies. Apart from anything else, just based on Xia Jiming's promise to exchange half price points for beast taming resources from the Jiuzhou Academy's treasury, Suyuan would not choose any other department for training. However, Suyuan took into consideration the subsequent cost of evolving his own beast. Suyuan was afraid that Xia Jiming would change his mind after knowing the cost of his beast evolution, so he asked this question. Suyuan had asked this question in front of all the deans of the beast taming departments of Jiuzhou Academy on purpose. In this way, even if Xia Jiming was unwilling, he had no choice but to help him reimburse his beast taming evolution resources. Ha! Great, great! Suyuan, you made a wise choice! Opposite Suyuan, Xia Jiming received Suyuan's affirmative answer and immediately laughed heartily. Little does he know that in the near future, when he recalls today's promise, he will wish time could go back and slap himself hard. Chapter 134, Generously Admitting, the Excited Gu Yufeng. Suyuan, would you like to reconsider it? If you feel that the conditions in our Fire Academy are not good enough, you can make other requests. That's right, Suyuan. As long as you come to the cinema, just let us know what you want, and we will do our best to satisfy you. We will not be worse than old man Xia. Seeing Xia Jiming's smug look and hearing his loud laughter, Emperor-level beast tamers like Lin Hushing suddenly felt uncomfortable and immediately tried to persuade Suyuan. You old bastards, Suyuan promised me that you could enter my beast-taming research institute, so don't. Seeing this scene, Xia Jiming immediately became anxious. He glared at Lin Hushing and the other two and was about to start an argument. But before he could finish his words, Suyuan's voice rang out. I appreciate the good intentions of the three deans, but now that I have decided to enter the beast-taming academy and become a student there, I will not change my decision. After saying that, Suyuan looked at the three emperor-level beast masters around him with a determined expression. Seeing the determined look in Suyuan's eyes, He Chang, Lin Hushing and the other two sighed. Well, in that case, I will respect your choice. Old Xia, you must ask the teachers at your beast-taming institute to teach Suyuan well and not bury Suyuan's talent. Ha ha ha, you don't need to tell me that. Xia Jiming looked at the lost expressions on the three people's faces, and he was no longer in a hurry. He waved his hand and laughed loudly. Are you all done? At this moment, Gu Yufeng's voice sounded from behind Xia Jiming and the others. Hearing this, Xia Jiming, Lin Hushing and the other three were all shocked, with a look of embarrassment on their faces. That's all, Lord Palace Master. If you have anything to say to Suyuan, just tell me. Hearing Gu Yufeng's slightly displeased voice, and remembering their previous promise in front of Gu Yufeng not to fight, Xia Jiming hurriedly bowed and said to Gu Yufeng. Lin Hushing, He Chan and the theater director also bowed slightly to Gu Yufeng, but did not dare to speak. After hearing Xia Jiming's words, Gu Yufeng did not respond, but took a step forward and came to Suyuan. Suyuan, come with me. Suyuan had a very good impression of Gu Yufeng, the strong man who saved his life from the fifth demon god in time. He was not worried that Gu Yufeng would harm him. Xiaoyan, go back to the beast-taming bracelet first. Before following Gu Yufeng away, Suyuan first said something to Xiaoyan, then waved his hand and took Xiaoyan away. As for him, he was carried by a gentle force that came out of Gu Yufeng's body and headed towards the room in the main tower of Huanyuan City. Squeak. After the two people entered the room one after the other, the door closed automatically. At the same time, Suyuan also vaguely felt a hidden force enveloping the entire room, isolating himself from all perceptions of the outside world. Suyuan, I have set up an isolation barrier in the room. Our subsequent conversation will not be heard by anyone except you and me. Now I need to ask you a very serious question, and I hope you can answer it truthfully. At this time, Gu Yufeng spoke to Suyuan with a serious face. After hearing his words, Suyuan's originally relaxed expression became somewhat solemn. After thinking for a moment, Suyuan nodded slowly. Okay, I won't beat around the bush. After you passed through the 99 floors of the Tower of Babel, I conducted a detailed investigation of your information and files. I know about the beasts you contracted in Tianyang City, including its activities in Tianyang City. Before you entered Jiuzhou Academy, your beast master probably didn't have such a strong fighting power. But your performance in the freshman competition today, your beast control really exceeded my expectations. Moreover, in the 1 month since you entered Jiuzhou Academy, I heard that the various beast-controlling resources you exchanged from the Jiuzhou Academy's treasury exceeded 3 million points. There are quite a few 6th-level resources among them, and there is even a 7th-level beast resource. After seeing that you chose the Beast-Taming Research Institute without hesitation, I think your talent should be an SSS-level beast-taming talent related to the evolution of beasts. Am I right? As Gu Yufeng spoke, his eyes were always focused on Suyuan's face. As long as Suyuan had any abnormal expression, Gu Yufeng could see the clues from his face. Sure enough, I still couldn't hide it from these top bosses. Suyuan's heart sank when he heard Gu Yufeng's words. However, fortunately, Gu Yufeng only thought that my talent was only an SSS-level beast-taming talent, and he didn't know that my talent was a mythical talent that surpassed the SSS level. That's good. Now that we admit it, we don't have to hide it anymore. And maybe after I tell them that I have an SSS-level talent related to the evolution of beast control, they will take extra care of me. After thinking for a while, Suyuan took a deep breath and finally nodded. The Palace Master's guess is correct. The student's beast-taming talent is indeed an SSS-level beast-taming talent related to beast-taming. It is called Eye of Evolution and can see the evolutionary potential of some beasts. After contracting these beasts, I can more intuitively sense the resources needed for the evolution of these beasts. That's why I can make my beasts evolve one after another in a short period of time, and their quality will continue to improve. The resources I exchanged in the school treasury are also for the evolution of my beasts. Suyuan, in addition to your contracted beasts, can you also sense the resources needed for other people's beasts to evolve? After hearing Suyuan's answer, Gu Yufeng's eyes flashed, an extremely excited look appeared on his face, and he looked at Suyuan excitedly. Even his breathing couldn't help but become heavier. It is conceivable how much of an impact Suyuan's answer had on Gu Yufeng, as it could make a saint-level beast tamer so excited. My talent is much less effective against other beasts and fierce beasts that I don't have a contract with. But if we spend some time and interact with those beasts more and study them, we should be able to figure out their evolutionary paths. It's just that the gap between the two may be several times. Suyuan did not deny it when he heard it, but he did not directly say that he could easily see the situation of all the beasts and ferocious beasts. Instead, it requires more time and energy than the beast taming you have seen, leaving enough leeway for yourself. Ha ha ha, good! 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 As long as you take the time to study the evolution of other fierce beasts and imperial beasts, then there will be no problem. As for all your expenses during the research, my Jiuzhou Academy will cover them all. The school will double compensate you for the cost you spent. Hearing Suyuan's answer, Gu Yufeng almost jumped up with excitement. He grabbed Suyuan's shoulders with both hands and spoke to him. Chapter 135, Abyssal Intelligence, Fully Cultivated. Well, Lord, although my talent can promote the research on the evolutionary route of beast control, you don't have to be so excited, right? Suyuan looked at Gu Yufeng, who always acted like a superior and was extremely majestic in front of others and was so excited at this moment, and couldn't help but remind him. Of course, the most important thing is that Gu Yufeng is now holding his shoulders, and the powerful force makes him a little unable to bear it. But the opponent is a saint-level beast master, even if he has consciously restrained his own strength. But in such an excited situation, the power transmitted from his hands was not something that a mere commander of a top-level beast master like him could withstand. Ahem, Suyuan, I lost my composure. Suyuan's words also made Gu Yufeng react instantly, and he quickly let go of his hands that were holding Suyuan's shoulders. His expression was unusually awkward. But soon, the embarrassment on his face disappeared, and he smiled and said to Suyuan, Suyuan, you may not realize what your talent means to us beast masters. You can steadily research the evolutionary paths of other fierce beasts. Our human leaders will first let you research the beasts that can be contracted on a large scale by frontline warriors. The beasts contracted by the beast masters on the front line are basically the dozen or so common main beasts. The strength levels of these beasts range from extraordinary to lowered level. Once you can research the new evolution routes for the dozen or so main beasts of these frontline warriors, and the required evolution resources are priced appropriately, the strength of our frontline warriors will be rapidly improved. This will completely reverse the situation where our human race is confronting the abyss on the front line. The more Gu Yufeng spoke, the more excited his expression became. The front line? The abyss? Hearing Gu Yufeng's words, Suyuan also showed a look of surprise on his face. It was the first time he heard such news. Before this, Suyuan had never heard of any information about the abyss. Haha, now it's time to tell you about the specific situation our human race is facing now. Gu Yufeng looked at Suyuan, who was puzzled. A smile appeared on his face, and he said to Suyuan, Suyuan, do you still remember the attack from the fifth demon god that we encountered in the Tower of Babel? Of course I remember. If the Lord of the Mansion hadn't intervened in time, I wouldn't be standing here today. Could it be that the fifth demon god is a powerful being in the abyss? That's right. The fifth demon god is the fifth most powerful being in the abyss. He is also a saint-level being, and even stronger than me. In Daxia today, only Old Shui can surely defeat the fifth demon god. Before the fifth demon god, there were 4 powerful demon gods, especially the first 3 demon gods, whose strength was unparalleled. Fortunately, in addition to Old Shui, our human race has 2 other beast masters with SSS-level talents. So, our human race will not lose to the abyss in terms of top-level combat power. However, the number of middle and lower-level warriors in the abyss is greater than that of our human race. If they were not afraid that our human race would fight to the death and kill all the demon god-level warriors in the abyss, these guys from the abyss would have rushed in regardless of everything. So, the most urgent thing now is not to increase the number of top-level warriors of our human race, but to improve the strength of our frontline warriors as soon as possible, so that we can fight against those guys in the abyss. Once you can research the evolution routes of the battle beasts that the frontline warriors have mainly contracted, and allow them to evolve their beasts on a large scale, their strength will be enhanced. For example, the most common beasts owned by our human race's commander-level warriors on the front line are the commander-level thousand-eyed demon spiders, which are excellent 9-star quality beasts. Basically, they have reached their limit if they can grow to the peak of commanders. Once the thousand-eyed demon spider can evolve to a rare quality, it will have the potential to become a lord-level beast. If it can evolve to excellent quality, it only needs to spend resources and time to cultivate it, and it will definitely be able to be promoted to the lord level. There are millions of commander-level warriors on my front line who use thousand-eyed demon spiders as their fighting force. Even if half of them can train thousand-eyed demon spiders to lord level, there will be millions of lord-level warriors on the front line. And now, my great Xia and the other 4 major countries in the Federation only have about 100,000 lord-level strongmen on the front line. As for the Abyss, the number of lord-level warriors appearing on the front line is only 30,000 more than ours. Once there are 1,000,000 lord-level beast masters on the front lines of our human race, do you know what this will mean? Having said that, Gu Yufeng looked at Suyuan deeply and spoke almost word for word. So that's how it is. It was not until then that Suyuan understood and nodded. It is precisely because there are millions of strong people on the front line that the Abyss has not been able to invade the human world. Regardless of whether it was for the greater good of the human race or to avenge the attack by the 5th demon god at the Tower of Babel, Suyuan decided to find out the evolutionary routes of all the beasts that had the largest number of contracts with the frontline warriors after some time, and find out the most cost-effective evolutionary route and submit it to the human leaders. After making the decision, Suyuan nodded heavily to Gu Yufeng and promised, "Don't worry, Lord. As long as I can figure out the evolutionary route for beast control, I will spare no effort." Good! 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 Suyuan's answer made Gu Yufeng very satisfied and he laughed out loud. Then he reached out and patted Suyuan on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, as long as you are in Jiuzhou Academy, I will never let anyone hurt you. Even if the 1st demon god attacks through the void, I have the confidence to stop him. Of course, you don't have to worry about delaying your own improvement by studying other beast evolution routes. I will explain this to the deans of other colleges and have them open all their secret cultivation realms to you for free. If you want to improve the strength of any of your beasts, you can go directly to the secret realms of each academy to practice. If you have any requests at the academy, just tell me. I will do my best to meet your needs." "In that case, thank you very much, Lord." Hearing Gu Yufeng's words, Suyuan's eyes lit up and he quickly bowed to express his gratitude. With the authority to freely enter and exit the secret realms of various departments, Xiao Yan and the others' leveling speed will be further increased. Chapter 136. How can he be so much stronger than me? Whoosh! Outside Huanyue City, at one of the many exits of the moving maze, a figure flew out on a sword. "Finally I made it through the moving maze! That city ahead must be the Fantasy Moon City that the Dean and the others mentioned. I wonder if I will be the first one to rush out of the moving maze and arrive in Fantasy Moon City. I don't know whether Suyuan has escaped from the maze and reached Huanyue City. What kind of results will he achieve?" Nie Xiaoming stood on the Qi Shao's sword, his face slightly tired, but his eyes full of fighting spirit and excitement as he spoke in a low voice. 2 more days passed after Suyuan broke through the obstacles of the moving maze and arrived at Huanyue City. It is now the afternoon of the 4th day since the Jiuzhou Academy's freshman competition began. In addition to looking a little tired, Nie Xiaoming's clothes were also torn and he looked very disheveled. This year's college freshman competition, although different from the previous format of arena duels, adopted a new form of assessment for the first time. But the difficulty of this competition is not low at all. The ferocious beasts behind the moving maze have reached the 7th level of commander. And the quality is no less than excellent level. Even though Nie Xiaoming had made a breakthrough recently in the past month at Jiuzhou Academy, his strength level had reached the 3rd level of commander. He was also exhausted in dealing with the last few battles against the ferocious beasts in the maze. It was rare for Nie Xiaoming to get through the moving maze so quickly and pass all the levels. Therefore, Nie Xiaoming was confident enough that he could at least make it into the top 3 in this freshman competition. Among this year's freshmen, he doesn't take anyone seriously except Suyuan. This is also true for Shangguan Yunqian and Zhong Shiding, who both have SS-level beast-taming talents. Whoosh! After muttering to himself, Nie Xiaoming did not delay any further. Looking at the Huanyue city in front of him with a city wall that was 100 feet high, he thought about it, and the Qi Shao sword under his feet took him through the air. Nie Xiaoming! It's Nie Xiaoming who rushed out! After Suyuan, Nie Xiaoming is the second genius to break out of the moving maze and come to Huanyue City. He's handsome, can fly with a sword, and has outstanding talent. Master Nie is simply the man of my dreams. I admit that Nie Xiaoming is indeed very strong and handsome, but he is still inferior to Suyuan. That's right. Although Nie Xiaoming successfully rushed to Huanyue City, it was already the afternoon of the 4th day of the competition, 2 days later than Suyuan. Yes, Suyuan rushed to Huanyue City at noon the next day, which was faster than I was eliminated. Alas, poor Nie Xiaoming, who is so talented, can only come in second after Suyuan in this competition. Since Nie Xiaoming was born, why did Suyuan have to be born? In the Huanyue City Square, more than 800 eliminated students saw Nie Xiaoming coming on his sword, and immediately looked up at the sky and talked excitedly. Above the square, Nie Xiaoming felt somewhat smug at first when he heard the people below praising him. But when he heard that Suyuan had already rushed out of the moving maze at noon the next day, arrived at Huanyu's city, and won the first place in this competition, the complacent look on his face suddenly turned into a look of deep shock. 1.5 days! In just 1.5 days, Suyuan rushed out of the moving maze and arrived at Huanyu's city? With this speed, can he kill even a 7th level beast instantly? How on earth did he do that? Is the gap between him and me really that big? Or is it that the strength of the beast Suyuan encountered is not the same as the one I encountered, but is weaker? On the Qishao sword, Nie Xiaoming felt infinite shock in his heart, and kept having all kinds of doubts. After personally experiencing the various ferocious beasts that blocked the way in the latter part of the moving maze, he had a clearer idea of how powerful the beasts in this moving maze were. Moreover, the moving maze changes every half an hour, and during the changes, you can only keep avoiding the surrounding mechanisms. Even if there were no ferocious beasts blocking the way behind the mechanism, it would take a beast master of his strength about a day and a half to rush through the moving maze and reach Fantasy Moon City. If Suyuan really completed the level within a day and a half, that means that all the ferocious beasts Suyuan encountered in this moving maze were killed instantly by him, without being able to delay any time. Brush, brush, brush. While Nie Xiaoming was still full of doubts, figures emitting powerful auras appeared one after another. They were a group of powerful deans headed by He Chang. As for Gu Yufeng, he did not show up. Since Suyuan generously acknowledged his talent for taming beasts, and the ability of his talent to allow other people's beasts to evolve, Gu Yufeng took him back to Jiuzhou Academy first. Xia Jiming, the dean of the Beast Taming Research Institute, also accompanied him back to Jiuzhou Academy. Dean He! In the air, Nie Xiaoming saw He Chang and others appear in front of him, then he came to his senses and bowed respectfully to He. Although the Nie family is powerful, it is one of the top families in Daxia. But He Chang is an emperor-level top beast master, not to mention He Chang's identity as the dean of the Water College of Jiuzhou Academy. His strength alone is enough to overwhelm all the beast masters in the Nie family. Nie Xiaoming dared not show the slightest disrespect in front of He Chang. Well, considering your level of commanding the 3rd level, it is not easy for you to pass the moving maze within 5 days. You're great! The Nie family is expected to produce a saint-level beast tamer. On the opposite side, He Chang looked at Nie Xiaoming, who was bowing in front of him, and a kind smile appeared on his face. This is your reward for getting 2nd place in the freshman competition. Please accept it. As he spoke, He Chang took out another crystal card, the same one he had given to Suyuan before. With a light wave, the card fell into Nie Xiaoming's hands. Thank you, Dean He! Upon seeing this, Nie Xiaoming quickly accepted it and expressed his gratitude. Although it was only 2nd place, there was still a reward of 500,000 points. These points will allow him to grow rapidly in strength in a short period of time. Huanyu's city square looked up at this scene with envy on their faces. Although Nie Xiaoming's 2nd place points reward was not as high as Suyuan's 1st place point of 1 million, it was still as high as 500,000. 500,000 points, this is a huge amount of points that most of them may not be able to earn in the days ahead at Jiuzhou Academy. Jiuzhou Academy, in the dungeon of the Beast Taming Research Institute. At this moment, Xia Jiming was beside Suyuan, watching him with a smile on his face as he walked with him in the Beast Taming Research Institute. Around him were large iron cages, which held various ferocious beasts of various shapes. Every ferocious beast exudes a strong smell of medicine. Obviously, these ferocious beasts are all experimental subjects of the Beast Taming Research Institute. Chapter 137: The Dying Green-Scaled Snake. Suyuan, here are the 30 rare and fierce beasts that my Beast Taming Research Institute is currently researching. Every beast here is extremely common and widely contracted. As long as we can successfully research a beneficial evolution plan for any of these beasts, and enable these rare beasts to evolve into excellent ones, it will be a huge boost to the strength of our human race. Walking among these large and small iron cages, Xia Jiming said to Suyuan. There was a smile on his face, but a hint of anticipation deep in his eyes. It was also Gu Yufeng's idea that he took Suyuan back to the Beast Taming Research Institute first, and brought them to the dungeon where these rare and ferocious beasts were imprisoned. After Gu Yufeng knew about Suyuan's talents and abilities, he also hoped that Suyuan could research a popular and rare quality ferocious beast evolution plan as soon as possible. Crocodile-mouthed duck. Species, poultry/aquatic. Quality, rare 3 stars. Level, extraordinary level 4. Status, dejected. Skills, water gun bite. Evolution times 0. Evolution options 2. Stone armor bear beast. Species, Ursus/rock. Quality, rare 5-star. Level, extraordinary level 6. Status, angry. Skills, petrified armor, rock spike, rock explosion. Evolution times 0. Evolution options 3. Calyx beast. Species, plant/toxic. Quality, rare 9 stars. Level, extraordinary level 3. Status, withered. Skills, wild growth, hallucinogenic pollen, camouflage. Evolution times 0. Evolution options 2. Suyuan listened to Xia Jiming's voice beside him, but his eyes were always directed to the large and small iron cages on both sides. In the field of vision, all the information of various ferocious beasts is clearly visible. Dean Xia, I can't see anything here for the time being, but as long as I observe a few more times, I should be able to gain something. But I need to come more often, and even go and see the other beasts of different qualities that our Beast Taming Research Institute is researching. I hope that in the future, even if I am not accompanied by Dean Xia, I can freely enter and exit the dungeon where the Beast Taming Research Institute holds the ferocious beasts. Looking at the information in front of him, Suyuan turned around and looked at Xia Jiming, who was looking expectantly beside him, and said, That's natural, that's natural. The Palace Master has already ordered that from now on, your status and position in the Beast Taming Institute will be equal to mine. There will be no place in the entire Beast Taming Institute that you cannot go to. Of course, we still can't go to places where boys are not allowed, ha 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 ha. Suyuan's words immediately made Xia Jiming happy, and he even laughed out loud and said to Suyuan half-jokingly, It seems that Gu Yufeng still values me very much. Or maybe he values my talent for beast control. After hearing Gu Yufeng's answer, Suyuan smiled and nodded. Suyuan, we have already looked at the beasts in this rare quality area. Since we didn't find anything, why don't we go down and take a look at the beasts of other quality levels? Xia Jiming looked at Suyuan's satisfied smile. When he reached the end, he glanced at the various ferocious beasts imprisoned in iron cages around him and said to Suyuan. At this moment, Suyuan also turned his gaze to the last ferocious beast that was imprisoned by high-strength transparent glass. When he was about to nod in response, his movements suddenly paused, and a hint of suppressed excitement flashed in his eyes. He did not respond to Xia Jiming directly, but slowly walked towards the last transparent cage. Su! On the side, Xia Jiming watched Suyuan's actions with a frown. I was about to call him, but he suddenly seemed to think of something, and the words on his lips stopped abruptly. The slightly wrinkled brows relaxed instantly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Suyuan's sudden action must have meant he discovered something. Maybe it was the green-scaled snake imprisoned in the transparent cage that Suyuan discovered the clues. Thinking this in his mind, Xia Jiming not only stopped talking, but also stood still where he was. He did not continue to follow, but remained completely silent, fearing that he would make any noise and disturb Suyuan. In front, at the end of the dungeon, Suyuan came to the transparent cage that imprisoned the green-scaled snake. Through the transparent cage, he looked at a small green snake lying in the cage without any vitality. The little snake was covered in green scales. If it weren't for its slightly narrowed eyes that revealed a hint of black light, the little snake's entire body would have no other color except green. However, now the little green snake was lying on the white sand in the transparent cage, looking listless, with its breath being very weak. Green scale snake mutation. Species, snake/wood thunder. Quality, rare 3 stars. Level, extraordinary level 3. Status, near death. After enduring too many evolution experiments, a large amount of inconsumable medicinal power of various materials has accumulated in the body, and the conflicting medicinal properties have caused great damage to it. Skills, self-healing, wood fang thunder. Evolution times 0. Evolution options 5. The first option, after one evolution, evolve into a green-scaled python, excellent 1 star, the materials required for evolution. The second option, after 2 evolutions, evolves into thunder boa, perfect 3 stars, the materials required for the first stage of evolution. The fifth option, after 5 evolutions, evolves into Emu azure dragon, mythical level, the materials required for the first stage of evolution. The green-scaled snake was yet another mutated beast, and moreover it was a mutated beast that had the ability to evolve to mythical quality. The only thing that could make Suyuan so excited was encountering a ferocious beast that could evolve all the way to mythical quality. This little guy has suffered a lot in this Beast Taming Research Institute. If I had come a few days later, I probably wouldn't have seen this little guy. That's a great opportunity that you've missed. Suyuan looked at the dying green-scaled snake in front of him and sighed in his heart. This time, the Eye of Apocalypse rarely wrote down the status of the green-scaled snake, explaining why the green-scaled snake had become like this on the verge of death. The The students and instructors at the Beast Taming Research Institute conducted many experiments on the green-scaled snake's evolutionary route. The medicinal properties of the conflicting materials accumulated too much, resulting in the green-scaled snake's current appearance. Dean Xia, can I take this green-scaled snake away for research? After confirming that the green-scaled snake in front of him could evolve into a mythical quality emu green dragon, Suyuan turned around and spoke to Xia Jiming, who was standing still behind him. Suyuan, this green-scaled snake won't be able to hold on for too long before dying. If you need to study the green-scaled snake, I can have someone pick out a few good ones for you. Hearing Suyuan's voice behind him, Xia Jiming immediately took a step forward and came to Suyuan's side in an instant. He glanced at the green-scaled snake trapped in a special glass cage and spoke slowly. Chapter 138 Contract. The Sixth Beast Master. Dean, I just saw the green-scaled snake dying, and I wanted to use my own strength to save this little guy as much as possible. I plan to contract this green-scaled snake as my own beast, so that I can quickly find a way to evolve the green-scaled snake and save it from the brink of death. Hearing Xia Jiming's reminder and kind advice, Suyuan shook his head and looked at Xia Jiming with firm eyes. No, this green-scaled snake is in too dangerous a state. It can only live for a week at most. Even if we can really find the evolutionary path of the green-scaled snake, I'm afraid it will be too late. Besides, the quality of the green-scaled snake is too low. If it is to be your first beast, a green-scaled snake of rare quality would barely be acceptable. But you are already a commander-level beast master now. You can definitely contract a higher quality beast and do your best to improve your overall combat power. Even if this green-scaled snake is in perfect condition, after evolving once, it will at best be of excellent quality. A beast of superior quality is no longer worthy of you. Suyuan, you don't need to worry about your own beast control problem now. Given your importance, the resources of the entire Jiuzhou Academy will be tilted towards you. The Lord of the Palace has even said that he will do his best to train you. In the future, if there are any high-quality beasts of the right level, we will provide you with a contract as soon as possible. From now on, the beasts you contract will at least be of perfect high-star quality. There is no need to waste a beast's position on a green-scaled snake of only rare quality. Suyuan, you are still young. You don't have to rush to sign contracts with all the beasts and use up your precious beast taming slots. You can wait until your strength improves. If you feel that there is no hope of a breakthrough in a short period of time, then you can contract other beasts to fill the vacant beast's position. This is the wisest choice. Before that, you only need to focus on training your best beast and make it grow quickly. As long as you are in Jiuzhou Academy, you don't need to worry about your safety. With the master of the academy here, no one can hurt you. Some of the top masters of my human race do this. Although the beasts you have in the early stage are limited, once you become stronger in the later stage, you can defeat beasts of the same level and contract them. Your strength will increase by leaps and bounds, and you can save a lot of energy and money on training beasts. Hearing Suyuan's words, Xia Jiming quickly shook his head in opposition, and then he tried to persuade Suyuan. When he heard that Suyuan wanted to contract the rare green-scaled snake as his own beast, he flatly refused without even looking at Suyuan's reaction. Although a beast tamer with SSS-level beast taming talent has twice as many contracted beasts to be tamed as an ordinary person. But every beast of the Beast Master plays an important role in the strength of the Beast Master. Before Suyuan entered Jiuzhou Academy and became the key training target of Jiuzhou Academy, the beast tamers Xia Jiming and others with whom he contracted were unable to provide assistance. Now Suyuan has become the treasure of Jiuzhou Academy. No matter it is the deans such as Xia Jiming and He Chang, or the lord of Jiuzhou Academy, Bu Yufeng, they will never let Suyuan contract a low-quality beast again. Dean Xia, I must contract this green-scaled snake. Faced with Xia Jiming's earnest persuasion, Suyuan still did not change his choice, but spoke again. Although what Xia Jiming just said was correct. But what he was facing now was a mutated green-scaled snake with mythical potential. If he missed it, there would be no more. Even if we bring in other green-scaled snakes in perfect condition, the chance of it evolving into the mythical Mu Qinglong would probably be pitifully small. Why doesn't Suyuan listen to my advice? It was not until Suyuan once again confirmed that he wanted to contract the green-scaled snake that Xia Jiming began to murmur in his heart. He was about to open his mouth to continue persuading him, but when he looked at Suyuan's face, he saw the determined look and firm gaze on Suyuan's face. Well, since you are so persistent, I will leave this green-scaled snake to you. The Lord of the Mansion has said before that in terms of beast control, everything is up to you to decide, so I won't advise you. Xia Jiming hesitated for a while, then recalled Gu Yufeng's previous instructions for Suyuan to let go and do it. Then he took a deep breath and sighed. Thank you, Dean Xia. Hearing this, Suyuan's face lit up with joy and he quickly bowed to Xia Jiming to express his gratitude. Then, right under Xia Jiming's nose, the green-scaled snake that was trapped in a special glass cage was taken out. Little guy, I'm sure you heard our conversation just now. I won't waste my time on you. I promise you, follow me and you will live. If you are willing to make a contract with me, then nod your head and do not resist, or you will be seriously injured again. After taking out the green-scaled snake, Suyuan whispered to it. Hearing this, the green-scaled snake tried its best to open its eyes. The originally dull eyes burst into light again. With a strong desire to survive in its eyes, it nodded to Suyuan with all its might. Extraordinary beasts already have considerable intelligence. The green-scaled snake naturally understood Suyuan's words. After seeing the green-scaled snake nod, Suyuan also grinned. With his current strength, he can forcibly contract any extraordinary beast. But the current condition of the green-scaled snake is too bad. If the green-scaled snake is unwilling, Suyuan will force the contract, which will only make the green-scaled snake worse. The already dying green-scaled snake, if its soul is damaged due to the forced contract, and its injuries are further aggravated, it may very well die. At that time, Suyuan would not only lose a beast with unlimited potential, but would also suffer severe backlash due to the death of the green-scaled snake he had just contracted. Buzz! As the green-scaled snake nodded in agreement, Suyuan soon mobilized his own huge mental power and condensed a beast-taming contract. Then another drop of blood was forced out and dripped onto the beast-taming contract. The slightly grayish beast-taming contract suddenly burst into a bloody light, and under Suyuan's control, it sank into the center of the green-scaled snake's eyebrows. In response, the green-scaled snake did not avoid or resist at all. After the beast-taming contract sank into its eyebrows, it closed its eyes and lay quietly there. It's done! As a feeling of blessing came to his heart, an invisible bond appeared between Suyuan and the green-scaled snake. The beast-taming contract was completed, and the green-scaled snake became Suyuan's sixth beast-taming with unlimited potential. From now on, you will be called Xiaoqing. After the contract was completed, Suyuan looked at the green-scaled snake covered with green scales and laughed softly. Chapter 139 Cooked? Hulu. After becoming Suyuan's beast, after hearing what Suyuan had just said, the green-scaled snake forced itself to stay tired and nodded at Suyuan, and did not refuse Suyuan's naming for it. Dean Xia, I need some materials to treat Xiaoqing right now. Can you get them for me? Looking at Xiaoqing's weak appearance, Suyuan turned and said to Xia Jiming beside him. No problem, just tell me what materials you need. Although Jiuzhou Academy doesn't have all the beast-taming resources in the world, it definitely has enough materials to treat small extraordinary beast tamers. On the side, after hearing Suyuan's request, Xia Jiming immediately nodded and patted his chest to assure him. That's good. The materials I need are living marrow grass and Shishan seeds. Seeing this, Suyuan didn't hesitate and spoke directly to Xia Jiming. Most of the beast-taming resources he mentioned were 4th-level beast-taming resources, and there were also quite a few 5th-level beast-taming resources. A large portion of these beast-taming resources are used to repair the various injuries on Xiaoqing's body and neutralize the toxicity of various materials in the body. But some of them are the evolutionary resources needed for Xiaoqing's first stage of evolution. So much! And how is it that Suyuan, at such a young age, is so familiar with these beast-taming resources and knows them by heart? The various beast-taming resources he mentioned so casually are enough to show how deep Suyuan's understanding of beast-taming resources is. Even other instructors in the Beast-Taming Research Institute are far inferior to Suyuan. After listening to Suyuan's 2.5-minute report, even Xia Jiming couldn't help but be amazed and shocked. Although the beast-taming resources that Suyuan needed were of low quality, their total value was insignificant to him. However, the types of beast-taming resources reported by Suyuan exceeded 100, and some of the names of the beast-taming resources were even extremely obscure. If he was not the dean of the Beast-Taming Research Institute, immersed in the research of beast-taming evolution for many years and familiar with various beast-taming resources, he might not be able to recognize the beast-taming resources just mentioned in the saying. Dean Xia, these are the beast-taming resources I need. How long will it take you to get them for me? After talking about the hundreds of beast-taming resources he needed, Suyuan looked at Xia Jiming and asked. I will give you everything within 2.5 hours. Thank you very much, Dean. By the way, I also need an independent laboratory. Okay, come with me. I'll give you my laboratory to use. You can build all the instruments inside. Well, thank you, Dean Xia. During the conversation, Suyuan put the green-scaled snake into a brand new beast-taming bracelet, and then followed Xia Jiming towards his exclusive laboratory. Who is that guy? Why did he follow Dean Xia into his private laboratory? Yes, it's Dean Xia's private laboratory. None of us students from the Beast Taming Institute have ever been able to enter it. Not to mention us students, even our instructor has never been in there. That boy, could he be Dean Xiao's biological son? I think he looks more like Dean Xiao's grandson. The age difference is too big. I only know that our Dean Xia has a precious granddaughter, but no grandson. Perhaps, the probability that the boy is Dean Xiao's grandson-in-law is greater. What grandson? Grandson-in-law? That's Suyuan, the latest celebrity in our school. Don't you know him? Who is Suyuan? I told you not to stay in the lab every day, go out more often. This time you don't even recognize the new rookie king of our Jiuzhou Academy. Xia Jiming's Beast Taming Research Laboratory is located in the deepest part of the entire Beast Taming Research Institute, passing by the research laboratories of many other mentors in the Beast Taming Research Institute. Along the way, we also met many students who were studying at the Beast Taming Research Institute. After seeing Suyuan follow Xia Jiming into the largest laboratory in the deepest part, almost all of these students looked as if they had seen a ghost. After seeing Suyuan and Xia Jiming enter the laboratory, these students and even some instructors in the college couldn't help but whisper about it. I didn't expect there was something hidden inside the lab. After passing through that door, there was actually such a large space inside. The instruments made from these materials are very high-end at first glance, and the price is definitely not low. There are still so many beast-taming resources in the school's treasury. Jiuzhou Academy is really rich. Inside the laboratory, Suyuan looked at the laboratory, which was filled with a large number of precision instruments. The entire space was larger than the warehouse he had rented in Tianyang City before, and he couldn't help but sigh. Suyuan, are you satisfied with my laboratory? Very nice lab. Hearing Xia Jiming's voice, Suyuan nodded immediately and praised him generously. That's right. My beast-taming laboratory is the highest standard in the entire Daxia. Let's wait here for a while. It won't be long before the materials you need are delivered. Xia Jiming raised his chin unconsciously when he heard this. To this, Suyuan just smiled and nodded. The two waited for less than 2.5 hours when a bright light suddenly shone in the center of the laboratory. After the dazzling light disappeared, a large wooden box that could accommodate 2 people appeared in the sight of Suyuan and Xia Jiming. Teleport. It should be some kind of space beast used to teleport this large wooden box. Looking at the large wooden box on the open space in the laboratory, Suyuan's heart moved. This method of material delivery was somewhat different from what he had expected, which was to be delivered by a special person, and it really surprised him. After all, he had just looked around the entire laboratory and did not find any traces of the teleportation array. Suyuan, these are all the materials you need. See if there's anything wrong. At this time, Xia Jiming's voice sounded, and he took a step forward, came to the large wooden box and opened it. Behind him, Suyuan also rushed over, took a quick glance, and after confirming that everything was correct, he nodded to Xia Jiming and said, No problem, Dean Xia, I will treat Xiaoqing's injuries right away. Do you need me to step aside? Hearing Suyuan's words, Xia Jiming smiled slightly. No, if Dean Xia wants to watch, he can watch the whole thing. Suyuan heard this and responded with a faint smile. He then began to take out dozens of materials from the large box and started working on them in the laboratory. Grinding, powdering, boiling, distilling. Suyuan used all the instruments in the laboratory to process these beast-taming resources. An hour later, in a 5-meter-long pot in the laboratory, a thick dark green soup continued to emit steam. In the middle, boiling bubbles rose and exploded. Xiaoqing, come out! Suyuan stood beside the pot, waved his hand, and called Xiaoqing out. Suyuan, you're not going to throw the green-scaled snake directly in to cook it, are you? When Xia Jiming saw Suyuan come to the big pot and call out Xiaoqing, his face suddenly became strange. Chapter 140 Treatment. Evolution. Xia Jiming is shocked. Don't worry, Dean Xia. This is a necessary process for Xiaoqing's treatment. Besides, this pot of medicine is only over 100 degrees. Xiaoqing is already an extraordinary beast master. Even if she is seriously injured, she can withstand such a temperature. Hearing Xia Jiming's question, Suyuan turned around, smiled and explained. Then, he looked at Xiaoqing, who had just been summoned beside him, and said with a faint smile. Xiaoqing, go down. As long as you absorb all the medicinal power in here, your injuries will be healed. Huhu. Hearing Suyuan's words, Xiaoqing exhaled twice and rubbed Suyuan's arm with her head. Then, without any hesitation, he jumped into the big pot in front of him. Crash! Gurgle gurgle. As Xiaoqing was put into the pot, the medicine soup in the pot immediately filled up. The bubbles boiling inside are increasing. The dark green medicinal juice around Xiaoqing began to slowly flow into Xiaoqing's body. Along the open green snake scales, it continued to penetrate into Xiaoqing's body. Hiss! As soon as Xiaoqing was put into the pot, he started screaming and a look of pain appeared in his eyes due to the impact of the medicine. Xiaoqing, endure! Suyuan opened his mouth and was about to persuade Xiaoqing to endure the pain of the medicine being poured into her body. But before Suyuan could finish his words, a hint of tenacity flashed in Xiaoqing's eyes. It closed its mouth, trying its best to endure the pain of the medicinal power rushing into its body, and did not make any sound. Gradually, the initial discomfort in his eyes disappeared, as if he had adapted to the pain brought by the invasion of the surrounding drugs. I still underestimated this little guy. It seems that Xiaoqing suffered more in this beast-taming research institute than I thought. Looking at Xiaoqing, who was gradually calming down, Suyuan paused and then a faint smile appeared on his face. He didn't continue talking, but just watched Xiaoqing silently absorbing the medicinal power in the big pot in front of him. As Xiaoqing gradually absorbed the medicinal power in the cauldron, her originally sluggish aura gradually regained its vitality. The aura on his body became stronger and stronger, and the various complex and repelling medicinal powers in the body were gradually neutralized by the absorbed medicinal power. Even under the power of the medicine prepared by Suyuan, the complex and conflicting medicinal powers accumulated in Xiaoqing's body from various experiments over the years began to blend with each other. Gradually it merged into Xiaoqing's limbs and bones. The medicinal power washed Xiaoqing's scarred body over and over again, constantly repairing the damaged areas. While absorbing the medicinal power, Xiaoqing's aura became stronger and stronger. The momentum gradually increased, and Xiaoqing's level of the third level of transcendence also began to rise slowly. Without any surprise, a quarter of an hour after entering the cauldron, Xiaoqing's momentum suddenly increased a lot, and his level of transcendent third level instantly broke through to transcendent fourth level. Moreover, after being promoted to the fourth level of the extraordinary realm, Xiaoqing's aura did not stop rising, but continued to climb upwards. The medicine prepared by Suyuan actually has such an effect. Not only can it heal all the injuries of the green-scaled snake, but it can also make it go even further. With more than 80 kinds of beast-controlling resources and tens of millions of different proportions, Suyuan was able to mix a decoction that could neutralize the complex medicinal power that had accumulated in the body of this green-scaled snake for many years. This kind of sophisticated calculation, even I may not have it. Incredible, absolutely incredible. The layman looks at the taste, while the expert looks at the details. Xia Jiming looked at Xiaoqing, whose momentum in the cauldron continued to rise, and whose level skyrocketed from the third level of transcendence to the sixth level of transcendence, and showed no sign of stopping. There was a look of deep shock in his eyes. Only as someone who has been immersed in pre-sale research for many years does he know how difficult it is to achieve this. At Suyuan's age, even if he had been familiar with various beast-taming research documents since he was a child and understood the properties and effects of various beast-taming resources, he would definitely not be able to achieve such a level. Talent! It must be Suyuan's talent for taming beasts. SSS-level beast-taming talent. Before this, only one person in the entire Daxia possessed it. Suyuan also has an SSS-level talent for beast control, so it's only natural that he has abilities that are far beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. While Xia Jiming was extremely shocked, he was also trying hard to find an explanation and comfort himself. However, what happened next made him completely unable to sit still. It's time to add the remaining ingredients. Beside the big pot, Suyuan looked at the medicinal soup that was almost transparent, and then glanced at Xiaoqing, whose aura had reached its peak and whose level had entered the 8th level of the extraordinary realm. He curled the corners of his mouth, and a smile appeared on his face. Then he turned around and took out the first stage evolutionary resources that had already been prepared and waited beside the cauldron. The moment the medicine in the big pot completely turned into a pot of clear water, Suyuan immediately added the bucket of prepared medicine in his hand into the big pot. Buzz! With the addition of this bucket of medicine juice, the originally clear pot of medicine suddenly became thick. But soon, under the promotion of high temperature, these thick medicinal juices began to frantically drill into Xiaoqing's body. In the pot, the surging medicinal juice even swirled into a vortex, swirling around Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing also opened her tightly closed eyes at this moment, revealing a hint of enjoyment in her eyes. The thick medicine comes quickly and goes away even faster. After Suyuan poured it into the pot, it was all absorbed by Xiaoqing in less than 30 seconds. The medicine soup in the big pot became clear again and turned into a pool of clear water. Boom! Just when the medicine in the big pot turned into a pool of clear water again, a dazzling white light suddenly lit up, completely enveloping Xiaoqing's figure in this dazzling white light. Go, the light of evolution! The green scale snake has evolved just like that. He was apparently dying not long ago. At the moment when the light of evolution flashed on Xiaoqing's body, behind Suyuan, Xia Jiming's neck suddenly stretched forward, and his eyes almost popped out. His eyes were fixed on Xiaoqing, who was wrapped in the light of evolution, and his face was filled with shock. He never thought that while Suyuan was curing the green-scaled snake, he could also make it evolve. I don't know whether the evolution of the green-scale snake is good or bad. If it is good, the quality can be improved to the excellent level, which is absolutely of great significance to our human race. Thinking of the various beast-taming resources that Suyuan had asked him to collect before, the 4th-level beast-taming resources accounted for the largest proportion. There are only a small number of 5th-level beast-taming resources, and they were the first batch of beast-taming resources that Suyuan used to treat Xiaoqing's injuries. The bucket of medicine that Suyuan poured in later was basically made with 4th-level beast-taming resources, and it was very common. If it were possible to use a dozen 4th-level resources to evolve the green-scaled snake into a superior quality beast, this could be promoted on a large scale and greatly enhance the human race's combat effectiveness. Chapter 141 Dean Xia, don't get excited. Your beast, the green-scaled snake, has evolved into the purple lightning python, excellence 7 stars. Your beast has acquired a new skill, thunder flash. Your beast has acquired a new skill, purple lightning breath. 10 minutes later, as the light of evolution dissipated, a string of information appeared in front of Suyuan that only he could see. After receiving these messages, Xiaoqing had completed his evolution and grew to be tens of meters long. At this moment, Xiaoqing was coiled up, filling the big pot completely. There was not much medicine left in the pot, and it had all been squeezed out. As Xiaoqing's body grew larger, the green scales became the size of a palm. Each green scale has purple lightning patterns on it. Visible purple arcs of electricity lingered between the bodies. There was also a hint of purple light in the pair of dark eyes. In addition to her increased size, Xiaoqing's aura is also stronger than ever before. Before the evolution, Xiaoqing had already broken through several levels, and now, after the evolution, he has stepped into the commander level in one step. And it's not just the commander level that has just been promoted, but he has reached the 2nd level of commander. Purple lightning python contracted. Species, snake/wood thunder. Quality, excellence 7 stars. Level, commander level 2. Condition perfect. Skills, self-healing, wood fang thunder thunder flash, purple lightning breath. Evolution times 1. Materials required for the next stage of evolution. Excellent 7 stars, Commander Level 2. From the moment I discovered Xiaoqing's Transcendent Level 3 was upgraded to Commander Level 2, this was not only due to the beast-taming evolutionary resources, but also closely related to the medicinal properties of the materials left over from the various beast-taming research institutes that Xiaoqing had gone through before. With Xiaoqing's physique, she should be able to proceed to the next stage of evolution immediately. It is estimated that once she evolves to perfect quality, Xiaoqing's strength level will be further improved. If Xiaoqing can be evolved to the epic level, it can probably be upgraded to a lord-level beast. Suyuan smiled as he looked at Xiaoqing, who had completed her evolution and become extremely powerful, and thought to himself. Suyuan, is this your green-scaled snake? It evolved so easily. If I'm not mistaken, Xiaoqing's aura has already reached the 2nd level of the commander, right? To evolve from a dying 3rd-level beastmaster to a commander of a 2nd-level beastmaster all at once is almost a leap over an entire level. It's simply incredible. At this time, Xia Jiming, who was behind him, watched Xiaoqing complete her evolution and felt the aura from Xiaoqing. His face was full of shock. Xia Jiming stared with almost dull eyes at Xiaoqing, who was in front of him with purple arcs of electricity flashing on her body and looked extremely powerful, and exclaimed in a low voice to himself. He didn't even look at Suyuan, who was beside him. At this moment, Xia Jiming was completely attracted by Xiaoqing. As the dean of the Beast Taming Research Institute, the scene that just happened in front of him was like a dream to him. Dean Xia, you are not mistaken. Xiaoqing has indeed successfully evolved and reached the 2nd level of leadership. But this is not entirely due to the beast taming resources I just used. The root cause is that there are too many medicinal effects left in Xiaoqing's body from experiments. I just used the medicine I just prepared to stimulate and fuse the remaining medicinal power in Xiaoqing's body, allowing him to absorb the medicinal power. With the help of the beast evolution resources, he broke through to the 2nd level of the commander. If it weren't for the residual medicinal power in Xiaoqing's body, even if I used these evolutionary resources and healing medicine to treat Xiaoqing, and Xiaoqing finally completed her evolution and reached excellent quality, she would probably not be able to break through to the commander level. After hearing Xia Jiming's voice, Suyuan responded immediately. Evolution is successful, excellent quality? Quick! Suyuan, let me test the quality of your beast. I want to confirm the quality of your beast. If he can reach the level of 6 stars or above, then there won't be much of a hindrance for this little fellow to grow all the way to the lower level. This is absolutely great news for all of us Beastmasters who have contracted the green-scaled snake. It will also be of great benefit to the overall strength improvement of the human race. After hearing what Suyuan said, Xia Jiming's head suddenly buzzed when he heard the word excellence. He didn't think about the other words Suyuan said before, but looked at Suyuan with an urgent look. He now just wants to determine the current level of Xiaoqing's quality. With the configuration of his laboratory, he can easily measure Xiaoqing's true quality. Dean Xia, Xiaoqing's situation is somewhat special. He has undergone a large number of experiments, and his body functions and other conditions are not comparable to other green-scaled snakes. Even if I were to personally supervise the operation on other green-scaled snakes, it would be difficult for them to evolve. Suyuan looked at the extremely excited Xia Jiming and couldn't bear to pour a basin of cold water on him. Of course he understood why Xia Jiming was so excited. All of this is exactly the same as what Gu Yufeng had told him before about the frontline warriors. This green-scaled snake is also a beast that has many contracts with warriors at the extraordinary and commander levels on the front line. If the Jinqian can evolve in large numbers into superior high-star quality beasts, it will undoubtedly be a huge boost to the combat power of the human front. But what he just said was indeed the truth. Suyuan had encountered green-scaled snakes before, but Xiaoqing was the only green-scaled snake he had seen that could evolve into the mythical beast Yi Mu Qinglong. Other normal green-scaled snakes have at most 3 evolutionary plans, and the most common one is the first one. It can allow the green-scaled snake to evolve into a green-scaled python of excellent quality through one evolution. However, even the green-scaled python is a beast of outstanding quality. Although there is no guarantee that one can reach the Lord level, there is still a great chance of reaching the Lord level beast taming level. As long as half of the Beastmasters who have contracted the green-scaled snake can upgrade the green-scaled python evolved from the green-scaled snake to the Lord level combat power of the human front will increase a lot. Moreover, the evolution of the green-scale snake into the 1-star green-scale python only requires 4th level beast resources as the main material. The evolution cost is extremely low, and it is more suitable for large-scale batch evolution. Therefore, Suyuan did not intend to tell Xia Jiming about Xiaoqing's evolution. Instead, he was going to provide an evolution plan for evolving ordinary green-scaled snakes into green-scaled pythons. Of course, he would not tell Xia Jiming immediately, but planned to delay it for a few more days so that he could give an explanation. Chapter 142 You Can Evolve Again. Suyuan, do you mean that the evolution plan of your green-scaled snake is not applicable to other green-scaled snakes? Then, after hearing what Suyuan said, the excitement on Xia Jiming's face suddenly disappeared. His face was full of regret. He looked at Suyuan and spoke with a strong sense of unwillingness in his tone. But before he could finish, Suyuan spoke first. Dean Xia, please don't worry. Although my green-scaled snake has evolved to this point due to its own special circumstances. But this does not mean that other green-scaled snakes have no chance of evolving. I have Xiaoqing as a prerequisite. If I can spend some time, I am confident that other green-scaled snakes can also evolve into ferocious beasts of excellent quality. This probability is much higher than my success rate in directly researching new evolutionary routes for other rare quality beasts. Dean Xia, I can assure you that within half a month, I will be able to give you a satisfactory answer. After Suyuan finished speaking, he gave Xia Jiming a confident smile. Really? Then I'll have someone find you some healthy green-scaled snakes right away. Just tell me if you need any materials during this period. No, Jojo Academy will fully pay for them. We will give them priority. You can come to this lab anytime you want. After hearing Suyuan's words, Xia Jiming, who originally had a look of regret and reluctance on his face, suddenly became brilliant, and he immediately made an assurance to Suyuan. If other instructors and students at the Beast Taming Research Institute knew that Xia Jiming had given Suyuan free access to his exclusive laboratory, it would definitely cause an uproar. Of course, if they knew that Suyuan promised Xia Jiming that he could research a new evolutionary route for the green-scaled snake within a period of time, the shock would be even greater. Of course it's true. I never brag. Suyuan looked at the excited Xia Jiming, smiled faintly and nodded. Ha, good. I'll arrange it right away. After getting Suyuan's reply, Xia Jiming was very happy and said 3 good words in a row. Afterwards he turned around and left without stopping, actually wanting to personally arrange all the subsequent research matters for Suyuan. The purple lightning python, if it evolves once more, its quality will surely reach the perfect level. Next, we can also apply for more resources for Xiaoqing's second stage evolution when applying for materials for researching the blue-scaled snake. These are just 5th level beast control resources. Considering the background of Jojo Academy, they are just a drop in the bucket. I'd better save my own school points to practice in the secret realms of the major departments. After Xia Jiming left, Suyuan's eyes flickered and he was calculating in his mind. In less than half an hour, Xia Jiming appeared beside Suyuan again. Along with him came 10 extraordinary ferocious beasts, the green-scaled snakes. Although these green-scaled snakes have some scars on their bodies, their aura is extremely strong. The 10 green-scaled snakes are all extraordinary beasts in good health, and are in much better condition than Shaoqing at the beginning. Suyuan, do you think these green-scaled snakes are enough? If not, I'll have someone catch more. After Xia Jiming returned to the laboratory, he said to Suyuan. That's enough, Dean Xia. Here is a list of some beast-taming resources I will need next. I hope you can prepare them as soon as possible. Suyuan took a look at the 10 green-scaled snakes trapped in the special glass cage, nodded slightly, and then handed the list of materials that he had prepared long ago to Xia Jiming. The materials above not only contain the resources needed for the evolution of the green-scaled snake, but also all the resources needed for Xiaoqing's second stage evolution. In addition, Suyuan also wrote down some auxiliary materials needed by Xiao Yan, Xiao Xian and other beast tamers. There are only a few, not too many listed. The quality of the beast tamers such as Xiao Xian and Xiao Yan has reached the epic level. If they want to complete the next evolution, the materials needed are some 5th level, 6th level and 7th level beast tamer resources. After all, the green-scaled snake is only a rare quality beast. Even if it is researched and evolved into a green-scaled python of excellent quality, it is impossible to use too many 5th level materials or even 6th level materials for research. If Suyuan writes down too many 6th level evolutionary resources, I'm afraid Xia Jiming will also have doubts. Even so, after Xia Jiming took the list of materials from Suyuan, he couldn't help but exclaimed. Suyuan, are all your beast-taming resources used to study the evolution of the green-scaled snake? Not only are there 8 5th level beast-taming resources, but there are also 2 6th level beast-taming resources. The value of these 5th and 6th level beast-taming resources alone is nearly 300,000 school points. If other 4th level beast-taming resources are taken into account, 300,000 school points are essential. If the evolution of a green-scaled snake requires so many resources, then even if an evolutionary route is developed that allows green-scaled snakes to evolve into beasts of excellent quality, it will be difficult to achieve the mass evolution of green-scaled snakes. Dean, these materials are what I need to consume in my research on evolutionary routes. After all, it's impossible for me to research the evolutionary path of the green-scaled snake in one go. Most of the materials here are to provide a backup for my future experiments. I assure you that the final evolutionary route of the green-scaled snake that we research will definitely not require so many beast-taming resources. Looking at the slightly surprised expression on Xia Jiming's face, Suyuan immediately smiled. Ahem, Suyuan, I'm just a little curious about the research on the evolution of a rare quality beast like the green-scaled snake, which uses 6th level beast control resources. Don't think too much, just go ahead and do it. I can definitely handle this consumption of beast-taming resources. Even if the value of these beast resources increases tenfold, I will still say the same thing. I'll go collect these materials for you right now. Xia Jiming watched Suyuan as he made another promise to him. He was afraid that Suyuan might misunderstand his words, so he quickly waved his hands. Same time, he collected Suyuan's list of materials, turned around and left, and personally collected all the materials on the list for Suyuan. With Xia Jiming personally taking action, in less than 10 minutes, a flash of light appeared on the teleportation array, and a large resource box reappeared. Not long after, Xia Jiming returned to the laboratory. Seeing this, Suyuan explained to Xia Jiming that he needed to immerse himself in research for the next 2 weeks and not to be disturbed. Xia Jiming also attached great importance to Suyuan's research this time. He told Suyuan to feel free to come to him if he had any questions, and then hurriedly left his own exclusive laboratory, leaving Suyuan with an independent and quiet environment. Xiaoqing, get ready for the next evolution. After Xia Jiming left, Suyuan took a look at the large treasure chest next to Xiaoqing and curled his lips. Chapter 143 High-Level Meeting. Next to the large resource box, Xiaoqing heard the words, stuck out its tongue, and nodded excitedly. It moved its body and came to Suyuan, rubbing its huge head towards Suyuan. Now that her injuries have completely recovered and her own strength has been greatly improved, Xiaoqing now completely trusts and admires Suyuan. When he heard that Suyuan wanted to make it evolve again, he was naturally overjoyed and excited. Okay, let's hurry up and get started. Seeing this, Suyuan smiled slightly, reached out and stroked Xiaoqing's head, and then came to the large resource box. Open the treasure chest, select the materials needed for Xiaoqing's second stage evolution, and start operating skillfully. Dean, Suyuan is just a freshman. Even if he has an amazing talent for taming beasts, it is impossible for him to come up with an evolution plan that is beneficial to the green-scaled snake within half a month. Mr. Dean, not only did you give your exclusive laboratory to a junior like Suyuan, you also used most of the college's research funds to favor Suyuan. This has caused great trouble to our research project. That's right, Dean. My research on the evolution of the fire rhino has reached a critical point. Yesterday I asked my students to get the beast taming resources, but they were told that part of the reserve funds had been transferred away, resulting in insufficient points to redeem all the materials. This has brought my current research progress to a standstill. Dean! Just as Suyuan was alone in Xia Jiming's exclusive laboratory, allocating resources to help Xiaoqing complete her second evolution, in the conference room of the Beast Taming Research Institute. A group of old scholars and professors from the Beast Taming Research Institute couldn't help but complain to Xia Jiming, who was sitting in the main seat. They are all core members of the Beast Taming Research Institute, and are senior professors who have been working in the Beast Taming Research Institute of Jiuzhou Academy for decades or even hundreds of years. Among the beast taming evolution routes researched in Daxia in the past 100 years, nearly 1/5 of them came from the hands of these gray-haired old professors present. Suyuan has become very famous recently, especially in Jiuzhou Academy. Even these old professors who were immersed in the study of beast taming had heard of it. However, these old professors of the Beast Taming Research Institute have devoted all their efforts to studying the evolution of various beasts and ferocious beasts. Although Suyuan performed extremely well among the freshmen of this session, he broke into the top 800 of the Tower of Babel in one go. But in the eyes of these old professors, all of this is not as important as their own research topics. Sitting in the main seat, Xia Jiming looked at the gray-haired old professors in front of him. As the dean of the Beast Taming Research Institute, he was also very troubled at the moment. Although the dozen or so old men and women in front of him were far less powerful than him, their status in the Beast Taming Research Institute was not much worse than his. In fact, in the field of beast taming research, many people here are Xia Jiming's teachers. Faced with these resentful old guys, Xia Jiming did not dare to be too harsh in his words and could only persuade them with kind words. As for why such a scene happened, it was all because Xia Jiming mobilized all the resources of the Beast Taming Research Institute to favor Suyuan, causing the research topics of other subjects of the Beast Taming Research Institute to be affected to varying degrees. For example, the points allocated for a certain old professor's research project were greatly reduced. Or maybe the rare materials needed for a certain research project were obtained by Suyuan first, causing the progress of the research project to be hindered, etc. Unexpectedly, after Xia Jiming patiently explained to these old professors the reasons for these problems, these old professors still could not calm down and continued to complain and blamed Xia Jiming. Everyone, all of these are the rules set by the Lord of the Palace. If you still have questions, then go directly to the Lord of the Palace to reason. Besides, Suyuan is currently researching a plan to evolve the green-scale snake into an excellent quality beast. If his research is successful, you all should understand what this means to the Federation without me saying anything. Taking a deep breath, Xia Jiming said helplessly to the group of old professors in front of him. Jiming, you are also the director of the Beast Taming Research Institute. How could you believe such childish nonsense that it took only 2 weeks to develop a blue-scaled snake into an excellent quality beast? You know how difficult it is to research a beast evolution route from rare quality to excellent quality from scratch. Back then, when you were my student, you and several other students spent decades researching before you successfully figured out the evolutionary path of a black flame dog. Hearing Xia Jiming's words, an old professor wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped forward, shook his head and sighed at Xia Jiming. Professor Fu, the Lord of the Mansion has already said that Suyuan's talent is closely related to the evolution of the beast. Since the Lord of the Mansion believes in Suyuan, I have no reason not to believe it. And I saw with my own eyes that Suyuan contracted the green-scaled snake in the dungeon on the 3rd floor of our Beast Taming Research Institute, allowing it to complete its evolution and become a brand new beast of excellent quality. Since Suyuan promised to provide an evolution plan for the green-scale snake within 2 weeks, I believe he will keep his word. Let's just wait and see. Looking at the respected old professor in front of him, Xia Jiming did not dare to neglect him and hurriedly stepped forward and spoke. This old professor is not only the most experienced person in the Beast Taming Institute, but also Xia Jiming's mentor when he was studying at Jiuzhou Academy, and the former dean of the Beast Taming Institute. Facing him, Xia Jiming showed great respect and did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. Well, in that case, I will listen to you. But in 2 weeks, we must see the research results of that little fellow Suyuan. We don't want him to really evolve the green-scale snake to excellent quality. As long as he can evolve the green-scale snake to rare 9-star quality, we won't say a word in the future. But if it doesn't work, the Academy's resource allocation will have to be restored in the future. Do you agree? Fu Qifeng glanced at the favorite student in front of him, finally let out a long sigh and said to him. Behind him, the other old professors also fell silent after hearing this. Fu Qifeng is highly respected in the Beast Taming Research Institute, and holds a very high status. If he had not been obsessed with the research on various beast taming evolutions, which hindered the improvement of his own beast taming strength, he would not have resigned as the director of the Beast Taming Research Institute. Now that Fu Qifeng has spoken, everyone else can only obey him. Yes, I agree. After hearing Fu Qianqian's words, Xia Jiming took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and finally nodded heavily and agreed. Chapter 144, Second Stage Evolution, Purple Thunder Cloud Anaconda. Your beast Purple Lightning Python has evolved into Purple Thunder Cloud Anaconda. Your beast Purple Thunder Cloud Anaconda has learned a new skill Soaring Cloud. Your beast Purple Thunder Cloud Anaconda has learned a new skill Thunder Prison. Deep inside the Beast Taming Research Institute, in Xia Jiming's private laboratory. At this moment, in the open area of the laboratory reserved for the Beast Taming Evolution area, a milky white light continued to cover Xiaoqing. If Xia Jiming were here, he would be so shocked that his eyes would pop out of his head. Less than an hour had passed since Xiaoqing's last evolution, and a ray of evolutionary light suddenly appeared on her body again. Evolving twice in 1 hour would not be surprising if it happened to other beasts that had already developed a fixed evolutionary route. The key point is that before Xiaoqing was contracted by Suyuan, it was still a dying green-scaled snake for which no evolution plan had been developed. Now it has evolved twice in just one Western Australian period of time, which is undoubtedly shocking news. Not to mention Xia Jiming, the dean of the Beast Taming Research Institute, even Gu Yufeng, the master of Jiuzhou Academy, would be greatly shocked. The area where Suyuan and Xiaoqing are now is Xia Jiming's exclusive laboratory, and even Gu Yufeng cannot monitor this place. There is no surveillance in the laboratory. Now that Xia Jiming, the owner of the laboratory, is away, no one else knows about the current situation except Suyuan. Buzz. As the milky white light of evolution slowly dissipated, Xiaoqing's figure was revealed. After completing the second stage of evolution, Xiaoqing's appearance is not much different from the previous purple lightning python. It was just a little bigger, more than 40 meters long, and its body was sturdy enough to accommodate several people standing horizontally. Apart from that, there was only a bulge in the middle of Xiaoqing's head, as if a bone was about to burst out of it. Looking at Xiaoqing, who was showing some signs of success, Suyuan showed a satisfied smile on his face. Although Xiaoqing's appearance has not changed much, its aura is much stronger than half an hour ago. Even though Xiaoqing was now curled up and restrained all the aura on her body, Suyuan could feel the hidden power of thunder in Xiaoqing's body even when he was standing next to her. Not only that, but there is also a sense of ethereality mixed in with this hidden force of thunder. Although Xiaoqing's body has become larger than before, she feels lighter to Suyuan than before the second evolution. Feeling the aura emanating from Xiaoqing and looking at the information prompt in front of him that Xiaoqing had completed his evolution, Suyuan nodded and looked at Xiaoqing. Under the influence of the talent of the Eye of Revelation, Xiaoqing's attribute panel was immediately revealed in front of Suyuan. Purple Thunder Cloud Anaconda. Species: Anaconda/Thunder, Wind. Quality: Perfect 7 stars. Level: Commander Level 5. Condition: Perfect. Skills: Self-Healing, Wood Fong Thunder, Thunder Flash, Purple Lightning Breath, Soaring Cloud, Thunder Prison. Evolution times 2. Materials needed for the next stage of evolution: Black Dragon Blood, Burning Blood Fruit. A perfect 7-star Purple Thunder Cloud Anaconda, commanding the 5th level. The next evolution will require the 6th level resource, Black Dragon Blood. But now Xiaoqing has shown signs of coming to prominence. In addition, the main beast resource for its 3rd stage evolution is the 6th level resource Black Dragon Blood. Its quality can reach epic level after the next evolution. When the time comes, the snake will turn into an anaconda, and the anaconda will turn into a dragon. Xiaoqing, who is of epic quality, will grow into a powerful beast with the blood of a dragon. It is very likely that the strength level can be raised to the Lord level after the 3rd stage of evolution is completed. I still have Xiaobai, who is at the peak of the leader level, and his strength has been at the peak of the leader level for some time. Perhaps I can improve my own strength level first, become a Lord level beast master, and open up a beast control space in my body. Not only will we not have to carry 6 beast taming bracelets with us, but when Xiaoyan and the others evolve, they can also complete their evolution directly in the beast taming space. And with the beast taming space, I don't have to worry about someone using the beast taming bracelet to guess how many beasts I have. After taking a look at the information about Xiaoqing's evolution, as well as the various materials needed for Xiaoqing's 3rd stage evolution, Suyuan muttered a few words in a low voice. His eyes fell on the 5 beast taming bracelets on his wrists, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Now he has 6 beasts in total: Xiaoxian, Xiaoyu, Xiaoyan, Dashu, Xiaobai and Xiaoqing. Every beast master has the potential to evolve into a mythical beast master. Among the new students enrolled in Jiuzhou Academy, he is not only the strongest, but also has the most beasts. Just as Gu Yufeng and Xia Jiming had warned him before, a beast master could focus on training the 2 or 3 most important beasts first. As long as they can quickly improve the strength of these beast masters can then cooperate with their own beasts to defeat other beasts of the same level in the later stages. You can quickly improve your strength and save a lot of time in training beasts. Therefore, in this Jiuzhou Academy, even a disciple from an aristocratic family as strong as Nie Xiaoming, who possesses SS-level beast-taming talent and has the support of his family heritage, is not in a hurry to contract the maximum number of beasts to be tamed. The same is true for Nie Xiaoming, Shangguan Yunqian and Zhong Shiting now, and they only have 3 beasts to control. If they use all their strength to make the contract, they can double their contracted beasts. A beast master of SS-level talent could easily have twice as many contracts as an ordinary beast master. Nie Xiaoming and his 2 companions have reached the commander level, and they have no pressure in contracting 8 beasts. But none of the 3 did so. And Suyuan possesses a god-level talent for taming beasts, surpassing the SSS-level talent for taming beasts. Suyuan can even contract 3 beasts at one great realm. Now that he has reached the pinnacle of leadership, the fact that he has contracted 6 beasts is relatively small. If Suyuan's requirements were not too high, every beast master would have the potential to evolve to mythical quality. The beast-taming bracelet on his wrist now has to be at least doubled in size. If you successfully condense the beast-taming space in your body, not only can you put all the beasts into the beast-taming space, you can also use the beast-taming space as a mobile warehouse. A lower-level beast master can freely collect and place any non-living objects except his own beasts into the beast master space. In addition, a beast master with a beast-taming space can hide the number of beasts he tames very well. Others have no way of knowing how many beasts a beast master above the lord level has. This is definitely Lao Lu's first choice, especially for a genius like Suyuan, who has an extremely high talent for taming beasts and can contract to tame far more beasts than ordinary beast tamers. Chapter 145: The Evolution of the Green-Scaled Snake. Next, we need to prepare to list all the evolutionary materials needed for the green-scaled python after the green-scaled snake evolves. It would be best if we could make a green-scaled python to show to Dean Xia and the others. Xiaoqing completed its evolution and became a purple thundercloud anaconda. After Suyuan understood Xiaoqing's changes, he turned his attention to the 10 green-scaled snakes that Xia Jiming had pushed in. Although these green-scaled snakes were collected temporarily, they are in very good condition, allowing Suyuan to experiment and evolve them with confidence. Of course, Suyuan possessed the god-level talent of the Eye of Revelation, so there was no need for any extra experiments. He could just follow the instructions of the Eye of Revelation and provide the green-scaled snake with all the evolutionary resources needed for its evolution step by step. "It's you, little one!" After looking around, Suyuan chose a green-scaled snake that was only at the 8th level of awakening, and curled the corners of his mouth. It has awakened to the 8th level, and its strength is average among these 10 green-scaled snakes. With Suyuan's strength, even if this green-scaled snake was in its prime, it would not be able to cause any waves in his hands. Choose the green-scaled snake which has only the strength of the 8th awakening level. According to Suyuan's estimation, the green-scaled python should be able to break through to the extraordinary 1st level after evolution. The 1st-level extraordinary green-scaled python did not dare to move due to the suppression of Xiaoqing in him, thus preventing the other party from causing damage to the laboratory. After selecting the target, Suyuan came to the special glass cage containing the green-scaled snake, ready to take out the 8th-level awakened green-scaled snake he needed. Hiss! Before Suyuan got close, the green-scaled snake in the cage began to emit a series of threatening hisses. His cold eyes revealed a fierce light, as if he was about to attack Suyuan. Hiss! At this moment, Xiaoqing, who was following Suyuan closely, suddenly became fierce in the eyes and spat out her snake tongue at the 8th-level awakened green-scaled snake. A powerful pressure suddenly erupted and enveloped the green-scaled snake. Whoosh! As Xiaoqing went crazy, his commander-level rank and the fact that he evolved from a green-scaled snake made him have the blood of a green-scaled snake in his body. Xiaoqing's aura instantly frightened the 5th-level awakened green-scaled snake, causing it to shrink back, and its eyes instantly became extremely clear. "Haha, little guy, I'm giving you a chance to evolve, don't be so nervous." Suyuan looked at the green-scaled snake, which had suddenly become timid and had clear eyes, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said lightly. Then, without caring about the reaction of the green-scaled snake, Suyuan walked forward, opened the cage, and grabbed it out. Hiss! As Suyuan grabbed the green-scaled snake's neck, the green-scaled snake also let out a series of roars. But it did not struggle too much, and did not dare to resist Suyuan, who captured it. I don't know whether it understood what Suyuan just said or whether Xiaoqing besides Suyuan had intimidated it. The next step is to follow the instructions of the Eye of Revelation and make the green-scaled snake take all the materials needed for its evolution. This way, we can have an explanation. Suyuan grabbed the green-scaled snake's neck, walked to the test bench, curled the corners of his mouth, and spoke softly. Then comes the intensive material preparation process. Time passed quickly and an hour and a half went by. Suyuan also prepared all the resources needed to evolve the green-scaled snake into a green-scaled python, and used all these evolutionary resources on the green-scaled snake. Buzz! As the green-scaled snake took all the beast evolution resources under Suyuan's command, suddenly, a dazzling milky white light shone on the green-scaled snake's body. The light of evolution! Suyuan looked at the light of evolution shining on the green-scaled snake and nodded slightly. With the light of evolution, the evolution of the green-scaled snake can be declared a success. A few minutes later, the light of evolution disappeared. The green-scaled snake that had originally awakened to the 5th level also evolved into an extraordinary 1st-level green-scaled python. It is more than 10 times larger than the green-scaled snake. Green-scale python. Species: python/wood, wind. Quality: 1 star. Level: extraordinary level 1. Condition: perfect. Skills: self-healing, wood fang, tornado blade, python strangling. Evolution times: 1. Evolution options: none. Yes, just as the Eye of Revelation suggested, the green-scaled snake evolved with these evolutionary resources is a green-scaled python of excellence 1 star. The materials used are also some 4th-level beast resources. The output of these beast resources is not small. It is completely possible to achieve the mass evolution of the green-scaled snake. Suyuan glanced at the green-scaled python in front of him that was still a little confused, and nodded with great satisfaction. Hiss! At this moment, the green-scaled python, which realized that it had completed its evolution and had greatly increased its strength, suddenly regained its confidence. Faced with Suyuan, who had successfully allowed it to complete its evolution and greatly enhanced its strength, it not only did not show any gratitude, but instead bared its teeth at Suyuan and let out bursts of roars. The next moment, he pounced directly towards Suyuan. Heh, I just evolved and I feel like I'm capable again. Looking at the green-scaled python rushing towards him, Suyuan said in a low voice with disdain. Without him making any movement, a powerful pressure was suddenly released from him. The aura of a beastmaster at the pinnacle level burst out from him. Feeling the sudden pressure release from Suyuan, the green-scaled python rushed towards Suyuan's body and suddenly stopped, with horror in its eyes. Boom! But before it could retreat, a thick black whip suddenly lashed at its head, accompanied by a dull roar. The green-scaled python's head was immediately exploded by the black whip. Blood plasma, brain matter and other substances exploded directly, splashing on the open space dozens of meters away, creating a bloody mess. Hiss! It was not until the green-scaled python's body fell weakly to the ground that Xiaoqing's figure appeared beside Suyuan, and he roared at the dead green-scaled python. The black whip shadow just now was Xiaoqing's tail attacking the green-scaled python's head. You are such an ignorant beast! In response to this, Suyuan simply glanced indifferently at the green-scaled python that had just completed its evolution and spoke in a low voice. There was no trace of regret on his face. He will not show any mercy to these ferocious beasts that want to kill him. Moreover, he has completely confirmed the feasibility of the green-scale snake evolving into the green-scale python, so if this green-scale python dies, then that's it. In fact, even if Xiaoqing had not taken action just now, he would have directly taken action to kill the green-scaled python. Let's ask Dean Xia to come over for inspection in 2 days. Let's delay for a few more days. Otherwise, if Xiaoqing evolves within 1 day and successfully finds an evolutionary route for other green-scaled snakes to evolve to the excellent level, it will be too shocking. In the end, Suyuan decided to report his research results when the 2-week deadline arrived. Time flies and 2 weeks have passed in a flash. After Suyuan practiced in the laboratory for 2 weeks, he left the laboratory with another ferocious beast that had successfully evolved into a green-scaled python, and went to the office of the Dean of the Beast Taming Research Institute. Chapter 146. Everyone was shocked. It was actually true. Suyuan, I was just coming to see you. Just when Suyuan brought the ferocious beast that had successfully evolved into a green-scaled python to the door of the laboratory. The door suddenly opened, and Xia Jiming appeared in front of Suyuan. When Xia Jiming opened the door and saw Suyuan behind the door, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and he said to Suyuan, "This is..." But soon, a voice full of surprise suddenly sounded behind Xia Jiming, and a white-haired old man rushed up, staring straight at the huge transparent glass cage beside Suyuan that held the green scale python. His body was shaking with excitement, and his face was filled with shock. The old man was none other than Fu Qingfeng, who had made a bet with Xia Jiming at the Beast Taming Research Institute meeting. Professor Fu Yu. At this time, seeing Fu Qingfeng's actions, Xia Jiming frowned slightly and said to him. But as his gaze followed Fu Qingfeng to the green-scaled python imprisoned in the cage beside Suyuan, he was shocked and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. The words that were about to come out of my mouth were stuck and I didn't continue speaking. Brush, brush, brush. At this time, except for Xia Jiming and Fu Qingfeng, a series of figures quickly rushed to the green-scaled python that Suyuan was going to take to see Xia Jiming. This beast has most of the aura of the green-scale snake, but it is completely different from the green-scale snake. After dealing with beasts of various qualities for so many years, I can say with certainty that this beast that is closely related to the green-scaled python is definitely a beast of outstanding quality. Could it be that this giant green python is the product of the evolution of the green-scaled snake? I can't squeeze in. Quick! Let me see! I have a sophisticated instrument for testing the quality of ferocious beasts. Everyone, get out of the way and let me test the quality level of this guy. 1 star of excellence. 7th level of transcendence. This is a ferocious beast with 1 outstanding star. Under Suyuan's surprised gaze, a group of old scholars excitedly surrounded the green-scaled python, looking at it with gleaming eyes and muttering to themselves. Everyone's face was filled with expressions of extreme shock and surprise, and their bodies were shaking with excitement. These people even took the green-scaled python out of the cage and began to conduct various tests. The specific data of the green-scaled python was quickly tested. The quality, level, and even some skills of the green-scaled python were studied. Dean Xia, these are... Looking at this scene, Suyuan couldn't help but twitching his lips. He looked at Xia Jiming, who was also left aside, and asked softly. Suyuan, this can't really be a ferocious beast that evolved from a green-scaled snake, right? Unexpectedly, Xia Jiming did not directly answer Suyuan's question at this moment. Instead, he looked at Suyuan and asked him. His attention, like that of other old professors at the Beast Taming Research Institute, was now focused on the green-scaled python. The only thing he cared about was whether the ferocious beast in front of him evolved from the green-scaled snake. Fu Qingfeng and others have already determined that the quality of the green-scaled python is as high as the 1st level of excellence. If it really evolved from the green-scaled snake, this would be great news for all the beast masters in the Federation. It is of great significance to enhance the strength of the federal frontline fighters. Yes, this is the result of my 2 weeks of research. It is a brand new beast of excellent quality that evolved from the green-scaled snake. Based on the appearance and characteristics of this ferocious beast, I named it the green-scale python. Suyuan looked at Xia Jiming, who had a shocked look on his face, and nodded at him. Gurgle. Green-scaled python, a very appropriate name. Is it really the evolution of the green-scaled snake? Don't lie to us, kid. That's right, Suyuan. Do you know what it means for this green-scaled snake to evolve into a new beast of 1 star? At this time, a dozen old men and women from the Beast Taming Research Institute who were surrounding the green-scaled python and studying it all looked towards Suyuan when they heard what he said. Many people quickly spoke up and confirmed with Suyuan again. But there were also people who looked solemn and doubtful at the same time. This is the evolution plan for the green-scaled snake that I have been researching for the past 2 weeks. It records in detail all the materials and steps needed for the green-scale snake to evolve into a green-scale python. If you still don't believe it, you can do it yourself and find a green-scaled snake to evolve. Then we will know the true situation. Suyuan looked at the old men and women in front of him who were filled with suspicion. He frowned slightly, reached out to take out the green-scale snake evolution plan that he had prepared long ago, and threw it over. He still doesn't know where these old men and women come from. But looking at the suspicion on these people's faces and their attitude towards him, Suyuan felt unhappy from the bottom of his heart. Naturally, he would not show as much respect as he did to Xia Jiming and Gu Yufeng, the high-ranking officials of Jiuzhou Academy. However, in the face of Suyuan's actions, the old professors of the Beast Taming Research Institute did not blame him at all. Instead, they stared closely at the green-scale snake evolution plan that Suyuan casually threw over. The wind bell tree actually has such an effect. The neonwood root can also be calcined together with the blood flower to help stimulate the full medicinal power of the bone-forging grass. Although they are all 4th-level beast resources, the deployment and utilization of each other is so exquisite. Incredible! Incredible! This combination of evolution plan and beast control resources is truly fantastic. Genius! He really is a genius! When Fu Qingfeng and others saw the detailed description of the green-scaled snake's evolution plan given by Suyuan, each of them danced with excitement. Many people even started praising loudly. They have all been people who have been engaged in the research of beast taming and evolution for a lifetime. Even without experiments, they can see from Suyuan's green-scaled snake evolution plan that the plan is extremely feasible. However, even so, they still did not hesitate at all and acted quickly. Gather materials, select blue-scaled snakes, allocate beast resources, and supply beast resources step by step. After more than a dozen people worked furiously for an hour, a dazzling milky white light suddenly shone and illuminated the entire laboratory. The light of evolution! It's the light of evolution! There really is nothing wrong with this plan. It will allow the green-scaled snake to complete its evolution. Ha ha ha, incredible! Suyuan is truly incredible! When they saw the light of evolution shining from a brand new green-scaled snake, Fu Qingfeng and the others cheered loudly again without caring about their image, and their emotions reached an unprecedented climax. Chapter 147, Start a Breakthrough. Hiss! Amid the excitement and exclamations of the old professors from the Beast Taming Research Institute, the light of evolution on the green-scaled snake gradually dissipated. A powerful roar suddenly sounded. The next moment the light of evolution completely dissipated. The figure that appeared was no longer a green-scaled snake as thick as an arm, but a green-scaled python as thick as a millstone. Evolved! This looks the same as this green-scaled snake. No, this time it should be called a green-scaled python. It's exactly the same. It's also an excellent beast, and its strength has been improved by 3 levels. To upgrade from rare level to excellent level, the materials needed for evolution are also some common resources. That's right. The beast resources needed for this green-scale snake to evolve into a green-scale python are all 4th level beast resources, which can be obtained in large quantities. Now, the soldiers on the front lines of the Federation who have contracted the green-scaled snake are blessed. It won't be long before we have another batch of Lord-level beast tamers on the front line. After watching the green-scale snake evolve into a green-scale python, Fu Qingfeng and other senior professors from the Beast Taming Research Institute immediately gathered around the newly evolved green-scale python with expressions of great surprise on their faces. Besides Suyuan, Xia Jiming looked at the people swarming around the green-scaled python in front of him, with a faint smile on his face. Suyuan really gave him a huge surprise this time. When he was urged by these old guys to come and see Suyuan's research results in the past 2 weeks, he was still worried about Suyuan. Now, his heart finally settled down. Then, Xia Jiming took a step forward, coughed lightly, and then said, "Hee, Professor Fu, do you still remember the agreement between us?" As soon as Xia Jiming's words came out, Fu Qingfeng, who was originally leading the analysis of various indicators of the evolved green-scaled python with instruments beside it, paused. However, he reacted quickly, turned slowly and looked at Suyuan beside Xia Jiming. Everyone else's eyes also fell on Fu Qingfeng. Fu Qingfeng looked at Suyuan, took a deep breath, and then nodded heavily to Xia Jiming. Of course. Now that fellow Suyuan's research results are so amazing, all resources of the Beast Taming Research Institute should be tilted towards Suyuan first in the future. After saying that, Fu Qingfeng looked at Suyuan again, with deep admiration in his eyes. "Young friend Suyuan, you are very good! Very outstanding! I'm Fu Qingfeng, the chief professor of the Beast Taming Research Institute. If you have any questions about the research on beast evolution in the future, feel free to ask me. No, maybe I should be the one consulting you about the research on the evolutionary routes of beastmanship, ha 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 ha." Fu Qingfeng was just halfway through his words when he suddenly changed the subject. The other old professors did not show any surprise on their faces when they heard this. Instead, he had an expression that showed it was as it should be, and in his heart he had even placed Suyuan on the same level as himself and others. In the minds of these old scholars, they do not distinguish between the high and low status of individuals based on their strength. Instead, those who are more successful are given priority. As soon as Suyuan arrived, he made the green-scaled snake evolve into a green-scaled python. Research a stable evolutionary route that allows rare-level beasts like the green-scaled snake to evolve into excellent-level beasts. Such results may not be achieved even by some of the veteran professors present at the Beast Taming Academy in their lifetime. That's right! That's right! From now on, young friend Suyuan should treat us as equals. As it should be, ha 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 ha. After Fu Qingfeng, the other old professors at the Beast Taming Research Institute all spoke to Suyuan with a smile. The professors are highly respected and the students are terrified. It was sheer luck that I was able to research the evolutionary path of the green-scale snake into the green-scale python in such a short time. Luck! Hearing this, Suyuan responded very humbly. Such a humble attitude immediately made Fu Qingfeng and others appreciate him even more. Suyuan, you must have worked hard these past 2 weeks. Go and rest now. As for the green-scaled python that evolved from the green-scaled snake, let us observe it for a while. On the side, seeing Fu Qifeng and others looking like they were about to come forward to discuss research with Suyuan, Xia Jiming's eyes rolled, and he immediately turned to Suyuan and said. After hearing Xia Jiming's words, Fu Qifeng and the others paused. Indeed, after 2 weeks of non-stop research, young Master Suyuan must be very tired. He needs to have a good rest. After a brief pause, Fu Qifeng also spoke in agreement, and so did the others. Seeing this, Suyuan cast a grateful look at Xia Jiming, then said hello to Fu Qifeng and others before saying goodbye and leaving. Xiaoyan, go home! Outside the Beast Taming Research Institute, Suyuan summoned Xiaoyan, stepped on Xiaoyan's back, and flew all the way to his dormitory. Finally, I got out of the lab. I wasted 2 weeks. I'm going back to wash up. After that, I will go to the Academy's treasury to exchange for a batch of Kongming crystals to build the beast controlling space in my body. I have been stuck at the top level of Beast Master for so long. It is time for me to break through to the Lord level Beast Master. Standing on Xiaoyan's back, Suyuan looked into the distance and slowly exhaled. He has reached the peak commander level Beast Master level. As long as any of his beasts breaks through to the Lord level, he will be able to break through to the Lord level Beast Master realm as well. Then, you can rely on the powerful energy feedback brought by the beast taming breakthrough to the Lord level, combined with external energy, to build a beast taming space in your body. In the Beast Taming Research Institute, Suyuan stayed in Xia Jiming's laboratory for 2 full weeks, which made him impatient. Of course, from the time Suyuan contracted Xiaobai and trained Xiaobai to the peak level of leadership, only more than a month has passed until now. If the other students of Jiuzhou Academy knew that Suyuan had just been promoted to the peak commander level and was going to break through to the Lord level in less than 2 months, and even complained that the speed was too slow, I wonder what their expressions would be. Student Suyuan, you have exchanged so many void bright crystals. Are you planning to build a beast control space? An hour later, the instructor in charge of exchanging treasury resources looked at Suyuan with a strange expression, with surprise flashing in his eyes. Although only Dean Xia Jiming and Palace Master Gu Yufeng knew about Suyuan's passage through the 99 floors of the Tower of Babel. But all the instructors in the school knew the news that Suyuan broke into the top 800 when he first entered the tower, and won the first place in the recent freshman competition. Suyuan is now well known in Jiuzhou Academy. Knowing that Suyuan was a freshman of this class, the instructor was so surprised when he found out that Suyuan exchanged for the Kongming crystal stone which was specially used to construct the beast taming space. Although Suyuan is the rookie king, he has only been in school for no more than 2 months. In less than 2 months, he was ready to break through to the Lord level. Since the establishment of Jiuzhou Academy, only one person has been able to achieve such an amazing speed of improving strength. That is Shuizhengyi, who possesses SSS level beast taming talent. Chapter 148, The Terrified Yang Di. How could he break through to the Lord so quickly? Yes, instructor, I just received 1,000,000 points reward from the freshman competition, and I have made a breakthrough in the past 2 days. It's just right to use all the rewards from the competition to exchange for Kongming crystals to prepare for building the beast control space. Strive to reach the Lord level as soon as possible. Hearing the question from the instructor who was guarding the treasure house of resources, Suyuan responded with a smile. Now he no longer needs to hide his rank in front of the instructors at Jiuzhou Academy. With Saint-level beast tamer Gu Yufeng and Emperor-level beast tamers like Xia Jiming backing him up, no one in the entire Jiuzhou Academy can do anything to him. Moreover, Gu Yufeng had said that as long as he was in the secret world where Jiuzhou Academy was located, even if the Abyss Demon God himself took action, he would never be able to hurt him. Hiss, this little guy really wants to build a beast control space. Opposite Suyuan, the mentor guarding the treasury couldn't help but exclaim in his heart when he heard Suyuan's answer. But when he thought about what Suyuan had just said about exchanging all of his 1,000,000 points for Kongming crystal stones, the expression of surprise on his face deepened a little. He looked at Suyuan and asked with a hint of doubt. Suyuan, are you sure you want to exchange all the 1,000,000 points for Kongming crystals? Although the Kongming crystal is precious, it is only a 5th level resource that helps the beast tamer quickly build a beast taming space. For an ordinary beast master, 5 void crystals are enough to build a perfect beast master space. Even an SS level genius would need no more than 20 void crystals. Your 1,000,000 points are enough to exchange for 100 Kongming crystal stones. Isn't this a bit too much? The Kongming crystal stone may be a treasure that cannot be ignored for beast masters below the Lord level. But for those who successfully build a beast control space and become a Lord level beast control master, the value of the Kongming crystal will be much lower. If you just when he was about to persuade Suyuan not to buy too many Kongming crystal stones to avoid waste. Before he could finish his next words, Suyuan interrupted with a smile. Teacher, I know you mean well, but I can't use all these Kongming crystals. Of course, I have other uses for them. So please don't worry about it. In that case, it's up to you. Suyuan's words stunned the instructor guarding the treasury, and in the end he could only nod slightly. He is just a mentor who guards the resource treasury and is responsible for exchanging resources. As long as Suyuan can provide enough points and the resource treasury has the materials Suyuan needs, he will just have to meet Suyuan's exchange needs. He just wanted to remind Suyuan out of kindness, and wanted to persuade Suyuan not to waste too much. Since Suyuan has already said that he has plans for these Kongming crystals, he can't care too much. Nodding to Suyuan, the mentor turned and walked towards the door of the resource treasure house. In less than half a quarter of an hour, a pile of Kongming crystal stones half a meter high appeared in front of Suyuan. Each piece of Kongming crystal is the size of a water bottle, crystal clear, just like pure crystal. But it contains a strange energy that is mysterious and unpredictable. Kongming crystal, a 5th-level resource that contains a faint spatial force. It can help construct a spatial formation and complete the construction of the Beastmaster's beast-controlling space. Thank you, mentor! Suyuan looked at the piles of empty crystals in front of him, scanned them one by one with the eye of revelation, and after confirming that they were correct, he readily handed over his 1,000,000 points. After sincerely thanking the mentor in front of him, Suyuan took the Kongming crystal stone in front of him and left the resource treasure house directly. This little guy is definitely not as simple as he seems. Except for the one time he entered the Tower of Babel when he was a student, he has not participated in the 2 times that the Tower of Babel was opened in the past 2 months. I don't know why. If he really participated in the later student's tower exploration, his ranking on the stone tablet would definitely be more than 800th. In front of the resource treasure house counter, the instructor looked at Suyuan's receding figure and thought so in his heart. Suyuan is about to break through to the Lord level. What should we do? At this time, among the students queuing outside the resource treasury, waiting to exchange their accumulated points for the beast-taming resources they needed, Yang Di also looked up at Suyuan riding on Xiaoyan and saw him riding away. A huge wave of shock rolled up in his heart, and he was so frightened that he could not calm down for a long time. Although he entered school a year earlier than Suyuan and Huangfu Yunzhao, he is also a top-level A-level Beastmaster genius. But his current level is only the 3rd level. There is still a long way to go before becoming a Lord-level Beastmaster. Compared to Suyuan, the talent he was so proud of was not worth mentioning at all. Especially since he has a secret in his heart that cannot be told. The more talented and stronger Suyuan appeared, the more uneasy and afraid he became. In 3 months, the school will allow everyone to go back to visit their families. Yun Zhao has a good relationship with this kid. If Yun Zhao goes back to visit his relatives and asks Suyuan to go with him, Suyuan will most likely go with him. That will be my only chance. Perhaps it's time for me to tell the elders of my family about my previous actions against Suyuan, and let my father and grandfather secretly take action on the road and secretly eliminate Suyuan. Father and grandfather are both experienced Lord-level Beastmasters with great strength. In 3 months, even if Suyuan can break through to become a Lord-level Beastmaster, he will definitely not be a match for father and grandfather. It was not until Suyuan and Xiaoyan disappeared from his sight that Yang Di withdrew his gaze, clenched his fists, and his mind raced. In front of you, are you still going to exchange resources? If not, get out of here and don't waste our time. Just as Yang Di was secretly plotting against Suyuan in his mind, someone among the students queuing behind him suddenly shouted at him. Not only that, many other students standing behind Yang Di also had unhappy expressions on their faces. It was not until this moment that Yang Di realized that there was no one in front of him. He was so distracted that he forgot that it was his turn to exchange the school's resources. Sorry, I was distracted just now. I'll go right away. Damn Suyuan! Faced with geniuses who also relied on their talent and strength to be admitted to Jojo Academy, and whose family backgrounds were extraordinary, Yang Di did not dare to act arrogantly at all, but nodded and apologized repeatedly. He then quickly stepped forward, found the instructor who was exchanging resources, and told him the beast-taming resources he wanted to exchange. But in his heart, he put the blame on Suyuan. In the Yuanshui secret realm of the Water Beast Taming Academy of Jiuzhou Academy, Suyuan stood on an island reef with the endless ocean in front of him. This is the Yuanshui secret realm of the Water Academy. It has such a rich water element. It won't take long for Xiaobai to break through to the Lord level here. Xiaobai, come out! Feeling the rich water element around him, Suyuan's mouth twitched slightly, and he summoned Xiaobai with a smile. Chapter 149. Constructing a beast-controlling space. the 5 elements are interdependent. Hulu! Xiaobai's huge body appeared in the Yuan Shui's secret realm. Looking at the endless ocean in front of it, and feeling the extremely rich water elements around it, it cheered twice with great excitement. The next moment, a huge splash of water rose up, and a water column thousands of feet high shot up into the sky. It was the waves created by Xiaobai diving directly into the water. Xiaobai, let's practice in this Yuan Shui secret realm from now on. Once you break through to the Lord level, I can start building the beast taming space. Once the beast taming space is completed, you and Suyuan won't have to stay in the dark beast taming bracelet all the time. Suyuan looked at Xiaobai swimming in the deep water in front of the island. A smile appeared on his face, and he said to it, Hulu! Hearing this, Xiaobai popped out its huge head, looked at Suyuan with excitement in its dark eyes, and nodded sharply. Then he plunged into deep water. In this Yuan Shui secret realm, apart from the various islands, it is surrounded by bottomless ocean. Even if Xiaobai is thousands of feet long, he can still swim freely in this deep water. Moreover, the water element in this deep water is more abundant, and has a strong power of primordial water. For a water-type beast master like Xiaobai, it is an excellent place for training. After releasing Xiaobai, Suyuan looked around again and found that there was no one else, so he summoned Xiaoxian out. Xiaoxian is also a water-type beast master. Although his level is not as good as Xiaobai, he can quickly improve his strength level by practicing in the Yuan Shui's secret realm. As the 2 water-type beasts were summoned, Suyuan also found a clean open space on the island, closed his eyes and meditated to cultivate his mental power. Time seems to pass by in cultivation, and in the blink of an eye, another month has passed. Boom! Deep in the Yuan Shui secret realm, a water column thousands of feet high suddenly rose up. The next moment, a powerful momentum suddenly erupted. Roar! A deafening roar was suddenly heard, and a huge white figure suddenly jumped out of the water. Its huge body was 2,000 feet long. It is much larger than the islands and reefs below. Boom! At the same time, somewhere on the island reef below the white figure, Suyuan, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly became more and more powerful. The aura that was originally at the peak of command suddenly broke through to the Lord level. It took a month, and I finally made a breakthrough. Take advantage of the powerful feedback force brought by Xiaobai's breakthrough to the Lord level and hurry up to build the beast taming space. Feeling the immensely powerful force in his body, Suyuan showed a hint of excitement on his face. He quickly opened the backpack behind him, took out 100 Kongming crystals from it, placed them next to himself, made special hand seals, and suddenly a strange wave came from his body. A hidden suction force suddenly emerged, slowly drawing out the energy from the Kongming crystals placed around him and sucking it into his body. These energies are exactly the pure spatial power contained in the Kongming crystal. From this moment on, Suyuan has built a beast-controlling space in his body. In the sky, Xiaobai just looked at Suyuan and knew that Suyuan had reached the critical moment of constructing the beast-controlling space. At this moment, it did not continue to practice, but silently hovered above the island to protect Suyuan. Having just broken through to the first level of Lord, Xiaobai not only had his size greatly increased, but his strength was also incomparable. Compared to his peak period as a commander, Xiaobai's current strength has increased more than tenfold. With Xiaobai's epic 6-star high quality, in the Jiuzhou Academy, even among the third-year students, there may not be many people whose beast tamers can surpass Xiaobai in combat power. It takes a long time to construct a beast taming space, and the number of void crystals consumed depends on the talent of the beast tamer. Generally, for a beast master with A-grade beast taming talent, after achieving the Lord level, the beast taming space he constructs only needs to consume 2 or 3 Kongming crystals. Even the SS level will not exceed 20 yuan. Suyuan's talent is a god-level beast taming talent that surpasses the SSS level. These 100 pieces of Kongming crystal stones are just barely enough. The more Kongming crystals consumed, the more powerful the beast taming space constructed will be. Even the beast taming space constructed by some SS-level beast tamers can have some special effects. It is not just about providing a reliable habitat for your own beasts. Of course, the more Kongming crystals are consumed, the longer it will take to build the beast-controlling space. Suyuan consumed hundreds of Kongming crystals, and it took quite a while to build the beast-controlling space. After Suyuan calmed down and built the beast-taming space, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Until the third night. Boom boom boom. Hundreds of Kongming crystals around Suyuan exploded instantly. Oh no, I miscalculated. Hundreds of sky-bright crystals have been used up, and my beast-taming space has not even taken shape yet. I didn't expect that the cost of constructing a beast-taming space with a mythical beast-taming talent would be so huge. I should have prepared more Kongming crystals earlier. Now I can only rely on myself to slowly absorb the thin power from the outside world to complete the construction of the beast control space. Suyuan sighed helplessly when he noticed that all the Kongming crystals around him had shattered. The spatial power of the hundreds of Kongming crystals was completely consumed, and now he could only construct the prototype of his beast-taming space. In order to complete the beast-taming space, at least 3 times the number of Kongming crystals are needed. Now that the Kongming crystal has been used up, Suyuan can only rely on himself to absorb the free power of heaven and earth and the surrounding heaven and earth, and gradually improve the beast-controlling space. This will undoubtedly take a lot longer. Buzz. However, just as Suyuan let go and absorbed the power of heaven and earth around him to build a space for taming beasts, the rich Yuan Shui power in the Yuan Shui secret realm suddenly rioted, and then swarmed in, pouring madly into Suyuan's body, all of it pouring into the beast-taming space that Suyuan had just completed building without a trace left. A large amount of Yuan Shui power gathered around Suyuan and rushed into Suyuan's body. This force formed a water-blue funnel visible to the naked eye around Suyuan. It continued to circulate and pour into Suyuan's body. Boom, boom, boom. Under the influx of the terrifying power of Yuan Shui, the prototype of the beast-controlling space that Suyuan had just constructed began to tremble wildly, and was instantly filled with the power of Yuan Shui. Just when Suyuan was horrified and thought that his plan to build the beast-taming space was about to fail, a force of wood suddenly emerged, followed by the emergence of the 3 elemental forces of fire, gold, and earth. As the power of the 5 elements came out, the trembling prototype of the beast-taming space instantly stabilized, and expanded at a faster speed than when Suyuan absorbed the power of the space in the Kongming crystal stone before. Water gives birth to wood, wood gives birth to fire, fire gives birth to earth, earth gives birth to metal, and metal gives birth to water. This is the interaction of the 5 elements. This is the first time that the power of the 5 elements has been used to construct a beast control space. But it's good to be able to expand steadily. Anyway, I don't have any Kongming crystals right now, so I will continue to absorb the power of the Yuan Shui in this Yuan Shui secret realm and completely build my beast controlling space. I don't know what the beast control I constructed is like. Feeling that the prototype of the beast-taming space had stabilized and was expanding rapidly, Suyuan finally felt relieved. He began to let go and absorb the rich energy of water around him. Chapter 150 is extraordinary, comparable to the imperial level. The master absorbs the power of Yuan Shui so quickly. Above the island, Xiaobai looked at Suyuan below, who was wrapped in the condensed Yuan Shui power. He felt the Yuan Shui power rushing towards him without any pause, and there was surprise in his huge eyes. Even at the moment when it just broke through the Lord level, the energy of Yuan Shui absorbed by the terrifying suction force that erupted was not even 1/10 of what Suyuan was absorbing now. In terms of speed, he cannot be compared with Suyuan. In Xiaobai's opinion, Suyuan's current speed of absorbing the power of Yuan Shui is so fast that even a peak king-level water beast tamer at full power would pale in comparison and cannot be compared with Suyuan. At the same time, on other islands in the Yuan Shui secret realm. What's going on? Why has the elemental power here become so thin? Damn it! Why do I feel like all this energy of heaven and earth is rushing in one direction? Something's wrong! Something's very wrong! Even a Lord-level water beast man wouldn't be able to make this kind of noise, right? Could it be that one of our seniors from the Water Academy is about to break through to the king level? Is this the noise caused by a peak Lord-level water beast master breaking through to the king level? There must be a senior who is at the peak of Lord level who has broken through to king level. I have to go over and pay him a visit. Deep Water War Frog. Let's go! The other water school students who were practicing on these islands felt the changes in the surrounding water elements, and were all confused. Some powerful Lord-level beast master students even summoned their own beasts, following the direction of the surrounding energy surge, and quickly approached the island where Suyuan was from all directions. Another king-level beast master is about to be born, and he is a senior in their water college, so naturally their classmates in the same college have to pay him a visit. Those who can break through to the king level within 4 years at Jiuzhou Academy are all geniuses among geniuses. If they can establish a good relationship with such a genius, it will only benefit them in the future. The various secret realms for cultivation in Jiuzhou Academy do not allow king-level beast masters to enter. To cause such a big commotion, in the opinion of the students of the Water Academy, the only possibility is that a peak lord has broken through to the king level. But they didn't know that the person who caused such a shocking commotion was not a senior from the Water Academy who was at the peak of the Lord realm, but Suyuan, who entered the school later than them. And the reason for such a commotion was not that someone broke through to the king level, but that Suyuan broke through to the Lord level beast master and constructed a beast controlling space. On the island where Suyuan is, time passes by little by little. With the mutual generation of the 5 elements, there is the promotion of the extremely rich power of water. The beast-taming world within Suyuan's body expanded extremely rapidly. Originally, Suyuan estimated that it would take more than half a month to complete the construction of the beast-taming space, but it was completely completed in just half an hour. As the beast-taming space was completed, the yuan shui power around Suyuan gradually dissipated. Compared with the speed at which these energies gather, the speed at which the power of yuan shui dissipates is much slower. In the surroundings, the concentration of yuan shui power is still many times higher than that of other islands in the yuan shui secret realm. Congratulations to the master for successfully breaking through the Lord level and building a beast control space. Just when Suyuan completed the construction of the beast-taming space and opened his eyes, Xiaobai's figure shook, and his huge body, which was originally 2,000 feet long, quickly shrank. When it came in front of Suyuan, it was only more than 10 meters in size. This size is almost the same as the one Suyuan first saw fighting against the purple lightning thunder eagle. I was able to break through to the Lord level so quickly, thanks to your hard work, Xiaobai. Suyuan was not too shocked when he heard Xiaobai speak human language. When a beast tamer reaches the Lord level, he can speak human language. This is known to ordinary people who have a little knowledge of beast taming. Not to mention Suyuan, who is a beast master. What surprised Suyuan was that Xiaobai's voice was actually a very sweet lowly voice. Xiaobai is where he is today thanks to the master. If it weren't for the master, I would have been killed by the purple lightning eagle and wouldn't have achieved what I have today. After hearing Suyuan's words, Xiaobai shook his head and said, I was also extremely grateful for the choice I made at the black water pond. Hearing this, Suyuan smiled and nodded without saying much. Instead, he focused his attention on the beast-taming space that had just been constructed. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Suyuan's consciousness sank into his own beast-taming space. As soon as his mind sank into his own beast-taming space, Suyuan's body couldn't help but tremble. It was seen that his beast-taming space was completely different from other Lord-level beast-taming spaces. Not only is the space extraordinarily large, it also has the sky, mountains, rivers, oceans, and so on. It's a complete world except there are no living creatures. My beast control space seems to be a little different. After carefully feeling the beast-taming space surrounding him that was over 100,000 miles long, Suyuan's mouth twitched slightly, with surprise and joy in his eyes. For an ordinary beastmaster, even one with SS-level talent, when he first builds his own beastmaster space, the size of the beastmaster space will not exceed 100 miles. Moreover, the beast-taming space of these beast-tamers is not much different from the space inside an ordinary beast-taming bracelet. It is dark and empty, with only chaos. Only with the improvement of strength, the beast-taming space will gradually become perfect. But to be able to have everything like Suyuan, including the 5 elements, the sky, mountains, rivers, etc., one must at least be a saint-level beastmaster. In other words, Suyuan had just broken through to the Lord level, and the quality of the beast-taming space he constructed was no worse than that of a saint-level beast-tamer. The only difference might be that the saint-level beast-tamer's beast-taming space is slightly larger in size. After all, the beast-taming space will also improve as the beast-tamer's strength increases. A beast-taming space of 1 million miles is the standard for a saint-level beast-tamer. However, Suyuan's beast-taming space starts at a size of 100,000 miles. As long as Suyuan is promoted to a saint-level beast-tamer in the future, his beast-taming space will definitely be much larger than that of other saint-level beast-tamers. Just as Suyuan was immersed in the extraordinary surprise of his own beast-taming space, he keenly sensed an approaching breath from a distance. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and look to the right. Almost at the same time, Xiaobai in front of him also turned around quickly, staring at the front, and said slowly, Master, someone is approaching. Chapter 151. Practicing in depth and improving comprehensively. Yes, I know. Standing behind Xiaobai, Suyuan nodded slightly when he heard this. Then, he put his hands behind his back and stared in the direction of the person coming. At this moment, in front of the island, Xiao Xian's huge figure also jumped out of the water and looked up in the direction of the person coming from the front. After more than a month of training, Xiao Xian's current strength level has been raised to the 4th level of commander, and he was promoted to the 3rd level in a month, all thanks to Xiao Xian's potential of epic quality. If it was someone else's beast, it would only improve by about 1 level in a month. As Xiao Xian popped his head out, a huge figure slowly appeared in his sight and quickly approached. At the same time, Suyuan also saw the target figure approaching rapidly. It was a gigantic seahorse-like beast, cutting through the water. The part of its body that is exposed above water is more than 30 meters high, not counting the part that is underwater. In terms of overall size, it should be over 50 meters. This seahorse-shaped beast has a golden horn on its head, and next to the horn stands a young man in a hurry. Golden Horned Seahorse Beast, contracted. Species, seahorse/aquatic. Quality, perfect 3 stars. Level, Lord level 4. Condition, perfect. Skills, ultra high pressure water gun, raging tornado, blue waves, roaring water dragon bomb. Evolution times 0. Evolution options 3. A 4th level Lord Beastman. This person should be a pretty strong student in the Water Academy. He's probably either a 3rd-year genius or a senior from the 4th year. Suyuan took a look at the attributes of the Golden Horned Seahorse and made a rough judgment in his mind. Likewise, he also saw the talent of the person who came. This person was a beast master with A-level beast taming talent. The higher the level of the beast tamer, the more difficult it is to improve. Only if you can continue to evolve can your level be improved quickly. If it is trained normally, even with sufficient beast resources, the beast's strength will only increase more slowly as the level increases. Although the students of Jojo Academy are all top-notch talents in Daxia, when they graduate, they are basically only at the Lord level. Only the most top-level talents can break through to the Lord level and become a King-level beast master within 4 years of college. The young man in front of him who possesses the Golden Horned Seahorseman is able to cultivate a Golden Horned Seahorseman into a 3rd-level Lord. He is already considered to be a man of considerable strength. With A-level talent for beast taming and the strength level of a 3rd-order Lord, this person is most likely a senior student in the 4th grade. When the Golden Horned Seahorse arrived at the sea area 100 meters outside the island where Suyuan was, the young man on top of the Golden Horned Seahorse could finally see Suyuan's face clearly. At first, he felt that the person in front of him was somewhat familiar, and wondered if it might be one of the top geniuses he had met in the Water Academy. But he quickly realized that Suyuan looked exactly like the portrait of Suyuan he had seen not long ago in the ranking of this year's freshman competition. He immediately asked in surprise, "You are Suyuan?" "That's right. I wonder what advice this senior has for you." Upon hearing this, Suyuan nodded slightly and spoke in neither humble nor arrogant manner. Although the opponent's Golden Horned Seahorseman is a 3rd-level Lord, when the fight really breaks out, the 3rd-level Golden Horned Seahorseman is really no match for Xiaobai. Xiaobai is now a 1st-level Lord Epic Beast Master, with a quality of Epic 6 stars. He has the potential to evolve into a mythical quality Beast Master, and has great combat power. If the Golden Horned Seahorse Beast could reach the 5th level of Lord, it might be able to suppress Xiaobai a little. But the Golden Horned Seahorse Beast, which was only a 3rd-level Lord, had to be suppressed by Xiaobai. "I don't deserve your advice. I was practicing nearby before, and I felt that the energy of the entire secret realm was gathering here. I thought that one of the top talents in our Water Academy had broken through to the King level, so I hurried over to offer my congratulations. But now it seems that my expectation was wrong." Hearing Suyuan's words, the young man on top of the Golden Horned Seahorse quickly waved his hands and spoke to Suyuan. He doesn't have the airs of a senior at all. Although he is a senior in the 4th grade, his strength has reached the 3rd level of Lord. But Suyuan is the rookie king among this class of freshmen, and his talent and potential are not on the same level as him. Even though Suyuan's strength was not as good as his, he did not dare to be arrogant in front of Suyuan. In particular, he felt a heart-pounding aura from Xiaobai in front of Suyuan. Even the Golden Horned Seahorse under his feet was extremely afraid of Xiaobai. This made him even more cautious about being rude. "I have been here the whole time, and I have indeed not seen any seniors here, so your judgment must be wrong. I have finished my training now. If you have nothing else to tell me, I will take my leave." Hearing the young man's answer, Suyuan raised his eyebrows, and immediately realized that he had just broken through to the Lord level, and the noise caused by constructing the beast controlling space was a bit too much. Now it has attracted the attention of a Lord-level senior from the Water Academy, and perhaps more people will come in the future. Thinking of this, Suyuan decided to leave this place and avoid trouble. He did not exchange pleasantries with the visitor but instead suggested leaving. Sure. Brother Suyuan, please do as you please." In response to this, the young man on top of the Golden Horned Seahorse did not dare to stop it, and quickly nodded with a smile. "Goodbye. Xiaobai, Shaoxian, let's go." Seeing this, Suyuan nodded slightly and called out softly. He took Shaoxian into his beast-controlling space, and then flew away under the leadership of Xiaobai. Xiaobai has advanced to the Lord level, and the tidal force he possesses is even more powerful. Especially in this Yuanshui secret realm, he is like a fish in water. It used the power of the tide to stir up the waves and lift its body up in the air carrying Suyuan, and its speed was no slower than when it swam in the water. What a powerful beastmaster! Could it be that Suyuan has really reached the Lord level? A person who has just entered Jiuzhou Academy for less than a semester has already become a Lord-level beastmaster. He will definitely be able to break through to the king level before graduation. Above the golden horned seahorse's head, the young man looked at the figures of Suyuan and Xiaobai who were leaving quickly. Only then did a look of deep shock appear on his face. After a while, he left the place feeling a little lost. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Shortly after Suyuan and the young man left, as Suyuan had expected, more than a dozen Lord-level beast masters appeared one after another near the island where he was originally. Obviously, they were all students from the Water College who were attracted by the previous commotion. However, after these people arrived, they found nothing and didn't even see Suyuan. Suyuan himself, under the leadership of Xiaobai, had already gone to the exit of the Yuanshui secret realm, and left him and Xiaobai in the Yuanshui secret realm to practice. He himself went to the secret realms for training of several departments, including the Fire College, the Theater College, and the Wood College, and placed all the remaining beasts, including Xiaoyan, in secret realms suitable for their training, allowing them to improve their strength. Not only that, Suyuan will also, based on the instructions from the Eye of Revelation, concoct secret medicine that can accelerate the training speed of these beast tamers, and speed up the leveling of Xiaoyan and the others. Just like that, 2 months passed in a flash. With the help of Suyuan's secret medicine and various secret realms, Xiaoxian, Xiaoyan, Xiaoqing, Xiaoyu and Dashu all broke through to the Lord level one after another. Xiaobai also advanced from the original first level Lord to the third level Lord, and his strength increased greatly. Chapter 152 Reimbursement of 15.8 million? Xia Jiming is confused. After more than 5 months of entering Jiuzhou Academy, Xiaoxian and the others have already advanced to become Lord-level beast masters. After such a long time, it's time for Xiaoxian and the others to take another step forward. Especially Xiaoqing, she is still of perfect quality now, which can't keep up with the speed of improvement of the strength of the main force. We still need to make them all evolve before the end of the semester. As the holiday was approaching, Suyuan recalled all 6 of his beasts from the secret realms where they were practicing. After checking the attributes of his beasts, he decided to evolve all of his beasts once again. Xiaoqing needs to evolve twice before he can become a legendary beast. After making the decision, Suyuan began to calculate the expenses needed for his Beastmaster evolution this time. Xiaoxian and the others are now epic-level beasts. The beast resources needed for the next stage of evolution are already as high as the 7th level, and one piece requires 1,000,000 points. Especially Xiaoyan, he even needs an 8th level evolution resource, which costs tens of millions of points. This is not a small consumption. If we let Xiaoxian and the others evolve once and upgrade them to legendary beasts, the evolutionary resources required will be at least 30 million points. I have spent millions of credits preparing various secret medicines for Xiaoxian and the others to speed up their cultivation. I only have 15 million points left. Fortunately, Dean Xia promised that I can get half of all the beast-taming resources I exchanged at his Beast-Taming Research Institute reimbursed by him. The few points I have should be enough. After looking at all the resources needed for the evolution of the beasts, Suyuan took a deep breath and sighed. Time is running out. I will go to the Academy's treasury to exchange all the resources. Xiaoyan! Let's go to the treasure house. After saying this, Suyuan summoned Xiaoyan and asked it to take him to the direction of the school's treasury. Xiaoyan, who successfully advanced to the Lord level, had an even more powerful aura, and the burning breath on his body could be clearly felt even from hundreds of meters away. Yes, Master! As soon as Xiaoyan appeared, a royal sister's voice came out of its mouth, and its wings fluttered. A gentle force brought Suyuan to its body. The wings flapped again, and the red figure turned into a rainbow light and soared up, instantly disappearing in the villa area where Suyuan was, and rushed towards the direction of the school's treasury. Half an hour later, in the office of the Dean of the Beast-Taming Research Institute. What? More than 15.8 million points! So many! Xia Jiming, who was originally leisurely lying on a lounge chair on the balcony drinking afternoon tea, jumped 3 feet high when he heard the voice coming from the communicator. With a crack, the white jade teacup in his hand fell to the ground, breaking into several pieces, and the tea spilled all over the floor. However, Xia Jiming seemed unaware of these, and instead raised his voice again and asked, "What did that kid Suyuan do? Why does he want me to pay off so many points?" Haha, Dean Xia, don't get excited yet. I was also scared at first by the materials Suyuan needed. After Xia Jiming finished speaking, the voice of the instructor in charge of the school's points scheduling came from the other end of the communicator. Immediately afterwards, the other party informed Xia Jiming in detail about how Suyuan had exchanged various precious beast-taming resources in the Academy's treasury. With so many 6th and 7th level beast control resources, and even 8th level beast control resources, it's our Jiuzhou Academy. Otherwise, other forces really can't satisfy Suyuan's appetite. But even so, some of the precious high-level resources in our school's resource treasury have been greatly reduced this time. If that kid comes again, the Academy's treasury really won't be able to satisfy Suyuan's needs. I'm really curious about where that guy got so many points. Even if he asked you to reimburse half of it, the points he needed for that amount of resources would be as high as more than 15 million. That many points are not something a single student can get. Speaking of this, the person in charge on the other end of the communicator couldn't help but sigh. Hearing this, Xia Jiming's face darkened, and then he said, Lao Luo, don't worry about this. I'll pay for that kid's debt. I still have 18 million points in my hand. You can transfer them first. The rest will be deducted from our college's funding for next year. After explaining this matter, Xia Jiming immediately hung up the communicator and looked into the distance. Suyuan, this kid, has taken so many high-level beast resources this time. If I'm not mistaken, he is going to evolve his own beast. But if such high-level resources are really used to evolve the beast, what quality will his beast reach after evolution? No, I have to report this to the Lord. After saying that, Xia Jiming took a deep breath, his figure flashed, and he disappeared from the spot. He went to Gu Yufeng in person to explain the situation without any hesitation. Just when Xia Jiming received the reimbursement call, Suyuan had already brought his group of beast masters to the wilderness outside Jiuzhou Academy, found a suitable place, and began to evolve his beast masters. The first to evolve is Xiaoqing, who has only perfect qualities. As various evolutionary resources were invested in Xiaoqing, the milky white light of evolution began to shine on its body again. In addition to Xiaoqing, Xiaoyan, Xiaobai, Xiaoyu, Xiaoxian, and Dashu also absorbed the beast-taming evolution resources prepared by Suyuan. They began to emit extremely strong milky white evolution light and all stepped into the ranks of evolution. Receive! Seeing this, Suyuan waved his hand and put all his beasts into the beast-controlling space in his body. The beast-taming space and the space in the beast-taming bracelet are completely different. There is not much difference between taming beasts in the beast-taming space and in the outside world. Similarly, the beast-taming evolution takes place within the beast-taming space and is not affected in any way. Suyuan did this just to prevent Xiao Yan and the others from making too much noise during their evolution. After all, after Xiao Yan's batch of beasts evolve, their quality will reach legendary level. When they evolved into epic beast masters, the light of evolution emanating from Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian shot thousands of feet into the sky. Now that it has evolved to legendary quality, the light of evolution will only rise higher and become more dazzling. If it is not put into the beast-controlling space, even though this place is thousands of miles away from Jiuzhou Academy, it will not be able to stop the light of evolution from breaking through the sky and attracting the attention of the powerful people in Jiuzhou Academy. Each beast tamer of legendary quality is extremely rare. The beast tamers owned by Emperor-level beast tamers are basically of epic quality. Emperor-level beast tamers who can own beasts of legendary quality are even rarer. A beast tamer of legendary quality can usually only be possessed by a saint-level beast tamer. For an Emperor-level beast master who possesses a legendary quality beast, it is basically just a matter of time before he becomes a saint-level beast master. Once people knew that all the beasts controlled by him, a mere lord-level beast master, were of legendary level, who knows what a sensation it would cause. Chapter 153 Golden Legend. Strength Surges. After collecting all his beasts, Suyuan sat cross-legged on the spot, silently observing the evolution of the beasts in the beast-taming space. Your beast Purple Cloud Anaconda has evolved into Golden Horn Thunder Anaconda. Your beast Golden Horn Thunder Anaconda has learned a new skill, Thunderous Thunder. Your beast Golden Horn Thunder Anaconda has learned a new skill, Wind and Thunder Twin Dragons. It was just as Suyuan expected that he would be the first to complete the evolution. It was Xiaoqing, the lowest quality among all the beasts. In less than half an hour, Xiaoqing completed his third evolution. After completing the third evolution, Xiaoqing's level was also raised to the fourth level of Lord, instantly raising the level by 3 levels. And the quality has also reached the epic 8-star level. Except for Xiao Yan, the quality is higher than any other beast that Suyuan has now. However, Suyuan just glanced at Xiaoqing indifferently without any hesitation. Instead, he summoned Xiaoqing from the beast-taming space and continued to take out the materials needed for Xiaoqing's fourth evolution. Then, following the instructions of the Apocalypse Eye, he used these materials on Xiaoqing. Soon Xiaoqing, who had absorbed all the evolutionary materials, began to shine with the milky white light of evolution again. Seeing this, Suyuan took Xiaoqing back to his own beast-taming space and continued to concentrate on the evolution of the beasts in his own beast-taming space. What surprised Suyuan was that the time it took Xiao Yan and the others to evolve from epic quality to legendary quality exceeded his expectations. A full day had passed since Xiaoqing completed her third evolution before the second piece of information about the completed beast tamer appeared in front of Suyuan. Your beast mountain turtle has evolved into ancient abyss giant turtle. Your beast ancient abyss giant turtle has learned a new skill, overturning the rivers and seas. Your beast ancient abyss giant turtle has learned a new skill, unbreakable barrier. Ancient abyss giant turtle, contracted. Species, turtle/water, earth. Quality, legendary 4-star. Level, lowered level 5. Condition, perfect. Skills, water gun, tide camouflage, water escape, giant spin, heavy water barrier, river power, mountain suppression, overturning rivers and seas, unbreakable barrier. Evolution times 4. Final stage evolution materials required for evolution, black tortoise blood. Finally, a beast has completed its evolution to legendary quality. Suyuan couldn't help but feel happy when he saw Xiao Xian's evolutionary light disappearing completely in the beast taming space, revealing his true form. At this moment, another message came. Your beast storm nether tiger has evolved into wind nether demon tiger. Your beast wind dark demon tiger has learned a new skill, sky wind stepping shadow. Your beast wind demon tiger has learned a new skill, breath of wind demon. Xiaoyu has also completed his evolution. The sudden news made Suyuan happy again, and he quickly looked at Xiaoyu's attributes. Wind and dark demon tiger, contracted. Type, cat/shadow, wind. Quality, legendary 4-star. Level, lowered level 5. Condition, perfect. Skills, wind blade, phantom, shadow stealth, blade tornado, shadow binding, nether/storm's fury, sky wind stepping shadow, breath of wind demon. Evolution times 3. Materials required for the final stage of evolution, 9 nether demon soul. Xiaoyu and Xiaoxian are almost the same in strength and quality, and their breakthroughs are almost indistinguishable. After the two evolved, Suyuan also gained 2 terrifying power feedbacks, which greatly improved his strength and directly reached the level of a Lord 5th Order Beast Master. Your beast ancient music tree has evolved into ancient life tree. Your beast ancient tree of life has learned a new skill, greenery. Your beast ancient tree of life has learned a new skill, spirit of all trees. Boom! Suyuan had just adjusted the energy feedback in his body when another terrifying energy feedback hit him. His aura rose again and instantly reached the 6th level of Lord. Ancient tree of life, contracted. Type, plant/wood poison life. Quality, legendary 4-star. Level, lowered level 6. Condition, perfect. Skills, poison whip, root thrust, old bark, violent tree, soulwood cage, soulwood lancer, leaf blade, soul eating ensemble, greenery, spirit of the trees. Evolution times 3. Materials required for final stage evolution, divine soil. Your beast phoenix blood fire phoenix has evolved into spiritual young fire phoenix. Your beast Lingyang fire phoenix has learned a new skill, soul devouring fire wheel. Your beast Lingyang fire phoenix has learned a new skill, fire phoenix nirvana. Your beast white jade giant scale whale has evolved into the beaming giant Kuan. Your beast northern dark giant Kuan has learned a new skill, sound of the sea. Your beast northern giant Kuan has learned a new skill, water demon waterfall. Your beast golden horn thunder anaconda has evolved into purple sky wind thunder dragon. Your beast purple sky wind and thunder dragon has learned a new skill, thunder in the 9th heaven. Your beast purple sky wind and thunder dragon has learned a new skill, wind and thunder breaking the sky. Lingyang fire phoenix, contracted. Species, bird/fire. Quality, legendary 8-star. Level, lowered level 6. Condition, perfect. Skills, fire feather, flame shield, destruction fire eye, blazing sun burning sky, thousand suns strike, flame demon burning sky sword, phoenix flame roaring sky strike, flaming sun fire domain, soul devouring fire wheel, fire phoenix nirvana. Evolution times 3. Materials required for the final stage of evolution, Yuan Feng essence. Northern dark giant Kuan, already contracted. Species, Kuan/water. Quality, legendary 5-star. Level, lowered level 7. Condition, perfect. Skills, water barrier, water flow break, water arrows, tidal force, eyes of the deep sea, water moon, sound of the sea, water demon waterfall. Evolution times 3. Materials required for the final stage of evolution, Kunping spirit. Purple sky wind and thunder dragon, already contracted. Species, dragon/thunder wind. Quality, legendary 7 stars. Level, lowered level 8. Condition, perfect. Skills, self-healing, wood fong, thunder, thunder flash, purple lightning breath, soaring clouds, thunder prison, thunder, wind and thunder twin dragons, thunder in the sky, sky thunder. Evolution times 4. materials required for the final stage of evolution, true dragon soul. After that, Xiao Xian's breakthrough seemed to have opened Pandora's box. Suyuan's beasts completed their evolution one after another, even Xiao Qin, who was undergoing her fourth evolution. Suyuan's aura continued to rise, and finally stopped at the level of the eighth lord. Moreover, his aura is extremely powerful and his foundation is extremely solid, far surpassing other lord-level beast masters of the same level. The energy feedback brought to Suyuan by the 6 legendary lord-level beasts made his own strength far surpass that of ordinary beasts of the same level. Suyuan can now rely on his own strength to defeat most ferocious beasts of the same level. Great! 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 This speed of improving strength is really awesome! After there was no more powerful and violent energy feedback rising from his body, Suyuan took a look at the various attribute information of all his beasts that were shining with golden light, and couldn't help but clenched his fist and shouted. In just one day, he skyrocketed from the 3rd lord level to the 8th lord level. This terrifying level increased speed has never been seen before. Once it gets out, even a saint-level beast master like Gu Yufeng would be ashamed of it. Especially since all the beasts are of legendary quality, countless beast masters must be envious of this. Chapter 154 Treasure. Xiao Xian and the others have all evolved, it's time to go back. Suyuan withdrew his thoughts from the beast-taming space, calmed his mind, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then he waved his hand and summoned Xiaoyan out. The evolved Xiaoyan was almost the same as the phoenix Suyuan had imagined. The aura on his body is even more powerful. The legendary 8-star quality makes it the closest to mythical quality among all the beasts Suyuan currently possesses. Xiaoyan's level of being a 6th-order lord also makes him exude a terrifying aura of oppression. Suyuan even felt a powerful aura from Xiaoyan that was not much weaker than that of Song Jinfeng's silver-winged griffin. Song Jinfeng's silver-winged griffin is a king-level beast, and a 4th-level king-level beast at that. If this is not an illusion, Xiaoyan's current strength may really be able to compete with the king-level beast master. Feeling the powerful aura of Xiaoyan that was very similar to that of the silver-winged griffin, Suyuan smiled and said, "Xiaoyan, let's go back to Jiuzhou Academy." "Yes, Master." A pleasant royal sister's voice was heard, and Suyuan was carried by a soft, invisible force to Xiaoyan's back, and quickly rushed to the dormitory of the 2nd district of Jiuzhou Academy. In less than half a minute, Xiaoyan and Suyuan crossed a distance of thousands of miles and returned to the sky above the villa in the 2nd district of the academy. Suyuan is back. The aura of his fire beast seems to have reached the 6th level of Lord. Palace Master, am I sensing it correctly? The figures of Xia Jiming and Gu Yufeng appeared above the dormitory in Area 2. At this moment, Xia Jiming watched Suyuan put away Xiaoyan and enter the villa. He looked at Gu Yufeng beside him with an incredible expression and spoke. The fact that Suyuan broke through to the Lord level in just over a month was enough to move him. And now, Suyuan is at least the 6th level Lord Beast Tamer. Such a terrifying speed of level improvement is so fast that even he, an Emperor level Beast Tamer, and the Dean of the Beast Taming Research Institute, is almost shocked to faint. You are not mistaken. That beast has indeed reached the 6th level of Lord. Moreover, its aura is extremely strong, without any signs of hasty growth. It was able to be upgraded to the 6th Lord level so quickly. In my opinion, Suyuan has most likely helped his beast to evolve successfully. At the side, Gu Yufeng's eyes also flashed with surprise. After hearing Xia Jiming's exclamation of disbelief, Gu Yufeng took a deep breath, and after his chest heaved violently for a while, he slowly spoke. It's actually true. I have really reached the 6th level of Lord. Evolution. Suyuan actually managed to make one of his beasts evolve in such a short time. Adding to the fact that I made the green scale snake evolve into 2 different forms before, Palace Master, I can conclude that the innate abilities that Suyuan described to us are still reserved. Hearing Gu Yufeng's affirmative response, Xia Jiming spoke almost word by word, with a gleam in his eyes. The talent of SSS level beast control is naturally far beyond the ordinary talent of beast control. No matter if Suyuan has any reservations about the talents he told me about, Suyuan is now the strongest trump card of Daxia and even the entire human race. We must not let him encounter any danger before he fully grows up. We must do our utmost to protect Suyuan. Once he fully grows up, our human race will surely produce another peak warrior who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Shuizhengyi. In order to protect Suyuan, if necessary, you, me, and even all the teachers in the entire Jiuzhou Academy can be sacrificed. Do you understand? Gu Yufeng glanced at the excited Xia Jiming calmly and spoke to him solemnly. I see. Facing Gu Yufeng's serious expression, Xia Jiming nodded heavily. The talents and abilities that Suyuan has shown so far are enough for them to do their best to ensure Suyuan's safety. Not to mention that Suyuan has even greater talents and abilities that have not yet been revealed. Apart from anything else, the evolution plan for the green scale snake to the green scale python that Suyuan provided a month ago has greatly improved the overall strength of the Human Federation's frontline warriors. Over the past month, with the promotion of the green scale snake's evolution into the green scale python, more than 5,000 beast masters who can command peak green scale snakes have broken through to the Lord level in the realm battlefield. The Lord level combat power of the human race on the front line has greatly increased. Moreover, as time goes by, all warriors who have contracted the green-scaled snake will have a greater chance of being promoted to Lord-level Beastmasters. The human race will stand more firmly on the front line and have a stronger defense line. Based on this point alone, Suyuan's importance exceeds that of all the geniuses in Jiuzhou Academy. For a genius of this level, no matter how much they value him, it cannot be too much. Looking at Xia Jiming, whose expression also became serious, Gu Yufeng nodded slightly, very satisfied with Xia Jiming's awareness, and then said, "Let's go. Since Suyuan is back, we don't have to look for him anymore. Let's go down and see him directly. It's time for us to give him some life-saving cards. He can't stay in the academy forever." Hearing this, Xia Jiming nodded. The two figures suddenly disappeared into the air. When he appeared again, he had already arrived at the hall of Suyuan's villa. In the hall of the villa, Suyuan had just sat on the sofa and was about to take a rest when he saw two big men suddenly appear. He was so scared that he almost summoned his own beast to fight. However, after discovering that the visitors were the two big guys Gu Yufeng and Xia Jiming, Suyuan heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Palace Master Dean Xia, it turned out to be you. You scared me. I wonder if the Palace Master and Dean Xia have come in person. Is there anything that needs the students to do?" Seeing Suyuan standing up to greet them, Gu Yufeng and Xia Jiming both smiled. Gu Yufeng took the lead and stepped forward, coming in front of Suyuan. There was a white jade stone in his hand, which exuded a strong spatial force, far exceeding the Kongming crystal stone. "This is the boundary-breaking stone that bears the mark of my soul. If you encounter any danger outside the academy in the future, just crush this stone and I will immediately appear to protect you." As Gu Yufeng spoke, he handed the white jade stone in his hand to Suyuan. This was not over yet. He waved his hand again, and a set of soft armor made entirely of gold wire appeared in his hand. "This set of soft armor is the defensive treasure I used before I became a saint-level beast tamer. It is made from the silk of the saint-level fierce beast dragon soul golden silkworm. This soft armor has extremely strong defense. When you encounter an attack that is difficult to resist, it can automatically activate a shield that can withstand the attack of a saint-level strongman. With this defensive treasure, even if you encounter a saint-level enemy, you will have time to crush the boundary-breaking stone I gave you." As Gu Yufeng spoke, he gave the golden silk soft armor in his hand to Suyuan. "The Palace Master even gave me this set of soft armor." Seeing this scene, Xia Jiming, who was standing behind Gu Yufeng, widened his eyes. Needless to say, the boundary-breaking stone mentioned above can instantly summon a saint-level beast tamer to your side, and its value is self-evident. But the soft armor that Gu Yufeng later gave to Suyuan was a treasure that even these Emperor-level beast masters coveted. A defensive treasure that can withstand a full-strength attack from a saint-level powerhouse is something that even an Emperor-level beast master like Hichan desires. These two priceless treasures were given to Suyuan by Gu Yufeng. This shows how important Suyuan is in Gu Yufeng's heart. It can be said that if every saint-level beast master did not have important tasks to attend to, Gu Yufeng would definitely stay by Suyuan's side all the time. Chapter 155 Primitive Secret Realm. A saint-level fierce beast, with soft armor made of dragon soul golden silkworm silk, can withstand the full-force attack of a saint-level strongman. Hearing Gu Yufeng's words, Suyuan's breathing couldn't help but become heavier. This is absolutely a priceless treasure for him. With such a defensive treasure, he would not be afraid even when facing an Emperor-level beast master or an Emperor-level ferocious beast. Especially when combined with Gu Yufeng's boundary-breaking stone, the combination of the two is equivalent to having a saint-level beast master like Gu Yufeng by your side. Suyuan had no reason to refuse such a treasure given by Gu Yufeng, nor did he want to refuse. "Thank you, Lord." After a while, Suyuan took a deep breath and spoke to Gu Yufeng. Then he quickly reached out and took the golden soft armor from Gu Yufeng's hand, and put it into his own beast-taming space without hesitation. It looked like he was worried that Gu Yufeng would change his mind and take back this defensive treasure. "No need to be polite. You are now the treasure of our Jiuzhou Academy. Your safety is the top priority. Suyuan, you are extremely talented. You should work hard to improve your strength as soon as possible. It would be best if you could raise your level to the peak of the king level before graduation. The higher you can raise it, the better. Then, the school will arrange for you to enter a special space to seek endless opportunities." Seeing Suyuan impatiently putting the golden soft armor into the beast controlling space, Gu Yufeng smiled faintly and reached out to pat Suyuan on the shoulder. Infinite chance? What is that? And you have to raise your realm to the king level before graduation. Gu Yufeng's sudden remarks also made Suyuan a little curious. You will know this by then. You just need to work hard to improve the level of the beast in the next period of time. In response to this, Gu Yufeng did not say it clearly, but instead kept it in suspense. After saying this, Gu Yufeng and Xia Jiming said goodbye to Suyuan together, and their figures disappeared in Suyuan's villa in a flash. The power of space is really useful. I wonder when I can become a strong man like the palace master. Watching Gu Yufeng and Xia Jiming disappear in front of him, Suyuan, who was already an 8th level lord, relied on his extraordinarily powerful mental strength to keenly perceive the fleeting spatial force in the space ahead. A hint of envy appeared in his eyes. Obviously, the appearance and disappearance of Gu Yufeng and Xia Jiming were both caused by the use of spatial power. This ability is almost indistinguishable from teleportation. If Suyuan mastered this ability, it would be of great use to him in the future whether he was traveling, killing enemies, or escaping. After sighing, Suyuan took out the soft armor that he had just put into his beast-taming space. Without hesitation, he put on the golden soft armor inside his short sleeves. The soft armor fits the body, giving off a cool feeling. It has a smooth texture and is very comfortable. Suyuan did not feel any discomfort after putting on this piece of gold silk soft armor. Instead, there was a constant flow of coolness emanating from the golden soft armor. It made him not feel the heat at all in this hot summer, as if he was carrying an air conditioner with him. Not bad, not bad. This thing is more comfortable to wear than I thought. With such a defensive treasure, I no longer have to worry about being in danger when encountering a strong enemy. After experiencing the wearing experience of the golden soft armor, Suyuan was even more satisfied with the treasure that Gu Yufeng gave him. Palace Master, you just said that you want Suyuan to enter the original secret realm to compete with those guys in the abyss for that opportunity? 10,000 meters above the dormitory in Area 2, Xia Jiming looked down at the villa where Suyuan was, then turned to look at Gu Yufeng beside him and said, Yes, you have seen it. Suyuan has now cultivated a 6th level Lord Beastman. He is already a 6th level Lord Warrior. With his terrifying speed of improving strength, I estimate that he will be able to break through and become a king level Beast Master in his sophomore year. The original secret realm has an age limit of 22. With Suyuan's talent and strength, he has a high probability of breaking through to the peak of the king level when he is 21, that is, before his senior year. The strength of a peak king level Beast Master is definitely overwhelming even in the primitive secret realm. If Suyuan can lead the geniuses of the Federation to obtain a few more divine beast spirits in the original secret realm, his contribution to our human race will be no less than his providing a brand new beast-taming evolution route for the frontline warriors. Gu Yufeng looked indifferently at the dormitory where Suyuan was below, and replied in a deep voice. Hearing this, Xia Jiming spoke again. Having said that, in addition to dealing with the geniuses from the abyss, the original secret realm also has many dangers from the secret realm itself. Even if Suyuan has the strength of a peak king, he may not be 100% safe. Over the years, haven't many geniuses of our human race perished in the primitive secret realm? If something happens to Suyuan in there, it will be a huge loss for our human race. I think it's better not to let Suyuan take risks. Let him stay safely in the rear and use his talents to provide more beast evolution solutions for our frontline warriors. This is the best option. Hearing Xia Jiming's worried words, Gu Yufeng shook his head. Although what you said is true, in my opinion, Suyuan himself might want to enter the original secret realm to try his luck. After all, the original secret realm contains the necessary materials for the evolution of legendary quality beasts into mythical quality beasts. Any beastmaster who has the opportunity to enter it will not let it go. Moreover, Suyuan himself possesses an SSS-level talent for taming beasts, which means he is destined to become a top-level warrior like Shuizhenyi in the future. Shuizhenyi's rise to prominence was due to his own efforts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved what he has today. If Suyuan stays in the rear all the time, even if he can provide great benefits to our frontline warriors, his own strength improvement may be limited. The overall strength of the frontline warriors is certainly important, but what really determines the outcome of the battle between the enemy and us is still the strength of the top warriors on both sides. Among the many top saint-level beast masters in our human race, not a single one was trained in a greenhouse. Gu Yufeng's words came from the bottom of his heart, and after listening to them, Xia Jiming had to admit that Gu Yufeng was right. After pondering for a long time, Xia Jiming finally fell silent and said no more. I have something else to deal with, so I'll leave first. Seeing this, Gu Yufeng whispered and his figure disappeared beside Xia Jiming. Xia Jiming took one last look down and sighed before turning around and walking towards the Beast Taming Research Institute. His figure disappeared into the clouds in a few flashes. Chapter 156 Family Letter. Ever since Gu Yufeng and Xia Jiming visited Suyuan's villa last time, Suyuan has not encountered any other major events. Although Suyuan has very few academic points left, he can still enjoy the treatment of free training in the secret realms of various departments. Therefore, not long after Gu Yufeng and the others left, Suyuan once again let his beasts enter the secret realm of the academy suitable for their own training to improve their levels. There is no time in cultivation. Time flies quickly. 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. Suyuan and other freshmen have also welcomed the first holiday of Jiuzhou Academy. During the 2 months, although Suyuan did not have any points to redeem the beast-taming resources in the resource treasury to increase his beast-taming training speed, but his beasts are all of legendary quality. Even without the beast resources provided by Suyuan, his progress in cultivation in the various secret realms is considerable. All of them broke through 2 levels. Xiao Xian and Xiaoyou's levels have reached the 7th Lord level. Xiaoyan and Dashu have reached the 8th level of Lord. As for Xiaobai and Xiaoqing, they both reached the 9th level of Lord. Xiaobai, in particular, is only 1 step away from becoming a king-level beastmaster. During these 2 months, in addition to practicing, Suyuan also submitted a beast-taming evolution plan to the Beast-Taming Research Institute to evolve 2 rare quality beasts to excellent quality. These are the 2 types of beasts that have the most contracts with frontline warriors. Naturally, these 2 beast-taming evolution plans made the old professors at the Beast-Taming Research Institute very excited, and they further deepened their attention to Suyuan. Let's raise our glasses together and wish everyone a happy holiday. Congratulations to Suyuan for successfully breaking through to the Lord-level Beast Tamer. Exactly, Suyuan, you are really stupid. You didn't tell us such important news of your breakthrough to the Lord level earlier. If we knew, we would have held a celebration party for you a long time ago. You have to drink this glass of wine. On the first day of the holiday, in a private room on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria in Area 3 of Jiuzhou Academy, Huangfu Yunzhao and Shangguan Yunqian raised their glasses and congratulated Suyuan together. Thank you. Happy holidays! Seeing this, Suyuan also raised the wine glass in front of him, clinked glasses with the 2 women, responded with a smile, and then drank the wine in the glass. Upon seeing this, Huangfu Yunzhao and Shangguan Yunqian also smiled and drank the wine in their glasses. The white neck moved slightly, and he drank the drink in 1 gulp as well. After 1 cup, a blush suddenly appeared on Shangguan Yunqian and Huangfu Yunzhao's fair faces, which was very attractive under the light. These 2 girls obviously don't drink much. After learning that I broke through to the Lord-level Beast Tamer, they still wanted to celebrate for me. It's really... Suyuan looked at the 2 people who drank the drinks in their glasses in order not to spoil the fun, and his smile grew wider. Let's eat the food first. We can drink the wine later. Seeing that Huangfu Yunzhao was about to pour wine again, Suyuan spoke. That's right. Eat some food first to fill your stomach. This way you won't get drunk easily. At this time, Shangguan Yunqian also spoke. Hearing this, Huangfu Yunzhao nodded, and the 3 of them started eating together. Time passed little by little, and after 3 rounds of drinks, Suyuan and the other 2 were a little tipsy. Although the 3 of them were strong enough to get rid of all the alcohol smell, no one did so before leaving the box. Just as the celebratory dinner was about to end, a message suddenly came from Huangfu Yunzhao's communicator. When she picked up the communicator and checked the information on it, her brows immediately frowned. The aura in his body shook off all the alcohol in his body, and he became sober instantly. What's going on? After noticing something strange about Huangfu Yunzhao, both Suyuan and Shangguan Yunqian were shocked and all their drunkenness disappeared. Suyuan even started asking. I just received a letter from home saying something happened at home and asked me to go back. Hearing this, Huangfu Yunzhao spoke in a low voice, his voice a little low and suppressed. Seeing this scene, Suyuan frowned and continued. Yunzhao, did the letter say what happened in your family? Upon hearing this, Huangfu Yunzhao glanced at Suyuan and shook his head. The news above didn't say it explicitly, but I always have a bad feeling. Seeing the slightly worried look on Huangfu Yunzhao's face, Suyuan pondered for a moment and then said, In that case, let's go to the Huangfu family together. It just so happens that I also plan to go back to Tianyang City, so we can go there together. He had the golden soft armor given by Gu Yufeng, as well as the boundary-breaking stone bearing the imprint of Gu Yufeng's spirit, so he didn't need to worry about his own safety at all. Moreover, his current strength is vastly different from what it was before he entered the school. Xiaoqing and Xiaobai, who have reached the 9th level of Lord, have the strength to face ordinary 3rd and 4th level king-level beasts. Even Xiao Xian and Xiao Yu, who are at the 7th level Lord level, have the strength to fight against king-level beasts. It can be said that Suyuan is now a beast master who can tame 6 king-level beasts. With his strength, no one in places like Tianyang City and Tianyang City could pose a threat to him. It just so happens that I have nothing to do during the holidays, so why not join you guys? After Suyuan finished speaking, Shangguan Yunqian, who was beside Huangfu Yunzhao, rolled her eyes and said with a smile. After more than 5 months of hard training in school, Shangguan Yunqian is now an 8th level beast master. Her beast was also of epic quality, and its combat power was no weaker than that of a first-class lord beast of excellent quality. Moreover, as the daughter of the Shangguan family, she also has many trump cards. Even if she encounters a king-level beast master, she has the ability to protect herself. Okay, let's go together then. Upon hearing this, Suyuan turned to look at Shangguan Yunqian, who was staring at him and Huangfu Yunzhao, and nodded. After hearing what Suyuan and Shangguan Yunqian said, Huangfu Yunzhao knew that they were worried about him, so he prepared to accompany them all the way. Her heart warmed up, and she looked at the two of them with gratitude, and thanked them sincerely. Qian Suyuan, thank you. We are all friends, so let's not say these things, it seems strange. Now that we have decided, let's set off now without further delay. Suyuan heard this and waved his hand. Shangguan Yunqian also nodded, agreeing with Suyuan's words. Seeing this, Huangfu Yunzhao stopped being pretentious and hesitant, and the three of them stood up and left together. After completing the relevant procedures at the academy, Suyuan summoned Xiao Yan and flew to the gate of Jiuzhou Academy with Huangfu Yunzhao and Shangguan Yunqian. With the identity token in hand, he easily passed through the restrictions at the school gate and left the secret space where Jiuzhou Academy was located.